On the playground of Jiangnan City, First High School, the air roared with voices. A huge open-air awakening platform towered in the center, ringed by fully armed guards standing at rigid attention. Look, it's the light of an Arank talent. A deafening cry exploded from within the crowd. On the awakening stele, a blinding crimson beam shot straight into the sky, dyeing half the firmament the color of sunset. The tall boy standing before the stele lifted his chin, turning around with open arrogance on his face. It was Zhao Tianyu, the famously wealthy heir of the Zhao family in Jiangnan City. Zhao Tianyu, a rank talent, berserk fire arts. The academic director in charge of testing spoke with a voice that trembled, his face flushed with excitement. Thunderous applause erupted from below the platform, countless envious and jealous gazes converging on him. It's just not fair. Born into a rich family, and his talent is still that high. In a corner of the waiting area, Wang Ming rubbed his round face and muttered sourly. Beside him, Lu Yuan, who had kept his head lowered, allowed the corner of his mouth to twitch slightly. He did not respond. His gaze passed over the noisy crowd and settled on the awakening stone covered in ancient ruins. Next, Class 3 Senior 2, Lu Yuan. The cold voice from the broadcast echoed above the playground, instantly pressing down the surrounding chatter. Wang the fatty hurriedly jabbed Lu Yuan with his thick arm. Brother Yuan, it's your turn. Stay calm. Even if you awaken only a drink, the two of us can still team up to hunt outside the city and never go hungry. Lu Yuan patted his friend's shoulder and let out a soft chuckle. Don't worry. You won't starve. He straightened the washed-out school jacket he wore and stepped toward the high platform. Not far away, the class beauty Lin Ruoxue crossed her arms, letting out a light sneer as she watched Lu Yuan's back. Ruoxue, Lu Yuan always ranks first in the school on theory exams. What level do you think he can awaken? The girl beside her asked curiously. Lin Ruoxue flicked her hair back, her eyes filled with condescending disdain. What use is a perfect theory score? He's a commoner orphan who has barely had any of the lowest grade nutrient solution. His blood and vitality have long since run dry. If he awakens even a crank, it would be a miracle from the ancestors. Just then, Zhao Tianyu, having stepped down from the platform, overheard and immediately came over with great satisfaction. Ruoxue is right. In times like these, the poor should obediently go repair city walls and stop dreaming about becoming warriors. Lu Yuan ignored the grating noise. He stepped onto the last stair and came to stand before the 2-meter-tall awakening stele. Xu Tianjiang, the homeroom teacher in charge of the exam, looked at his most outstanding student before him, a flicker of hope flashing in his eyes. Lu Yuan, empty your mind, place your hand on it, and carefully feel the spiritual energy guiding you within. Xu Tianjiang lowered his voice, his tone openly filled with favoritism. Lu Yuan nodded and drew a deep breath. He slowly raised his right hand and pressed his palm against the cold, rough surface of the stele. Buzz. The instant he touched it, Lu Yuan felt a violent suction surge through his palm into his body. Deep within his soul, it was as if some ancient ferocious beast that had slept for millennia suddenly opened its eyes. Rumble. It was a terrifying roar that only Lu Yuan could hear. In his dantian, a mass of golden origin light, so dazzling it defied description, exploded and surged. Even the air around him seemed to fall into a brief stillness. Just as Lu Yuan thought this force would burst forth and shatter the awakening stone entirely. Suddenly, a clear mechanical chime rang out in his mind. Ding. Detected that host has awakened unique SS rank talent, infinite origin. Warning, energy fluctuations of this talent exceed the endurance limit of this plane and are likely to attract annihilation from higher dimensional gods. System has automatically activated protection protocol, initiating concealment and suppression. Concealment complete. External display, rank Frank space affinity. As soon as the voice in his mind faded, that violent power capable of tearing the sky apart retreated like the tide, shrinking tightly into the depths of his blood and vitality. Immediately, a layer of light flared on the awakening stone. It was neither red nor gold, but a grayish dim halo that flickered like an old faulty incandescent. The halo crawled upward barely an inch before it went out completely. The entire playground fell into deathly silence. Everyone craned their necks, eyes wide, staring at the stone. The smile on the academic director's face froze completely. He pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose as though unable to believe the data this machine had produced. The test result. He swallowed, unable to hide the disappointment in his voice. Lu Yuan awakened rank Frank. Talent type storage space. Silence. For a full 3 seconds. Then puffed. Ha. Zhao Tianyu's unrestrained laughter was the first to shatter the quiet over the playground. Frank. Actually the most useless theoretical Frank. I thought our top student was hiding some grand trump card. Turns out he's just a walking trash bin. The entire field boiled over in an instant. Jeers, sighs, and gloating laughter surged like a tsunami, drowning the high platform. Storage space. Isn't that something you can replace just by buying a high-grade spatial ring? Unbelievable. This isn't just ordinary trash. This is trash among trash. Standing below the platform, Lin Ruoxue did nothing to hide the disgust in her eyes. She quietly took 2 steps back, afraid someone might remember she had once shared a desk with Lu Yuan. Xu Tianjiang clenched his fists as he looked at Lu Yuan standing dazed before the stone and let out a heavy sigh. Lu Yuan, don't lose heart. He stepped forward, patted Lu Yuan's shoulder, his voice thick with bitterness. You may not be able to go to the front lines, but storage talents are in high demand in logistics. Moving exotic beast corpses or delivering military supplies. At least you'll live a safe life. His words were tactful, but in an age of martial strength, being sent to logistics was tantamount to declaring a warrior's path dead. Yet to everyone's surprise, Lu Yuan did not break down. He did not fall to his knees in tears like others who had failed to awaken, not even the rims of his eyes reddened. He simply withdrew his hand from the stone slowly and calmly. Lu Yuan glanced at his own palm, the corner of his mouth lifting in an almost imperceptible curve. Thank you, Teacher Chu. I think logistics is fine, there's food included. Lu Yuan bowed to Chu Tianjiang, then turned and walked off the platform. This air of indifferent ease seen through Zhao Tianyu's eyes felt more infuriating than if Lu Yuan had cursed him outright. A useless person, yet somehow acting so aloof. Zhao Tianyu strode forward, directly blocking Lu Yuan's path. Scarlet flames curled between his fingers, the pressure of his rank fire talent radiating outward. The scorching heat forced the surrounding students to retreat. Hey Lu, I just happen to need a doorman to carry my bags. For the sake of being classmates, I'll give you 3,000 a month. Zhao Tianyu lifted his chin, looking down his nose at him, the flames nearly singeing Lu Yuan's hair. Use your Frank trash bin to carry my spare clothes, that way your life won't be entirely— The lackeys around him immediately burst into piercing laughter. Wang Fatty flushed and furious, made to rush forward, but was firmly restrained by several guards. Lu Yuan halted, lifting his eyes to look at Zhao Tianyu. He did not back down. His gaze was as calm as an ancient well whose depths could not be seen. Under that emotionless gaze, Zhao Tianyu felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart. Even the flame at his fingertips wavered. Young Master Zhao, it's better if you carry your own clothes. Lu Yuan stepped half a pace closer, his voice low enough that only the two of them could hear. Otherwise, if a fire breaks out someday, you might end up scattering yourself along with your ashes. What did you just say, eh? Zhao Tianyu exploded, about to strike, but the nearby guards immediately drew the electromagnetic batons at their waists. Causing trouble during an awakening ceremony was something no one dared. Zhao Tianyu could only forcefully extinguish his flames, gritting his teeth as he jabbed a finger at Lu Yuan. Fine, you delivery boy. Let's see how long you can keep that hard mouth of yours. Lu Yuan did not spare him an extra glance. He walked straight through the crowd and returned to the waiting area. Wang Fatty grabbed his arm, stamping his feet in agitation. Brother Yuan, are you crazy? He's in a rank awakener now, why provoke him? Though he scolded, Wang Fatty still dug out his last meat bun from his pocket and stuffed it into Lu Yuan's hand. Frank is frank. Worst case, I'll go kill pigs in the outer city to feed you in the future. Don't mind that guy. Lu Yuan held the warm bun in his hand, but his eyes were already elsewhere. Straight ahead, only Lu Yuan could see a trace of golden light shimmering in the air. A half-transparent holographic panel hovered silently there. Ding! Lu Yuan, this time the exchange of credits is 3 million points, automatically promoting you to S-level privilege status. The emotionless mechanical announcement echoed through. He turned his head to look at Wang Fatty, who was still rambling on with his attempts at comfort, and suddenly broke into a wide grin. Fatty, just now you said you'd go to the outer city to slaughter pigs. Yeah, why? No reason, it's just that I suddenly feel that slaughtering pigs might be a job that suits me very well. Bang bang bang. The iron door shook under the furious pounding, its old hinges groaning as if they could no longer bear the strain. Lu Yuan, stop pretending you're not there. I know you're inside. A shrill, grating voice sounded outside the door, accompanied by rough kicks slamming into the metal. Lu Yuan tossed his washed-off fading school bag onto the bed and let out a quiet sigh. It was his landlady, Lu Dama, notorious in the urban village for being painfully stingy. He walked over and twisted the rusty lock. As soon as the door opened a crack, a plump face caked in cheap foundation forced its way into the gap. Pay the rent. You've already delayed it for 3 days. How long do you think you can drag this out? Lu Dama stood with her hands on her hips, nearly spraying spittle into Lu Yuan. Before Lu Yuan could respond, her tiny eyes swept over him from head to toe, then she let out a cold, mocking laugh. I heard you awakened some grade spatial ability at school. Even the brick kills don't want you. You don't have the strength. So what are you going to use to pay the rent? Dama, I'll settle the payment for you tomorrow, Lu Yuan replied evenly. Tomorrow? With what? Are you going to beg under the overpass? Lu Dama rolled her eyes and yanked forward a thin young man who had been standing behind her. See, my nephew. He just awakened a grade Earth-type talent today. Tomorrow he'll be reporting to a hunting squad outside the city. The thin youth lifted his chin and let out a smug little snort in Lu Yuan's direction. Lu Yuan regarded the two of them without the slightest ripple in his heart. Congratulations. But the rent really will have to wait until tomorrow. My pockets are emptier than my face right now. He pulled out his shriveled trouser pocket, fishing up 2 small coins and tossing them lightly in his palm. Lu Dama curled her lip and waved them away in disgust. Fine, fine. Tomorrow at 12 noon. If you can't put together 2,000 yuan, pack up your things and get out. Bang. She slammed the door shut from the outside. In the stairwell, he could still faintly hear her muttering to her nephew. Stay away from that kind of deadweight or you'll catch his poverty. Lu Yuan shook his head, locked the door again, then turned and sat down on the single steel bed that creaked beneath his weight. This kind of tubular steel bed was standard in the slums, shock-resistant, damp-proof, and very sturdy. He drew a deep breath, casting stray thoughts out of his mind. System, open the panel. Aloham answered him. The air rippled faintly. A semi-transparent golden screen blossomed into existence before his eyes, hanging in midair. Host Lu Yuan. Talent Infinite Origin Unique SS grade, currently masked as F grade. Strength 9 and average adult male scores 10. Agility 11. Constitution 8. Spirit 15. Origin points 0. Staring at the miserable string of single digits, Lu Yuan couldn't help rubbing his brow. Years of surviving on cheap nutrient solution had left this body depleted and weak. His constitution failed to reach even the basic passing mark. With numbers like these, forget fighting aberrant beasts outside the city. Running into a slightly ferocious large stray dog would be enough to put him on his knees. How do I even use this cheat? Lu Yuan reached out and tapped at the virtual panel. His fingertip passed straight through. Nothing happened. Just as he was wondering whether the system required payment to activate, an annoying buzzing suddenly reached his ears. Early summer in the urban village was never short of mosquitoes. Especially those greenhead flower mosquitoes that had absorbed a trace of weak spiritual energy. Their bodies swelled to nearly the size of a soybean. One such mosquito circled twice above Lu Yuan's head, then brazenly settled on the back of his hand. Its slender proboscis stabbed down hard. A faint sting bloomed in his skin, courting death. Lu Yuan's hand snapped down in a sharp slap. The crisp sound of the slap echoed through the cramped rental room. The mosquito burst on impact, leaving a dark red smear of blood on the back of his hand. Just as Lu Yuan reached for a tissue to wipe his hand, the golden screen before his eyes suddenly began to flicker wildly. Ding. Host has completed first target kill mutated flower mosquito. You have gained 1 basic free attribute point. The clear electronic chime had barely faded when the panel's golden glow suddenly grew blinding. Passive effect of God-level talent, Infinite Origin triggered, 10,000-fold critical strike. Current kill reward critically enhanced. You have obtained 10,000 free attribute points. Lu Yuan drew in a sudden breath of cold air. He sprang to his feet, his knee crashing against the steel bed frame with a muffled thud. He hardly noticed the pain, staring fixedly at the long string of blinding zeros on the panel. 10,000 points. He had killed a single mosquito and received 10,000 free attribute points. Ordinary people, after training their blood and vitality for 10 years, might only manage to raise their strength by a few dozen points. Even Zhao Tianyu, with a grade talent, had barely pushed his strength past 100 by now. So what would it mean to pour 10,000 points into a single body? Lu Yuan's atoms apple bobbed as his breathing abruptly grew heavy. In the lower right of the panel, a red plus sign pulsed repeatedly, as if urging him to make his choice. Fortune favors the bold. Let's do this. Without the slightest hesitation, Lu Yuan focused his will on the panel. All 10,000 free attribute points he hurled into the strength stat. In the moment he finished allocating points, the strength value on the panel leapt from 9 to 1009. Boom. It felt as though a thunderclap exploded inside Lu Yuan's skull. A vast, indescribable torrent of scorching power erupted straight from the depths of his dantian. This was no gentle infusion of spiritual energy. This was raw, brutal reconstruction of flesh and bone. Lu Yuan's legs gave way. He dropped to one knee on the cement floor. Cold sweat poured from his forehead in a sudden cascade. He could distinctly hear every bone in his body crackling in succession, one after another. It was like crushing raw iron under a hydraulic press, then melting and reforging it into under his skin. Muscle fibers writhed like countless little serpents, tearing and reknitting themselves at a speed visible to the naked eye. His blood surged through his veins at 10 times the normal speed, roaring like a river in flood. The agony went on and on, lasting a full 5 minutes. At last the raging torrent gradually subsided, sinking into his limbs and bones. Lu Yuan drew huge lungfuls of air, using his hands to brace himself as he slowly rose. His thin school uniform was already soaked through with sweat. He lowered his gaze to his own hands. His arms had not swollen into grotesque masses of muscle, but his skin carried a faint dark. Even the smallest motion made his muscle lines flow like something carved by blade and chisel, perfectly smooth and brimming with explosive beauty. Lu Yuan curled his fingers into a fist. The air itself gave off a sharp cracking pop. This strength. Lu Yuan's eyes gleamed. He urgently needed something to test it on. His eyes settled on the rusty single steel bed. Its frame was welded from leftover materials used for low-grade weapons, solid steel tubing with walls at least the width of a finger. Lu Yuan stepped closer and extended his right hand, gently wrapping his fingers around the steel railing at the head of the bed. He did not use any martial techniques, nor did he rouse a hint of blood. He simply relied on his flesh alone, fingers suddenly clenching inward. A harsh grinding screech of metal twisting rang out. The solid steel tube that would take an electric saw half a day to cut bent under his hand like soft putty. It collapsed inward where his fingers squeezed. And that was not all. Lu Yuan raised a brow and tightened his grip further. Bang! Unable to withstand the crushing force, the steel tube snapped cleanly in the middle. The jagged metal at the break did not fall to the floor. Under the constant grinding of Lu Yuan's fingers, it gave off a piercing screech. When Lu Yuan finally let go, a gust of night wind slipped in through the window cracks. Fine gray powder sifted down through his fingers, scattering across the floor. He had reduced fine steel to iron dust using nothing but his bare hands. Staring at the powder-strewn floor, Lu Yuan's heart skipped half a beat. When he had crushed that steel tube, he hadn't even used a tenth of his strength. With strength above 10,000, pure physical force alone became a crushing blow from a higher plane. If this fist came down on Zhao Tianyu's head, not even funeral expenses would be needed. His worn-out phone suddenly vibrated in his pocket, breaking the silence. Lu Yuan fished it out. The screen flashed with the name Wang Pengzi. He slid to answer with exaggerated care, afraid that using too much force might crush the screen. Hey Pengzi, Yuanga, did you see the class group? On the other end, Wang Meng's voice blared like a loudspeaker laced with barely contained anger. Zhao Tianyu just sent celebratory red packets in the group chat, specially tagging you to ask if you're still going to that doorman gig tomorrow. The whole class is laughing at you right now. Lu Yuan glanced at the dark window. Neon lights glowed on distant high-rises. Let them jump. They're like grasshoppers after autumn. Their days of hopping are numbered. His tone was steady as casual as discussing what to eat for dinner. On the other end, his round friend went silent for a moment. Yuanga, are you alright? You said on the sports field today you were going to head out of the city to slaughter pigs. Did that shock turn into a real plan? The outskirts of the wild zones are full of real blades and real beasts. For ordinary folks who just awaken their talents, going there is basically delivering themselves as takeout. Listening to his friend's anxious tone, Lu Yuan glanced down at the patch of steel dust on the floor. In the night's shadows, his gaze grew blazing hot, tinged with a hint of fierce anticipation. If crushing a tiny, helpless mosquito could trigger a 10,000-fold critical and bring him 10,000 attribute points, then what about living creatures of larger size? Why slaughter pigs? Heading into the wild would be too time-consuming and inefficient. Lu Yuan brushed the remaining metal grains from his fingertips, the corner of his mouth lifting into a sharp-edged smile. Pengzi, don't sleep in tomorrow morning. Bring a few large woven sacks. Oh, to where? Wang Pengzi sounded completely lost. We're going to the vegetable market in the south of the city, Lu Yuan said with a quiet laugh. To slaughter chickens. At 6 in the morning, Jiangnan City was only just brightening. A faint chill still lingered in the air. In the lavish high-cost martial academies at the city center, qi and blood surged as voices and shouts thundered through the halls. Zhao Tianyu, clad in a high-grade training suit worth well over 100,000, was furiously pounding a force-measuring sandbag. Sparks of heat danced at his fingertips. Each punch sent the bag swinging violently. Long live the young master. No wonder he isn't a grade fire practitioner. His strength will break 200 any moment now, right? A few toadies tossed towels and water, flattery rattling like thunder. Zhao wiped his brow, gulped down the water, and looked triumphant. Of course, once I consolidate my realm and face the field assessment, I will grind that Lufamily rubbish into the dust. With that great storage space, he's probably out on the streets scavenging water bottles to pay the rent. The men jeered the academy, filled with a carefree, mocking air. At that moment, Lu Yuan, the one they laughed at as scavenging the streets, stood before the largest seafood market in the southern quarter. The pungent stench of blood and fish assaulted the skull like a tide. Yuan Ji, you weren't joking, right? Wang Meng clutched his nose, carrying 2 enormous woven sacks, his face contorted in discomfort. We didn't come here at dawn to train qi and blood, we came to smell fish. Lu Yuan said nothing, his eyes sweeping swiftly across the bustling stalls. At last he fixed on the largest stall, the one bearing the sign, Zhang, Ji Shengxian Wholesale. Dozens of crimson basins lined its front, brimming with fat live fish. Behind them rose stacks of tall chicken cages, each holding half-meter-tall iron-beaked chickens touched by faintly mutated bloodlines. The bare-chested proprietor smoked as he fumbled with a thrashing iron-beaked chicken. Early morning rush, rush, rush. These iron-beaked chickens have bones as hard as stone. One knife will dull in an instant, it cannot be rushed. The boss barked irritably at the impatient customer. Lu Yuan's eyes lit, and he walked straight up. Boss short on a slaughter hand. The boss paused and appraised him from head to toe. Seeing the clean, tender-skinned student before him, the boss sneered with disbelief. Go on, kid, what student? Don't make trouble, can't you see I'm busy? I don't want pay, Lu Yuan said calmly, gesturing to the flurry of live creatures. I will take care of all these chickens and fish. You just pack and collect the money, or I'll do the slaughtering and not take a single coin. The cigarette wedged between the boss's fingers fell in shock. You're crazy. Work for free. What do you want? My family's sole heirloom knife technique. Just want to get my hands accustomed to it, Lu Yuan replied deadpan. He spoke with earnest nonsense, and as if on cue grabbed a greasy butcher's cleaver from the chopping block. The boss still meant to shoo him away. Lu Yuan's gaze hardened. With an almost imperceptible flick of the wrist, the blade flashed, so fast no afterimage remained. Thud. The iron-beaked chicken that had been thrashing in the boss's hands fell silent, without even a cry. The head lay neatly on the ground. The cut was as smooth as a polished mirror. Terrifyingly, the heavy cleaver, meant for splitting bone, had not so much as a nick. The boss rubbed his eyes and stared at the headless chicken, his eyes nearly popping out. My God, did you hone that speed in 20 years of bachelorhood? Wang Pengzi behind them sucked in a breath and swallowed hard. Can you do it? Lu Yuan wiped the blade with a rag and looked at the boss. Wild with delight, the boss thrust the blood-stained apron at Lu Yuan. Do it, do it. Little brother, this stall is yours today. As long as you keep the pace, I'll feed you at noon, and pay you 1,000 a day with room and board. Free exceptional labor. Who would refuse? Lu Yuan donned the apron, inhaled deeply, and regarded the bouncing basins of seafood and the fowl in their cages. His eyes shone as though gazing upon glittering mountains of gold. Pongzi, hand me the knife and the fish, he commanded. With a low commanding tone, the cleaver in Lu Yuan's hand bloomed into a cold, brilliant arc and plunged into a basin full of mutated blackfish. The slaughter began in earnest. Blade rose and fell. A blackfish was cleaved in two. Within his mind, a long-awaited electronic chime exploded like a heavenly sound. A clear notification chimed. Ding. Killed a first-tier mutated blackfish and gained 5 free attribute points. Then another alert triggered 10,000-fold critical, gained 50,000 attribute points. Lu Yuan's heart jolted, and he nearly lost his grip on the cleaver. 50,000. Yesterday a mosquito had yielded 10,000. This blackfish with a trace of mutation produced a 5 of 10,000 critical strike. Again, his eyes reddened as the cleaver traced after images. An iron-beaked chicken was tossed onto the block, its throat sliced then flung aside. Another chime. Ding. Killed a mutated iron-beaked chicken and gained 8 attribute points. Then triggered a critical, gained 80,000 attribute points. Blade rose, blade fell, unceasingly. Lu Yuan worked from one end of the stall to the other without blinking. The system's notifications stitched into a relentless chorus in his mind. Kill a mutated grass carp, trigger a critical. Kill a unicorn duck, trigger a critical. The red attributad buttons in his consciousness were pressed until they smoked. Strength 50000. Constitution 80000. Spirit 100000. With a thunderous roar his chi seethed, and the cracking of bone recomposition was muffled beneath the market's clamor. He could even sense with clarity how every inch of skin and every blood vessel within him was undergoing a seismic metamorphosis. When his strength breached the 100,000 mark, his cleaver merely tapped the chopping block, and the several hundred-pound slab split, with a half-inch-wide crack running through its center. To avoid drawing attention, Lu Yuan quickly drew back his power. For an entire morning, he was like a tireless human meat grinder. He slaughtered well over 1,000 fowl and seafood. Wang Pongzi, who had been handing fish, collapsed exhausted and sat on a basin gasping. Yuanji, what happened to you? You weren't practicing knife skills. You're crazier than a machine line. The boss was left dumbfounded. The work that usually consumed a whole day had been finished by Lu Yuan in 3 hours, efficient to an absurd degree and impeccably clean. As the final large soft-shell turtle was cleaved, the system's tone suddenly shifted. Ding. Host cumulative kills met the threshold and unlocked a special drop. Received a supreme attribute, origin point 1. Origin point. Lu Yuan blinked and skimmed the panel. The new stat sat alone at the very bottom, and its purpose was unclear. Yet since it bore the word origin, he instinctively knew it must be far more potent than ordinary attribute points. All right, done for the day. Lu Yuan exhaled and shrugged off the scale-streaked apron. He moved, and a thunderous rumble sounded within his body. A casual glance at his panel revealed his 3 baseline attributes had each surged past the 1500 mark. These figures made Zhao Tianyu's little Xiao Calami that had not even reached 200 look trivial. Even 100 veteran instructors from the academies would be felled by a single punch from Lu Yuan. Little brother, your knife technique is incredible, the boss gushed, rubbing his hands together. Will you come back? I'll pay you 1,000 a day with food and lodging. Depends on my mood, Lu Yuan said, and reached under the cutting block to lift a few live old hens whose legs the boss had already bound. Boss, give me these hens, will you? And let me use those rotten vegetable leaves on your stall for a bit. The boss waved a big hand. Take them, take them. Help yourself. Lu Yuan carried the clucking hens, and on impulse pulled a generous handful of muddy wild greens from the garbage heap into a woven sack. He called for Pongzi, and the two of them set off toward the city village. The midday sun beat down fiercely as they walked along the pitted, uneven alleyways. Yuanji, what are you going to do with these live hens and weeds? You really going home to stew soup? Pongzi wiped the sweat from his brow, staring at the clucking old hens with bafflement. If you want to replenish your strength, I'll take you out to a proper restaurant. This stuff has no nutrition, Pongzi urged. What soup? These are treasures. Lu Yuan smiled without explanation. Suddenly Lu Yuan stopped in his tracks. An utterly strange sensation welled up from the depths of his dantian. That supposedly worthless system disguised grade storage space stirred like a beast starved for 3 days and nights. It reacted to the live hens and the handful of weeds in his hand with an intense, almost carnal yearning. The sensation penetrated flesh and reached his brain as if a voice were frantically urging him, eat them. Eat them. Lu Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. Storage spaces were meant for dead objects, weren't they? How could one hunger for living things as though it must consume them? He turned his head subtly and looked at his companion. Pongzi, you go back first. I suddenly remembered I have some private business to attend to, he said. Huh, what business? Not eating together. Pongzi looked puzzled. It's urgent. Don't follow me. Lu Yuan offered no explanation, hastened his pace, and dove into a deadened alley deeper in the neighborhood. He had to find out immediately what kind of monster was hiding within his so-called great storage space. Free of Wang Pongzi, Lu Yuan hurried back to the city village. The ancient staircase groaned under his feet as he bounded up to the top floor in 2 quick strides. Bang! He deadbolted the rusted security door and tossed the snakeskin bag to the floor. The hens were thrown into frantic clucking, scattering feathers across the room. Lu Yuan had no time for them. A ravenous yearning rose from his dantian, growing ever more intense, as if a whirlpool were frantically tugging at his spiritual force. System open. Great space. Lu Yuan drew a deep breath and closed his eyes. The instant his spiritual force probed and he froze in place. He snapped his eyes open, disbelief written across his face. His teacher had said an ordinary freight storage space was at best a 1 or 2 cubic meter black box. A few garments and a couple of weapons would fill it. But now, what unfolded in Lu Yuan's consciousness was no mere black box. It was an endless nascent cosmos of staggering vastness. Beneath his feet lay heavy, coarse, dark purple soil. Above him rolled a tumult of gray mists. The space extended beyond the reach of his 100,000-odd spiritual force. What the hell do they call this grade? Lu Yuan muttered. This was no storage compartment, it was clearly an undeveloped divine realm. He glanced at the snakeskin bag on the floor, his gaze kindling with heat. If you crave to feed so badly, then let us see what you can produce. Thinking this, Lu Yuan enveloped his palm with spiritual force and seized the mud-streaked weed. Whoosh! The weed vanished from the real world. A moment later, a small tuft of drooping green grass had appeared on the dark purple soil of the divine realm. Lu Yuan then tossed the hens in. The instant they landed, as if arriving at some consecrated ground, they frenziedly began pecking the earth. Their once ordinary feathers faintly took on a metallic glint, yet otherwise there was little outward change. Grass remained grass, chickens remained chickens. Is that it? Lu Yuan frowned. At that moment the system's golden panel sprang up, unbidden. System detected host has introduced living beings into the endless origin divine realm. Divine realm ecosystem not activated. Consume 1 origin point to enable divine realm time acceleration. Current acceleration cap 10,000-fold. System 10,000-fold time acceleration. Lu Yuan inhaled sharply. He finally understood the purpose of that solitary origin point. 1 day outside would equal 10,000 days within, nearly 30 years. This was a trump of dimensional overshadowing magnitude. Activate. Maximum multiplier. Lu Yuan issued without hesitation. Thunderous rumbling erupted within the realm as his consciousness was lifted to the clouds, surveying the land from a godlike. The gray mists boiled and rolled as time was violently slammed into fast forward. He could almost hear the whooshing of time itself. Only minutes passed outside, but the divine realm underwent epical transformations. The hens, their lifespans spent, had long turned to ash, their flesh and blood nourishing the soil. And the ordinary weed tossed and idly nurtured by 10,000-fold acceleration, and the realm's origin underwent an utterly terrifying mutation. The once wilted blades shot up wildly, their color deepened from vivid green to a profound dark gold, edges sprouting serrations like razor blades. When 10 minutes had elapsed in the outside world, 150 years had swept through the divine realm. The weed had grown beyond a meter tall. 9 slender, rigid leaves rose like 9 peerless divine swords pointing to the heavens. A ruthless void-severing sword intent surged upward from even the surrounding gray chaotic mists were cleaved open, leaving a 100-meter-wide vacuum. Ding! Evolution complete. Low-grade weed mutated into an ancient divine treasure, Zhui Jianchao juvenile stage. Attached principal void sword intent. Lu Yuan watched the panel and swallowed. This was the herb that existed only in textbooks and legend. 1 leaf fabled to cleave a star. On the market, not just a living specimen, but even a dried fragment would set martial masters at each other's throats. And he had grown it in 10 minutes from a roadside weed. Why go hunt beasts when cultivating at home can conquer the world? Lu Yuan rubbed his hands in excitement and cautiously extended a filament of spiritual force. Controlling it, he gently broke off the outermost leaf of the Zhui Jianchao. Whoosh! The dark gold leaf materialized into the real world and settled into his palm. It was not soft as imagined, but harder and heavier than high-grade alloy. Fine sword-like striations ran across its surface. The blade's chilling edge made his skin ache at the slightest approach. Good stuff, if sold on the black market. Lu Yuan's eyes. With such capital, he could buy more resources to hurl into the divine realm, creating a perfect snowballing cycle. As he schemed how to turn the leaf into money. Crash! A deafening blast shattered his thoughts. The already flimsy wooden door to the rented room was violently kicked open from outside. The doorboard split to pieces, wood shards flew like shrapnel through the cramped room. Dust from the corridor billowed in. 2 hulking men in black vests swaggered and cursing. The bald leader cracked his neck, joints clicking ominously. He fixed a vicious stare on Lu Yuan seated on the bed, a cruel smile twisting his mouth. You must be Lu Yuan. This dump was harder to find than expected. Lu Yuan's gaze chilled. He slipped the Zhui Jianchao leaf into his pocket, rose with unhurried composure, and brushed dust from his clothes. 200 for the door, 500 for repairs. Cash or transfer. The bald man hesitated, then burst into brazen laughter, as if hearing the greatest joke. Ha number 2, did you hear? The kid actually dares ask us for money. The scar-faced man snorted a derisive laugh. Kid, you've got nerve. Young master, Zhao had us come to break your legs and cripple your hands. Zhao Tianyu sent you. Lu Yuan chuckled softly, his tone devoid of fear and tinged with boredom. The rich brat scheme was smaller than a Meng Bean. Unable to save face at the awakening stage, he hired thugs for revenge. You knew and still asked. Blame yourself, you grey trash. Don't show off before young master Zhao. The bald man lost patience. He lunged forward, unleashing the fierce vital energy of an early-stage martial artist. The concrete cracked beneath his step, a fist the size of a sandbag singing through the air drove toward Lu Yuan's temple. If it landed, any ordinary man would be dead or maimed. Lu Yuan stood his ground, not even attempting to dodge. He regarded the incoming fist with tranquil eyes and even yawned. Too slow, and the strength is like he hasn't eaten. The bald man seethed, facing death and still mouthy. The fist was an inch from Lu Yuan's face. Then Lu Yuan moved. He merely and casually raised his right hand and extended a single index finger. Yes, just one finger. Thud. A dull impact rang out. The bald man's one certain punch stopped dead in midair. His knuckle pressed immovably against Lu Yuan's finger, unable to advance an inch. This is impossible. The bald man's eyes bulged. He felt as though head punched an unshakable primeval god mountain. Violent recoil surged up his arm, leaving it numb. Scarface stood dumbfounded. Boss, why hold back? Finish him. Shut up. The bald man gritted his teeth, face flushed, forcing his chi to overwhelm Lu Yuan. Yet Lu Yuan's finger stood as steady as Mount Tai. This is the power of a martial artist. How disappointing. He shook his head. Then with the faintest flick of that finger boom, a horrific kinetic force at the level of 100,000 burst forth like a breached dam. The bald man did not even cry out. He was struck as if by a high-speed train. Crack. Bones in his right arm shattered into fragments. His massive body sailed backward like a ruptured sack and smashed through the corridor's old brick wall. Bricks fragmented, dust roiled. Scarface trembled and dropped his steel pipe with a clang. Is this supposed to be freight assistance? One finger had sent the early-stage martial boss flying. Lu Yuan withdrew his finger, stepped over the scattered splinters, and walked toward the quaking, scar-faced man. Go tell Zhao Tianyu, Lu Yuan said from above, a cold, sinister smile at the corner of his mouth. Double the money for the door. If I don't see the money by noon tomorrow, I'll go to his house myself and crack his bones inch by inch. The scar-faced man rolled and crawled out of the corridor, not even bothering about the fate of his companion, whose cries echoed through the hallway like the wailing of a slaughtered pig. Lu Yuan looked at the large hole in the wall, helplessly rubbing his forehead. Well, now the cost of repairing the wall will have to be counted on Zhao Tianyu's tab. Just as he was about to go back indoors to clean up the wood shavings, a sudden, extremely arrogant sound of footsteps came from the end of the corridor. Waste is still waste. It took you this much effort to break a door. Accompanied by mockery, several figures swaggered over. Leading them was Zhao Tianyu, clad in high-end branded protective gear. He didn't even glance at the bald, muscular man who had fainted on the ground. Stepping over the scattered bricks, he brought 3 burly bodyguards to block the entrance of Lu Yuan's now doorless room. Oh, Lu the genius still alive, huh? Zhao Tianyu said with his hands in his pockets, a mocking expression plastered on his face as he surveyed the shabby rental apartment. The people I hired really aren't up to par. They didn't manage to cripple you. Lu Yuan sat on the steel pipe bed, brushing off the dust from his hands. Your level of hiring thugs is just like you're a class talent. Utterly pathetic. You're asking for death. Zhao Tianyu's eyes glinted fiercely as a crimson flame ignited at his fingertips. However, he seemed to recall something, suppressing his anger with a cold smile. I won't waste my breath on garbage like you. I'm here today to show you the way out. He signaled to a bodyguard beside him with a glance. The bodyguard immediately pulled out a document from his briefcase and slammed it heavily onto the rickety wooden table. Sign this. Zhao Tianyu lifted his chin, looking at Lu Yuan as if he were a beggar to be pitied. Lu Yuan glanced at the document and looked up. Agreement for the free transfer of relocation compensation for the No. 3 plot in the urban village. This shabby house may be in a slum, but in a couple of days the Alliance will plan to establish an outer defense line here, Zhao Tianyu explained, full of himself. According to market price, the relocation compensation should be at least 500,000. But for you. He pulled out a crisp 100 yuan bill and casually tossed it at Lu Yuan's feet. Consider this the money for buying your house. Take this 100 and scram out of Jiangnan City. Oh, don't let me see you again. 100 yuan for a house worth 500,000 in relocation compensation. This was not just robbery, it was forcing someone to eat shit. Lu Yuan looked at the bill, a glint of dangerous coldness flashing in his eyes. Zhao Xiaoya has calculated quite well. Oh, aren't you afraid of breaking your teeth? Break my teeth. With you a mere glass waste. Zhao Tianyu laughed maniacally. He suddenly unleashed the pressure of a martial artist at the initial stage. The air around them turned instantly scorching, and the edges of the wooden table were even singed. This was the most direct blood pressure exerted by a martial artist on an ordinary person. I am a class genius. The future pillar of the Alliance. Zhao Tianyu pointed a finger at Lu Yuan's nose, exuding arrogance to the extreme. Killing you is as easy as squashing an ant. I'll count to 3. If you don't sign, I'll burn your filthy den down today. The 2 high-level bodyguards behind him also grinned menacingly as they stepped forward. their bones cracking ominously as they prepared to attack. What? Zhao Tianyu shouted loudly, flames leaping half a meter high. Lu Yuan remained steadily seated at the edge of the bed, not even changing his posture. He merely thought to himself, system allocate all 2 million attribute points I just earned from killing chickens to strength. Buzz. Allocation successful. Current strength attribute 210000. This terrifying power gathered within him, not leaking out, but instead being concealed with utmost, like a nuclear reactor compressed to its limits ready to explode at any moment. 2. Zhao Tianyu saw Lu Yuan's indifference and thought he had been scared dumb. Cripple him. Pressed his hand on the agreement for his fingerprint. The two peak martial artist bodyguards roared, pouncing like tigers down the mountain towards Lu Yuan by the bed. The one on the left swung his fist directly at Lu Yuan's face. The one on the right attempted to grab Lu Yuan's shoulder. Their cooperation was seamless, their killing intent unmistakable. Zhao Tianyu could hardly wait to see Lu Yuan begging for mercy. Noisy. Lu Yuan slightly raised his eyes. He couldn't even be bothered to stand up, simply extending his right hand casually, like swatting away flies, flicking his fingers lightly at the two attackers. Bang! A visible white sonic boom cloud exploded in the air. No blood energy visuals, no flashy martial skills. Just pure, unadulterated, wildly violent physical kinetic energy, amounting to 2 million pounds. The two peak martial artist bodyguards didn't even touch the hem of Lu Yuan's clothes. They were like two cannonballs shot from a high-powered cannon. With a thunderous sound, the two massive bodies crashed directly through the load-bearing wall opposite. Bricks and steel bars were smashed to pieces like tofu. Their screams carved a tragic parabola in the air, forcibly crashing through the corridor and staircase, finally landing directly in the garbage pile outside the 3rd floor. Their fates unknown. In the midst of the rising dust, the entire room fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of wind whistling through the gaping hole in the wall remained. The flame at Zhao Tianyu's fingertips extinguished with a puff. He stared blankly at the wall hole large enough to fit a truck. He stiffly turned his head to look at Lu Yuan, who was still sitting on the bed. His mind went blank. What kind of monster is this? A peak martial artist bodyguard was easily flicked away, flying dozens of meters. Lu Yuan dusted off his hands and slowly stood up. He walked step by step towards Zhao Tianyu. His footsteps were light, but to Zhao Tianyu they sounded like the relentless drumbeats of death. Don't come any closer. Zhao Tianyu finally broke down. Terrified, his legs went weak, and he collapsed onto the ground covered in splintered wood. His A-class blood energy, which he had been so proud of, shrank back into his dantian, like a turtle withdrawing into its shell, unable to be summoned, even slightly. My father is the head of the Zhao family. If you dare touch me, there won't be a place for you in all of Jiangnan City. Zhao Tianyu shouted in a fierce, yet cowardly tone as he shrank back. A fetid smell of urine spread from his pants. Lu Yuan stood before him, looking down from a height at this once insufferably arrogant second-generation rich kid. The Zhao family. Quite the impressive power, he said, raising his foot without hesitation and stepping on Zhao Tianyu's well-maintained face, grinding it down. Oh, don't step on me. I was wrong. Zhao Tianyu screamed in agony, the sound of his nasal bones cracking clear and distinct. Lu Yuan bent down, gently patting his footmarked face. Keep this 100 for your own coffin board. He casually picked up the agreement from the ground and shoved it into Zhao Tianyu's mouth, stifling his screams. Go back and tell your father. Lu Yuan's gaze was icy, his killing intent palpable. If you provoke me again, the next heads flying out will be those of everyone in the Zhao family. Get lost. With an angry roar, Zhao Tianyu scrambled away, pissing his pants crazily, fleeing the ruined house. Not daring to use the stairs, he jumped directly from the 2nd-floor window, ignoring the bruises on his face as he rolled and crawled away into the night. Watching his fleeing figure, Lu Yuan chuckled coldly. He turned around and pulled out the 9-leaf sword, grass leaf he had just plucked from the divine realm. The dark golden leaves shimmered with a chilling sword light under the moonlight. Such a premium treasure was undoubtedly a hot potato to carry around. Just relying on killing chickens to earn points isn't enough. The speed of spending in the divine realm is too fast. I must gather some genuine gold and silver. Lu Yuan pondered, weighing the sword leaves in his hand as a place floated into his mind. The underground black market. He put on a loose black hooded cloak, concealing his face in shadow. Leaping out of the window, he vanished into the night of the old city in just a few agile bounds. Since I lack money, then I should go give those shady big shots a little eye-opener. The night enveloped Jiangnan City like unyielding ink, completely swallowing its splendor. Only the cold raindrops and the swaying reflections of neon lights remained intertwining in the filthy puddles. Lu Yuan donned a large black cloak, his head adorned with a pale mask devoid of facial features. He turned into a back alley that exuded a sour stench and dampness. This was the underground world of Jiangnan City, the intersection of crime and wealth, the black market. Deep in the alley, several drunken mercenaries leaned against the wall, their murky gazes sizing up every passerby. In the shadows of the corner, a few faint traces of murderous intent lurked. In Lu Yuan's previous life, stepping in here would have resulted in him being stripped down to nothing but his underwear within 3 steps. But now his mental strength, akin to radar, had already taken in everything around him. He could pinpoint which corner concealed infrared cameras. He could also detect which trash bin hid a watchful informant. Even the footsteps of the patrol teams sounded clear in his ears, as if played in slow motion. Lu Yuan strolled leisurely among the numerous hidden sentinels, as if entering a realm unbothered by anyone. Ultimately, he stopped at the entrance of a dilapidated shop bearing the sign Antique Calligraphy and Paintings. Pushing open the creaking wooden door, he found a different world beyond. A spacious and luxurious hall adorned with heavy Persian carpets filled the air with the scent of expensive ink. Several burly men with prominent temples stood like iron towers at the entrance, their gazes sharp as knives. Lu Yuan ignored them and walked straight toward the deep-set counter made of solid golden Namu wood. Behind the counter, a slightly plump middle-aged man, dressed in traditional attire, languidly fiddled with 2 jade beads in his hand. He was Shen Jinlin, the head of the largest fencing guild in the black market Jubao Pavilion. A character who smiled with a hidden dagger, devouring people without leaving a bone. Do you have something to sell? Shen Jinlin didn't even lift his eyelids, his voice lazy and laced with the weariness of someone accustomed to the storm. Don't embarrass yourself with trivial items. I turn left out the door, that's where they take junk. Lu Yuan said nothing. He pulled out a dark golden leaf of Jui Jianxiao from his pocket and gently placed it. Shen Jinlin glanced at it, a flicker of disdain crossing his eyes. Gold-plated leaves. Youngsters these days really know how to play tricks. I have a rule: identification first, then discussion of price. Shen Jinlin said as he took out a palm-sized silver device from the drawer, preparing to dismiss Lu Yuan after a quick examination. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the previously quiet device erupted with an unbearably loud red alarm. The energy value on the screen jumped wildly, instantly breaking through the maximum threshold. Warning, warning. Detected an ultra-high-tier divine energy source. The instrument is about to overload. With a fizz, the precise silver device emitted a cloud of black smoke and was utterly ruined. The 2 jade beads in Shen Jinlin's hand dropped to the ground with a loud crash, shattering into pieces. The laziness on his face instantly froze, replaced by This is... Shen Jinlin abruptly sprang up from his armchair, moving so quickly that he almost toppled the chair over. Without a moment's hesitation, he trembled as he pulled out a pair of specially made crystal glasses from his pocket and put them on. When his gaze fell upon the leaf again, his pupils constricted. He saw it. The dark golden leaf shimmered with dense ancient sword patterns invisible to the naked eye. A sharp void sword, intent capable of piercing the soul, was faintly emanating from the leaf. Jui Jianxiao. Shen Jinlin's voice trembled, his lips quivering, struggling to articulate. It is the leaf of the legendary ancient divine object Jui Jianxiao, long thought to be extinct. This thing, let alone a complete leaf, even a speck of powder, would be enough to drive sword masters stuck at their bottlenecks for centuries into a frenzy. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turbulent waves within. He knew that today he had encountered a true god. The masked figure before him was undoubtedly a terrifying existence he could not afford to provoke. Shen Jinlin cautiously pushed aside the smoking device and deeply bowed to Lu Yuan. His attitude was filled with utmost respect. Senior, it was my ignorance that offended you. Name your price. Lu Yuan's voice, muffled by the cloak, sounded hoarse and deep, devoid of any emotion. A fine layer of cold sweat broke out on Shen Jinlin's forehead. Name a price. Such divine objects cannot be measured by money. He gritted his teeth and tentatively extended 3 fingers. 300 million. Plus a supreme black card of the highest tier from our Jubao Pavilion. You won't have to pay a dime for any transactions in the black market from now on. This was already the limit of what he could offer, even requiring the use of his private vault. Lu Yuan stood silently for a full 10 seconds. For Shen Jinlin, those 10 seconds felt longer than a century. He could even hear the frantic beating of his own heart, just as he thought the other party would explode in anger. Lu Yuan slowly extended his hand and picked up the black card from the table. Fine. The 2 words made Shen Jinlin feel as if he had been pardoned, nearly collapsed. He hurriedly flustered at the terminal, transferring the enormous sum of 300 million to the black card. Senior, the money has been credited. You can verify it at any time. Lu Yuan pocketed the black card and turned to leave without any hesitation. As he reached the door, he paused slightly. By the way, Lu Yuan, with his back to Shen Jinlin, spoke in a hoarse voice. This is just a defective piece I stumbled upon. It has a bit of dust on it. Shen Jinlin's entire body trembled, and he suddenly looked up. He heard Lu Yuan continue, prepare more money. Next time I might bring something even better. As his words fell, Lu Yuan's figure had completely merged into the damp darkness outside the door, leaving Shen Jinlin standing there in a daze. Cold sweat instantly soaked his expensive silk tang suit. A defective piece. A single leaf of Jui Jianxiao that could drive masters mad was merely a dusty, defective item. Shen Jinlin shivered, gazing at the dark golden leaf lying quietly on the counter. He suddenly felt that the skies over Jiangnan City might be about to change. Lord, who exactly is this person? Should we send someone to follow and investigate? The captain of the guards whispered, his eyes filled with a fierce determination. Shen Jinlin snapped back to reality and slapped the guard's face angrily. Investigate your mother. Do you want to doom the entire Jubao Pavilion? Heaving for breath, he shouted in panic, relay my orders. Whoever dares to leak even a word about today's events shall be killed without mercy. Also immediately withdraw all our liquid funds from the Alliance Bank. The guard captain held his face, looking utterly perplexed. Lord, why withdraw so much money? Shin Jinlin gazed out into the black rainy night, his eyes filled with fervor and fear. Why? Of course, to hold on to the money and wait for that esteemed person to return next time. Stepping out of the black market and breathing in the damp air after the rain, Lu Yuan felt remarkably refreshed. Gazing at the balance displayed on his banking app, a series of zeros danced before his eyes, and Lu Yuan genuinely felt the truth in the adage, a cheat can change destiny. 300 million. In his past life, this was an astronomical figure he wouldn't have dared to dream of. Yet now it was effortlessly within reach, merely thanks to a handful of weeds picked from the roadside. Indeed, knowledge is power. Any newly awakened martial artist would have likely rushed into weapon shops and pill pharmacies, spending recklessly with such a fortune. Buying a complete set of top-tier battle armor and a few bottles of a grade blood replenishing pills would significantly boost his strength. But Lu Yuan did not do that. Skills. He had a system. Weapons. His fists, capable of crushing fine steel, were more effective than any divine weapon. As for pills, he glanced at the remaining 8 petals of the 9-leaf sword grass in his pocket and smiled. The items sold at the apothecary didn't even qualify to serve as fertilizer for this divine herb. What he needed to do was use money to generate more money, allowing the snowball of his divine kingdom's cheat to roll into motion. Lu Yuan turned into a secluded alley and dialed a golden embossed, encrypted number on the back of his black card. The phone rang only once before being answered. A highly competent, emotionless electronic voice came from the other end. Shadow Logistics esteemed gold card client, how may we assist you? This is a top-tier service under the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, specifically for handling discreet and challenging tasks for major clients with high efficiency and confidentiality. I need to procure a batch of supplies. I will send you the list shortly. Lu Yuan lowered his voice, mimicking the hoarse tone commonly heard in the black market. There is only one requirement: large quantities, low prices, delivered to the abandoned warehouse number 3 in the west of the city before midnight. No problem. Funds will be automatically deducted from your black card. Please check your statement. The other party hung up decisively. Half an hour later. Major agricultural markets, waste treatment plants for mining companies, and animal shelters in Jiangnan City all welcomed a group of highly efficient, mysterious purchasers. What? You want to buy all the waste, or that has been piling up in our warehouse for 3 years? That stuff can't yield a shred of spiritual energy, it's just a pile of rocks. Money is not an issue. Load it up. 100 tons of the lowest grade blood replenishing grass seeds. Those won't even be eaten by pigs. Stop wasting time, we want all of it. And throw in 50 more tons of 3-leaf grass and dogtail grass. You want all the stray cats, stray dogs, sewer rats, and wild fish from the filthy ditches in the city. Yes, as many as you have dead or alive, we will pay by weight. This bizarre shopping spree plunged the lower-tier suppliers in Jiangnan City into a frenzy. They cursed the wealthy buyers while happily counting their cash. At 11 o'clock at night, outside the abandoned warehouse number 3 in the west of the city, dozens of heavy trucks formed a long line. Lu Yuan, dressed in a black robe, stood on the second floor of the warehouse, watching workers unload bag after bag of garbage. Piles of seeds, waste, ores emitting faint spiritual energy, and thousands of stray animals caged up. All of these cost Lu Yuan a staggering 50 million. Sir, your goods have been fully accounted for. The logistics company manager respectfully handed over the list. The final payment has been settled. It was a pleasure doing business. Lu Yuan nodded and waved them off. Once everyone had left, Lu Yuan leaped from the second floor and stood before the mountain of supplies. It's time to feast. With a smile, he focused his thoughts. Boom! An invisible force erupted from him, and the waste piled high in the warehouse was swept away as if caught in a tornado, continuously vanishing into thin air. In less than 10 minutes, the entire warehouse became empty. Returning to his rental apartment, Lu Yuan immediately locked the door, sinking his consciousness into the divine kingdom. He looked at the vast purple expanse filled with the supplies he had just procured. System, consume the source points and activate the 10,000-fold time acceleration again. Ding. Basic cyclical conditions for ecological materials detected as met. This acceleration will activate the Divine Kingdom's ecosystem. Host, please check the results. As the notification sound echoed, Lu Yuan returned to the perspective of a god. Boom. The ground of the Divine Kingdom shook violently. The discarded spiritual ores thrown in began to decompose and merge rapidly under the time acceleration. They transformed into winding spiritual veins buried deep underground, providing the most primal energy to this land. A massive quantity of weed seeds was blown away by the wind, taking root upon landing. To the outside world, it seemed like only an instant. Yet within the Divine Kingdom, hundreds of years of evolution had already occurred. The land was lush with green grass and blooming flowers. A small stream formed from the gathering of spiritual energy flowed from the source of the spiritual veins, nourishing all things. The stray animals that had been tossed and began to wildly reproduce and evolve in this rich environment. Rabbits grew to half a human height, running as fast as lightning. Wildcats developed claws sharper than alloy, easily tearing apart rocks. A complete and primitive ecological food chain was forming at an incredible speed. Ding. The ecological cycle of the Divine Kingdom has been initially established. Current spiritual energy concentration in the Divine Kingdom 120 times that of the outside world. The Lord of the Divine Kingdom receives nourishment body, 500 spirit, 800. A stream of pure life energy flowed from the Divine Kingdom, washing over Lu Yuan's limbs and bones. He was so comfortable that he almost moaned. This feeling of growing stronger while doing nothing was even more exhilarating than taking divine medicine. A night passed in silence. The next morning a piercing assembly whistle shattered the tranquility of Jiangnan City. The final and most crucial outdoor combat assessment of the high school life had officially arrived. The first square of Jiangnan City was bustling with people. All senior students donned the combat uniforms distributed by the Alliance. Zhao Tianyu stood in the center of the crowd like a star surrounded by the moon. He wore a custom-made grade fire lizard skin battle armor, carried a rune staff on his back, and sported a pair of boots that accelerated spiritual energy. He exuded an aura that screamed, "I am very expensive." The surrounding aristocratic children were also fully armed, their high-level weapons glinting coldly. In stark contrast was Lu Yuan standing at the back of the line. He was still dressed in a faded old-school uniform with a worn canvas bag slung over his shoulder. His appearance was not that of a martial artist going to face life and death in combat. Rather, he looked like a poor student going on a spring outing to the suburbs. "Oh, isn't this our grade genius?" One of Zhao Tianyu's sycophants Sharpied immediately began to mock. "What? Are you so poor you can't even afford a combat uniform? Do you want young Master Zhao to lend you one?" Laughter erupted around them. Zhao Tianyu slowly walked over, casting a disdainful glance at Lu Yuan. Forget it, it would be a waste to let him wear one. With his build, he probably couldn't withstand even a first-level beast charge. He leaned closer to Lu Yuan, speaking in a tone only the two could hear. "Kid, the assessment ruins are a lawless zone. Every year a few students go missing unexpectedly. You better pray you don't run into me." Lu Yuan yawned, rubbing his sleepy eyes. He had been so excited about the upgrade of his Divine Kingdom that he hadn't slept a wink last night. "Oh, is that so?" Lu Yuan lazily glanced at him. "Then you should pray as well that you don't get lost in there. After all, you young masters raised with golden keys probably can't even tell directions right." In the square, various flying cars and luxurious hover vehicles congregated. Zhao Tianyu donned his flashy fire lizard skin battle armor, wielding a rune staff embedded with low-grade magic cores. Surrounded by a group of equally well-equipped scions, he stood in the center of the crowd like a star amidst the moon. However, upon spotting the figure at the end of the line dressed in an old-school uniform, a glint of malice flashed in Zhao Tianyu's eyes. "Nth grade waste dares to talk back to me." He whispered instructions to his lackey beside him. "Once we enter the ruins, find a corner without surveillance. Be swift and leave no trace, do it cleanly." The lackey understood, grinning as he nodded. Just then a subtle commotion came from the outskirts of the crowd. The students automatically parted to create a pathway. A tall, cold figure wearing white combat boots slowly walked up to the high platform. She wore a form-fitting pure white combat suit with a slender ice crystal longsword hanging by her waist. Her exquisite face bore no expression, like an unmelting iceberg. She was Su Qinghan, the first school flower of Jiangnan City and the daughter of the wealthiest man who had awakened in a great extreme ice talent. The moment Su Qinghan appeared, the boisterous boys in the square fell silent. Even Zhao Tianyu tucked away his arrogance, replacing it with a self-satisfied smile as he waved at Su Qinghan. Su Qinghan didn't even spare him a glance. She picked up the microphone, her voice as cold as an icy spring resonating throughout the square. "The location for this outdoor practical assessment is the No. 3 ruins outside the city. Objective: hunt a first-tier beast, the armored cow, and obtain its horn as proof. The assessment lasts 6 hours and rankings will be based on the number of horns collected. The top 10 will receive bonus points for college entrance examinations. Now form teams freely. We depart in 10 minutes. As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd erupted. "What the hell? We're going straight to the No. 3 ruins. There are second-tier beasts lurking there. Young Master Zhao, take me along. Image grade earth type, my defense is top-notch. Goddess Qinghan, I have a grade wind blade talent, teaming up with you is a perfect combination." Students quickly huddled together in groups. Those with high talents were surrounded by various support and meat shields. Those with lower talents quickly banded together for warmth. Only Lu Yuan stood alone, ignored by everyone. It was as if an invisible barrier isolated him. "Yuan Ge, how about we team up?" Wang Fatty finally squeezed out of the crowd, panting as he ran to Lu Yuan's side. "My grade body enhancement may not be great, but I can at least help you withstand a few hits." Lu Yuan smiled and patted his shoulder. "Fatty, you should join them. Don't let me drag you down. Your defense is about as good as paper, don't get one-shotted." Wang Fatty wanted to say something, but was forcibly pulled away by several grade talent students. "Wang Ming, don't be foolish teaming up with nth grade. Do you want to go in and die?" "Exactly, let's form a team. We can look out for each other's safety first." Soon everyone had formed their teams. Only Lu Yuan remained, carrying a tattered canvas bag, standing out conspicuously in the crowd. On the high platform, the head teacher, Chu Tianzhang, watched this scene with a worried expression. Beside him, a fiercely built female instructor with a stern face coldly spoke. Teacher Chu, is this the theoretical genius you are most optimistic about? Not even one person is willing to team up with him. This woman was named Lung Wushuang, the chief supervisor of this assessment, known for her iron-fisted approach and sharp tongue. Chu Tianjiang sighed. Lu Yuan is a proud child. He may not be able to accept reality at the moment. What use is pride? Can pride shield him from the claws of the abyss beasts? Lung Wushuang scoffed, disdainfully picking up the walkie-talkie. Lu Yuan, since no one wants to team up with you, just follow the logistics support vehicle, or don't enter the ruins. Though this is for your own good, her tone was filled with a sense of condescension. Lu Yuan raised his head and shook it at the high platform. Teacher Lung, thank you for your concern. However, I apply for solo action. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone's gaze focused on Lu Yuan as he lost his mind. And grade storage space, solo action. Does he think he's going on a picnic? Zhao Tianyu even laughed out loud, exchanging glances with Lin Ruo. Did you see that? This is the pride of a poor loser desperate to save face while suffering. Lin Ruoxue wrinkled her nose in disgust and turned away. Lung Wushuang's expression darkened instantly, a master-level pressure enveloping Lu Yuan. Say that again. Do you think this is child's play? Solo action, you bear the consequences of life and death. The Alliance will not waste any resources to rescue an idiot like you. Lu Yuan stood firm against the immense pressure, his posture straight, his expression unchanged. I understand. I voluntarily signed the declaration of life and death. Lung Wushuang was so infuriated by his unyielding demeanor that her chest heaved. She glared at Lu Yuan for a few seconds before finally squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Good. Very good. I want to see how long this grade waste can survive. The team formation segment concluded. Under the escort of several military experts, thousands of students marched towards the towering 100-meter-high alloy defense gate at the city's edge. Beyond the gate lay the desolate ruins, isolated by high walls. It was a forbidden zone for humanity, yet a paradise for beasts. Boom! Accompanied by the heavy grating sound of metal scraping, the 10-meter-thick alloy gate slowly opened to both sides. A gust of wind carrying the scent of blood and decay surged through the gap in the door. It rustled the combat suits of all the students. The world outside the gate was a scene of gray ruins and broken walls. In the distance, the chilling roars of beasts could be faintly heard. Let's go. With a command from Lung Wushuang, the talented students who could no longer contain their excitement surged out like tigers descending from the mountains, roaring as they charged ahead. Zhao Tianyu led his luxury team, eager not to fall behind. Wang Fati waved at Lu Yuan from the team, his face filled with worry. Lu Yuan gave him a reassuring gesture, leisurely following at the back of the group. He gazed at the distant ruins worn by war and time, watching the figures of beasts leaping and roaring between the high buildings. In his deep eyes there was not a hint of the fear and anxiety of a novice. Instead, a peculiar glint flickered. It was a green light, like one preparing to feast upon a grand banquet. Finally here. Lu Yuan licked his lips, gently patting the bulging canvas bag on his back. It contained no provisions or weapons. Instead, it was filled with dozens of oversized snakeskin bags he had swiped from Fatty. My mobile attribute points, here I come. As he stepped into the depths of the ruins, Lu Yuan immediately slipped out of the main group's sight. Surrounding him were the shattered skeletal remains of high-rise buildings and wildly overgrown, mutated vines with visibility extremely low. The other students cautiously advanced in groups, fearful of falling behind and being ambushed by mutated beasts. Only Lu Yuan moved, as if he were strolling through his own backyard. He closed his eyes, unleashing his vast mental power like an invisible radar that instantly spread out. Everything within 1,000 meters, every breeze and rustle came into his awareness. Where there was a lone iron-armored bull, where a bloodthirsty, mutated wolf spider was hiding. Even the scene of Zhao Tianyu's team being chased into a frenzy by 3 iron-armored bulls, he could see it all clearly from dozens of meters away. A bunch of amateurs struggling even against a first-tier mutated beast. Lu Yuan shook his head and directly abandoned those minor foes. If he was going to play, he aimed for something bigger. Guided by his mental radar, he specifically chose to traverse areas marked with red danger symbols on the map. There lay the forbidden zones occupied by high-tier mutated. Soon enough, he found himself in the underground parking lot of an abandoned shopping mall. There he discovered a second-tier bloodthirsty wolf gnawing on human bones. This wolf was the size of a small calf, its body muscular and bulging with sharp fangs dripping with disgusting saliva. It also noticed Lu Yuan, the uninvited guest, and its pair of crimson wolf eyes instantly locked onto this tender bipedal sheep. Aru. The bloodthirsty wolf let out a furious howl, launching itself forward. Its sharp claws screeched against the concrete, creating sparks as it transformed into a streak of black lightning rushing towards Lu Yuan. Its speed was so fast that ordinary martial artists had no time to react. Lu Yuan stood still, not even lifting an eyelid. Just as the bloodthirsty wolf's gaping maw was about to snap his neck, he finally moved. There were no flashy martial techniques, nor did he draw upon any chi or blood. He simply raised his right hand, aimed at the wolf's head, and delivered a powerful backhand slap. Smack! A sound louder than firecrackers echoed. The second-tier bloodthirsty wolf's charging momentum came to an abrupt halt, its massive head spinning 3 times in the air from the impact of the slap. Its neck twisted like a pretzel. The enormous body flew several meters away under inertia and crashed into a load-bearing column before coming to a stop. It twitched a couple of times, and then fell completely still. Ding. Kill the second-tier bloodthirsty wolf and gain 50 free attribute points. Trigger a 10,000-fold critical hit, gaining 500,000 attribute points. 500,000. The green light in Lu Yuan's eyes intensified. This wild experience pack was indeed far more rewarding than the poultry at the market. He skillfully approached the corpse pried off a wolf's fang as a trophy and continued deeper into the ruins. For the next hour, Lu Yuan entered a frenzied harvesting mode. A first-tier iron-armored bull. With a single slap, it was flattened into a meat pancake. Ding. 100000 strength. A mutated scorpion hiding in the corner. A single stomp drove it along with its stinger and shelled deep into the ground, unable to be pulled out. Ding. 8000 constitute. A flock of scavenger vultures. Lu Yuan merely waved his fists in place, and the violent wind from his punches shredded them into a cloud of feathers midair. Ding. 15000 agility. The system's notifications flooded the screen, attribute points pouring in like a stream. Lu Yuan's basic attributes skyrocketed at an astonishing speed. Unknowingly, he had completely strayed from the examination area. Pushing through, he reached the innermost depths of the ruins, the absolute forbidden zone marked by the Alliance with a red skull. Here stood an abandoned giant stadium. The dome of the stadium had collapsed halfway, revealing a massive hole. Sunlight streamed through the hole, landing perfectly on a colossal creature that occupied the center of the arena. It was a giant magical ape standing over 10 meters tall, covered in long. Its arms were as thick as towering pillars, and each breath expelled a wave of scorching air. At its feet lay a mound of mutated beast bones piled like small hills. This was undeniably a genuine third-tier Lord-level mutated beast, the rampaging magical ape. Its power was sufficient to rival that of a human martial arts master. Just as Lu Yuan stepped into the stadium, the magical ape, which had been dozing, suddenly opened its lantern-sized crimson eyes. It sensed the provocation of its territory being invaded. Roar! A terrifying roar erupted from within the stadium, shattering the glass. The violent sound waves transformed into tangible shockwaves sweeping across several kilometers. In the distance, several student teams, including Zhao Tianyu and Su Qinghan, who were struggling to hunt iron-armored bulls, were caught off guard. All were shaken by this terrifying pressure, their blood and energy surging as they all fell to the ground. Holy crap. It's the roar of a Lord-level mutated beast. Run. We won't even be enough to fill its gaps. The students panicked and scrambled towards the safe zone. And in the eye of the storm, Lu Yuan stood at the entrance of the stadium, allowing the sound waves powerful enough to injure ordinary martial artists to wash over him. His thin school uniform didn't even have a wrinkle. He merely scratched at his ears, which had been slightly tickled by the shockwave, and looked up at the giant magical ape slowly rising from its throne. It is quite the size, but that roar is a bit unpleasant. Lu Yuan casually twisted his neck, the bones cracking with a crisp sound. His eyes held not a trace of fear, but were filled with excitement and anticipation, like a hunter eyeing a prime prey. A third-tier lord, I wonder how many power points it will roar. The roar of the rampaging demon ape nearly threatened to overturn the dome of the gymnasium. The foul wind, akin to a 12th-level typhoon, rushed towards Lu Yuan, causing the corners of his garments to flutter wildly. A pitch-black palm the size of a large fan descended from the sky, carrying the terrifying power capable of flattening a heavy tank. Before the palm even landed, the gust of wind had already pressed deep spiderweb-like cracks into the hard concrete floor. The surrounding air emitted sharp explosive sounds due to extreme compression. It's over. That fool is doomed. In the distance, several students, secretly watching the battle through binoculars, were so frightened that they fell onto the ground. Quick, move the camera away. I don't want to see him turned into meat paste. Just then, behind the crumbling walls, Zhao Tianyu and his two lackeys were grinning wickedly, holding a Gauss sniper rifle. The rifle's muzzle was firmly locked onto Lu Yuan's back. Young master, should we shoot now? Not yet. Zhao Tianyu licked his lips, his eyes filled with malice. Let him get half killed by the demon ape first, then he'll deliver the final blow. I want him to die painfully and hopelessly, in the eye of the storm. Facing this world-destroying slap, Lu Yuan did not retreat, but instead advanced. He stepped back forcefully, with his right foot shattering the ground beneath him. His entire being was like a taut bowstring, gathering all his strength in his right arm. The arm, not particularly muscular, bulged slightly, its surface gleaming with an indestructible dark golden glow. There were no flashy auras or any dazzling martial arts effects. Only pure, unrefined physical kinetic energy. He compressed the millions of force attributes he had just accumulated onto the edge of his fist without reservation. He threw a seemingly ordinary punch at the massive palm that obscured. Boom! The moment the fist made contact with the giant palm, the entire world seemed to be muted. Following that, a visible white shockwave cloud erupted explosively from Lu. The terrifying shockwave swept out in a circular motion, shattering all remaining glass windows of the gymnasium into fine powder. The once mighty rampaging demon ape, its grin still not fully formed, was suddenly pierced by an indescribable, terrifying force from its palm to the crown of its head. Crack. Its bones harder than high-grade alloys crumbled like fragile cookies. But this was merely the beginning. The overwhelming force continued upward, unstoppable. The demon ape's sturdy chest, said to be impervious to armor-piercing rounds, exploded in midair like a balloon. Blood, internal organs, and shattered bones rained down like a crimson storm. The massive upper body had not even managed to emit its final scream before it completely transformed into a ding. Level superseding kill of a Tier 3 Lord-level beast, gaining 100 free attribute points. Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit, gaining 100 attribute points. First kill of a Lord, unlocking special attribute 10 origin points. In the midst of the blood rain, Lu Yuan stood quietly in place. He slowly retracted his fist, his body clean and unblemished. The massive lower half of the demon ape, still in a forward charge, crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. This shocking scene was clearly observed by Zhao Tianyu, who was a few hundred meters away and preparing to enjoy the spectacle. The grin on his face completely froze. The Gauss sniper rifle in his hand fell to the ground with a clatter. No, it's impossible. Zhao Tianyu's lips trembled, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. What did he just witness? A worthless dire individual exploded a Tier 3 Lord comparable to a martial arts master with a single punch. Is this some kind of movie? Am I still half asleep after leaving home today? Fear washed over him like a cold tide, instantly submerging his heart. He finally understood that Lu Yuan's confident demeanor at the awakening platform and in the rented room was not an act. He was truly formidable. A monster capable of sending his bodyguard flying with a mere finger and bursting a lord with a single punch. Run. Run fast. This thought was all that remained in Zhao Tianyu's mind. He scrambled to his feet, turning to flee. But his legs felt as heavy as lead, weak as noodles. A warm liquid flowed down his pant leg. This once surrogate young master of the Zhao family had actually wet himself in fear. The two lackeys behind him were even more collapsed on the ground, trembling like chaff, unable to stand. In desperation, Zhao Tianyu could only crawl behind a piece of crumbling wall. He covered his mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound, afraid that the godlike man would discover his presence. Inside the gymnasium, Lu Yuan shook off the few drops of warm blood on his fist. He glanced at the pile of demon ape carcasses radiating rich energy and nodded in satisfaction. This assessment was finally worth the trip. He turned around, his gaze piercing through hundreds of meters of distance and numerous obstacles. With pinpoint accuracy, it landed on the crumbling wall where Zhao Tianyu was hiding. His gaze was calm and indifferent, as if looking at a trembling mouse hiding in the corner. Come out. Lu Yuan's voice was not loud, but clearly reached Zhao Tianyu's ears. Lu Yuan stepped towards the crumbling wall, his footsteps light as he tread on the rubble without making a sound. Zhao Tianyu slumped behind the wall, trembling like an electric motor. He could even clearly hear the footsteps approaching him at a leisurely pace akin to the Grim Reaper's summons. A cold thought flickered in Lu Yuan's mind: should he kill him? Keeping such a person around was like burying a ticking time bomb beside him, liable to stab him in the back one day. However, taking action now would create too much noise and attract unnecessary. Just as Lu Yuan hesitated whether to eliminate this threat, the air around him suddenly froze without warning. A nauseating scent of blood began to waft through the ruins. The originally clear sky was instantly shrouded by a bizarre dark red light curtain. Buzz. Four thick blood-red pillars resembling colossal pillars of heaven shot up from the four corners of the ruins. The pillars converged at a height of 1,000 meters, forming a massive semicircular barrier. Like an inverted blood-colored giant bowl, it completely sealed off the entire ruin area within dozens of miles. What is happening? In the distance, the students who were struggling to besiege the iron-armored bowl were startled by this sudden change. What? What kind of formation is this? Why do I feel my internal chi and blood flow slowing down? Look, who are those people? A wave of terrified screams erupted from the crowd. From the shadows of the ruins, figures dressed in oversized black robes wearing sinister demon masks slowly emerged. There were dozens of them, each exuding a brutal and frenzied aura of evil. Kik. The leading figure in black robes emitted a heart-rending laugh, the sound amplified through spiritual energy echoing throughout the barrier. Welcome to the slaughterhouse we have carefully prepared for you. You are members of the Wanzhou Jiao. A knowledgeable student recognized the strange totem on their robes, turning pale with fear. Wanzhou Jiao. That is the most notorious dark organization of the Human Alliance. A group of madmen who have betrayed humanity and worshipped the abyssal races. They take pleasure in torturing human geniuses, employing extraordinarily cruel methods. Indeed, you have some knowledge. The figure in black robes clapped his hands, his tone filled with, today none of you so-called hopes for Jiangnan City will survive. Your tender flesh and blood along with your souls will become the finest offerings to the great abyssal deities. At these words, all the students fell into panic. Fight them. Protect classmate Su Qinghan, she is our hope. On the other side, Su Qinghan held an ice crystal longsword, her pretty face icy cold. She had gathered a dozen of grade and grade geniuses around her. Form the formation. Don't panic. Let's charge out together. Su Qinghan shouted, unleashing her a great extreme ice talent. A bone-chilling cold swept forth, condensing into sharp ice spikes that shot towards the figures in black robes. A tiny glimmer dares to compete with the bright moon. Two evil cultivators at the martial master level scoffed and moved to intercept. Their hands flickered with blood light, easily shattering the ice spikes as they engaged in battle with Su Qinghan and the others. The battle erupted in an instant. Yet it was a crushing defeat without suspense. The Wanzhou Jiao had sent only seasoned martial master elites. Meanwhile, the students were mostly newly awakened novices full of talent, but lacking real fiend death combat experience. The sounds of anguished screams echoed one after another. Students were continuously torn apart by blood-colored claws, turning into a torrential rain of blood greedily absorbed by the formation beneath their feet. Although Su Qinghan was exceptionally talented, she was also in grave danger under the siege of two same-tier evil cultivators. Her white combat uniform had already been slashed several times, seeping with crimson blood. Damn, their techniques are too strange, they can devour our chi and blood. Upgrade Genius shouted in terror, his arm visibly withering at an alarming speed. A sense of despair spread like a plague among all the students. In the ruins of the gymnasium, Lu Yuan stood still looking up at the gigantic blood-red barrier in the sky, his brows slightly raised. Wanzhou Jiao, these rats are quite bold. He did not rush to take action. For him, these suddenly appearing evil cultivators were no different from the previous demon ape. They were merely moving attribute points. At that moment, a black-robed guardian, whose aura far surpassed the other evil cultivators and had reached the realm of martial masters, noticed Lu Yuan at the fringes. He saw Lu Yuan wearing an old-school uniform with no trace of chi or blood fluctuations. Clearly he was a waste who hadn't even touched the threshold of a martial artist. Kikek, there's actually a lone one here. The Master Guardian sneered. He raised his right hand, blood light surging from his palm. The thick blood aura in the air was forcibly condensed by him, transforming into a 10-meter-long blood wind blade that emanated a nauseating stench. The wind blade spun rapidly, slicing through the surrounding air with a mournful hiss. Kid, dying at the hands of this guardian is a privilege for you. The Master Guardian swung his arm. That blood wind blade, capable of easily slicing a building in half, descended with earth-shattering force, cleaving towards Lu Yuan's head from hundreds of meters away. A lone waste. They'll make an example of you first. A 10-meter-long blood-red blade of wind resembling a scythe of death tore through the air, emitting a piercing shriek as it descended upon Lu Yuan's head. The walls of the ruins along the way were sliced open like tofu with charred edges. The stench of blood pressed against the surrounding rubble, causing it to float. Die? To perish beneath my blood slaughter blade is worth it for you in this life. The Master Guardian hovered in midair, his eyes beneath the mask gleaming with blood. He seemed to envision the delightful scene of this poor student being cleaved in two, his insides scattered across the ground, facing a blow capable of devastating the world. Lu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. He merely slowly withdrew his right hand from his pocket, extending his index and middle fingers. His movements were so casual, as if he were merely picking up a fallen leaf. Clang! A crisp and resonant metallic explosion echoed across the ruins. The violent shockwave spread outwards, dispersing the swirling dust. The manic laughter on the Guardian's face instantly froze. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, staring. That seemingly indestructible blood-red blade of wind came to a halt in midair. It was firmly pinched at the edge by the boy in the old-school uniform, using only his two fair fingers. This is impossible. The Guardian exclaimed in shock, his voice cracking. He desperately urged the blood and chi within him, trying to control the blade to cut down. But those two fingers were like divine iron cast in place. No matter how the blade struggled, it remained utterly unmoved. With this little strength, did you skip breakfast this morning? Lu Yuan frowned in disdain. With a slight exertion of his fingertip, 2 million pounds of physical energy erupted in an instant. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering echoed. The blade, infused with the Guardian's blood and chi, was effortlessly crushed into countless red light spots. Like a piece of low-quality biscuit being crushed. The light spots fell gracefully at Lu Yuan's feet, quickly dissipating into the air. The blood slaughter blade of the Guardian has been crushed. The nearby evil cultivators who were originally ready to watch the show stepped back in unison, their expressions filled with terror, gazing at Lu Yuan, as if he were an ancient beast draped in human. A treasure. You must be hiding a life-saving top-grade treasure. The Master Guardian suddenly regained his wits, gritting his teeth as he pointed at Lu Yuan. I said, how could a waste without any chi fluctuations possibly withstand my attack? His eyes became exceedingly greedy as he shouted. What are you all standing there for? Attack together. Kill him, and the treasure will be ours. A few evil cultivators exchanged glances and, bolstered by courage, pulled out their poisoned weapons. They howled as they charged at Lu Yuan from all directions. Lu Yuan sighed. He truly had no interest in wasting time with these minions who were hardly worth mentioning. He didn't even lift a hand, merely stamping his right foot gently on the ground. Boom! A visible wave of violent energy swept out, brushing along the ground. Those few evil cultivators who had just rushed halfway were like being struck head-on by a speeding train. Their ribcages collapsed, and they spewed blood. They couldn't even scream before being sent flying back at 10 times the speed. They came crashing into the distant ruins without a sound. The Master Guardian's scalp tingled, a chill running straight to the crown of his head. Could this possibly be the work of a treasure? This kid was not human at all. Lu Yuan ignored the terrified guardian. He raised his head, looking beyond the ruins at the enormous blood-red barrier inverted above. The dark red light shield emitted an overwhelming stench of blood. It blocked out the sunlight, making the entire ruins as dark as a morgue. This wretched red shield is hurting my eyes. Lu Yuan dug in his ear, directly stepping over the corpses of those evil cultivators walking toward the edge of the... In the distance, Su Qinghan's team had fallen into a dire situation. More than half of the dozen talented students were dead or injured, with the remaining few cornered. Goddess Su, we can't hold them off. Their blood and qi are poisoned. A boy cried out in despair, clutching his darkened arm. Su Qinghan bit her pale lips, her icy crystal sword now covered in cracks. She looked up at the indestructible blood-red formation, her heart filled with bitterness. Could it be that today all hope for Jiangnan City was to be buried here? At this moment, Lu Yuan had already reached the edge of the barrier. He extended his hand, touching the blood-red light curtain that felt almost tangible. It was slightly sticky with a hint of resistant elasticity. Kid, what are you doing? Trying to break the barrier to escape? The guardian, who had retreated to a safe distance, saw this scene and regained some confidence, mocking loudly. Don't waste your effort. This is the 9 Nether Blood Spirit formation set up with the lifeblood of 30 martial artists from our 10,000 races sect. The guardian pointed at the light curtain, his tone filled with fervor and pride. This formation connects to the earth's veins, sustaining itself endlessly. Don't say it's you, a mere child who hasn't even matured. Even if a human martial sovereign descended today, they would be trapped and perish within. Just wait for death. Even a martial sovereign can't break it. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at the guardian. He flexed his right wrist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. Then today I will test just how hard this turtle shell is. He slightly parted his legs, taking a deep breath. The system panel flashed rapidly in his vision. All power attributes were instantly focused on the knuckles of his right fist. Without any build-up, no dazzling light of blood and qi, Lu Yuan simply aimed at that thick void barrier and unremarkably threw a punch. Haha, this is hilarious. Not even a trace of qi, just scratching an itch. The guardian's words were abruptly choked in his throat. Under Lu Yuan's fist shattered like low-quality glass struck by a hammer. Around the fist's edge a dense network of white spiderweb cracked. Then a sound of cracking that made one's teeth ache rang clearly in the dead silence of the ruins. That layer reputed to be unshakable even by a martial sovereign's might. Under Lu Yuan's fist shattered like low-quality glass struck by a hammer. Around the fist's edge a dense network of white spiderweb cracks instantly spread outward. The cracks crawled across the dome above, traversing the distant formation's base. In just a second they covered the entire sky. No, this is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The Master Guardian screamed, clutching his head with both hands. Bang! A thunderous roar echoed. The blood sacrifice formation, enveloping a radius of several dozen miles, exploded into countless fragments before the astonished eyes of all present. The red fragments of the formation transformed into a rain of light, cascading down. Sunlight once again pierced through the clouds, illuminating the oppressive ruins. The backlash from the violently broken formation instantly rebounded. All the evil cultivators present, including the once arrogant Master Guardian, simultaneously spewed out a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground, like marionettes with their strings cut, their breath faint to the extreme. The scene fell into silence. The wind ceased. The distant beasts stopped their roars. Even Su Qinghan and the students, desperately resisting, forgot to breathe. Everyone stared blankly at the sky, their minds empty. The sky has collapsed. No, the barrier was shattered with a single punch. Countless gazes followed the center point where the formation shattered. In that blinding sunlight, a boy in an old-school uniform carrying a tattered canvas bag was disdainfully shaking his wrist. Making such a racket, I thought it was sturdy. Lu Yuan dusted off the powder on his fist, turned, and looked at the collapsed guardian, who was frantically spitting blood, and curled his lip. Did you find a contractor to cut corners for the materials of this formation? It's a shoddy project that shatters with a touch. In the moment when the barrier was shattered by a violent strike, the backlash felt like a 1,000-pound hammer crashing mercilessly against the chests of all the evil cultivators. With a sound of poo, dozens of black-robed figures fell like harvested wheat, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, collapsing to the ground in a state of weakness. The students who were originally trapped in despair and prepared for death were now all dumbfounded, their mouths agape, as they stared at the figures standing against the wind in the... Su Qinghan gasped for breath, her ice crystal longsword already covered in cracks. She gazed in the direction of the sunlight. That boy wearing a faded old-school uniform and carrying a tattered canvas bag was none other than Lu Yuan, who had been ridiculed by the entire school during the awakening ceremony. How can it be him? Su Qinghan's cold eyes stirred with unprecedented waves of shock. How could a civilian student identified as an grade waste crush a blood sacrifice formation that even masters could not shake? This completely shattered her understanding of the martial world that she had held for over a decade. In the center of the ruins, the evil cultivator guardian at the master level struggled to rise from the ground. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes bloodshot with extreme anger and shock, glaring fiercely at Lu Yuan. You little bastard. You ruined my grand scheme, I will skin you. The Guardian roared, his internal energy surging like boiling magma. He was even willing to burn his own lifespan in blood. Boom. A blood-red true energy several times stronger than before coalesced into an indestructible dark red shield around his body. He transformed into a dazzling blood rainbow, charging towards Lu Yuan like a cannonball. The violent killing intent made Su Qinghan and the others feel suffocated from a distance. Be careful. Su Qinghan instinctively cried out, her heart racing to her throat. That was a master's strike fueled by blood. Even a general from the military would have to avoid its edge. However, facing this desperate strike, Lu Yuan not only showed no intention of dodging, but didn't even glance at him. He merely turned slightly to the side, moving his shoulders. Too slow. Lu Yuan muttered just as the blood rainbow was less than a meter away, the sharp blood claws about to tear at his throat. Lu Yuan moved. He raised his right hand, fingers spread wide. With a swift motion, he delivered a clean and crisp slap. This slap landed solidly on the Guardian's grotesque face, the sound crisp, like a firecracker going off in a quiet classroom. There was no stalemate, no collision. That master shield, which was said to be impervious to armor-piercing bullets, crumbled under Lu Yuan's palm as if it were a soap bubble. Crack! It shattered instantly. 2 million pounds of terrifying physical energy poured unreservedly onto the Guardian's head. Bang! The once proud Master Guardian didn't even have time to scream, his head exploding in midair like a ripe watermelon. The raging power continued unabated, cascading down his spine, brutally crushing his seasoned master body into a blinding mist of blood. Blood and flesh mixed with scraps of torn cloth fell all around, leaving not a single complete bone behind. Ding! Leveling up by defeating a martial arts master grants 500 free attribute points. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit, gaining 500 attribute points. Dropped premium item source points 100,000. Listening to the glittering notifications in his mind, Lu Yuan smiled as he blew on his palm. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Only the sound of wind whistling through the ruins echoed. The remaining evil cultivators who had originally intended to fight were now all terrified. A Master Guardian was slapped into meat paste. Is he even human? Run. Run quickly. He's a monster. Someone screamed. This group of ruthless cultists wished their parents had given them 2 more legs. They scattered in a panic, rolling and crawling, fearing that if they were slow, they would also be turned into fertilizer by that scourge. Lu Yuan did not pursue those lowly minions. Dozens or hundreds of attribute points were not even enough to fill the gaps in his current panel. It was a waste of time. Woo, woo, woo. At that moment, a piercing alert siren of spiritual energy defense echoed from the outskirts of the ruins. Following that, a dense swarm of military helicopters appeared in the sky, along with a large number of armored vehicles from the defense army roaring towards this direction. The higher-ups of Jiangnan City finally noticed the anomaly here. Lu Yuan frowned slightly. He glanced at the defense army in the distance, then at the conspicuous school uniform on his body. He did not want to expose his strength only to be taken by the military for dissection or revered as a savior. That would be too troublesome. He just wanted to quietly earn attribute points and be a behind-the-scenes big shot. Lu Yuan turned around his back to the students who were still in shock. He slightly bent his legs, and his terrifying agility attribute exploded instantly. Boom. The cement ground beneath him was crushed, creating a deep pit. Lu Yuan transformed into a blurred shadow, moving at a speed surpassing sound, like a nimble leopard vanishing into the thick shadows of the ruins. Not even a corner of his clothing was left behind. After the matter was settled, he departed quietly, hiding his accomplishments and name. It took a full half-minute for Su Qinghan to regain her senses, gasping for breath. She looked in the direction where Lu Yuan had disappeared, her usually calm and cold, beautiful eyes now swirling with extremely complex emotions, shock, confusion, and a hint of curiosity that even she herself was unaware of. Goddess Su, did I just hallucinate? A boy beside her who had narrowly escaped trembled as he rubbed his eyes. Was that person really Lu Yuan? The one assessed as an grade waste. Waste. Su Qinghan bit her lip, replaying that shocking slap in her mind. If a single slap could crush a master, then all the geniuses in Jiangnan City would probably not even be worth a scrap. The armored vehicles of the defense army finally rushed into the ruins. Fully armed soldiers quickly took control of the scene, beginning to treat the wounded. The officer leading the team gasped when he saw the devastation and the pool of blood that belonged to the Master Guardian. What happened here? Which senior came to the rescue? Su Qinghan tightened her grip on the damaged ice sword, casting a complex glance at the officer and then at the direction Lu Yuan had left. Officer. Su Qinghan took a deep breath, her cold voice carrying an inexplicable firmness. This matter is a long story, but I think I have an idea of who that senior is. Having evaded the military's search circle, Lu Yuan quietly returned to the rental apartment in the village. The door, which had been kicked and remained unrepaired, allowing the cold wind to whistle. He couldn't be bothered rushing straight into the bathroom to wash away the faint, bloody smell from his body with cold water. After his shower, he changed into clean clothes. Lu Yuan collapsed onto the creaking steel pipe bed, eagerly summoning the system panel. Buzz. A golden virtual screen unfolded before his eyes. Host Lu Yuan strength 8. 5 million crushing the master's agility 6. 2 million physique 7. 8 million spirit 9 million source points 3.05. Looking at this absurdly luxurious data, Lu Yuan couldn't help but whistle. This round of outdoor practical assessment was simply a shopping spree. He had exploded a third-tier magic ape and casually killed a master-level evil cultivator. Not only did it cause all his basic attributes to break through several million, but most crucially, there were those full 300,000 source points. The previous few points had already allowed weeds to mutate into 9-leaf sword grass. If all these 300,000 points were invested, wouldn't the divine kingdom soar? Lu Yuan rubbed his hands, his eyes glowing with excitement. System immerse my consciousness into the feeling of weightlessness vanished in an instant. Lu Yuan's consciousness once again descended upon that vast purple land. Compared to last time, this place was no longer a dead and lifeless chaos. The low-level or waste buried underground had already faintly formed the embryonic shape of a spiritual vein. Thin spiritual energy drifted in the air. System invest 300,000 source points. Lu Yuan hovered in midair, issuing commands with grandiosity. Activate extreme time acceleration and evolve for me fiercely. Ding. Deducting 300,000 source points. The flow rate of time in the Divine Kingdom has been set to the extreme current ratio. 1 second in the outside world equals 100 years in the Divine Kingdom. Boom. The heavens shook and the earth trembled. The entire space of the Divine Kingdom seemed to emit an ancient roar. The dark purple soil rolled and surged wildly. Towering mountains rose from the ground, piercing the broken or waste underground underwent a qualitative change under the extreme time compression and the wash of massive source points. They seemed to gain life, devouring and merging with each other, ultimately transforming into brilliant height-year spiritual veins. Crack. Dark clouds filled the sky. Soon after, it began to rain. This was not ordinary rain, but spiritual rain formed from liquefied, intensely concentrated spiritual energy. Raindrops fell upon the parched earth, reviving all life. The ordinary grass seeds previously sown grew wildly under the nourishment of the spiritual rain and the accelerated time. The mountains and fields bloomed with strange and exotic flowers. The fragrant aroma of herbs filled the air, pulling out just one could cause cultivators from outside to fight over it. The 9-leaf sword grass was greedily absorbing the spiritual rain, growing to over 3 meters tall. 9 dark golden leaves swayed gently, and the sword intent they emanated even caused tiny cracks to appear in the surrounding void. The entire Divine Kingdom was vibrant with life, resembling a legendary fairyland. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath of the rich spiritual energy that felt almost tangible. Ding. The spiritual vein in the Divine Kingdom has formed, feeding back mental power breaks through 10 million, triggering qualitative change. Lu Yuan only felt a clarity wash over his mind. His vast mental power was like an ocean made manifest, even extending outside his body as an invisible blade. His current mental sensing range could easily cover the entire Jiangnan city, just as he was reveling in this delightful feeling of control over everything. In the southeast corner of the Divine Kingdom, an extremely bizarre energy fluctuation suddenly arose. That wave carried a bloodthirsty, violent essence along with a hint of a chilling primal aura. Has something mutated over there? Lu Yuan's mind stirred, and he instantly teleported to the source of the fluctuation. This was a valley at the edge of the Divine Kingdom. On the ground lay several large bones, remnants of the stray cats and dogs he had thrown in earlier. Under the 10,000-fold time acceleration, most ordinary animals barely lived long enough to mutate, simply dying of old age. But in the deepest part of the valley, Lu Yuan saw a mass. It was a dark red blood cocoon standing at a height of 2 meters. The surface of the blood cocoon was covered with pulsating patterns resembling blood vessels, greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual rain and spiritual vein energy. Thump thump. The powerful heartbeat resonated from within the blood cocoon, shaking the surrounding rubble. Lu Yuan squinted, probing into the blood cocoon with his mental power. He remembered. A few days prior, he had casually thrown a starving stray yellow dog near the market into it. He had thought it would have long since turned into fertilizer. Unexpectedly, this creature had a tough life. Not only had it not died, but it had also undergone a genetic mutation under the cruel time acceleration and the wash of spiritual energy. The blood cocoon seemed to sense Lu Yuan's gaze. It pulsated even more violently. A wisp of black flames seeped through the cracks of the blood cocoon. Even the sturdy spatial barrier of the Divine Kingdom was slightly distorted by this flame. Interesting. The temperature of this fire is several times stronger than that waste. Zhao Tian used a grade fire technique. The blood cocoon seemed to sense Lu Yuan's gaze. It pulsated even more violently. A wisp of black flames seeped through the cracks of the blood cocoon. Immediately, a howling wolf's cry shaking half the Divine Kingdom erupted. A woo, accompanied by a deafening roar, the blood cocoon exploded. Amidst the swirling blood mist and black flames, a gigantic wolf the size of an adult elephant, entirely black, with eyes like blood lanterns, stepped into the void. Its fur was like steel needles, with its claws burning with ghostly black fire. A terrifying pressure comparable to a peak martial arts master, or even a half-step martial venerable in gold. The giant wolf landed, crushing a massive stone. It howled towards the sky, seemingly proclaiming its rebirth and strength. The ferocity emanating from its very being was enough to make anyone's legs go weak before it. Lu Yuan crossed his arms, quietly watching this behemoth show off. The absence of a system prompt indicated that this creature was not an enemy. After finishing its howl, the giant wolf looked down at Lu Yuan, who stood not far away. A hint of human-like confusion flashed in its crimson eyes, followed by a sudden widening. It sensed the supreme source energy of the divine kingdom emanating from Lu Yuan. That was the absolute master who had created it, granting it life and power. The violent aura radiating from the giant wolf instantly retracted. The black fire extinguished. Its massive body rapidly shrank, transforming into a large black dog about half a person tall. Then this ancient mutated magic wolf, which had just been awe-inspiring and seemingly invincible, scampered to Lu Yuan's feet. It plopped down on the ground, wagging its tail wildly, and even playfully stuck out its pink tongue. Woof, woof. It rubbed its large head against Lu Yuan's pant leg, letting out crisp barks. Lu Yuan watched this extreme contrast unfold, his mouth twitching slightly. He reached out to pat the giant wolf's hard head. Looks quite like a wolf, yet deep down it's still a dog. Lu Yuan chuckled, a glint of brilliance flashing in his eyes. While its strength is quite impressive, it'll serve as a decent mode of transportation for future errands. He patted the large black dog's neck. Let's go to Huang. Come with me to see the world. Deep within the valley, the 2-meter-tall dark red blood cocoon writhed wildly. Thump, thump, thump. The muffled heartbeat sounded like heavy hammers striking the ground, causing fragments of stone to scatter. Lu Yuan stood a few meters away, his brow slightly furrowed. He could discern that the heartbeat was becoming increasingly frantic, subtly exuding a sense of hopeless despair. The foundation of the stray yellow dog was far too poor. Even with the 10,000-fold acceleration of time and the cleansing of spiritual energy, it still fell short of crossing the species barrier to achieve primordial mutation. Eating my food and living off me. If I were to die like this, where would I put my face? Lu Yuan grimaced. He flashed forward and directly appeared beside the 3-meter-high 9-leaf sword. He reached out and snapped off 2 dark golden leaves, radiating a piercing brilliance. Then he turned and walked to the spiritual spring, picking 7 or 8 newly ripened crystal-clear, mutated red fruits. If a martial arts master from the outside were to see this, they would surely feel distressed to the point of spitting blood. To use such invaluable treasures to feed a stray dog, it was simply wasteful. But Lu Yuan didn't care about that, or what he lacked the least in the divine realm were heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He walked back to the blood cocoon and followed a crack that had opened on its surface. He stuffed the leaves of the sword grass and the mutated red fruits into it all at once. Eat up, great tonic. If it doesn't kill you, you can ascend to the heavens. As soon as the divine medicine entered its belly, the blood cocoon suddenly stiffened. In the next moment, a surge of black flames erupted from within, igniting the entire blood cocoon. The high temperature caused the surrounding air to crackle, even rippling the very fabric of space. Roar! A terrifying wolf howl resonated through the skies of the divine realm. The sound waves transformed into tangible ripples, scattering the distant clouds. Boom! The blood cocoon exploded into fragments. Amidst the swirling black flames, a beast comparable in size to an adult elephant emerged amidst the firelight. Its entire body was jet black, with fur standing upright like steel needles. Sharp fangs interlaced, and its limbs were stepping on the ghostly black flames. Just standing there exuded a ferocious aura capable of scaring ordinary warriors out of their wits. Ding! Evolution successful. Ordinary stray dog mutated into ancient bloodline sky-rending demon wolf king. Current battle power assessment peak grandmaster. Lu Yuan looked at the system panel, a satisfied expression on his face as he stroked his chin. Peak grandmaster. In the entire Jiangnan city, there were hardly any who could. The demon wolf king howled to the sky as if venting the explosive power within. It lowered its massive head, its crimson eyes fixating on Lu Yuan, who stood on the ground. With a fierce glint in its eyes, it opened its blood-red maw. Lu Yuan remained standing still, showing no sign of movement. He didn't even furrow his brow, merely lifting his eyelids slightly to cast a glance at the giant wolf. Such an ordinary gaze made the demon wolf king shudder violently. It sensed the source aura of the divine realm emanating from Lu Yuan, an oppressive force that suppressed everything. That was the supreme creator who had granted it life. Just moments ago, the once mighty primordial beast had its black flames extinguished in an instant. Its massive body suddenly dropped to the ground. It stretched its front legs forward and pushed off with its hind legs, assuming an extremely standard dog posture. It pressed its fierce wolf head against the ground, rubbing against Lu Yuan's pant leg. Its stout tail wagged like a helicopter rotor, sweeping up a whirlwind on the ground. Woof! Woof! The crisp, flattering, and even slightly nasal bark echoed through the valley. Lu Yuan twitched the corners of his mouth. The contrast was simply too great. Dressed in the skin of an ancient demon wolf, it still contained the stray dog that would wag its tail for half a piece of sausage. All right, enough with the rubbing, you're going to wear out my pants. Lu Yuan disdainfully pushed away the massive dog head. He casually ruffled its steel-like fur, surprisingly finding it. The large yellow dog panted with its pink tongue out, its eyes sparkling as they looked at him. Lu Yuan assessed this imposing steed, pondering in his heart. From now on, when I go out to handle matters, I finally have a decent means of transportation. He stroked his chin, but his brow furrowed slightly. However, this thing is too eye-catching. Right now, my public identity is just an Flevel High School student who was dissuaded from logistics. If I were to ride a sky-rending demon wolf king comparable to a grandmaster through the streets during the day, the next day, I would definitely be invited by the Alliance's army for dissection and research. Too ostentatious, it doesn't align with my style of quietly accumulating wealth. Lu Yuan was never afraid of trouble, but he hated complications. He needed to create a reasonable and legal identity for himself specifically to handle those shady affairs. For instance, selling some divine herbs in the black market, or shattering the bones of certain rich second-generation heirs. With such immense power, I can't just keep it hidden. I need a more formidable disguise. Lu Yuan patted the sturdy neck of the large yellow dog, a wild plan flashing through his mind. He turned to look towards the exit of the divine realm, a dangerous smile crossing his eyes. Big Yellow, how about we go out and use a disguise called War Titan? Big Yellow tilted its head, seeming to understand, as it let out a low whoa. Lu Yuan climbed onto the wolf's back, grasping the mane around its neck. Let's go back to the real world. We need to get a scary mask first. Only 3 days remained before the National Martial Arts entrance exam. At this time in previous years, Jiangnan City streets would have been thronged with the clamor of exam preparation. But today the entire city lay quiet like a powder keg. Armed patrols in full gear were everywhere, and air raid sirens wailed intermittently overhead. On the top-floor conference room of the Jiangnan City Alliance, building, the atmosphere was oppressively stifling. The mayor, sweating profusely, clutched a report with trembling hands. Commander, those madmen of the Wanzhou sect have audaciously deployed the Jiuyou Shuling array right under our noses. Military Commander Long Qianshan slammed his hand heavily on the table. The solid wooden table cracked under the blow. I don't care how they got in. What I want to know is who is that mysterious senior who shattered the blood sacrificial array with a single fist and felled a Wanzhou sect grandmaster. The entire Jiangnan City's intelligence network had been running flat out for 24 hours. Nothing. No surveillance captured the face of that powerhouse, and there were no records of any energy fluctuations. It was as if that person had appeared from nowhere and vanished the same way. Meanwhile, at Jiangnan No. 1 high school, in the shabby equipment room belonging to the logistics crew, Lu Yuan sat with one leg casually crossed atop a pile of battered force-testing sandbags, absently rubbing a tattered rag in his hands. This was his post. The equipment room door swung open. A breath of cold wind carrying a hint of snow flooded in. Lu Yuan looked up. Su Qinghan stood in the doorway, clad in her signature white battle, her cool, aloof eyes threaded with curiosity fixed on him. Su, the campus bell, this is the logistics crew's turf. Lu Yuan tossed the rag aside and stretched lazily. If you need gear repaired, go next door to Wang Pengzi. I only handle cleaning. Su Qinghan ignored his sarcasm and walked straight in. She stepped before Lu Yuan, her gaze locking onto his eyes. You were at Ruin 3 yesterday, weren't you? Direct, unblinking. Lu Yuan stirred slightly inside, but his face betrayed nothing. Ruin 3. Oh, you mean the combat assessment? He shrugged, feigning innocence. I was so scared my legs went weak. I hid in a crater blown open by the blast, and didn't come out until the defense forces arrived. What did I hide in the wrong hole? Su Qinghan frowned. A flicker of doubt crossed her pretty eyes. Lu Yuan's reactions were too natural, devoid of the arrogance of a powerhouse, bearing instead a petty streetwise. He simply could not be reconciled with the terrifying figure in the ruins, like a deity or demon incarnate, who had shattered a grandmaster with a single palm. But I clearly saw. Su Qinghan bit her lip, unwilling to yield. You clearly saw me hiding in a crater. Lu Yuan cut her off, a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. Su, the campus bell, were classmates, but you needn't be so interested in me, you know. I might blush. Su Qinghan was rendered speechless by his loudish manner. She drew a deep breath to quell the anger rising in her chest. I hope it wasn't you. She turned to leave, but halted at the doorway. Zhao Tianyu was so terrified yesterday that he wet his pants. He's still lying in Jiangnan City Central Hospital. If he wakes, he'll come after you. Mind yourself. Watching Su Qinghan's retreating back, Lu Yuan's smile slowly faded. His gaze grew cold and fathomless. Zhao Tianyu. Lu Yuan rubbed his chin, fingertips tapping his knee. It seems this hopping grasshopper will need to be dealt with sooner or later. In Jiangnan City Central Hospital's most luxurious VIP ward, Zhao Tianyu lay wrapped in thick bandages like a mummy. He bore no mortal wounds, but the psychological trauma was severe. Whenever he closed his eyes, the horrific image of the third-tier demonic ape being pulverized into a cloud of blood by a single punch came to him. And there were Lu Yuan's eyes that resembled those who watch people die. Father, kill him. Send someone to kill him. Zhao Tianyu grabbed at the sleeve of the middle-aged man by the bedside, his voice hoarse. That kid isn't human. He can shatter a lower-tier beast with a single blow. Standing at the bedside was the Zhao family head martial grandmaster Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji watched his son's deranged state with knitted brows. In his hand, he held a top-secret report concerning the site survey of Ruin 3. It did indeed record traces that the demonic ape had been slain by brutally physical means. But Zhao Wuji could not bring himself to believe such a thing had been done by a newly awakened Frank Wei. Can you did that ape frighten you so much you imagine things? Zhao Wuji patted his son's hand, his tone grave. I've checked Lu Yuan's background, an ordinary orphan from an orphanage. If he truly had such ability, would he be assigned to the logistics crew? You don't believe me. Zhao Tianyu trembled with agitation, nearly tearing his wounds. What about those two bodyguards? They were latest-stage martial artists. They were flicked away by a single finger of his. That's a fact, isn't it? At mention of those two guards, Zhao Wuji's expression finally darkened. Those two had indeed been found outside Lu Yuan's rented room, with most of their bones broken, still unconscious. There was something uncanny about the whole affair. Zhao Wuji walked to the window and stared at the cordoned streets, while a venomous gleam of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Whether Lu Yuan concealed his strength or had guidance from, since he had crippled the Zhao family's guards and endangered his son, he could not be spared. Better to kill the wrong man than to let one escape. That creed had kept Zhao Wuji secure as family head in this brutal era of advanced martial arts. Besides, eliminating an orphan with no backing was easier than crushing an ant. Zhao Wuji turned and waved to the shadowed assassins standing by. Go. An old urban village, an electrical fire from aged wiring would be perfectly plausible, yes. He sneered, a chill cruelty in his voice. Be clean about it. Tonight make it look like Lu Yuan died in an accidental fire. In the dead of night, within a dilapidated rental house in the city. No lights were on, and the room was shrouded in darkness. Lu Yuan sat cross-legged on a creaking steel bed, his eyes. Only 3 days remained until the National Martial Arts examination. He had to convert all the foundation he had amassed during this crucial time into tangible combat power. System, open the panel. A buzzing sound. A golden virtual light curtain sprang up before him, illuminating his sharply contoured profile. At the top of the panel, the number representing available attribute points had accumulated to an exceedingly terrifying level. He had been grinding monsters in the wild ruins, defeating demonic apes, and casually dispatching that master of the myriad races. In this endeavor, he had amassed an astonishing 20 million free attribute points. Who? Lu Yuan took a deep breath, his gaze igniting with fervor. It's time for a complete transformation of this body. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and began to allocate points frantically. 10 million points were poured into strength. 8 million points into constitution. The remaining 2 million were all allocated to agility. Boom. The moment the points were allocated, it felt as if countless thunderclaps erupted simultaneously in Lu Yuan's mind. A tremendous violent energy surged forth from the depths of his dantian, enough to explode 10 martial arts masters. It instantly swept through every cell in his body. Lu Yuan inhaled sharply, veins bulging on his forehead. The agony of muscles and bones being forcibly torn apart and then restructured at a higher dimension was even more terrifying than dismemberment. Yet he gritted his teeth, not uttering a sound. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds within his body reminiscent of frying beans, a layer of fine black impurities began to ooze from his skin. This was the body undergoing an extreme cleansing of its marrow and bones. It took a full half an hour for the rampant energy to finally subside, perfectly merging into his limbs and bones. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. In the dark room, it seemed as if 2 piercing bolts of cold lightning flashed. He looked down at his hands. His originally fair skin now shimmered with a layer of dark golden brilliance, almost tangible. Even without activating any chi or blood, just standing there with his physical body emanated a disconcerting sense of pressure. Ding. Points allocation complete. Current strength, 32 million. Pure destructive power has surpassed the limits of human martial masters. Current constitution, 25 million. Physical defense has reached the level of a master-grade magical weapon. Master-grade magical weapon level. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and pulled out a long black box from under the bed. This was an A-grade alloy combat knife he had casually bought while selling goods in the black market a few days prior. It was said to easily sever the bones of third-tier exotic beasts, slicing through iron like mud. Lu Yuan grasped the hilt and swiftly drew the knife. The gleaming blade shimmered with a chilling light under the moon. He did not use a shred of spiritual energy for protection. He directly performed a flourish with the blade. Then he swung his arm in a wide arc, using all his strength to slash down at his left arm. If this strike were to hit an ordinary person, it would undoubtedly cleave both bone and flesh in two. But at the moment the blade met Lu Yuan's skin, clang. A resounding metallic explosion echoed in the cramped room. The shock caused the window glass to rattle. Blinding sparks flew. Lu Yuan focused his gaze and couldn't help but smile. That A-grade alloy combat knife worth 1 million, which was said to slice through iron like mud. The blade had actually twisted into an exaggerated V shape. Even the blade itself had developed several fine cracks, rendering it completely useless. Yet on his left arm there was not even a drop of blood. Not even the faintest white mark was left. Not bad with this level of hardness. Even if I stood there and let those so-called geniuses strike, they could only break their own hands. Lu Yuan satisfiedly tossed the hunk of scrap metal into the corner. This sense of security filled with power was more substantial than any shield. Just as Lu Yuan was preparing to take a shower to wash away the impurities on his body, a buzzing sound came. His vast mental power, like an ocean, suddenly sensed a faint ripple. It was like a small stone was thrown into the calm surface of a lake. Lu Yuan's movements paused slightly. He did not turn around, he merely tilted his face slightly, and the corner of his eye swept towards the damaged security door. His spiritual radar had instantly spread out, covering the entire rental building. In the pitch-black corridor, there were 6 martial artists deliberately suppressing their breathing, yet their intense killing intent was still evident. Like geckos, they stealthily approached his room, sticking close to the walls. 5 mid-stage martial artists leading is a peak martial artist. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cold arc. In the dead of night, making such a ruckus to find a student like me, it seems they can't wait to seek death. He closed his eyes, and his powerful mental energy directly penetrated the wall, locking onto the few people outside the door. At that moment, in the corridor outside the door, 6 Zhao family assassins dressed in dark attire with their faces covered in black cloth had already spread out in a semi-encirclement. The leading assassin made a 2 subordinates immediately took out several bottles of high-grade flammable liquid from their pockets and skillfully poured them along the door seams and windows. Hurry up with the movements. The leader lowered his voice, his eyes fierce. The master instructed not to make too much noise. Burn it clean with a fire and fabricate it as an accident caused by aging wires. Once the fire starts, even if that kid has 3 heads and 6 arms, he can only turn into a pile of charred remains. The subordinates nodded vigorously, quickly finishing pouring the liquid. The leader took out a windproof lighter and clicked it, lighting it. He coldly smiled at the dilapidated wooden door, preparing to toss the lighter over. At that moment, a ghostly voice suddenly echoed in the empty corridor. In the dead of night, pouring gasoline everywhere is not environmentally friendly. The leader froze, his scalp prickling. This voice did not come from inside the door, but right behind him. He turned around in horror. He saw the poor student who should have been sleeping inside the room. Unbeknownst to when, he stood barefoot behind them, hands in pockets, smiling. You? How did you get out? The leader's eyes widened in shock, as if he had seen a ghost, nearly dropping the lighter. Lu Yuan sighed and pointed to the open window beside him. Did you not know that the sound insulation in this building is terrible? You guys murmuring outside the door kept... The leader's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Since they had been discovered, they could only kill him. He discarded the lighter and swiftly drew out a poisoned military dagger. Stop playing tricks. Since you're eager to die, I'll grant your wish. As soon as the words fell, the leader transformed into a shadow, the blade aiming straight at Lu Yuan. Everyone attacked together. Kill him. The night deepened. The village in the city was as silent as a forgotten graveyard. Occasionally, the chilling cries of wild cats echoed sharp and piercing, sending shivers down one's spine. The night breeze was cool, carrying the unique, damp heat of early summer. It flickered the dim motion sensor lights in the corridor. Creak. 6 shadowy figures moved like phantoms. Silently pressing against the weathered, paint-peeling walls, they stealthily ascended to the top floor. They were all clad in specially designed, tight-fitting nocturnal outfits, their breathing deliberately suppressed to the lowest level. The leader of the group was codenamed Poison Wolf. He ranked among the top 3 elite assassins of the Zhao family's dark guards, at the peak level of a martial artist. The blood of countless lives was undoubtedly on his hands. Boss, is this the place? A younger member gestured, his sharp gaze pointing at the broken door that was missing even its door panel. Poison Wolf nodded, lowering his voice. Yes, this punk humiliated Zhao Xiao this afternoon. This door was kicked in by our people. He let out a cold laugh, pulling out a black metal flask from his lower back. The master instructed to keep it low-key. Just set it ablaze and be done with it. Make it look like an accidental fire caused by old wiring. He twisted the cap off the flask. A pungent synthetic chemical odor instantly filled the air. This was a high-grade flammable liquid purchased from the black market. Forget about flesh and blood. Even reinforced concrete could be turned to ash. Move quickly, douse the door cracks and windows. Poison Wolf commanded his subordinates. They swiftly set up the scene. The transparent liquid flowed along the dilapidated door frame, winding into the pitch-black rental unit. The entire process took less than half a minute. Clean and efficient. Boss, I'm just puzzled, one of the younger members murmured while pouring the liquid, unable to suppress his voice. Do we really need all 6 of us martial artists to deal with a poor student who isn't even a martial artist? Is the master confused by the young master making a big deal out of nothing? Poison Wolf slapped the back of the younger member's head, his eyes fierce. Shut up. We get paid to do the job, don't ask questions. The master said this punk is very troublesome. He might be hiding some ultimate treasure for survival. Better to kill the wrong person than to let one escape. He glanced at the threshold, now filled with liquid. Satisfied, he nodded and took 2 steps back, pulling out a windproof lighter from his pocket. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes open. Poison Wolf looked at the dark room, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Don't provoke someone you can't afford to offend. Click. The bluish flame leaped up, illuminating Poison Wolf's face, which was full of coarse features. He raised the lighter, just about to toss it onto the gasoline-soaked threshold. At that moment, a faint voice unexpectedly echoed in the empty corridor. It's very unenvironmental to spill gasoline in the middle of the night. This voice was not loud, even carrying a hint of laziness and disdain from just waking up. But to Poison Wolf's ears, it was like a thunderclap directly shattering his composure. The voice did not come from inside the door. Instead it was right behind him. Who? Poison Wolf turned around in terror. The lighter in his hand nearly fell to the ground in fright. He was a peak martial artist. His senses were incredibly sharp. Even a similarly ranked expert approaching him wouldn't go unnoticed. Brother Yuan, are you crazy? He's in a rank awakener now, why provoke him? Though he scolded, Wang Fatty still dug out his last meat bun from his pocket and stuffed it into Lu Yuan's hand. The boy was barefoot, not wearing shoes at all, silently stepping on the dusty cement floor. He was the target they intended to burn to death tonight. Lu Yuan. How did you get out? Poison Wolf's eyes nearly bulged out, his voice trembling uncontrollably. The 5 younger members behind him were equally terrified, retreating repeatedly, as if they had seen a ghost, their eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. They had been watching the door and windows all along. How did this living person appear behind them out of nowhere? I walked out, Lu Yuan shrugged, pointing at the broken glass window at the other end of the corridor. You guys were making such a racket at the door, pouring the liquid louder than a leaky faucet. It kept me awake. I just climbed out the window to get some fresh air. He yawned, casually glancing at the pungent liquid on the ground, then at the still burning lighter in Poison Wolf's hand. So Zhao Wuji sent you few misfits to deliver death. Hearing Lu Yuan directly call out the master's name, the fear in Poison Wolf's heart was instantly suppressed by a surge of intense anger and humiliation. No matter how troublesome this kid was, he was just a class waste. They had 6 martial artists on their side. A single spit from each could drown him. Playing tricks. The murderous intent in Poison Wolf's eyes surged. He discarded the lighter in his hand, swiftly reaching to his lower back to draw out a steel dagger laced with ghosts. The sharp blade glimmered with a deadly light under the moon. He suddenly exerted force with his feet, cracking the cement floor with spiderweb-like fissures. He transformed into a black shadow, the blade cutting through the air with a piercing shriek aimed straight at Lu Yuan's heart. Since you seek death, then let's expedite your journey. A sharp metallic snap rang out in the silent corridor, painfully harsh. It was Du Lang's prized poison dagger, renowned for effortlessly piercing second-tier beast scales. The blade had lodged hard into the old-school uniform over Lu Yuan's chest. There was no expected wet, flesh-rending sound. Du Lang felt as if his full-strength thrust had struck an immovable slab of ancient black iron. A violent recoil surged up the hilt. With several crisp cracks, the finely forged dagger shattered inch by inch, shards of steel spraying in every direction. Impossible, he thought, pupils constricting in horror, his face frozen in disbelief. He was at the apex of the martialist ranks. Even a martial grandmaster would not dare to take such a blow with bare flesh. Was the kid wearing armor? Or was he some kind of monster? Before Du Lang could finish that thought, Lu Yuan's ink-dark, fathomless eyes met his with cold clarity. A sardonic curve tugged at Lu Yuan's lips. Is that all? He murmured. He did not dodge. He raised his right hand as casually as one would shoo a fly. In a reversal of the hand, a heavy palm struck. The slap landed squarely on Du Lang's cheek, devoid of any ostentatious chi flourish. There was only pure, absolute physical kinetic force, an almost unimaginable power. Du Lang's splendid head never even managed to scream. It burst apart in midair like an overripe melon, blood and bone fragments exploding outward in a crimson storm. The headless corpse, still leaning forward, was hurled by inertia through the glass behind it and tumbled from the building. Boss! The 5 remaining Zhao family enforcers stared, eyes bulging. They looked at Lu Yuan as if he were a monster, chilled to the bone, their calves already trembling. This was their boss, the pinnacle martialist, gone with one palm. Monster! He is a monster! Run! Someone screamed. These killers, usually unflinching and well-trained, were torn by terror. They turned and fled. You came all the way here. Why run? Lu Yuan sighed, annoyance flickering across his voice, as if his interrupted dream had been disturbed. He stamped his right foot. A terrifying force rippled through the concrete. The entire corridor shuddered violently. The 5 men who had only taken a few steps were hurled, as if struck from behind by a colossal hand. The sound of splintering bones joined into one hideous chorus. The 5 spat blood in unison, their bodies rocketing backward and slamming against the mottled wall. The plaster itself was shattered into 5 human-shaped pits. Their bodies slumped to the floor like puddles of waste, utterly spent of life. Ding. Eliminated 5 mid-level martialists. Gained 25000 attribute points. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical strike. Gained 25000 attribute. Listening to the crisp system prompt in his mind, Lu Yuan did not glance at the corpses. He tore off the jacket of his uniform, already corroded by venom and riddled with a small hole. It seems Zhao Wuji is in a hurry to reincarnate, Lu Yuan said coldly. If he did not exterminate these flies completely, he would never sleep peacefully. Since the Zhao family prefer to play dirty, he would not hesitate to overturn the table. He turned back into his room, reached to the bottom of a canvas bag, and pulled out a wide black robe to throw over. From his pocket, he produced the bronze Azura mask he had bought on the black market days before and fastened it to his face. It sealed tightly, revealing only a pair of eyes utterly devoid of system. Opened the divine realm. With a thought from Lu Yuan, ripples stirred the void, and a golden gate slowly manifested. A low suppressed howl answered. From the portal sprang a colossal wolf the size of an elephant, its body wreathed in nether black flame. The Rift Sky Demon Wolf King. Da Huang shook the mane around its neck. Seeing Lu Yuan's attire, the beast wisely reined in its terrifying pressure and obediently lay down. Lu Yuan mounted the wolf. Da Huang, let's go. He'll treat you to a good meal. A flash of feral light passed through the demon wolf's eyes as its four claws dug into the ground. With a thunderous crash, man and wolf shattered the window and streaked away like a black meteor bound for the wealthiest district at the heart of Jiangnan City. War Titan officially enacted. Meanwhile, inside the Zhao family's lavish manor, Zhao Wuji sat in a golden Amu great chair, holding a cup of priceless red wine. He watched the heavy night outside and felt well pleased. By the time I count the hours, Du Lang and the others should have finished, Zhao Wuji mused, sipping wine with a cruel curl at his lips. A penniless student dares threaten the Zhao family. Burn him to ash, leave not even bone dust. Let's see how the military investigates that. As he plotted how to explain tomorrow's accidental fire to the authorities, a deafening explosion rocked the estate's perimeter. The entire Zhao compound shuddered. Priceless antique vases tumbled and shattered into a floor of glass. Zhao Wuji's wineglass flew from his hand, the wine splashing over him. What is happening? He sprang to his feet, face draining of color as he shouted. A guard covered in blood tumbled into the hall, crawling and scrambling. Master, it's bad, he stammered, trembling as he pointed outside. A monster. A masked man riding a beast broke in. He smashed the gate with a single palm. Zhao Wuji's pupils narrowed. Who in Jiangnan City dared storm the Zhao estate? He was a martial grandmaster. Defenses were arrayed throughout these grounds. Before he could think further, the two council hall doors, forged of hardened steel, each weighing tons, were struck as if by a shell. They tore from their frames and were hurled onto the redwood desk in front of Zhao Wuji, smashing it to splinters. Dust and debris filled the air. A towering black wolf emanating the aura of a primordial beast stepped slowly into the hall. On its back sat a man cloaked in black, his face hidden by a bronze mask. The abyssal pressure that rolled from them made even Zhao Wuji's knees tremble. You? Who are you? He demanded. Feigning composure, Zhao Wuji frantically summoned his Grandmaster life force. A pale blue shield shimmered over his body. This is the Zhao residence. Intruding at midnight. Do you take the Zhao family for nothing? From beneath the bronze mask came a hoarse, frigid voice. The Zhao family. Lu Yuan sat atop the wolf and looked down at Zhao Wuji. I am the one who wrongs your Zhao family, he said. He did not dismount. He lifted his right hand and with an almost casual motion struck a palm toward Zhao Wuji. The impact carried no flashy martial technique. Pure physical kinetic force, so absolute it compressed the air itself, forming a visible, terrifying palm imprint. Zhao Wuji's vaunted Grandmaster shield proved more fragile than it did not hold for even a sliver of a second before shattering. No. Zhao Wuji's eyes widened in terror as a single despairing scream escaped him. In the next instant, his body, the polished floor beneath his feet, even the entire sumptuous main manor behind him were reduced to dust by that palm. The earth convulsed and dust rose skyward. The once untouchable head of the Zhao family left behind not a single intact bone. Ding. Overleveled kill of a martial grandmaster. Gained 600 attribute points. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical strike. Gained 600 attribute points. Lu Yuan listened to the system prompt, his expression unreadable. He gently patted Da Huang's head. Go, find that treasure vault for me. The wolf gave a long, excited howl and began to frantically dig through the ruins. A few minutes later, Lu Yuan opened the divine realm and absorbed the mountain of supreme spirit stones and high-grade weapons from the Zhao family's treasury in an instant. Not a single scrap was left for the Zhao kin. Having finished, Lu Yuan rode the demon wolf skyward. With a roar, the beast opened its jaws and spewed a tongue of nether black flame. The Zhao estate was instantly consumed by a sea of fire that lit half the night sky over Jiangnan City. Lu Yuan melted into the clouds and cast one last glance upon the charred roof. From beneath the bronze mask came a cold, mirthless laugh. If you enjoy setting fires, then let this blaze burn even brighter. The morning sun cast its rays upon the streets of Jiangnan City. Yet it could not dispel the pervasive shock and panic that engulfed the entire city. The Zhao family had been annihilated. Just yesterday, the ancient martial arts family could roam freely in Jiangnan City. In the blink of an eye, both the people and their grand mansions spanning tens of thousands of square meters were. Moreover, even the underground vault, dozens of meters deep and made of refined steel, had been violently breached and completely looted. This news detonated like a nuclear bomb dropped into a calm lake. Discussions exploded online, nearly crashing the servers. Have you heard? Zhao Wuji, the head of the Zhao family, was turned to ashes with a single slap. What a... He was a martial arts master. How many people in Jiangnan City could kill a master in an instant? It said that there wasn't even a trace of blood or magical fluctuations left behind. It was purely physical strength that flattened him. In the Supreme Conference Room of the Jiangnan City Alliance building, the atmosphere was so heavy it felt like it could squeeze water out. Military Commander Long Qinshan stared at the scene investigation report in his hands, his brow furrowed deeply. Is it confirmed? He looked at the sweating team leader of the exploration team across from him. No traces of martial arts. No signs of magical artifacts. Absolutely none, Commander. The team leader swallowed hard, his voice trembling. We scanned 3 times with the highest grade spiritual energy detectors. The several giant craters at the scene were all caused by pure physical impact. It's as if a giant weighing tens of thousands of tons stomped around in the Zhao family's courtyard. Long Qinshan took a deep breath and slammed the report onto the table. To kill a master with pure physical means. What kind of terrifying physical strength must that be? Even a martial arts master who specializes in physical prowess couldn't achieve such a clean and decisive kill. This mysterious powerhouse broke through the formation of the 10,000 Races cult last night and wiped out the Zhao family in the dead of night. Long Qinshan rubbed his temples. The enemy's identity is unclear and their strength is unfathomable. Send the order down to codename this individual as War Titan. All intelligence personnel must mobilize, or we need to uncover his true identity. Remember, do not provoke him lightly. Meanwhile, in the classroom of Class 2, senior year, at Jiangnan First High School. Although they were about to officially enter the college entrance examination simulation, no one had the heart to review. All were engrossed in gossip. Titan is amazing. I've never liked the Zhao family. Exactly. Zhao Tianyu often flaunted his father's status as a master, being arrogant beyond measure. Now he must feel like a fool, right? I heard Zhao Tianyu wet his pants out of fear last night in the hospital and was transferred to a mental hospital overnight. In the back corner, Lu Yuan calmly bit into a fried dough stick while sipping soy milk. Sunlight fell on his slightly pale, yet sharply defined face. Watching the group of classmates in front of him, whose faces were flushed with excitement, he felt no waves in his heart, even finding it a bit amusing. Yuan Gu, have you heard? Wang Fatty squeezed over from the front of the classroom like a meatball holding a battered tablet and mysteriously leaned towards Lu Yuan. There are wild rumors outside. That guy called War Titan is not only immensely strong, but also rides a beast that can spew black flames. Oh, is that so? Lu Yuan swallowed the last piece of his fried dough stick and nodded nonchalantly. Sounds quite impressive. Not just impressive, he is like a god descending from the heavens. Fatty excitedly gestured with his hands, saliva flying everywhere. One slap shattered a master. How thick must his arms be? He exaggeratedly illustrated his size. I estimate that this titan must be at least 3 meters tall with muscles like stone. Lu Yuan glanced at his own not so brawny and somewhat slender arms. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Fatty, you should read less street literature. Big muscles don't necessarily mean big strength. He took a sip of soy milk and casually tossed the empty cup into the trash can. TCH Yuan Gu, you just don't understand the romance of a powerhouse. Fatty pouted and suddenly lowered his voice, glancing around. Yuan Gu, do you think? He leaned close to Lu Yuan's ear, his voice very low, as if he had discovered some earth-shattering secret. That Titan might be hiding among ordinary people like us. For example, disguised as a delivery worker or a student in the logistics class. Lu Yuan paused slightly with half a fried dough stick in his hand. He turned his head, looking at the curious face of Fatty. In his heart, he secretly mused that this seemingly foolish Fatty had quite a keen intuition. Who knows? Lu Yuan stuffed the last half of the fried dough stick into his mouth and pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands. He patted Fatty's shoulder, smiling as he stood up. Maybe he is getting ready to go to the examination hall with you right now. Come on, it's time to enter the simulation chamber. On the day of the college entrance examination, the giant air defense gymnasium in the city center, capable of accommodating 100,000 people, was bustling with activity. The air was thick with the scent of heightened hormones. Tens of thousands of awakened students in their senior year were dressed in standardized combat uniforms, standing ready for action. Gone were the parents from previous years, waving banners and shouting encouragement. In the stands, armed soldiers formed a solid line. Even those maintaining order were powerful martial masters. The atmosphere was oppressive, making it hard to breathe. Damn, this setup is terrifying. Wang Pengzi rubbed the cold sweat from his palms, his calves trembling. Yuan Gu, why do I feel like this is not an exam, but a death march? Lu Yuan leaned against the wall, arms crossed, eyes closed in a meditative state. He lazily replied, it's not a death march, at worst it's just a bit painful. At the podium, Lung Wushuang, clad in a sharp military uniform, exuded a chilling aura. Behind her stood several representatives from the 3 top military academies. All were terrifying figures at the master level. Silence. Lung Wushuang picked up the microphone, her icy voice resonating through the psychic amplification, instantly silencing the crowd. Everyone listen carefully. This year's martial examination rules have been completely revised. As soon as she spoke, the crowd erupted in an uproar. To address the increasingly severe abyss crisis, the Alliance has decided to abolish all tests involving flashy moves and target practice. The examination venue will be entirely replaced with the military's latest developed Abyss simulation chamber. Pain sensation will be restored to 100. The feeling of death will be restored to 100. Only those who survive the onslaught of abyssal monsters and earn enough points will qualify for entry into the military academy. Boom. Her words landed like a heavy bomb among the crowd. Pain sensation at 100. People could die from this. I'm just a support class. How can I fight monsters in close quarters? I won't take the exam. A girl with poor mental fortitude burst into tears on the spot. Lung Wushuang ignored the complaints, waving her hand. First batch 100 people enter the chamber. In the center of the arena, 100 simulation chambers resembling black metal coffins slowly rose. The students whose names were called entered the chambers with trepidation as if going to their execution. The doors slowly closed. The large screen in the center of the gymnasium lit up with 100 split-screen images. Simulation start scene level 1 Abyss Dungeon. A cold mechanical voice echoed throughout the venue. In the images, 100 students had just appeared in a dark red virtual waste. Before they could comprehend their surroundings, a horde of bloodthirsty wolves sprang forth from the shadows. Oh, help! My leg! The chilling screams reverberated through the loudspeakers, filling the entire gymnasium. A virtual bloodthirsty wolf pounced on a boy, tearing his throat out. In reality, the simulation chamber of that boy shook violently. Red lights flashed wildly. Chamber door opening, candidate eliminated. In less than 30 seconds, the first student to be eliminated emerged, pale, convulsing all over. Clutching his unscathed neck, he knelt on the ground and vomited violently, clearly having experienced an intensely realistic death. Following closely the second, third. In less than 3 minutes, the entire first batch of 100 students was wiped out. The best performance recorded was merely killing 2 first-tier magic wolves and surviving for 2 minutes. The venue fell into a deathly silence. The students who had been complaining moments ago now dared not even breathe. This was no exam, it was pure hell. Lung Wushuang's face turned ashen. She glanced at the admissions representatives behind her. Those masters shook their heads repeatedly, their eyes filled with disappointment. Pathetic. The quality of candidates from Jiangnan City this year is simply unbearable. They can't even endure the adaptation period of a first-tier abyss. These sheltered flowers would just be cannon fodder on the front lines. A representative from the capital's academy snorted coldly, marking a large cross on his record book. The subsequent batches continued to suffer devastating losses. The pass rate was even below 5%. A few who managed to cling on with level talents emerged as if they had lost half their lives, collapsing on the ground. It's over, it's really over this time. Wang Pengzi stared at the big screen in despair, pulling at his hair. Yuan Gu, I just calculated with this elimination rate neither of us can even make it to a vocational school. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and yawned. No rush, the real show is still to come. He glanced at the podium. Zhao Tianyu was absent, having reportedly gone insane after being frightened last night. The Zhao family had spent heavily to secure him a guaranteed admission. On the other hand, the school beauty Su Qinghan, with her A-level extreme ice talent, lasted 10 minutes, achieving the highest score so far. Yet this still failed to satisfy the scrutinizing admissions representatives. Just as the teachers and students of Jiangnan City fell into despair, believing this year would end in total failure, the central big screen of the gymnasium suddenly rolled out the names for the next batch. Batch 34, Chamber No. 1. The mechanical female voice echoed in the empty gymnasium, devoid of any emotion. Lu Yuan. Talent level space system. Please enter the chamber. As these two names were announced, a strange stir surged through the previously gloomy stands. All eyes like spotlights focused squarely on Lu Yuan, who stood in the corner. Damn, is that the Flevel waste? Wasn't he advised to withdraw from logistics? How dare he participate in the martial exam? This simulation chamber restores pain sensation to 100. He's a space support type, he'll probably be torn apart in a second. Lung Wushuang frowned. She had a very poor impression of this boy who had insisted on going solo during the field assessment and ended up hiding in a pit to escape disaster. This is simply ridiculous. Lung Wushuang pressed down on her intercom, her tone severe. Students from the logistics department do not need to experience such deadly dangers. Operator, remove him from the list. Just as the operator was about to take action, Lu Yuan had already stepped through the crowd and walked straight to the central chamber No. 1. His steps were steady and his expression was relaxed. Even as he passed by Lung Wushuang, he stopped to raise an eyebrow at her. Teacher Lung, the rules didn't say level students can't participate. Lu Yuan patted the pitch-black chamber door, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Besides, what if the machine malfunctions and I get a windfall? Lu Yuan walked towards the pitch-black abyss simulation chamber amidst countless mocking and pitying gazes, his expression as calm as ever. He disregarded Lung Wushuang's warning, filled with disappointment, and did not glance at the faces around him that were waiting to see the spectacle. He stepped inside with tranquility. Bang! The heavy metal hatch slowly closed. His vision instantly plunged into darkness, followed by numerous fine electric currents attaching to his temples and spine. This was the sign of the neural connection system being activated. Identity verification. Lu Yuan. Talent level space system. Loading abyss simulation environment. Default difficulty normal, first-year dungeon. A mechanical electronic voice echoed in the enclosed chamber. The darkness before Lu Yuan gradually faded, replaced by an extremely realistic, desolate ruin. The gray sky, the pungent smell of blood, and even the sensation of gravel beneath his feet were identical to reality. Meanwhile, in the surveillance hall of the gymnasium, a whole wall of gigantic LCD screens was broadcasting the images from 100 simulation chambers in real time. Among those who entered, many were top students from Jiangnan City's elite classes. However, the situation remained tragic. On the screen, a boy who had awakened a Clevel Wind system talent was being chased by 3 first-tier shadow leopards rolling on the ground. His proud wind blade only left a white mark on the leopard's scales. "Ah, help! I give up." Within less than a minute, the boy was pounced on by the shadow leopard, which bit through his virtual throat. Cabin 37 eliminated, time taken 58 seconds. Lung Wushuang stared at the big screen, her brows tightly knitted. She turned to look at several recruitment representatives seated in the VIP area, her face looking quite grim. "Oldly, it's not that I'm criticizing you." A chubby master from the Kyoto War Academy shook his head while holding a teacup. "The psychological quality of this year's students from Jiangnan City is too poor. Facing beasts of the same tier, they don't even have the courage to draw their swords, only knowing how to run." The representative from the Magic City Academy chimed in. "Indeed, there is no word for surrender in the abyss. It seems that this year Jiangnan City will not obtain a single special recruitment quota." The director of Jiangnan City's Education Bureau stood by with a forced smile, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Just as these bigwigs sighed, repeatedly preparing to give up on this batch of exam candidates completely. In front of the monitoring station, a young operator responsible for monitoring data streams suddenly fixed his gaze on the screen before him. His eyes widened with increasing intensity, pupils sharply contracting. It was as if he had seen a terrifying scene that defied the laws of physics. How is this possible?" The operator gasped abruptly, pushing his chair back and standing up. His sudden movement even knocked over the coffee on the table. "What are you yelling about? Can't you see the heads of the recruitment office are all here?" Lung Wushuang was startled and scolded sharply. "What happened?" The operator's hand, pointing at the screen, trembled, his voice stammering. "Long, officer, you need to look at the data panel of cabin 1. That Flevel student named Lu Yuan, he. Isn't it normal for an Flevel logistics student to be eliminated What's so surprising about that?" The chubby master from Kyoto waved his hand impatiently. "It's not an elimination." He manually changed the system parameters. The operator was nearly in tears, his voice involuntarily rising by 8 degrees. He bypassed the safety protocol and forcibly adjusted the difficulty of the simulation environment to the highest level. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire monitoring hall fell into a deathly silence. Even the several experienced master representatives were left dumbfounded. "Highest level." Lung Wushuang rushed to the operator's screen, pushing him aside, and stared intently at the data displayed. On the screen, the light column representing Cabin 1's status had skyrocketed from a safe green to a blinding blood red. "Purgatory level." Lung Wushuang murmured these 3 words, feeling her scalp tingle. "Crazy. This kid is absolutely insane." "What is Purgatory level?" It is a death mode specifically set by the military to train the top-level geniuses in their 3rd and even 4th years. At this difficulty, the scene is no longer a first-tier dungeon, but has directly upgraded to a 3rd-tier beast lair. The number, defense, and attack power of the magical creatures will surge. The pain sensation will also be amplified by the system to a mentally breaking point of 150, let alone a freshly awakened Flevel high school student. Even Lung Wushuang, herself a peak martial artist, would not dare to ensure she could come out unscathed. "Quick! Immediately forcibly disconnect the neural connection of Cabin 1. Lung Wushuang reacted quickly, shouting loudly. "The pain impact at Purgatory level will directly burn his brain into a fool. Hurry and cut it off." The operator frantically typed on the keyboard. But a few seconds later, he lifted his head, his face filled with despair. "Officer, we can't cut it off. His brainwaves are abnormally active, forming a neural magnetic field similar to a black hole that blocks the system's safety lock." "What nonsense!" Lung Wushuang angrily kicked the control panel, then forcibly pull open the hatch and cut the power. As the hall descended into chaos, beep, 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 the enormous main screen suspended in the center of the gymnasium. The image from Lu Yuan's Cabin 1 suddenly erupted with blinding red light. The frequency of the red light flickering was extremely high, accompanied by an extremely piercing high-risk alarm sound. It instantly drowned out all the noise in the venue. Tens of thousands of students and teachers in the audience all looked up in fear, staring at the screen that had been magnified countless times. In the image, the originally desolate ruin scene was twisting wildly. The sky turned into a suffocating dark purple. The earth cracked and magma churned. Massive 3rd-tier fire demons, each the size of a small mountain and engulfed in hellfire, emerged densely on the screen as if they were evil spirits crawling out from the depths of the earth. There were no less than 1,000 of them. Is this a 3rd-tier fire demon swarm? The chubby Wang sitting in the stands was so scared that he fell to the ground, his face. What the hell did Brother Yuan do? How did he draw such monsters? In the monitoring hall, those master representatives, who had previously shown disappointment, all stood up. They stared intently at the screen, their eyes filled with shock. 1,000 third-tier fire demons. This has already reached the level of a small-scale beast tide. The chubby master from Kyoto swallowed hard, his brow furrowed. Even if this kid has 3 heads and 6 arms, he would be instantly turned to dust upon entering. Prepare to call the medical team. This brain damage is irreversible. In the screen facing the 1,000 roaring third-tier fire demons charging at him, the slender Lu Yuan appeared even smaller than an ant. He was heavily surrounded, as if he would be torn to shreds in the next second. However, just as everyone could hardly bear to watch, and was ready to close their eyes, Lu Yuan in the center of the screen made a terrifying move that sent chills down everyone's spine. He did not run, nor did he desperately plead for help. He merely lowered his head slightly, looking at his fists that held no weapons. Then, facing the overwhelming swarm of fire demons, he broke into an extremely manic grin. Is this the level of purgatory? There isn't even a single opponent to Lu Yuan's lazy voice, amplified through the microphone of the simulation chamber, echoed clearly throughout the entire gymnasium. System, can you raise it a bit more? I'm in a hurry. System, can you raise the difficulty level further? I'm in a hurry. And Lu Yuan's lazy, insolent remarks streamed live from the simulation pod's microphone, broadcasting instantly across every corner of Jiangnan City. Silence fell over the stadium like a suffocating shroud. And then, deafening chaos erupted, threatening to tear the roof from its beams. Is this idiot out of his mind? A tier 3 demon cavern isn't enough for him. Does he want fame so badly he's willing to throw away his life? Even showboating has its limits, and damn it, this is humiliating. That good for nothing has disgraced the entire city of Jiangnan. Students in the stands pointed furiously at the giant screen, hurling curses. And because the highest difficulty alert protocol had been triggered, the military's automated broadcast system activated itself. The surveillance feed, originally intended only for internal Jiangnan City distribution, was forcibly streamed onto the alliance-wide public martial examination livestream main channel. Hundreds of millions of netizens flooded into Lu Yuan's livestream in an instant. And on the right side of the screen, chat messages scrolled like a blizzard. Whoa, Jiangnan City just produced a legend. And Frank's spatial type daring the Infernal Tier challenge, and legend. More like attention-seeking nonsense. If he survives 3 seconds, I'll eat my keyboard on live stream. And his support class cultivators belong safely behind the lines, not charging headlong into battle and wasting precious alliance resources. Let's watch this arrogant fool get torn limb from limb by demon wolves. Popcorn's already ready. An online mockery rained down without mercy. Not a single soul believed in this impoverished student whose blood fluctuations were utterly imperceptible. And inside Jiangnan City's monitoring command center, the atmosphere plunged to absolute zero. Lung Wushuang stared at the forcibly locked simulation pod, her face livid with fury, teeth grinding audibly. A reckless, undisciplined fool. He's committing suicide. And she slammed her fist onto the control console, jabbing a finger at the ever-growing horde of demonic beasts appearing on screen. And beside her, a master representative from Modu War Academy shook his head with a sigh. In all my years proctoring exams, I've never seen such a death-defying civilian student. And even our top third-year elites would emerge from an Infernal Tier 3 demon cavern stripped bare, physically and spiritually. Can this boy, a mere Frank, endure the neural shock of full sensory pain feedback? And the portly master from Jingdu Academy wore an expression of profound impatience. Enough, stop watching. It's a waste of time. And he turned to the operator. And cut power manually. Don't let him end up brain damaged. We'll be held accountable for the fallout. Commander, the power cut-off command failed, and the operator hammered frantically at his keyboard, voice trembling with palpable terror. Pod 1 system is fully locked, and its simulated data continues to escalate. And what do you mean? And Lung Wushuang lunged forward, eyes fixed on the screen. The image on screen underwent a profoundly uncanny transformation. And where a Tier 3 flame demon should have manifested, the AI system, responding literally to Lu Yuan's offhand query, had recalibrated reality itself. After a grating electronic screech, the scene warped anew, upgraded. And the previously deep purple sky darkened into absolute ink-black void. A blood-red moon hung low and malevolent. Surrounding lava solidified into frigid obsidian-black scorched earth. ROAR. And from all directions rose overlapping spine-chilling howls of wolves. Thousands upon thousands of monstrous wolves, each larger than ordinary demon wolves, their bodies bristling with jagged black-boned spurs, swarmed forth like a tide of living shadow, spawning relentlessly from every horizon. This was a Tier 4 demonic beast, the Obsidian Golden Demon Wolf Pack, and their numbers exceeded 5,000. And their glowing emerald eyes locked unblinkingly onto Lu Yuan, standing motionless at the heart of the wasteland. Saliva dripped from their razor-sharp fangs, sizzling as it corroded the scorched ground. F4 Tier wolves. Wang Fatso collapsed sideways from his seat, legs buckling beneath him. He trembled violently, unable even to weep. Brother Yuan, it's truly over now. These were creatures capable of tearing apart a martial sovereign with bare 5,000. And this challenge wasn't merely beyond high schoolers. It would annihilate Jiangnan City's entire garrison force. And after a brief stunned lull, the livestream's comment feed exploded once more. No way, the system glitched. How did it spawn tier 4 demons? It's over. He'll be tortured to death by pain feedback alone. Too late. Prepare forced breach of the pod. The master's expressions in the monitoring center had shifted irrevocably. Lung Wushuang drew her battle saber, her ki blood surging violently as she surged toward the pod, blade raised to cleave it open. If he dies inside, this Jiangnan examination site is finished, permanently ruined. Within the simulation feed, the 5,000 frenzied obsidian golden demon wolves could no longer contain their bloodlust. They unleashed a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Hundreds in the front rank launched themselves like black arrows loosed from a celestial bow, jaws wide, capable of crushing armored vehicles whole. They converged from all directions, a storm of fangs and bone, rushing toward Lu Yuan with terrifying velocity. Their sharpened spurs carved shrieking sonic booms through the air. Distance, under 10 meters. 5. 3. Less than 1 second until he shredded into meat pulp. The Modu representative closed his eyes, refusing to whip. All expected the next frame to erupt in gore, blood, viscera, horror beyond description. Yet, at the very instant the virtual wolf's fangs grazed the tip of Lu Yuan's nose. Lu Yuan, who'd stood hunched, hands buried deep in his pockets, seemingly paralyzed by fear, and finally raised his right hand. He didn't even lift his eyelids. With utter nonchalance, he clenched his fist midair. This rabble, dare call this hell? Under the gaze of the multitude, the boy in the worn school uniform faced an overwhelming horde of fourth-tier dark gold demon wolves. He did not retreat. He didn't even perform a proper starting gesture. He merely raised his pale, slender right hand, which appeared completely unthreatening. Then casually he clenched his fist towards the snarling wolf heads that were less than 3 meters away from him. With an unremarkable motion, he smashed it down. There were no dazzling, blinding flashes of blood energy. No awe-inspiring martial arts effects. Just pure, unadulterated, physical impact. A terrifying roar erupted, surpassing the limits of human hearing. In the Jiangnan City monitoring hall, all the precise and expensive sound equipment collectively exploded, emitting a stench of black smoke. The operators clutched their bleeding ears, collapsing to the ground in pain. Meanwhile, the scene on the screen left all the masters present, including Lung Wushuang, who was ready to slash the simulation pod with her battle knife frozen in place. As if under a spell of paralysis, the image on the screen depicted a point of impact from Lu Yuan's punch as the center. The virtual black scorched earth within a radius of several thousand meters was crushed under the weight of over 20 million pounds of terrifying energy. It was as if the sea had encountered a level 10 tsunami, instantly stirring up monstrous waves of mud and stone dozens of meters high. The over 5,000 fourth-tier dark gold demon wolves with their gaping maws were filled with menace. They didn't even have time to let out a cry of despair, let alone touch the corner of Lu Yuan's clothing in the face of the shockwave that was 100 times more violent than a nuclear explosion. Their proud hard-boned spikes and dark gold scales crumbled as if made of paper. The sound of bang 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 echoed in a dense chorus. The hundreds of wolves in the front row were directly shattered in midair into clouds of dark red mist. The wolves behind were pushed down like plowing land by this earth-shattering force. Countless severed limbs and debris were propelled wildly in all directions along with the upheaved scorched earth. The virtual space of Simulation Pod No. 1. Under this punch, it was forcefully cracked with spider web-like spatial fissures. In just 1 second, screen cleared. Instant kill. The endless demon lair that had just been crowded, and at this moment only the debris remained, along with a terrifying giant pit several meters deep. And the boy in the worn school uniform stood quietly at the very center of the giant pit. He retracted his fist and lightly blew away the non-existent dust on his knuckles. The bullet comments on the live broadcast after experiencing this worldview-shattering blow entered a bizarre 5-second pause. Hundreds of millions of viewers online seemed to have collectively lost their internet connection or forgotten how to type. The gymnasium fell into a deathly silence. Only the sound of the cooling fan from the simulation pod operating under overload could be heard buzzing. Gulch. Someone in the stands swallowed hard. This sound rang out clearly in the empty venue. Following that, the bullet comments exploded like a flood breaking a dam. What the hell, what the hell, what the hell? What the fuck did I just see? A single punch shattered 5,000 fourth-tier monsters. Is this Flevel Logistics? This is basically a human-shaped nuclear bomb. Who just said he wouldn't survive 3 seconds? Come out and eat your keyboard upside down. Mama asked me why I was watching the live broadcast on my knees. This level of physical destruction, even a martial ancestor would be blown apart with a single punch, right? In the monitoring, Lung Wushuang's hand gripping the battle knife trembled uncontrollably. She had just wanted to rush over and forcibly break open the pod to save someone. Now it seemed like that was far from a wreck. This was simply stopping a demon god from unilaterally slaughtering the system's AI. Oldly, the representative master from the Magic Capital Academy tugged at the sleeve of the nearby plump Kyoto master with a trembling voice. Did you clearly see what martial arts technique he used just now? Why was there not even a hint of blood energy fluctuation? The plump master now looked pale, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. What the hell did I see? This kid didn't even use martial arts. It's purely the crushing force of his physical body. What kind of monster has emerged from Jiangnan City? They, the masters who had always looked down from above, were experiencing for the first time the kind of despairing, unreasonable, violent oppression from a high school senior. Inside the simulation pod, Lu Yuan was unaware that the outside world had erupted due to his punch. He looked around at the empty surroundings, frowning in dissatisfaction. Is this it? Lu Yuan raised his head, his gaze fixed directly on the hidden system camera, in midair, his tone filled with impatience. Is this hellish difficulty really that easy to handle? 5,000 fourth-tier monsters aren't even enough to warm me up. He cracked his neck, producing a series of crisp sounds. What's next? Stop dawdling and hurry up. I'm in a rush to get home for dinner. These words spread across the entire internet through the live broadcast equipment. Arrogant, conceited, disregarding everyone. Yet at this moment no one dared to mock him even a little. Because in the face of absolute power, this wasn't called showing off. This was stating a fact. In the monitoring hall, Lung Wushuang finally came back to her senses. She looked at the operators, her voice dry. Can we summon higher difficulty monsters? The operators were sweating profusely, their hands flying over the keyboard. Sir, the system AI seems to be enraged by him. He pointed at the wildly fluctuating data stream on the screen, his face turning extremely pale. Due to candidate No. 1's killing speed and destructive power exceeding the limit. The system has determined that conventional aberrations pose no threat. The operator swallowed hard, his voice filled with deep fear. The system is extracting reserve energy, preparing to generate 5th-tier Abyss Lord level monsters. And the operator's voice trembled. Not just one, but a whole group. The system was truly enraged. Since the Abyss simulation pod entered service, no examinee had ever dared mouth such audacious blasphemies at the central AI. Moreover, he had used outrageously high damage values, forcibly crushing the limits the system had set. A low, insistent hum filled the gym as the central screen pulsed with red light, so fierce it threatened to blind. The operator's desperate shout crackled over the PA. The system's reserve power is being forcibly drained. It's generating. He never finished the sentence. The dark purple firmament on the display shattered like glass, fragment by fragment. A suffocating, terrifying pressure emanated from the hologram, pressing down on the hearts of those present and the hundreds of millions watching online. It was the innate law-bearing oppression of a high-tier abyssal being. Even through screens, many lower-ranked warriors went pale and their knees weakened. With teeth-grating sounds of grinding bone, a mountain-sized, deathly white skull of a skeletal dragon burst through the virtual cloud layer. 2 ghost green soulfires burned in its hollow eye sockets. Moments later, a staggering 100-meter-long bony frame blotting out the sky descended over the room. A 5th-rank Abyss Lord, the Deathbone Dragon. Its power exceeded that of ordinary martial masters and pressed upon the threshold of the Grandmaster realm. This is madness. The system must have crashed. The master representative of Modu Academy sprang to his feet, slamming his palm on the table. Is this some kind of damned assessment? This is a city-destroying level disaster drill. Cut the power. That boy's mind cannot withstand a 5th-rank lord's pressure. He'll be left a vegetable. The portly master from Jingdu grew frantic, cold sweat beading on his brow. If the boy dies in the exam hall, we proctors will bear the consequences. In the gym, Su Qinghan stared at the screen until her knuckles whitened. Wang Pengzi, even more terrified, shut his eyes and frantically chanted invocations to every deity he knew. After a momentary dead silence, the online barrage erupted anew. Holy shit. A 5th-rank lord. Is Jiangnan City trying to kill its students? It's over. He finally hit a wall. The Bone Dragon's defense is physically immune. He can't damage it with raw strength alone. On the screen, faced with the sky-darkening dragon, Lu Yuan did not flee. He craned his neck with curious interest and appraised the enormous skeleton. 5th rank. Lu Yuan licked his lips, a feverish gleam in his eyes. This will be a richly rewarding experience pack. The Deathbone Dragon, enraged by this insect-like human's gaze, opened a maw of white bone vast enough to swallow a train. Ghost green flames in its throat compressed and coalesced. In the next instant, a Morathantimeter-wide, searingly destructive nether dragon breath cascaded down like a waterfall. Where it passed, the virtual air ignited, and space itself cried out in warped wails. That dragon breath could melt an entire heavy-armored unit into molten iron in an instant. Get out of the way. What are you standing there for? A student screamed from the stands. But Lu Yuan neither dodged nor flinched. He faced the cataclysmic nether breath, his legs bending slightly. With a thunderous boom, the scorched virtual earth beneath his feet was blasted into a bottomless crater. Lu Yuan shot upward like a launched rocket. Carrying the terrifying momentum of millions of pounds, he ripped through the air and streaked toward the heavens. What is he trying to do? Take the dragon breath with his bare body. Lung Wushuang's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Yuan moved so fast the cameras could only register a streak of afterimage. He plunged headlong into the scalding nether breath. No defense, no deceleration. The breath, capable of melting high-grade alloys, struck his dark golden skin and failed even to singe it. He was like an indomitable retrograde meteor forcing his way up through the waterfall of dragon breath. In an instant, he broke the sound barrier and appeared directly beneath the bone dragon's massive lower jaw. Physically immune, Lu Yuan curled a cruel cold smile. Your physics simply isn't pure enough. He concentrated all his strength into his right knee. With irresistible charging inertia, a plain, yet supremely violent knee strike drove hard into the Deathbone Dragon's supposedly indestructible jawbone. A single resonant thud more terrifying than the previous blow, like the tolling of an ancient Colossus bell, made every heart in the hall contract. Time seemed to suspend. The ghost green flames in the dragon's eye sockets flared violently, filled with an almost human terror and incredulity. From the point of contact where Lu Yuan's knee struck, a blinding white fissure raced up the dragon's vast skull. Cracks spread like a plague, instantly crawling over its 100-meter skeleton. A thunderous resonance rolled out. Under the gaze of hundreds of millions, this arrogant, supposedly physically invulnerable fifth-rank Abyss Lord was cleaved by that fearsome knee midair. It was smashed into pieces, shattered. A pallid storm of bone fell like a blizzard, drifting down onto the scorched earth. No screams, no retaliation. Another strike, an instant kill. Before every streaming screen, masters and commoners alike stood stunned, as if carved from wood. Their minds went blank, utterly bereft of thought. Instantly killing a fifth-rank lord. Is that something a mere high school student can do? But the shock was not yet over. At the very moment the bone dragon exploded in the underground control room of Jiangnan City Gymnasium, warning. Warning. Simulation pod no. One's data calculations have exceeded the host's tolerable limit by 10000. Motherboard overload. The spiritual core has fused. Amid the ear-piercing alarms, the superhost that supported the entire examination began belching thick black smoke. Then with a heavy explosion, the silent gymnasium was rocked. The black metal hatch of Simulation Pod No. 1, a batch 34, was blown from its frame by a violent surge of energy, spinning tens of meters outward to slam against the edge of the dais. Billowing black smoke poured from the pod. The arena erupted into chaos as air raid alarms wailed. There's been an accident. Get them out. Medical team. Bring the medical team. Lung Wushuang and several masters went pale and lunged toward the smoking metal box. With an explosion of that magnitude, the students inside were likely in grave peril. As the medics raced forward with a stretcher, a pale hand suddenly thrust out from the smoke and gripped the warped metal rim. Under the tens of thousands of stunned eyes, Lu Yuan climbed out slowly. His old-school uniform bore no tears, only a light dusting of ash. He stood, brushed the dust from his clothes, rubbed his ringing ears, and regarded Lung Wushuang, who had rushed up, blade in hand and horror on her face. Lu Yuan sighed and frowned with a trace of displeasure. Teacher Lung, he said, gesturing at the utterly trashed simulation pod behind him, still spitting sparks. There was a hint of helplessness in his tone. Are your military machines a bit too shoddy? I had just finished warming up and it exploded on its own. Does this count as a pass for me? The vast air defense gymnasium was silent at this moment. Only the scrapped simulation pod in the center of the arena continued to emit black smoke with a crackle sound. Tens of thousands of eyes were fixated on the young man emerging from the smoke, as if they were gazing upon a demonic god that had just crawled out of hell. The battle knife in Minter Lung Wushuang's hand fell to the ground with a clank. She stood there, mouth agape, staring blankly at the unscathed Lu Yuan. Her usually stern and cold face was now as stiff as a stone, unable to utter a single word for quite a while. This was the highest level of purgatory difficulty. A death arena that could drive even peak martial masters insane. He not only shattered 5,000 fourth-tier magical beasts with a single punch, but also smashed a fifth-tier bone dragon into pieces. Now he was actually asking if that counted as passing. This was directly sealing his divinity, all right. In the monitoring hall, the silence was shattered by a burst of frenzied roars. Quick! Immediately retrieve the back-end data remnants of Pod 1. The representative from the Magic City Academy, acting like a madman, grabbed the operator by the... Find out if he brought any prohibited high-level energy weapons inside. The operator was sweating profusely, his hands typing shadowy images on the keyboard. Rescuing the super host that had almost been burned to ashes. A few minutes later, the operator looked at the restored data log on the screen and gulped. Everyone, commanders. His voice trembled, laced with undeniable shock. The system check shows that Lu Yuan has committed no cheating offenses. There are no residual fluctuations of any spiritual energy weapons in the testing area. The chubby master from Kyoto's eyes nearly bulged out as he pushed the operator aside. No weapons. Did he just annihilate the bone dragon using pure physical strength? The operator was almost in tears, pointing at the freshly updated national martial arts ranking on the big. Sir, take a look for yourself. On the leaderboard, the original first place belonged to an class genius from a military family in Kyoto. With the points gained from killing a large number of second-tier exotic beasts, he had barely managed to obtain 30,000 points. And now that glimmering first-place spot was replaced by an exceedingly glaring, even somewhat absurd name. Jiangnan City Lu Yuan class spatial system points 999. 9999. The numbers behind were still flashing wildly as the system's set limit was broken, causing it to explode. The national gap was first. This score surpassed the combined total of second to 10,000th place. The news spread like a hurricane, instantly sweeping through the entire Alliance network. At that moment, the live streaming rooms across the internet were completely paralyzed. The servers were overwhelmed and exploded under the flood of astonished comments. In the principal's office of Jiangnan First High School, the old principal Li Xiujing held a teacup huddled in the corner, his hands shaking like he had Parkinson's. The usually aloof and rarely seen directors of the three top academies were now like three raging bulls, eyeing each other and spitting in his office. This student belongs to our Kyoto Academy. He is a born war machine. The chubby master banged on the table, spitting saliva onto the face of the person next to him. Nonsense. His destructive power is clearly more suitable for our Divine Martial Academy's martial arts' true meaning. The representative from Divine Martial was unyielding, grabbing the chubby master by the collar. You fat bastard, let go. Do you believe I'll go out and challenge you unknown? The representative from the Magic City Academy was a skinny old man, anxiously jumping onto the sofa. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? The three usually imposing grandmasters would not give way, directly bickering shamelessly in the principal's office. Teacups shattered everywhere. The expensive leather sofa was torn apart. Li Xiu wiped his cold sweat, lacking even the courage to mediate. Ahem. A sudden light cough came from outside the door. Lu Yuan walked in slowly with his hands in his pockets, looking at the mess and raising an eyebrow. Teachers, are you doing warm-up exercises? Upon seeing the main character arrive, the three masters who had just been fighting instantly stopped. They quickly tidied their wrinkled clothes, replacing their expressions with ones that were more amiable than a spring breeze. Lu, come sit down. The chubby master rushed forward first, his face squeezing together with a smile. I'm from Kyoto Academy. The chubby master fixed his fervent gaze on Lu Yuan, directly throwing out, as long as you come, I guarantee you'll enroll as a major with military rank. Enjoy the highest military allowances. Upon graduation, you will directly enter the reserve for high-ranking officers with limitless prospects. Don't listen to him, the military has too many rules and is quite bothersome. The representative from Divine Martial squeezed past the chubby master, coming close to Lu Yuan. Come to our divine. With the top 10 divine weapons in the Alliance, you can choose anything from our storeroom. I will personally arrange for 3 martial arts masters to guide your training unknown. The conditions thrown out by the 3 big shots were increasingly exaggerated. Just one of them would be enough to make the class geniuses outside go insane with jealousy. Even Principal Li Xiu, who was standing nearby, gasped in disbelief. But Lu Yuan leaned against the door frame, digging at his ear. His expression was as indifferent as if he were listening to a market vendor selling cabbage. Titles. He had no interest. Weapons. His hands that could crush refined steel were the best weapons. As for master guidance, he could easily crush masters by killing a few exotic beasts. Oh, what could these old men teach him? Is that all? Lu Yuan yawned, his eyes showing a hint of disinterest. If there's nothing else, I'll just head back to clean my equipment room. The skinny old man from the Magic City Academy saw Lu Yuan's indifferent demeanor and felt a jolt in his heart. He realized that this kid was someone who wouldn't act unless he saw a rabbit. Those hollow honors simply wouldn't impress him. The old man gritted his teeth as if he had made an extremely painful and significant decision. He pushed aside the other 2 and strode up to Lu Yuan. With a flick of his wrist slap, a specially made bank card shimmering with dark golden patterns was slammed heavily onto the broken. Lu Yuan, I know that geniuses like you hate being constrained the most. The old man lowered his voice, his tone extremely enticing, his eyes fixed on Lu Yuan. Come to our Magic City Academy, there are no rules. You won't need to sign any indenture contract. This card has 10 billion Alliance coins as startup funds. The chubby master and the Divine Martial representative were both stunned. 10 billion to recruit a student. The Magic City Academy was really going all out. The old man ignored them and continued to raise the stakes. Moreover, this card has an unlimited credit limit. All the resource expenses for your training in school, no matter how outrageous, will be fully covered by us at Magic City Academy. Upon hearing the words 10 billion and unlimited credit, the previously bored Lu Yuan finally lifted his half-lidded eyelids. A glimmer of green light akin to that of an ultimate experience pack flashed rapidly in his pitch-black eyes. Unlimited credit. Did that mean he could fill his bottomless divine kingdom with all sorts of low-tier resources without spending a single penny? Lu Yuan walked over, extended 2 slender fingers, and picked up the black card, flicking it in the sunlight. Listening to the crisp sound, a radiant smile finally broke out on his face for the first time since entering the room. Seeing this, the old man from Magic City let out a long sigh of relief, thinking that this kid had finally taken the bait. So what do you think, Lu Yuan? Is this sincerity enough? The old man asked with a smiling face. Lu Yuan casually tucked the black card into his pocket and nodded in satisfaction. He looked at the Magic City old man and slowly added, the sincerity is indeed enough. But if I require that this 10 billion reward be completely converted into the lowest grade scrap metal and stray animals, will your academy also be responsible for the delivery to my home? In the principal's office, the air suddenly became terrifyingly silent. Only the sound of water dripping from the damaged coffee table echoed. 3 masters of the highest rank in charge of admissions, along with an elderly Principal Li Xiu, who was shivering in the corner. for pairs of eyes were fixed intently on Lu Yuan. His expression resembled someone who had swallowed a whole fly. What? What did you say? The thin old man from the Magic Capital Academy dug at his ears, suspecting he had hearing issues. Scrap metal? Stray animals. He stared wide-eyed, pointing at the supreme black card in Lu Yuan's hand, his voice rising an octave. This is 10 billion. In our Magic Capital Academy's SS-level special recruitment resource pool. Inside are top-tier blood essence pills that can transform a person and high-level techniques that lead directly to the path of the martial god. You dare to trade these priceless treasures for a pile of worthless trash. The plump master rushed forward and grabbed Lu Yuan's arm. Kid, have you lost your mind from the simulation chamber explosion? What can that scrap metal do? At most you could use it to make a few pig-killing knives. Listen to me, come to the Kyoto Academy. I will apply for 10 sets of a grade alloy battle armor for you, 1,000,000 times better than your pile of junk. Lu Yuan calmly shook off the plump master's hand. He disdainfully brushed off his sleeves and looked at the thin old man from the Magic Capital Academy. Don't get excited, teacher. Since I chose the Magic Capital, I will not go back on my word. But the condition is exactly what I just said. I don't want any of the special recruitment rewards, including pills, techniques, or weapons. I want everything converted into cash. Lu Yuan stared into the old man's eyes, his tone extremely serious with no hint of jest. I want the scrap metal, cheap seeds, and live wild animals you have to help me acquire at wholesale prices. The more the better. A large elephant is fine, a swarm of ants is fine, as long as they are alive I will take them all. The thin old man took a deep breath, suppressing his shock and confusion. Having lived for most of his life, he had recruited countless self-proclaimed geniuses. Some wanted power, some desired beauty, and some sought unparalleled divine weapons. But to ask for a swarm of ants, that was definitely a first in history. What? What do you want with these things? The old man furrowed his brows tightly, staring hard at Lu Yuan. You are the national record holder. Do you plan to use 10 billion to open a recycling station and a zoo? That is not something you should concern yourself with. Lu Yuan shrugged, his tone as casual as ordering takeout. I just want to ask if your Magic Capital Academy will agree. If you find it troublesome, the teachers at Kyoto Academy seem quite free too. Upon hearing this, the plump master immediately jumped up as if energized. Agreed. Our Kyoto Academy will definitely agree. Don't mention a swarm of ants. Even if you want 10,000 pigs, I will airlift them to you overnight. He provocatively glanced at the old man from the Magic Capital. This is called tailored teaching. Understand? The old man from the Magic Capital was so enraged that his beard trembled, gritting his teeth as he slammed his palm on the table. Nonsense. When has our Magic Capital Academy ever missed out on a matter? He glared fiercely at the plump master, then turned to Lu Yuan, putting on a smile that was more like, fine. As long as you sign the enrollment agreement, I will immediately arrange for the 10 billion resources to be converted into cash for you. As for that trash, know those basic resources, I guarantee they will fill all your specified warehouses within 3 days. Deal. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. He stood up and took the special recruitment agreement representing his status as the national top scholar from the old man's hand. Without even looking at the densely packed terms, he signed his name in a flamboyant manner. Pleasure doing business. Lu Yuan tossed the agreement back onto the table and waved goodbye to the 3 startled masters. Then I'll trouble the teachers, I'll head back and wait for the delivery. After saying that, he stuffed his hands into his pockets and sauntered out of the principal's office. His back was as arrogant as it could be. It wasn't until Lu Yuan's footsteps completely faded away in the corridor that the 3 people in the office exchanged glances, falling into a long That kid. The representative of the Divine Martial Academy swallowed hard, his gaze complicated. Does he truly have a screw loose, or is there something unfathomably deep about him? Whatever he wants to do, as long as he retains this unreasonable tenacity, our Magic Capital Academy will definitely have struck gold this time. The old man sneered coldly. Those young masters from the prominent families will probably be crushed to bones by this monster that doesn't play by the rules this year. Stepping out of the teaching building, Lu Yuan walked along the tree-lined path back home, taking a deep breath of the fresh air outside. Suddenly his phone in his pocket vibrated. He took it out to check. Your account ending in 8888 received an interbank transfer today at 1430100 yuan. Looking at the long string of zeros that almost overflowed the screen, Lu Yuan's heart skipped a beat. 10 billion. This sum of money, even if placed in the hands of those second-rate families, would be a significant amount. And now it all belonged to Lu Yuan as startup capital for his divine kingdom. Lu Yuan tightly gripped his phone, a fervent ambition igniting in his eyes. With this money, his divine kingdom would no longer be a small-scale farming game, but a true creator's revelry, one capable of overturning the entire understanding of the high martial world. Ding ding ding. Just then the phone screen suddenly lit up. It was an encrypted call from the black market giant Shin Jinlin. Lu Yuan pressed the answer button, his voice reverting to a hoarse, cold facade. Speak. On the other end of the line, Shin Jinlin's voice carried an unmasked urgency and gravity. Senior, the batch of basic resources you requested has encountered a bit of an accident. A batch of special mutant ant nests transported from the depths of the wilderness has been detained by a military patrol unit. They said, those things are extremely dangerous and suspect they are the eyes of the Abyss alien race. Lu Yuan paused mid-step. Abyss eyes. A dangerous smile curled at the corner of his mouth, and his gaze instantly turned cold as ice. Send me the address. Lu Yuan hung up the phone, looking towards the direction of the military district's defense line. Dare to intercept my cargo. It seems my reputation as a logistics waste is not loud enough. Looking at the 10 billion in his account, Lu Yuan didn't even return home. He casually found an empty public restroom, donned a black robe, and put on a mask. He directly dialed the encrypted phone of the black market tycoon Shen Jinlin. Boss Shen, let's hold off on that batch of ant nests seized by the military for now. Lu Yuan intentionally lowered his voice, which was hoarse, yet carried an undeniable authority. I have a big business deal for you. Will you take it? On the other end of the line, Shen Jinlin was in a frenzy over the ant nest situation, but upon hearing this, he immediately perked up. This was a client who could easily produce a piece of 9 leaves. He'll take it. As long as it's on Blue Star, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion will go through fire and water for you. He patted his chest in assurance. Very well. Lu Yuan stood under the dim light of the restroom, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I need you to help me make a big purchase. The requirements are simple: no high-level beasts, just ordinary live animals. Pigs, horses, cows, sheep, stray cats, and dogs calculated by the ton. Don't find me any premium spiritual herbs either. I want the cheapest blood chi grass seeds, dogtail grass, and even the wilted vegetable leaves from the market. I also need dozens of truckloads of ordinary soil and discarded mineral slag. Don't worry about the funds. Oh, just swipe the card. Deliver everything to the No. 3 abandoned warehouse on the outskirts of the city before midnight tonight. Shen Jinlin listened to this absurdly outrageous procurement list and was left dumbfounded. He had spent half his life in the black market, had seen purchases of deadly weapons and extraordinary cauldrons. But buying trash, this was truly unprecedented. Senior. Shen Jinlin swallowed hard and tentatively asked, are you planning to open an ecological farm in Jiangnan City? Don't ask what you shouldn't. Lu Yuan coldly replied and hung up the phone. Listening to the dead air on the phone, Shen Jinlin shivered. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, not daring to say more. He didn't understand the world of the extraordinary, but he knew that money from extraordinary beings was definitely good to earn. Send the order down. Gather all the liquid funds and manpower of the Chamber of Commerce to collect trash. Secure all the pig farms and stray animal rescue stations around Jiang. The efficiency of the black market driven by money was terrifyingly high. That night at 11:30, on the outskirts of Jiangnan City at the No. 3 abandoned warehouse, dozens of heavy dump trucks and energy trucks roared into this desolate area. The trucks were loaded with tons of soil, towering piles of grass seeds, and mineral slag. Following behind were several massive cage trucks. Inside were all sorts of captured stray dogs, wild cats, and even a pile of ordinary poultry acquired from who knows where. A strange smell mixed with soil and animal dung permeated the entire warehouse. The captain of the guard covering the trucks held his nose, his face full of disgust. What the hell is going on? Our elite Gathering Treasure Pavilion is actually reduced to transporting pigs and dogs. He was complaining when he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. In front of the window on the second floor of the warehouse, which had no glass, a figure dressed in a large black robe and wearing a bronze mask had quietly appeared at some point. Bathed in the faint moonlight, the person resembled a ghost overlooking the masses. The captain of the guard felt his legs weaken in fear, nearly kneeling. He knew this was the one whom the pavilion master had warned repeatedly not to provoke. Unload the goods, the people can leave. Lu Yuan's hoarse voice echoed in the empty warehouse. The captain of the guard felt as if he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly directed his subordinates to unload the goods. In less than 10 minutes, dozens of trucks had unloaded and fled the scene. The vast abandoned warehouse was now filled with mountain-like piles of materials. Various animals in the cages were restlessly stirring, producing a cacophony of sound. Lu Yuan leapt down from the second floor, landing lightly on the ground. Looking at these trash that seemed worthless to others, his eyes glimmered with a fervent green light. This is the world's cornerstone, bought for 10 billion. Lu Yuan no longer suppressed the power within him. He spread his arms wide. Boom. The infinite mark at his brow erupted with a dazzling light. A massive, swirling golden space vortex formed behind him with a thunderous roar. This vortex was unfathomably deep, as if connecting to another universe. A powerful suction like a black hole enveloped everything in the warehouse. Gather, Lu Yuan shouted in a low voice. The heavy soil, mineral slag, and bagged seeds, even the massive cages full of living creatures were all drawn in. It was as if they were leaves caught in a tornado. They flew continuously into the golden vortex, disappearing without a trace. In just 5 minutes, the once crowded warehouse was completely empty. Even the dust on the ground was sucked clean. Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction. His figure flickered, and his consciousness sank directly into the level space within him. Or rather, his own endless source, divine kingdom. Inside the divine kingdom, the once desolate dark purple land was now filled with the massive amount of materials just absorbed. The soil was spread out, and the mineral slag was piled high. The stray cats, dogs, and poultry released from their cages were frantically fleeing across the unfamiliar land in terror. Lu Yuan hovered above, akin to a true creator god, overlooking this land, yet to be civilized. At the center of these piles of materials, the 9-leaf sword grass he had previously enlightened was exuding a breathtaking sword intent. Beside it, the big yellow wolf king comparable to a grandmaster was drooling, eyeing the fleeing poultry ready to pounce. This scale is still far from enough. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. He had exploded a 3rd-tier magic ape in the field assessment and had shattered a 5th-tier bone dragon and thousands of wolf packs in the simulation warehouse. The source points accumulated during this time had reached an astonishing number. He opened the system panel and unhesitatingly invested all available source points into accelerating time within the Divine Kingdom. This time he was going to play big. System consume all source points. Lu Yuan spread his arms, his voice booming like thunder in the skies above the Divine Kingdom. 10,000 times time acceleration. Let it evolve. Boom. With the command issued, the entire Divine Kingdom erupted with a terrifying roar akin to the creation of the gray mist above the sky churned violently like boiling water. The flow of time was ruthlessly pressed down to the extreme fast-forward button. In Lu Yuan's view, the world below was undergoing a dramatic transformation. The ordinary soil and discarded mineral slag under the compression of 10,000 times time and the wash of the Divine Kingdom's source quickly fused and settled. Mountains rose from the ground, and valleys plunged into unfathomable depths. Crystal clear spiritual veins like the cardiovascular system of the earth rapidly formed deep within the soil, emanating rich spiritual energy. Those cheap grass seeds and wilted vegetable leaves under the nurturing of spiritual energy grew and mutated wildly. Weeds transformed into glowing spiritual plants, and dogtail grass became towering trees. Meanwhile, the captured stray cats, dogs, and ordinary poultry began a frenzied evolution of survival of the fittest under the harsh time acceleration and spiritual energy immersion. The weak aged and died in an instant, becoming nutrients for the earth. The strong broke through their genetic locks, growing larger, developing scales and fangs, transforming into prime. In just a few minutes, while the outside world merely took a smoke break, the interior of the Divine Kingdom had traversed hundreds to thousands of years. A complete, vibrant, and even somewhat violent miniature ecosystem. Under Lu Yuan's watchful eyes, it was fully formed. Dense spiritual energy rained down like droplets, showering the land. Lu Yuan closed his eyes and deeply inhaled the earthy fragrance of spiritual energy. He could feel that with the improvement of the Divine Kingdom's ecology, an extremely pure and vast life source was continuously replenishing his physical body. The attributes on the panel surged wildly once again. Just as he was reveling in this wonderful feeling of control over everything, Lu Yuan's brow suddenly. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze penetrating the layers of mutated forest, looking toward the very edge of the Divine Kingdom's land. There in a dark corner, shrouded by spiritual mist, a group of originally ordinary black worker ants, after absorbing the sharp sword intent emanating from the 9-leaf sword grass and the nourishment from high-level spiritual veins underground, had undergone an extremely bizarre mutation, one that even Lu Yuan found somewhat unnerving. A terrifying ant queen the size of an armored vehicle covered in dark golden armor was lying atop the ant nest. Its pair of crimson compound eyes stared intently into the void, emitting a chilling screech. That is, Lu Yuan squinted, watching the mutated black ants that could even bite through spatial barriers. A hint of excited madness suddenly curved his lips. Can they even gnaw through the void? Could this be the legendary god-slaying insect tribe? Within the divine realm, a monumental transformation was taking place. Outside, Lu Yuan had returned to the place he had lived for 18 years. The Sunshine Orphanage in the old district of Nanxing Jiang'an City. This was his only weakness and the harbor he cherished the most. Lu Yuan pushed open the rusted iron gate. In the courtyard, several children dressed in old clothes were chasing and playing. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, they immediately cheered and surrounded him. Big brother, Lu Yuan is back. Brother, did you get the top score in the college entrance examination? Can you take us to eat KFC? Lu Yuan smiled and ruffled the heads of a few little ones, pulling out some candies from his pocket to share with them. He walked through the courtyard and entered the old 2-story building. From the innermost room on the 2nd floor, a series of suppressed coughs could be heard. Lu Yuan pushed the door open. The room was filled with a faint aroma of herbs. A frail young girl was sitting by the bed, her face as pale as paper. She was Lu Yuan's only relative in this world, Lu Xiaohua. Brother, you're back, Lu Xiaohua said, managing to squeeze out a faint smile despite her pale complexion. However, her severe cough made it impossible for her to speak a complete sentence. Lu Yuan walked to the bedside, sat down, and gently stroked his sister's icy hand with concern. Since childhood, Lu Xiaohua had been frail and sickly, harboring a strange cold energy within her. She had relied on the cheap herbal medicines brewed by the old director to sustain her life. It was precisely because of this hidden ailment that her vitality was suppressed, rendering her ineligible to participate in the awakening ceremony. Xiaohua, come drink this. Lu Yuan pulled out a small glass vial from his pocket. Inside was half a vial of clear liquid that emitted a faint fragrance. This was the spiritual liquid he had drawn from the divine realm's spiritual spring. To prevent the medicine from being too overpowering, he had specially diluted it with pure water 100 times. Brother, what is this? It smells so good, Lu Xiaohua said, blinking her large eyes with curiosity. It's a new imported drink that's good for your health. Lu Yuan twisted the cap off the vial, his voice gentle enough to melt the heart. Be good, drink it, and you'll feel better. Lu Xiaohua had absolute trust in Lu Yuan. She took the vial without hesitation and drank the spiritual liquid in one go. It's sweet and really tasty. She smacked her lips, her words trailing off. Boom. A surge of life force immense to the point of being indescribable erupted within her instantaneously. This gentle, yet overwhelming energy surged through her every withered meridian like a flood breaking its dam. The stubborn cold energy that had troubled her for over a decade dissolved completely in the face of this divine realm's spiritual liquid, like snow encountering a raging fire. Lu Xiaohua let out a comfortable moan, feeling warmth spreading throughout her body. A layer of fine black impurities began to seep out from her skin, the accumulated toxins of her body over the years. But the transformation was far from over. With the eradication of her hidden ailment, her suppressed talent, which had been dormant for 18 years, finally awakened with the roar of a slumbering buzz. A thick sacred white beam of light shot up from the top of Lu Xiaoguo's head, piercing the sky. It directly broke through the old roof of the orphanage and shot into the clouds. The sky above the entire Nanxing area of Jiangnan City was instantly illuminated, as if it were daytime, by this holy radiance. What the hell is that? Pedestrians on the street stopped, staring in terror at this heavenly phenomenon. On the top floor of the Alliance building, Long Qinshan and several military bigwigs who were in a meeting rushed to the window. This aura is the fluctuation of an SS-level talent awakening. No, it's even purer than SS level. Long Qianshan's expression changed drastically. Quick! Immediately lock the coordinates. At all costs we must protect this genius. Inside the small room of the orphanage, Lu Yuan was also taken aback by this sudden change. He knew that his sister's talent was not inferior, but he didn't expect it to be exaggerated to this extent. An S-level light priest. Moreover, due to being nourished by herbal medicine since childhood, her purity of talent even exceeded SS level. If this were discovered by the outside world, it would undoubtedly attract the prying eyes and assassination attempts of countless forces. No, it's not the time to expose her yet. Lu Yuan's eyes hardened. Before the military's detection equipment locked onto this location, his immense spiritual power enveloped the area within several kilometers like an invisible net. Repress it, Lu Yuan barked. The sacred beam of light that was supposed to pierce the heavens was forcibly pushed back by his overwhelming spiritual power. It was forcibly stuffed back into Lu Xiaoguo's body. The heavenly phenomenon vanished without a trace, as if everything that had just happened was merely a mirage. After completing all this, Lu Yuan broke out in a cold sweat. He looked down at the bed. The black impurities on Lu Xiaoguo's body had already faded. Her exposed skin was as flawless as jade, delicate enough to be shattered. Due to the cleansing of her marrow and bones, she had even fallen into a deep sleep, a sweet smile lingering on her. Lu Yuan tucked her in. Then he slowly stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the figures of the military personnel rapidly approaching from afar. His expression instantly turned cold and dangerous. An innocent man should not suffer unjustly, but possessing a treasure is a crime. Lu Yuan slowly clenched his fists, the joints cracking loudly. Before Xiaohua had the ability to protect herself, any existence daring to pry into or harm her would bear the brunt of his most frenzied and cruel wrath. In this life, whoever dares to touch the ones I care about, I will wipe out their entire family. After settling his sleeping sister, Lu Yuan casually fabricated a reason about the potent effects of high-grade nutritional liquid to the old Dean Ant Shun. He immediately found an empty room where he wouldn't be disturbed and locked the door. He sat cross-legged on the ground, completely turning his consciousness back to the divine realm within his body. Buzz, the stars shifted and the world changed. After a night in the outside world, the internal divine realm underwent a frenzied evolution of tens of thousands of years. This world, which was once a chaotic nascent state, had completely transformed. The barren dark purple earth was now covered by an endless mutated forest and a spiritual herb prairie. Crystalline high-level spiritual veins exuding immense energy lay buried underground like colossal dragons. The spiritual energy was so dense that it manifested as visible white mist slowly flowing through the valleys. The stray cats and dogs he had bought earlier, and the ordinary poultry had either turned to dust under the cruel acceleration of time, or had broken the shackles of their genes, evolving into massive ancient beasts with ancestral bloodlines. A mutated giant eagle with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters swept across the sky, casting a massive shadow. From the distant mountains and forests, the powerful howl of the sky-splitting demon wolf, King Dahuang, echoed. The entire divine realm was vibrant, filled with the wild aura of unrestrained growth. Not bad, it finally resembles an inner world. Lu Yuan hovered above the 9 heavens, watching with satisfaction the results of his own creation, just as he was about to check on the growth of the 9-leaf sword herb. His vast spiritual power suddenly detected an extremely strange aura filled with destruction and a thirst for devouring. This aura originated from a newly formed mountain range at the edge of the divine realm. I remember throwing a nest of ordinary black ants in there. Lu Yuan raised his brow slightly, his mind stirring. In the next second his figure crossed thousands of miles and directly descended above that mountain range. As he approached, Lu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. That was no ordinary mountain range. It was clearly a terrifying anthill towering 1,000 meters high, forged from a blend of some pitch-black metal and biological chitin. The surface of the anthill was covered with countless holes resembling a giant beehive, sending shivers down one's spine. At the very top of the anthill, a terrifying ant queen comparable in size to a heavy armored vehicle and covered in dark gold menacing armor was sprawled there, her crimson compound eyes coldly gazing into her scythe-like forelimbs sliced through the air, leaving fine black cracks on the solid spatial barriers with each swing. Surrounding the ant queen, countless black beetles numbering in the billions swarmed over the entire mountain like a tide. These beetles were only the size of a fingernail, yet each possessed extremely sharp and menacing mandibles. Several worker ants were frantically gnawing at a high-level spiritual or unearthed from the underground spiritual veins that are comparable in hardness to a grade alloy, crumbled into powder under their sharp mandibles like a crispy biscuit. Some of the bolder ones even flew directly to the edge of the area where the 9-leaf sword herb grew, facing the fierce sword energy that could sever the void spilling forth from the sword leaf. Suddenly they bit down hard. Crack! The invisible sword energy was actually bitten apart by them, devoured completely. Lu Yuan inhaled sharply. He finally understood what terrifying mutation had occurred with these ordinary black ants. They had not only absorbed the energy from the underground high-level spiritual veins, but even the indomitable sword intent of the 9-leaf sword herb had become the nourishment for their evolution. Thus they had birthed this terrifying ability to devour energy and even tear apart the laws of space. If they were released, a fully armed army would be reduced to nothing but bone dust in 3 seconds. Lu Yuan's eyes sparkled with extreme excitement. This terrifying insect army was practically the ultimate weapon born for war. He hesitated no longer and slowly descended from the sky. The billions of beetles on the ground resembling a black carpet sensed the presence of Lu Yuan, the creator. Not only did they not attack, but like a well-trained army they swiftly parted to the sides with a whoosh, clearing a wide path. Lu Yuan leisurely walked up to the mountain-sized ant queen. The ant queen lowered her menacing head, affectionately rubbing Lu Yuan's pant leg with her antennae. Issuing a deep submissive hiss, Lu Yuan raised his hand. A black soldier ant responsible for guarding immediately climbed onto his fingertip obediently. Lu Yuan carefully examined this little creature. In its crimson compound eyes there was no hint of chaos or bloodlust, only cold, absolute obedience to commands. That was the most terrifying part. Lu Yuan placed the soldier ant in the palm of his hand. The little creature not only did not attack him, but gently rubbed its little antennae against his finger like it seemed to express affection and dependence. Lu Yuan smiled. He smiled with great joy, even carrying a hint of chilling sharpness. He looked at this small yet terrifyingly powerful killing machine in the palm of his hand. Then he glanced at the far-off 9-leaf sword herb, which could sever stars, and the sky-splitting demon wolf king, capable of treading on black flames. These would all be his unbeatable trump cards for conquering the starry sea in the future. Insects that can even devour shields and formations. Lu Yuan lightly tossed the soldier ant in his hand, his eyes gleaming dangerously and hotly. Very good. From now on you shall be called the god-slaying insect. He turned to look at the azure sky belonging to the real world outside the divine realm. The reporting time for the new college students is almost here. It's time to go to the Demon City. After confirming that his sister Lu Xiaoguo's terrifying talent comparable to that of a divine level had been perfectly concealed by his spiritual power, Lu Yuan finally set down the last heavy stone in his heart. He accompanied the old director and the orphans for dinner, leaving behind a sum of money sufficient for their stable livelihood. Outside the window, familiar street scenes rapidly receded. Brother Yuan, does this count as leaving the novice village, heading to the magic city? With a long whistle, the massive steel beast covered in thick alloy armor slowly departed from the station in Jiangnan City. Outside the window, familiar street scenes rapidly receded. Brother Yuan, does this count as leaving the novice village? Wang Pengzi's huge body squeezed into the soft leather sofa like a curious child, with his face almost pressed against the bulletproof glass. Outside the window lay an endless wilderness, occasionally revealing some massive mutated beasts wandering on the distant horizon. This train was custom-made by the Alliance to connect the major cities. It not only carried heavy spiritual energy cannons, but also had martial masters stationed at the junctions of the carriages capable of resisting most wilderness beast attacks. Leaving the novice village. You wish. Lu Yuan leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes to rest, and lazily replied, it's hardly more than moving from one village to another, slightly larger one. Though he said that his consciousness had already sunk into the divine realm within him. The billions of god-slaying insects, after countless years of frenzied reproduction and evolution, had completely formed a black disaster capable of blocking the sun. Their numbers were so vast that even Lu Yuan felt too lazy to count them. These cold killing machines were his greatest confidence for venturing into the magic city, a den of dragons and— Brother Yuan, look over there. Wang Pengzi suddenly pointed excitedly out the window. In the distance, a two-headed griffin with a wingspan of over 100 meters was carrying a massive armored rhinoceros flying towards the mountains. This breathtaking scene made Pengzi's blood boil. Once we reach the Magic City Academy, we should also get ourselves such a majestic flying mount. Lu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids. A flying mount. The mutated giant eagle in his divine realm had a wingspan nearly rivaling that of a Boeing 747. In comparison, this two-headed griffin looked almost like a small sparrow. Stop looking, country bumpkin. At that moment, a piercing, condescending voice came from a seat nearby. Lu Yuan opened his eyes and glanced over. He saw several young men and women dressed in luxurious silk shirts adorned with expensive spiritual energy watches looking at them with this. These individuals exuded faint level and even a level talent fluctuations clearly from noble families in other cities. It's just a second-tier carrion griffin. Is it really worth such a fuck? The leader, a slick-haired youth, contemptuously swirled the red wine glass in his hand. In my family's garden, we raise only third-tier griffins. Wang Pengzi was momentarily choked by this sudden insult, and his face turned bright red. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you two poor souls. A flamboyantly dressed woman beside him pinched her nose and fanned the air. Really, anyone can buy a first-class ticket these days. The smell of cheap nutrient solution is... Wang Pengzi was so furious that he was about to stand up to argue. Although his talent was average, he had earned his place at the Magic City Academy by his own merit. How could he endure such humiliation? But Lu Yuan grabbed his shoulder and shook his head at him. Pengzi, it's not worth getting angry at a dog. His voice was not loud, but resonated clearly throughout the carriage. Who are you calling a dog? The slick-haired youth suddenly stood up, his expression instantly darkening. The pressure of his level talent exploded, causing the air in the carriage to thicken. The surrounding attendants turned pale with fear, retreating repeatedly, not daring to approach and mediate. Whoever answers is a dog. Lu Yuan leaned back on the sofa, not even changing his posture. He even leisurely poured himself a glass of free lemonade and took a gentle sip. His calm demeanor seemed to disregard the level pressure from the other party. At this moment, not only those noble youths, but also several middle-aged men in the carriage who were meditating peacefully opened their eyes. They watched the unfolding drama with great interest. The slick-haired youth trembled with rage, pointing his finger at Lu Yuan as if to strike. Just then, a middle-aged man sitting opposite him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and looking like an alliance official, suddenly cleared his throat. Shall Lu let it go? The middle-aged man slowly set down the documents in his hand. It's beneath your dignity to argue with a logistics soldier who relies on luck for points. Though he was advising peace, the disdain and arrogance in his tone were 10 times more intense than that of the slick-haired youth. I just checked. This kid is the national champion from Jiangnan City this year. Level space system. So it's him. Upon hearing this, the slick-haired youth's anger instantly transformed into extreme disdain and contempt. I thought he was some hidden big shot. Turns out he's a useless person who relies on system loopholes to score points. How did such trash get into first class? The middle-aged official glanced at Lu Yuan and then at his faded old-school uniform. His gaze was filled with a lofty sense of scrutiny and disgust. He deliberately raised his voice, sneering at his companions around him. The times have truly changed. A logistics soldier who has awakened and level useless talent through trickery. How could he possibly sit in the same carriage as us, pillars of the Alliance? How dare you sit in the same carriage as us, the pillars of the Alliance? The middle-aged official's piercing mockery echoed in the quiet VIP carriage. Like poison needles, his words pierced the pride of Wang Pengzi. Who the hell are you calling useless? Unable to contain himself any longer, the fat man abruptly leapt up from the sofa, his face flushed, ready to confront. I, with my Drade body enhancement, got into the Magic City Academy on my own merit. What qualifications do you, a bureaucrat with dog eyes, have to? Before he could finish, a strong hand pressed down. Pengzi, sit down. Lu Yuan's voice was calm, even carrying a hint of languor from just waking up. He leaned back on the sofa, not even lifting his eyelids, treating the buzzing like a few flies. Brother Yuan. The fat man grew anxious, wanting to say more. Lu Yuan, however, merely shook his head slightly, gently tapping his finger on the back of the fat man's hand. An overwhelming force impossible to resist surged forth. Wang Pengzi's hefty body, weighing over 200 pounds, uncontrollably sat back on the sofa, unable to move. Seeing Lu Yuan unwilling to refute, and even stopping his companions, the young scions of various families grew even more arrogant. The oily-haired youth scoffed, deliberately raising his voice to start boasting. I told you, useless is useless. He doesn't even have the guts to retort. Nth-grade spatial type, even if he gets into the Magic City Academy, what can he achieve? In a real high-stakes environment facing the Lord of the Abyss, he wouldn't even qualify as cannon fodder. A heavily made-up woman beside him chimed in. Exactly. I heard the logistics department of the Magic City Academy has to deal with hundreds of tons of beast corpses daily. That bloody stench, tisk, he's so delicate he'll cry and run home to mommy after 2 days of work. Ha ha ha. The carriage was filled with a lively atmosphere. Lu Yuan remained indifferent to their childish mockery. He closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the divine realm. Within the divine realm, as the ecosystem began to take form, the concentration of spiritual energy had reached over 100 times that of the outside world. As the sovereign of the divine realm, he constantly received ample energy in return. On the system panel, the available attribute points were rapidly increasing at a visible speed. Ding. Divine Realms Spiritual Vein returns gaining 1,000 free attribute. Ding. Godslaying Insect Race Reproduction gaining 500 free attribute points. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Lu Yuan muttered to himself. While listening to the senseless barking from outside, he leisurely allocated points on the system panel like playing a game. Allocate all the 100,000 mental power points just restored. With a flicker of his mind boom, a refreshing wave of energy surged into his mind. The already vast sea of consciousness expanded even further. His mental power became like a tangible tide able to penetrate the alloy shell of the carriage, capturing every subtle movement within a radius of several kilometers. He could even see a group of more than 10 sneaky figures in a hilly area 3 kilometers ahead setting something up with high-energy explosives beneath the tracks. Wilderness bandits. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow slightly. At that moment, the middle-aged official wearing gold-rimmed glasses seemed to find Lu Yuan's presence bothersome. He stood up, leisurely adjusting his well-fitted suit. Striding like a bureaucrat, he walked towards Lu Yuan and Wang Pengzi's seats. Fellow students, I represent the logistics department of the Alliance to discuss something with you. The official looked down at Lu Yuan, his tone filled with unquestionable arrogance. This VIP carriage is about to hold an emergency meeting regarding the resource allocation of the Magic City defense line. It concerns the safety of the Alliance, and it's not convenient for idle people to be present. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi's face turned purple with anger. This was clearly not a discussion, but an expulsion. We also bought our tickets at full price. Why should we leave? Just because I am a level 3 supervisor of the logistics department, and you are merely 2 freshmen who have yet to enroll. The official adjusted his glasses, his gaze icy. I advise you to cooperate, and move to the ordinary carriage at the back. Otherwise, if I call the train police to escort you out for obstructing official duties, that won't be a pretty sight. This blatant threat instantly froze the atmosphere in the carriage. The oily-haired youth and others looked over with mocking faces, waiting to see Lu Yuan being kicked out. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. In his pitch-black eyes there was no hint of anger, only an unfathomable calm. He looked at the official who was abusing his power, just about to speak. Suddenly, creak. A harsh, almost eardrum-shattering sound of metal scraping echoed without warning. The entire heavy armored train shuddered, as if it had collided with a mountain. A violent emergency brake was activated. The carriage immediately descended into chaos. Red wine glasses and documents flew off the table. The once arrogant official was thrown off balance by the tremendous inertia and crashed into the wall opposite. Boom! Following that, a deafening explosion resounded from the front of the train. The entire carriage tilted violently, as if it would topple over any second. The emergency lights on the ceiling flashed wildly, and a piercing alarm blared throughout the wilderness. Alarm! Alarm! The train has encountered an unknown attack. Track 1 has been destroyed. A cold mechanical voice echoed through the broadcast. What's happening? Is it a beast attack? The once high and mighty young scions now turned pale with fear, screaming as they dove under the table. The heavily made-up woman clung tightly to the oily-haired youth's arm, her face drained of color. It's not a beast. Lu Yuan calmly gazed out at the twisted window shattered by the explosion. He spoke softly. It's someone collecting tolls. Before his words fell, bang! The thick door of the VIP carriage made of special alloy was violently kicked open from the outside. The door deformed, sparks flying. A dozen burly men dressed in ragged leather armor emanating a stench of blood charged in with grins. Leading them was a one-eyed man wielding a smoking energy rocket launcher, stepping on the deformed door. He surveyed the terrified fat sheep in the carriage, grinning broadly with yellowed teeth. Don't move. The one-eyed man pointed his gun at everyone, his voice hoarse. Robbery. Chaos erupted instantly within the carriage. The Alliance officials who had moments earlier strutted about with arrogant disdain now cowered like startled quails, diving headfirst beneath the table and trembling uncontrollably. The scions of noble families screamed and huddled together, terrified of being struck by stray fire. Hand over everything valuable now. A one-eyed bandit strode through the carriage, grinning savagely as he hoisted a rocket launcher onto his shoulder. The overwhelming aura of his martial artist-level vitality pressed down so heavily that even seasoned attendants dared not lift their heads. No tricks. I won't hesitate to fire. Sir, please. The official peered out halfway from beneath the table, voice quavering. I am a level 3 director of the Alliance Logistics Department. If you dare lay a hand on me, you declare war upon the entire Alliance. An Alliance director. The one-eyed bandit paused, then burst into raucous, mocking laughter. Ha 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 ha. Brothers, did you hear that? This plump lamb is actually an official. With a thunderous kick, he slammed the table, sending the official scrambling back under it in terror. I've slain more people in the wastelands than you've ever seen mutated beasts. The Alliance. He strode up to the slick-haired youth, seized his collar, and yanked him upright. Boy, you've got fine clothes. Strip them off, for me. His eyes gleamed with avarice as he stared at the youth's exquisitely crafted spirit energy wristwatch, and reached to snatch it. Don't come near me. My father is. The youth's voice cracked with tears as he tried invoking his lineage, only for the bandit to deliver a brutal backhand slap across his face. I don't care who your father is. With a vicious tug, he ripped the watch free and stuffed it into his pocket. Wails and pleas for mercy echoed throughout the carriage. Only in the corner where Lu Yuan and Wang Fatso sat did silence hang, an eerie, unnerving stillness. Lu Yuan remained reclined on the sofa calmly refilling his glass with lemon water, as if the tense high-stakes robbery unfolding before him were nothing more than a tedious stage performance. Brother Yuan, what do we do? Wang Fatso's palms dripped with sweat, his voice trembled. Maybe we should just hand over our money. Better to yield than suffer needlessly. Lu Yuan sipped his drink and glanced idly toward the swaggering bandit. A mere early-stage martial artist, no more threatening to him than a slightly sturdier ant. One finger would suffice to crush him utterly. Yet he had no intention of revealing his true strength. Not here, not now. Too many witnesses, alliance officials lingered among the passengers. Drawing excessive attention would invite trouble. Fatso, what's there to fear? Lu Yuan smiled faintly, then swept his right hand through the air. A palm-sized black iron slab, pitted uneven, faintly luminous, materialized in his grasp. He'd plucked it at random from the slag heaps of the divine realm. For years it had lain beneath nine-leaf, sword grass roots, absorbing traces of divine realm chi. To Lu Yuan it was nothing but scrap metal, fit only to prop up a wobbly table leg. Brother Yuan, why grab a chunk of rubble? Planning to bludgeon them. Wang Fatso gaped in bewilderment. Take it. Without waiting for consent, Lu Yuan pressed the slab into his hand. Your drink and physical enhancement. Go on, infuse it with your vital energy and swing it around. Just warm up. Huh. Fatso nearly dropped the slab in panic. Me? Brother Yuan, don't joke. My clumsy skills would get me killed on the spot. Go, no more excuses. Lu Yuan kicked him lightly. Win, and I'll treat you to a feast tonight. At that moment, the one-eyed bandit's gaze fell upon their corner. He eyed the 200 man, and then Lu Yuan, slim, fair-skinned, utterly unruffled. Well, two fools who aren't afraid to die. Grinning wickedly, he sauntered over and prodded Wang Fatso's belly with the rocket launcher's barrel. Fatso, hand over every coin in your pockets and Grandpa might spare your life. Wang Fatso trembled violently, turning beseechingly to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised a single eyebrow and mouthed the silent command, go. Damn it, fine. Gritting his teeth and squeezing his eyes shut, Fatso abandoned all technique. He raised the dull black slab, his so-called scrap, and swung it wildly at the bandit's skull with every ounce of strength he possessed. He didn't dare open his eyes to witness the result, only heard Lu Yuan's soft, resigned sigh. Overexerted. Boom. A torrent of terrifying, radiant spiritual energy, utterly beyond drank capacity, exploded from the black slab. Blinding white light consumed the entire carriage. The bandit's cruel smirk hadn't yet faded from his face, nor had his dozen accomplices behind him. They vanished instantly, vaporized without trace, as if snowflakes meeting scorching sun, obliterated by that savage flood of spiritual energy. Unabated, the energy beam tore through the VIP carriage wall, sheared through several standard carriages behind, and finally ripped away half the armored train's roof, exposing the leaden sky beyond. Absolute silence gripped the carriage. Wind howled through the gaping breach, chilling the surviving nobles and officials to their bones. They stared at Wang Fatso, as if gazing upon some eldritch abomination. Even Fatso himself stood frozen, dumbfounded. He stared blankly at the faintly glowing slab still clutched in his hand, then at the empty corridor ahead, mind utterly void. Did I do that? He whispered, voice trembling. Lu Yuan yawned, rose languidly from the sofa, stretched, and gave Fatso's rigid shoulder a gentle pat. Well done. He retrieved the slab and tossed it carelessly back into the divine realm space. Let's go back to bed. After experiencing this fantastical chaos of banditry, the journey ahead became unusually quiet. The few aristocratic youths and alliance officials who had previously held themselves with such arrogance were now huddled in the corners. They no longer had the courage to confront Lu Yuan, let alone even meet the gaze of Wang Pengzi. Their looks at Wang Pengzi were akin to viewing an ancient beast clad in human skin. Wang Pengzi himself remained in a state of bewilderment. He would occasionally touch his hands and pinch his arms. He simply could not comprehend how he, a grade meat shield, could slay a martial artist with a single brick. In the end, he could only attribute it to his exceptional talent, having awakened some hidden bloodline in the face of death. Brother Yuan, I think I might not be an ordinary person. Wang Pengzi said mysteriously to Lu Yuan. Perhaps one of my ancestors was a celestial being who left me some extraordinary treasure. Lu Yuan shot him a glance, but remained silent. However, he was pondering whether he should next get Wang Pengzi a piece of divine iron to prop up the table corner, one with a slightly lesser power. The train bearing the gaping hole that had been torn open sped along at full throttle. Finally, as evening approached, it slowly entered an iron fortress protected by a massive light blue energy. Magic City, one of the three core cities of the Alliance, and the most prosperous place in the East, where the power of wealthy families runs deepest. Woo! The train arrived at the station. The moment they stepped out of the station, a mixture of luxury and oppression from the futuristic city atmosphere enveloped them. Holy crap! Wang Pengzi gaped like a country bumpkin. Above them, countless streamlined Spirit Energy flying cars whizzed by on the intricately woven aerial routes, leaving behind trails of dazzling light. Surrounding them were towering skyscrapers piercing the heavens. Each building was covered in energy shields that flickered with runes, exuding a strong sense of science fiction. On the streets, hurried passers-by rushed by. Anyone randomly pulled from the crowd radiated a notable wave of vitality. Even the street cleaners were awakened, a grade martial artist. Brother Yuan, is this really Magic City? Wang Pengzi swallowed hard, feeling that his meager grade talent made even breathing feel oppressive here. Why do I feel like the air here is made of money? Pretty much, Lu Yuan replied calmly. He had visited such international metropolises in his past life and was already accustomed to them. He hailed a self-driving taxi and stated their destination: Magic City War Academy. The taxi soared into the air, racing along the light track. After a few minutes, they landed in front of a colossal complex that rivaled a small city in size. The bronze gate stood 100 meters tall, engraved with the 6 grand characters, Magic City War Academy, in a majestic style. Each character exuded a chilling aura of iron-blooded slaughter. Here gathered the most elite geniuses of the entire alliance. To be admitted here, one had to have at least a grade talent. Grades were common, and a few scrades could occasionally be seen. A true gathering of the chosen ones. Lu Yuan and Wang Pengzi, dragging their luggage, stepped through the school gate. The campus was even more extravagant than the outside, with various flashy limited edition Spirit Energy sports cars. Clusters of students donned expensive high-tier combat suits, their demeanor exuding an innate arrogance. I heard that the national champion from Jiangnan City this year also applied to our school. Isn't that the oddball with grade space talent? The one who exploited system bugs to score points. Ha ha ha, logistics soldier is fit to be the champion. That's just laughable. When he arrives, he'll make sure he sees what a true genius is. A few passing students glanced at Lu Yuan with undisguised disdain. Wang Pengzi was so angry that he wanted to curse, but Lu Yuan held him back. There's no point in getting upset with a bunch of second-generation rich kids with a narrow worldview. Lu Yuan patted Wang Pengzi's shoulder. Let's go, we need to check in and get our dorm keys first. They arrived at the new student registration area. The vast square was already lined with several long queues. The instructors responsible for registration were busily attending to everyone. Lu Yuan and Wang Pengzi patiently stood at the end of the line for the support and logistics department. This line had the fewest people and the most oppressive atmosphere. Just as the two were beginning to grow impatient, a commotion suddenly erupted ahead. A group of fierce youths in uniform red combat suits adorned with an embroidered fierce lion on their chests pushed through the crowd. They arrogantly forced their way to the front of the line, even knocking a few of the logistics freshmen to the ground. Get the hell out of my way. The leader, a red-haired youth, emanated the violent aura of Scrade vitality. He stepped onto the registration desk, surveying the entire area from a high vantage point. His gaze was filled with unabashed arrogance and contempt. Damn it, I'm in Scrade Berserker. Why should I line up with you rubbish logistics soldiers? The red-haired youth pointed at the students who had fallen on the ground and cursed loudly. Also, who the hell assigned the dorms in the inner district to us? Don't you know that the inner district is reserved for the geniuses of our combat department? He grabbed the collar of the instructor in charge of registration, his voice brimming with arrogance. Now, immediately, right now, transfer all the rubbish from the logistics department to the outer district slums. Did you hear me? Lu Yuan frowned slightly, looking toward the center of the crowd. The red-haired youth, exuding a violent aura, was standing on the registration table. Behind him were a dozen henchmen dressed in red combat uniforms, all of them arrogant and extremely conceited. The instructor responsible for registration was being grabbed by the collar, his face paling with fear, daring not to utter a single word. The students in line around them could only whisper among themselves, "It's Xiao Patian, a member of the Xiao family from the capital. In class berserker talent, reportedly born with blood energy far exceeding that of ordinary people, he is the hottest candidate for the top freshman this year. Damn it, does being from a warlord family make you special? Why can't we from the logistics department stay in the inner area? Lower your voice. Are you looking to get killed? He's notoriously a battle maniac and looks down on us awakened from the life department." Wang Fatty tugged at Lu Yuan's sleeve, lowering his voice. "Brother Yuan, this guy seems tough to deal with. Why don't we wait over there for a bit?" "Wait." Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and glanced at the watch on his wrist. "I'm in a hurry to drop off my things at the dorm. I don't have time to waste with him." He pushed past several students who were too frightened to speak, striding directly forward. He slammed his admission notice onto the table that Xiao Patian was standing on. "Teacher, I need to complete the procedures." Lu Yuan's voice was not loud, but clearly echoed throughout the chaotic square. Instantly, all eyes focused on him. Surprise, confusion, and a hint of schadenfreude filled the air. Who is this kid? Doesn't he see that Xiao Patian is furious? He actually dares to confront him. Xiao Patian was also taken aback. He slowly lowered his head, looking at the boy in an old-school uniform with a delicate face beneath the table. Seeing Lu Yuan's calm and indifferent expression, Xiao Patian laughed. Anger turned to laughter. "Kid, are you deaf?" He removed his foot from the table and walked step by step toward Lu Yuan. The two were about the same height, but Xiao Potion's muscular build made him significantly larger than Lu Yuan. The terrifying pressure of his glass berserker descended upon Lu Yuan like a tangible storm. The surrounding students were pushed back by this wave of energy, their faces turning pale. Did you not hear what I just said? Xiao Patian loomed over Lu Yuan, his gaze filled with a beast-like ferocity. I told you to scram. Can't you understand human language? Lu Yuan stood his ground, letting the violent aura press down on him. His expression remained calm, not even a corner of his clothes fluttered. He picked up the pen from the table, leisurely writing his name on the registration form, treating Xiao Patian as if he were air. This blatant disregard completely ignited the powder keg that was Xiao Patian. Looking for death, Xiao Patian roared, unable to hold back any longer. His fist, as large as a cooking pot, suddenly opened up, transforming into a calloused iron claw. The fingers curled, carrying explosive power capable of crushing steel plates. He aimed brutally at Lu Yuan's right shoulder. If that claw connected, a normal person's shoulder blade would definitely be crushed on the spot. Around them, even a girl's scream could be heard. The instructor responsible for registration shut his eyes in fright, unable to bear witnessing this bloody scene. However, the anticipated sound of bone cracking did not follow. Xiao Potion's claw, which seemed destined to hit, came into contact with Lu Yuan's shoulder. The sneer on his face froze completely. There was no sensation of grasping flesh and blood, nor was there any feedback of bones fracturing. He felt as if he was grasping an immovable ancient. That slender shoulder was harder than he could comprehend. No matter how he urged his glass blood energy, using all his strength, Lu Yuan's body remained utterly unmoved. Is this all the strength you have? Lu Yuan didn't even turn his head, still leisurely writing down his major. Logistics department. You. Xiao Potion's forehead bulged with veins, a mix of shock and anger. He felt his dignity trampled like never before. How could a waste without even a ripple of blood energy withstand his grasp? At that moment, Lu Yuan finally finished writing the last character. He put down the pen and slowly turned his head. In his pitch-black eyes there was no trace of fear, only a bottomless calm. He looked at this glass genius in front of him, whose face was flushed and teeth bared, and asked gently, "Are you really good at fighting? Do you think you're really that formidable, eh?" Lu Yuan's seemingly casual retort struck Xiao Potion's ears with sharper venom than any outright mockery. His face instantly flushed a deep mottled purple. As in shrank Rampart warrior prodigy, how dare this frank wretch, whose very chi pulse was imperceptible, publicly question his he'll slaughter you. Xiao Patian snapped entirely. He released Lu Yuan's shoulder with his right hand and drew his left fist sharply back to his waist. A torrent of crimson, violently surging chi erupted from his body like a volcanic blast, coalescing at his knuckles into the roaring spectral visage of a ravenous lion. That's the Xiao family's ancestral supreme art, the lion rampant, overwhelming fist. Holy hell, he's not holding back. One blow like that would pulp that kid into crimson slurry. Onlookers recoiled in terror, scrambling backward to avoid the shockwave. Cracks spiderwebbed across the pavement beneath Xiao Potion's feet. His fist, larger than a cooking pot, ripped through the air with a deafening sonic boom. No flourishes, no artifice, only raw, unadulterated force, hurtling straight toward Lu Yuan's unervingly placid face. Die! Xiao Patian roared, already envisioning the gory explosion of Lu Yuan's skull. Yet facing a strike capable of shattering stone monuments, Lu Yuan didn't shift a single step. He offered no defensive stance, not even a flicker of movement. Calmly he raised his right hand and extended a single slender ivory-white index finger. The contrast hung suspended midair, grotesque, absurd, surreal. Has he lost his mind? Trying to intercept and shrank Prodigy's full power. The contrast hung suspended midair, grotesque, absurd, surreal. Has he lost his mind? Trying to intercept and shrank Prodigy's full power strike with one finger. It's over. He won't even leave a whole corpse. All spectators braced for the moment Lu Yuan's finger would splinter into dust, then his arm, then his entire frame. Bang! Fist met finger. No gore. No carnage. Only a deep, resonant, bone-shaking thud. A concussive shockwave detonated outward from the two figures, sending registration desks and chairs toppling wildly. Time itself seemed to freeze. Xiao Potion's iron fist, capable of punching clean through reinforced steel, jolted to a dead halt in midair, rigidly locked against Lu Yuan's slender fingertip. Not an inch further. This is impossible. Xiao Potion's eyes bulged from their sockets. He felt as though had struck a wall forged from vibranium, the legendary sighing wall, unyielding and absolute. His vaunted strength, the power that had crushed every peer prodigy, now felt as feeble as a toddler's clenched fist before Lu Yuan's single digit. Too weak. Lu Yuan shook his head, disappointment etched deep within his gaze. Your strength isn't even enough to tickle me. The words faded. Then, barely perceptibly, Lu Yuan's finger twitched forward, a minuscule, effortless flick. Boom. An unimaginable counterforce, vast beyond mortal reckoning, surged up Xiao Potion's fist like primordial floodwaters, flooding his arm, then his torso, then his entire being. Snap! Snap, snap, snap. A sickening chorus of bone fractures erupted from Xiao Potion's right arm, and in an instant raced up his spine, down his limbs, throughout it. His protective chi aura shattered like thin parchment before that brute force onslaught. Ugh! Xiao Patian vomited a torrent of blood laced with viscera. The fury and savagery on his face dissolved, replaced by sheer paralyzing disbelief and dread. Then, under the gaze of thousands, this arrogant, undisputed frontrunner for first-year sovereign, a prodigy hailed as untouchable, flew backward as if struck heat by a speeding heavy-armored train. Whoosh! His massive body arced violently through the air, a jagged, desperate parabola, hurtling over 100 meters. Crash! A thunderous impact reverberated across the square as he slammed into the colossal school emblem statue, carved from a single slab of white marble. The hardened marble shattered into jagged fragments, scattering like shrapnel. Xiao Patian slid limply from the rubble, a broken, shapeless heap. Every bone in his body snapped. His eyes rolled white. He collapsed into unconsciousness, too shattered even to twitch. Silence swallowed the square, absolute suffocating. Only the wind moaned softly through the debris. Thousands of freshmen, and even the supervising mentors, stood frozen, petrified in place, minds utterly blank. One finger, instant annihilation, and shrank Rampart warrior prodigy. This wasn't mere tier transcendence, it was dimensional annihilation. A god toying with mortals. After half a minute of stunned silence, gulp. Somewhere in the crowd someone swallowed hard, audibly. That single sound shattered the spell. Holy shit. Did I just go blind? Did Xiao Patian get one-fingered by a logistics cadet? Is this guy a monster? He didn't even ignite his chi. Pure physical might. Frank. If that's Frank, what the hell am I? A brank piece of rotten fish. The square erupted. Every eye fixed on Lu Yuan, not as a student, but as a primordial leviathan. Yet Lu Yuan himself acted as though nothing extraordinary had occurred. He withdrew his immaculate, unblemished finger, and even brushed it fastidiously against his, as if had just touched something foul. Then he turned to approach the registration mentor, who stood utterly dumbstruck, mouth agape wide enough to swallow an egg, and placed his completed form gently upon the desk. A warm, disarmingly benign smile curved his lips. Apologies, teacher. Things got rather loud just now. May I proceed with my dormitory registration now? The instructor in charge of registration trembled, as if afflicted by Parkinson's. He glanced at Lu Yuan's harmless smile, and then at the rubble in the distance where Xiao Patian. Cold sweat instantly broke out. I'll handle it. I'll get it done right away. The instructor dared not show any hint of delay. He processed the paperwork at the fastest speed of his life, stamping, entering information, and issuing keys. He even smiled, personally escorting Lu Yuan and Wang Pengzi out of the registration. Fearing that this esteemed individual might become displeased and retaliate, he continued until Lu Yuan, carrying his luggage, and the still dazed Wang Pengzi completely disappeared at the end of the square. The petrified new students and instructors around them gasped in shock. Immediately, the entire new student registration area erupted. What the hell? Who was that guy just now? He was ridiculously powerful. I can't believe my eyes. His registered major is Logistics Department. A logistics soldier took out and shrank berserker with just one finger. Is the world going crazy? Quick, to the campus forum. Post it. This is definitely the headline news. This news spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the Magic City War Academy within half an hour. The internal anonymous forum was overwhelmed. Shocking. Shrank top student Xiao Patian was instantly killed on the first day of registration by an Frank logistics freshman. This bolded and highlighted post instantly shot to the top of the trending list. The click rates and replies skyrocketed exponentially. Is this a joke? Did the poster sacrifice his mother for clicks? It's real. I was there. That guy just used one finger, and Xiao Patian was sent flying over 100 meters, shattering the school emblem. Attached is the high-definition video from the scene, with front row vendors selling sunflower seeds, drinks, and mineral water. I've watched the video, and it's verified as true. I just want to say this cohort has a genius. Please reveal the genius name. I want to go shine his shoes. Unaware of the uproar outside, Lu Yuan was simply following the room number on the key, leading Wang Pengzi to their dormitory. Inner area, building 3, room 301. A standard double room, spacious and well-lit, even featuring a private meditation room. Brother Yuan, are we really living here? Wang Pengzi looked at the luxurious dormitory comparable to a 5-star hotel, with drool nearly trailing down his chin. I thought we would really be sent to the outskirts to live in a large communal space. Just relax, who would dare to kick us out? They'll break their legs, Lu Yuan casually remarked as he tossed his canvas bag onto one of the beds. At that moment, the dormitory door was pushed open. A tall, thin boy wearing black-framed glasses and holding a large stack of mechanical blueprints walked in. The boy paused upon seeing 2 people in the room. He adjusted his glasses, the lenses thick as the bottom of beer bottles. He didn't say anything, merely nodded dumbly at Lu Yuan and Wang Pengzi. Then he walked straight to the other bed and carefully placed the blueprints on the table. He began to study them as if the outside world had nothing to do with him. Lu Yuan glanced at the blueprints, which depicted extremely complex spiritual energy circuits and mechanical structure. This must be his roommate, a tech enthusiast immersed in his own world. Hello, I'm Lu Yuan from the logistics department. Lu Yuan extended his hand. This is Wang Ming from the combat department. The boy finally looked up, adjusted his glasses, and slowly reached out to shake Lu Yuan's hand. Taizhu, mechanical department. His voice was somewhat hoarse and concise. Lu Yuan was quite pleased. He liked roommates who were quiet and not prone to causing trouble. It was worry-free. Not bothering each other was the best cohabitation arrangement. Just as Lu Yuan was settling in the highest-level central monitoring room of the Magic City War Academy, the atmosphere was tense enough to draw water. A massive holographic screen was playing the events from the square in slow motion at 0.1x speed. Lu Yuan casually flicked away the image of Xiao Patian with his index finger, magnifying it countless times. In front of the screen stood a dozen high-ranking officials from the academy dressed in high-ranking military uniforms. Each one was a big shot capable of making the Magic City tremble with a stomp. Did everyone see that clearly? A woman at the forefront spoke slowly. She was stunningly beautiful, dressed in a tight black combat suit, yet her face bore a cold and severe demeanor that discouraged any approach. She was the chief instructor responsible for training this cohort of new students, a master-level powerhouse, known as the Extinction Master Lung Wushuang. I saw it clearly, Instructor Lung. A technical officer in charge of data analysis gulped, his voice dry. From start to finish, the new student, named Lu Yuan, showed no trace of any qi or blood fluctuation in other words, that finger he just used. The technician glanced at the screen, which showed the statue that had been smashed to pieces, and felt a chill run down his spine. Was pure physical strength. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire monitoring room fell into an eerie silence. All the high-ranking officials present gasped in shock. Pure physical strength defeating and strength berserker. What the hell does that mean? Even a master specializing in physical strength like the Dragon Elephant Master wouldn't dare to say he could achieve such ease, right? A boy who had just turned 18. A common student with an frank spatial talent listed on his profile. How could he possess such terrifying and unreasonable physical strength? This was beyond the realm of genius. This was a monster. A freak. Lung Wushuang stared intensely at Lu Yuan's calm face on the screen. Her eyes, sharp as an eagle's, exploded with unprecedented brilliance at that moment. She slammed the table, her voice cold yet excited. Investigate. Get me all his information from birth until now. Also immediately elevate his training level to the highest rank. Lung Wushuang licked her lips, a dangerously enticing smile forming at the corner of her mouth. No fluctuation in qi or blood. Pure physical strength. This frank spatial talent has a huge secret. I want to see how long you can hide that little fox's tail. In the central monitoring room, the atmosphere remained heavy. Lung Wushuang fixed her sharp gaze on the grade spatial file displayed on the screen. The intelligence department of the academy operated with remarkable efficiency. In less than 10 minutes, all of Lu Yuan's information from birth to high school graduation was presented in detail. Growing up in an orphanage, his family was impoverished, relying on the Alliance's subsidies and odd jobs to make ends meet. He consistently ranked first in theoretical coursework. However, in tests of vitality and physical fitness, he remained at a middling level. Everything seemed so ordinary. Until Lung Wushuang's gaze landed on the last page of the file. That classified data report regarding the National Martial Arts Examination. Yes. Even for a master like Lung Wushuang, who had weathered many storms, seeing the absurdly outrageous numbers on the page was enough to take her breath away. Purely physical kinetic energy output, the peak value has shattered the military's 5th-level measurement system limit. The final score could not be calculated due to system collapse, so it is replaced with 999,999. Lung Wushuang looked at the report, a stern smile curling at the corners of her mouth. This is somewhat interesting. She licked her lips, her eyes sparkling with the excitement of a hunter spotting a prized prey. Disguising a civilian orphan as an grade waste, yet granting him such a significant advantage. Which great deity stands behind this kid? Or is it that he is himself a prehistoric behemoth in sheep's clothing? Relay the orders down. Lung Wushuang commanded through the intercom, her tone leaving no room for dissent. For tomorrow morning's new student extreme endurance training, everyone's load. As for the one named Lu Yuan, she paused, a glimmer of amusement flickering in her eyes. He will receive a special gravity lock ring 10 times heavier. I want to see just how long his bronze skin and iron bones can hold up. The next morning before dawn, on the massive outdoor training ground of the Magic Capital War Academy, yawning new students were already lined up. Damn, it's only 5:30 a.m. Are we going to survive this? I heard we're being trained by that Extinction Master Lung Wushuang. This month is going to be hell. Look, that guy who defeated Xiao Patian is here too. A stir went through the crowd, all eyes respectfully turned toward Lu Yuan, who stood at the end of the line. Last night he had been researching the god-killing insects within the divine realm, and was now dozing against the wall. Suddenly a chilling aura enveloped the entire area. Lung Wushuang, dressed in a tight black training outfit, approached with an expressionless face while holding a sparking teaching rod. Everyone listen up. Her voice was not loud, yet it resonated like thunder in everyone's ears. Today's training subject is a 20-kilometer weight-bearing cross-country run. No breakfast until you finish running. As her words fell, wails erupted. Several teaching assistants brought over heavy metal lock rings by the boxes. Each lock ring was engraved with runes and weighed at least 100 kilograms. The students begrudgingly strapped the rings onto their wrists and ankles. Lu Yuan stepped forward. Long Wushuang's icy gaze precisely locked onto Lu Yuan in the line. Lu Yuan yawned and leisurely walked out. Report teacher, what are your instructions? Aren't you the top student in the nation? The top student should act like one. A cruel curve appeared at the corners of Long Wushuang's mouth. She took 4 specially crafted lock rings shimmering with a dark golden glow from an assistant. Each of these rings weighed over 500 kilograms. Put these on. Long Wushuang pointed at the 4 rings, her tone leaving no room for refusal. If you don't finish in the top 10 today, you can roll back to the logistics department and clean the toilets. At this, the crowd erupted in shock. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan with sympathetic eyes. That was a burden of 2,000 kilograms. Let alone running, just standing still would make one a tough guy. This was clearly an act of personal vendetta targeting him deliberately. Brother Yuan, don't wear it. That old witch just wants to cripple you. Wang Fatty jumped anxiously in the line. Yet Lu Yuan didn't even frown. He took those 4 incredibly heavy lock rings, and with a few clicks easily secured them onto his arms and legs. Then he even bounced in place a couple of times like he was skipping rope. Bang! Bang! The hard alloy ground was directly dented by his feet, creating 4 shallow pits. Teacher, do you have anything heavier? Lu Yuan looked at Long Wushuang with a serious expression. This weight feels like nothing, but it's a bit of a hindrance to my performance. Long Wushuang. All the new students. Good. Very good. Long Wushuang's chest heaved with rage, and her teaching rod was nearly crushed in her grip. She squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Everyone, you all have a target, the soul-breaking cliff, 20 kilometers away. Depart. With a single command, all students burst forth with vitality, desperately charging ahead. Meanwhile, Lu Yuan, unfazed, casually trailed at the back of the line. At the start, those grade and grade geniuses managed to lead with their powerful vitality. But as time went on, the consumption of stamina increased significantly. Especially the burden of 100 kilograms was weighing them down. After 5 kilometers, some began to fall behind. After 10 kilometers, most were exhausted like dead dogs, moving only by sheer will. And that Lu Yuan, whom everyone thought would collapse first, was now completely composed, not even panting. He even found the runners in front of him too slow, blocking his path. Excuse me, coming through. Lu Yuan took strides, starting to overtake others. With every step, he took the ground reverberated with a dull thud. The 2,000 kilograms of weight on him felt as light as a feather. What the hell? Is he even human? And a grade genius watched Lu Yuan breeze past, and was nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. I'm about to die from exhaustion, and he's still acting like it's a stroll. Lu Yuan jogged effortlessly, overtaking one genius after another left in his dust. Even as he passed by an grade lightning technique genius who was near death from exhaustion, he kindly patted the other's shoulder. Brother, keep it up, don't let me a logistics soldier lap you. Ultimately, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, Lu Yuan, bearing the terrifying weight of 2,000 kilograms, was the first to cross the finish line. He even circled the flagpole at the finish, performing dozens of standard pull-ups, as if the earlier 20-kilometer extreme cross-country run was merely a warm-up. Long Wushuang stood at the finish line watching this scene in complete silence. Her sharp eyes sparkled with increasing shock and fervor. This kid is definitely a treasure. A super treasure, unprecedented, capable of overturning the entire martial arts world's understanding. In the afternoon, it was free act. The exhausted geniuses lay flat in their dorms, replenishing their energy. Yet Lu Yuan didn't even return to the dorm. He didn't want to waste time playing these childlike physical training games. It was too much of a waste of time. He looked up at the academy's central majestic building resembling a towering spire. The Starry Library. It was the heart of the magic capital War Academy, and also the place with the richest collection of books in the entire alliance. The ecosystem of the divine realm is still too singular. Lu Yuan stroked his chin, his gaze growing profound. To evolve rapidly, I must find higher-tier life seeds. He dusted himself off and walked straight towards the library. For example, those demonic plants that only exist in high-level abyssal rifts. The Starry Library, towering into the clouds, is a landmark building of the War Academy in the Demon City. It houses almost all the techniques, battle skills, and top-secret information about the abyssal beasts since the high martial era. Of course, most areas are only open to upperclassmen and instructors. Especially the ancient book hall on the top floor, classified as an S-level restricted zone, is heavily guarded. However, these rules are nothing to Lu Yuan. With his terrifying mental strength comparable to radar, he effortlessly evaded all infrared scans and spiritual sentries. Even the 2 master-level experts guarding the door turned a blind eye to him, as if he were a ghost that did not exist. Lu Yuan strolled leisurely to the top floor. The air was thick with the ancient scent of parchment and the weight of time. Rows of towering bookshelves reached up to the dome. They were filled with various yellowed ancient books preserved in special materials. On the grafting and mutation of abyssal demonic plants. The hypothesis of high-level rift coordinates. Lu Yuan's gaze swept across the spines of the books, quickly locating what he sought. He walked to a secluded corner, climbed up on a ladder, and pulled out a tattered leather notebook from a pile of dust-covered ancient texts. The notebook bore the title in ancient abyssal script, Field Notes on Rift No. C07 Ecology. This was precisely the high-level Rift information he was looking for. Just as Lu Yuan's finger was about to touch the yellowed ancient book, another hand suddenly reached out from the shadow beside him. It was a delicate hand as slender as white jade adorned with a black lace glove. It also rested upon the notebook. He turned his head to see a woman with an incredibly curvaceous figure dressed in a skin-tight black leather outfit that accentuated her perfect curves smiling at him. Her long winered hair cascaded in big waves, her fiery red lips, and her eyes sparkled with a seductive allure that could ensnare any man. Pinned on her chest was a silver badge representing her as a third-year student. Junior, sneaking into a restricted area like this isn't what a good student should do. The woman spoke with a soft voice that could send shivers down one's spine. Lu Yuan's gaze scanned her without a flicker of emotion. Who are you? His voice was flat, as if asking a stone by the roadside. Me. The woman covered her mouth and chuckled gracefully, walking up to Lu Yuan. A rich scent of roses wafted towards him. I am Morong Yayue, one of your many admirers. She extended a slender finger, lightly tracing Lu Yuan's solid chest, her gaze filled with unabashed provocation. You're the little monster who defeated the chief Xiaopatian with just one finger, aren't you? Morong Yayue. This name resonated even more than the principal in the War Academy of the Demon City. She was not only recognized as the most beautiful woman, but also the actual controller of the underground intelligence network, Star Pavilion. It is rumored that her background is mysterious and that there is no information she cannot obtain. She is recognized as one of the most dangerous women in the academy. Lu Yuan frowned, taking half a step back to avoid her restless hand. I don't know you. I found this book first. He reached for the ancient book. Don't be so hasty, Junior. Morong Yayue blocked him again, her laughter causing her to sway. Since we have fate, why not play a little game with your senior sister? As soon as she finished speaking, a strange pink light flashed in her alluring peach blossom eyes. An invisible hypnotic mental wave instantly enveloped Lu Yuan. This was the unique skill of the Morong family, Demonic Eye of Enchantment. A highly domineering spiritual illusion technique. Even the most resolute master-level experts could easily fall prey if they were not careful. Once trapped in her woven illusion, one would answer anything like a marionette. She wanted to see what secrets this mysterious junior held. However, the mental power that could ensnare masters vanished without a trace the moment it entered Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness. It was like a mud cow sinking into the sea, not even a bubble surface disappearing completely. Lu Yuan's vast mental sea, comparable to a cosmic black hole, could easily withstand this level of allure. Even a mental-type martial master would be obliterated. Is that it? Lu Yuan dug at his ear, his gaze filled with disdain, as if looking at an idiot. Is this your little game? How is it different from the street hypnosis tricks? You? How could you be unaffected? Morong Yayue's smile froze completely, her face filled with disbelief. Her demonic eye had never failed against her peers. Reciprocity. Lu Yuan snorted coldly. His terrifying mental power, which had surpassed 10 million, was no longer suppressed. It transformed into an invisible giant hammer carrying the force of thunder and violently smashed back into Morong Yayue's sea of consciousness. Odd. Morong Yayue let out a shriek, feeling as if her brain had been hit heated by a high-speed train. The scene before her spun chaotically, blood trickling from her 7 orifices. Her legs went weak, and she collapsed onto the cold floor, drenched in sweat, unable to muster the strength to stand. Lu Yuan looked down at her, his gaze cold. I detest others prying into my secrets the most. If there's a next time, I won't hesitate to turn you into a true idiot. He withdrew his mental pressure and turned to pick up the ancient book, preparing to— Wait. Morong Yayue propped herself against the bookshelf, struggling to stand. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, her beautiful eyes devoid of anger or fear. Instead, they ignited a fervent interest and thrilling excitement. Junior, you truly are 1,000 times more interesting than I imagined. She looked at Lu Yuan, smiling like a cat that had stolen a fish. Isn't it just looking for some information about the rifts? Why bother with these outdated antiques? Morong Yayue pulled out a black chip from her bosom, tossing it in her fingers. Clevel Abyss Rift Blackstone Abyss. The military just discovered it yesterday and hasn't reported it to the Alliance yet. The high-level magical plants and mineral resources inside are still unclaimed. She winked at Lu Yuan, her red lips parting, exhaling like orchids. Reading is so slow. I have the latest first-hand information right here. It's up to you whether you dare to buy it. Let's see if you dare to buy it. Morong Yayue's red lips slightly parted, exhaling like orchids. Her charming peach blossom eyes fixed intently on Lu Yuan, filled with provocation. In her view, although this junior had unfathomable strength, he was merely a freshman who had just enrolled. The Clevel Abyss Rift was a forbidden zone that even elite teams from higher grades dared not tread lightly. However, Lu Yuan's reaction once again left her astonished. Upon hearing the latest intel, Lu Yuan retracted the overwhelming mental pressure that could crush a person. He casually pulled over a dusty chair from the nearby bookshelf and sat down confidently. He raised his chin at Morong Yayue, who was still leaning against the bookshelf, panting. Name your price. Aren't you afraid? Morong Yayue was taken aback for a moment, a hint of surprise flashing in her beautiful eyes. That is a Clevel Rift where an entire vanguard of the dark demon race resides. The leader is a demon lord comparable to a martial arts master. The military is still preparing a large army for a strong assault. And then, oi. Lu Yuan scratched his ear, his tone as indifferent, as if he were asking what to have for dinner. Are you selling information, or am I selling information? Murong Yaoyue was momentarily speechless by his nonchalant demeanor. She took a deep breath, suppressing her unusual feelings, and put on a shrewd smile like that of a merchant. All right, Junior, you certainly speak frankly. She extended her 5 slender fingers painted with crimson polish. 50 million alliance coins. Cash on delivery. This price would be enough to bankrupt any master outside. But for Lu Yuan now, it didn't even count as pocket money. Without a word, he took out the unlimited black card given by the Demon City Academy. Swipe the card. Murong Yaoyue pulled out a small POS machine from her bosom. Standing below the platform, Lin Ruoxue did nothing to hide the disgust in her eyes. She quietly took 2 steps back, afraid someone might remember she had once shared a debt. Not only does he have extraordinary strength, but he is also a wealthy young man. This junior is simply a treasure trove. Pleasure to cooperate. As a friendly reminder, this coordinate is located in an uninhabited area on the outskirts of Demon City, surrounded by military scouts. If you want to go in, it's best not to be caught. She winked at Lu Yuan, smiling like a little fox. Of course, if you get caught, I won't know you. No need for your reminder. Lu Yuan tucked the chip away and turned to leave without any hesitation. Next time you have such good stuff, remember to contact me right away. Watching him disappear at the stairway, Murong Yaoyue licked her red lips, her eyes filled with the excitement of a hunt. Interesting little guy, it seems my days ahead won't be boring. That night the moon was dark and the wind was strong. In the inner district building 3 dormitory 301, Wang Pengzi had long fallen asleep like a dead pig, snoring loudly. The tech-savvy roommate Taiju was still frantically studying his mechanical blueprints under the desk lamp. Lu Yuan lay in bed, eyes tightly closed, breathing steadily. At first glance, he seemed no different from an ordinary sleeping student. But if a master were present at this moment, they would be horrified to discover. The figure lying on the bed was not a living person at all. Instead, it was a lifelike doll crafted from some unknown material. Even the heartbeat and breathing were perfectly mimicked. The real Lu Yuan had already donned a flowing black robe and a bronze azure mask. He stood by the dormitory window, his figure like an elusive ghost. With a gentle leap, he silently merged into the night. The high-level defense formation of the academy, reputed to prevent even a mosquito from entering, was as nothing before him. Minutes later, Lu Yuan had already appeared in the outskirts of Demon City, several dozen kilometers away. The air was filled with the damp scent of soil and the strange odor of mucus. He followed the coordinates on the chip, heading north. With his terrifying agility, his speed was lightning fast, leaving behind trails in the wilderness. Before long, he arrived at his destination. It was a scorched and barren black basin. In the center of the basin, a massive purple rift 100 meters long floated in midair like the eye of a demon. It twisted and writhed restlessly, emitting an unsettling spatial fluctuation. A violent abyssal aura continuously leaked from the rift, corroding everything around. Clevel Abyss, Rift, Blackstone Abyss. Lu Yuan stood before the rift, gazing up at this gateway to another world. He could clearly sense the countless bloodthirsty and brutal life forces emanating from the other side of the rift. What was a death zone for others was for him a feast about to be served. Lu Yuan flexed his wrist, the joints cracking with a crisp sound. Clevel Dungeon. A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Looking at the space rift that emitted a strange purple light, there was no hint of fear in his eyes, only the fervor of a hunter. I hope there are enough monsters inside, don't let me make a wasted trip. With that, he stepped forward, his figure resolutely crossing into the twisted purple light curtain. Crossing the shimmering purple space rift, a brief sensation of vertigo enveloped him. Lu Yuan's feet landed steadily on the hard ground. A nauseating stench of blood assaulted him. Mixed with the acrid scent of sulfur, it surged towards his crown. Lu Yuan frowned and waved his hand in front of his nose. The air purification system in this Clevel dungeon is really subpar, he muttered under his breath, raising his head to survey his surroundings. It was a dark red wasteland with an eerie, blood-colored crescent moon hanging in the sky. The soil beneath his feet seemed soaked in blood, sticky to the touch. Before he could fully stabilize himself and adapt to the dim light, a series of teeth-gritting friction sounds suddenly erupted from behind the massive black rocks around him. The gravel exploded violently. Dozens of enormous black shadows, accompanied by a foul wind, charged at him from all directions. These were the corrupted earth dragons. Measuring over 5 meters in length, their bodies were covered in a thick layer of black armor, resembling heavily armored tanks filled with spikes. They were famously known as the Iron Tortoise among second-tier aberrations, boasting a defense that was unrivaled within their rank. Even an ordinary human martial artist would find their blades dulled upon striking, forced to retreat instead. Starting with the heavy stuff, Lu Yuan stood his ground, not moving an inch. Through the bronze Shura mask, he looked at the earth dragons with their gaping maws dripping with green saliva, and chuckled softly. How courteous of you. The foul wind rushed towards him. The largest earth dragon in front had its sharp fangs less than half a meter away from Lu Yuan's neck. If it were an ordinary student, they would have been paralyzed with fear by now. Yet Lu Yuan couldn't be bothered to draw his sword, much less muster a hint of his chi and blood. He simply raised his right hand, casually fingers splayed, and with an unremarkable motion, he slapped towards the massive dragon head. Slap. A crisp sound erupted. Lu Yuan's fair palm firmly struck the dragon's armored forehead. The charging earth dragon abruptly halted its momentum. Its seemingly indestructible skull crumbled before Lu Yuan's terrifying physical force, shattering like a ripe watermelon. With a bang, it exploded midair. Black blood and shattered bones splattered everywhere. The hide is thick, but unfortunately the bones are too brittle. Lu Yuan flicked the grime off his hand and vanished from sight. His current agility and strength had long surpassed the realms of normality. To these second-tier aberrations, he was an elusive black lightning that could not be captured. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous dull thuds erupted across the dark red wasteland. Lu Yuan kicked apart the spine of the second earth dragon. He effortlessly crushed the heart of the third one. Moving through the pack of beasts, his actions flowed seamlessly, without a single unnecessary motion. With each strike, a colossal creature would crash to the ground. Those heavily armored layers were no more resilient than a piece of tissue paper under his fists. Roar. The remaining earth dragons finally sensed fear, emitting anxious roars as they attempted to turn and flee. Now you want to leave? A bit late for that. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly, pushing off the ground with his right leg, launching himself like a cannonball. In less than 3 seconds, a dozen corrupted earth dragons, enough to inflict casualties on a patrol squad, were reduced to a pile of minced flesh and mud, unable to piece themselves back together. Ding. Killed a second-tier corrupted earth dragon, gained 5 free attribute points. Triggered a 10,000-fold critical hit. Attribute points 50000. Listening to the crisp electronic sound echoing in his mind, Lu Yuan satisfiedly cracked his neck. 50,000 points. Although it's a bit less, the sheer quantity makes grinding effort. Beneath the bronze mask, he revealed an extremely benevolent smile. This place is practically a tailor-made ATM for me. Meanwhile, several hundred meters away atop a black stone tower constructed from the bones of giant beasts, 2 dark magic soldiers on watch clung tightly to the edge, their eyes bulging. They had pointed ears, pitch-black skin, and clutched rusty iron spears. Initially, the two were slacking off and chatting atop the tower. But when they looked down, they were met with a bloody scene that resembled the arrival of a butcher. Carl, did I just hallucinate? One of the magic soldiers trembled, his teeth chattering, unable to articulate a complete sentence. That human dismantled the armored earth dragon with his bare hands. Carl gulped down a mouthful of saliva, his scalp prickling. You're not hallucinating. He didn't even use battle chi, just 1 punch per dragon. What the hell is this monster? When did a human's physique become more terrifying than ours? Looking at Lu Yuan leisurely wiping his hands amidst the pile of corpses, Carl felt a chill racing up his spine. He realized that this was definitely no ordinary human scout. This was a calamity that could wipe out their entire vanguard unit. Quick, sound the alarm. Notify the Grand Commander. Carl seized the pale bone horn hanging at his chest, took a deep breath, and puffed up his cheeks to blow. Woo! The shrill, piercing sound of the horn instantly shattered the silence of the wasteland. This sound conveyed extreme panic and despair, reaching deep into the basin. My! Hearing the commotion, Lu Yuan lifted his head. His gaze crossed the wasteland and fell upon the distant rolling black tents. As the horn's sound faded, the ground in the depths of the basin began to tremble violently. Boom, boom, boom. The sound grew closer, like countless thunderclaps rolling underground. Immediately thereafter, tens of thousands of dark magic soldiers surged forth like a torrent of black water from their headquarters. The clang of iron clashing and the roars of the magic warriors intertwined, creating a deafening cacophony. In the sky, a large swarm of low-tier gargoyles with flesh wings took flight, blocking out the already dim blood moon. An overwhelming aura of brutality and slaughter from the military formation bore down on Lu Yuan. Who dares invade my magic tribe's camp? A thunderous roar echoed from the back of the army. A magic leader mounted on 3 hellhounds and clad in heavy armor raised his greatsword and pointed it at Lu Yuan. Tear him apart. Use his flesh and blood to honor the abyss. Kill, kill, kill. The voice of tens of thousands of magic soldiers roared in unison, the sound waves nearly turning the ground over. They charged towards the lone figure in the black robe like wolves and tigers, as if intent on turning him into minced meat. Facing this overwhelming numerical disadvantage and terror, Lu Yuan stood his ground, not retreating an inch. He gazed at the dark mass approaching him, a veritable treasure trove of experience points being delivered to his doorstep. Not a hint of panic appeared on his face. Instead, he excitedly rubbed his gloves together. Taking a step forward, he broke into a grin at the incoming tide of magic soldiers. What a warm welcome. If I don't make a clean sweep today, wouldn't that be disrespectful to you all? Kill. Tear him apart. A deafening roar erupted from hundreds of thousands of dark, demonic warriors thundering across the desolate wasteland like a suffocating storm. A black steel-clad tide surged forward, like a collapsing obsidian wall, bearing down upon Lu Yuan's solitary figure. Not a single step backward did he take. Instead, his eyes, hidden behind a bronze azura mask, blazed with a ferocity and bloodlust that eclipsed even the demons themselves. Excellent. Lu Yuan laughed aloud. Saves me the trouble of hunting you down one by one. Today I'll grant you all a complimentary mass cremation. Before the echo faded, he drove his legs downward with explosive force, shattering the crimson-frosted earth beneath him into a crater over 10 meters wide. Fractures spiderwebbed violently outward. He shot forward like a black artillery shell trailing a shrieking shockwave. With brutal, unyielding momentum, he plunged headlong into the densest heart of the demonic host. Boom! At the moment of impact, it was as if a meteor hurtling at terminal velocity had struck a pile of rotten tomatoes. Hundreds of heavily armored demon soldiers in the vanguard. Never glimpsed, even the hem of Lu Yuan's robe, man and shield alike disintegrated into crimson mist. Limbs, torsos, and twisted scrap metal rained down like a grisly down. What abomination is this? The demonic charge ground to an abrupt halt, its momentum shattered by the vacuum of devastation Lu Yuan had carved through their ranks. Frontline soldiers stared, eyes bulging at the hellscape before them. Before awe could yield to comprehension, Lu Yuan stabilized his stance. Drawing a deep breath, his right arm swelled with coiled serpentine muscle. Tens of millions of raw strength points compressed unreservedly into the knuckle of his fist. Then, facing the teeming demonic host ahead, he delivered a single unadorned punch. Ruwar. No radiant aura, no arcane luminescence. Only pure, unadulterated violence. A visible, semi-transparent wave of high-pressure air erupted from his fist, a force so overwhelming it cleaved reality itself. That wave became an invisible heaven-splitting blade, scything forward along the ground with cataclysmic fury. The hardened wasteland cracked open as though plowed by a colossal primordial furrow. In an instant, a horrifying scar, a blood-red chasm 100 meters wide and 1,000 meters long, gouged through the demonic formation. Within this kilometer-long corridor of annihilation, neither the so-called indestructible rank-and-file demons nor the elite commanders astride hellish three-headed hounds wielding enchanted greatswords could withstand that physical tempest capable of crushing space itself. They were more fragile than parchment. No. A demon captain, peak martial master, desperately raised a jet-black magical shield. But in half a second the shield splintered like brittle biscuit under the pressure. Then his body was seized, as if gripped by an invisible titan's hand. With a sickening pop, he exploded into a spray of viscera. One punch. 1 kilometer of carnage. Mountains of corpses, rivers of gore. Not a single bone remained intact. A system notification flashed. Ding. Defeated a demon soldier. 100 free attribute points. Ding. Critical hit 10000. 10000 attribute points. Ding. Defeated a demon commander. 5000 free attribute points. Ding. Critical hit 10000. 5000 attribute points. Ding. 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 The alerts fused into a continuous shrill frenzied electronic screech inside Lu Yuan's mind. No longer discrete chimes, but a deranged pulsating siren. Golden interface panels flickered wildly before his eyes, numbers spiraled upward in manic, dizzying ascent. Exhilaration. Pure, unadulterated ecstasy. Lu Yuan felt power surging through him, every second swelling beyond containment, threatening to burst forth from his very skin, and let loose a low, guttural, unhinged laugh. Come on, keep coming. Eyes burning crimson, he unleashed full-scale reaping mode. No weapon, only fists and legs. He slashed left and right through the demonic ranks. A whip-like kick sent hundreds of stone gargoyles wheeling midair, then snapped them cleanly in two. They plummeted like dumplings tossed into boiling water. A shoulder charge slammed into a dozen heavy war elephants. No scream escaped before they crumpled into pulpy ruin. He became an emotionless, tireless humanoid meat grinder, wreaking one-sided slaughter within this Class C abyssal rift shrouded in primordial dread. Originally the demons had encircled Lu Yuan, yet in the end the remaining few thousand survivors realized, horrified, that they had been encircled by a single man. Run now. He's not human. A demon, the true demon risen from the abyss itself. Morale shattered utterly. Creatures famed for cruelty now abandoned armor and weapons, weeping, wailing, fleeing toward their base with desperate animal panic, cursing their own limbs for being too few. But Lu Yuan would never let such mobile attribute points escape. You arrive at your leisure and leave just as freely. Do you take me for a charity house? He scoffed coldly, then darted after them. Black lightning streaking across the wasteland, slaughtering relentlessly. From the wasteland's edge all the way to the gates of the demonic vanguard's main camp, he carved a path paved with severed limbs and dark crimson blood. Before the 30-meter-high gate of black obsidian, the fortress's entrance, the demonic Grand Commander stood trembling atop the ramparts, gripping a broad. Before the 30-meter-high gate of black obsidian, the fortress's entrance, the demonic Grand Commander stood trembling atop the ramparts, gripping a broad-bladed greatsword. His vaunted army, tens of thousands strong, was gone, erased in 60 minutes by the masked man below who hadn't even drawn breath. Who are you? His voice cracked raw with terror as he gazed down at Lu Yuan beneath the gate. His bronze azure mask immaculate, not a drop of blood staining its surface, impeccably clean, so pristine it inspired despair. Me, Lu Yuan rolled his stiff neck, then lifted his gaze slowly. Just an ordinary logistics soldier passing through. Before the words fully settled, he bent his knees and launched skyward. He didn't scale the walls. Instead, he soared straight to the obsidian gate center. His hands shot out, fingers like iron hooks, clamping deep into the narrow seam between the massive doors. Open, for me. With a guttural roar, his arms swelled, the veins coiled like serpents beneath taut skin. Screech. Crack. Amid grating teeth rattling metal rending the gate, said to resist even enchanted crystal cannons, began to peel apart. With sheer unrefined physical might, Lu Yuan tore the obsidian doors apart, splitting them wide. With a thunderous crash, 2 gates, each weighing hundreds of tons, were ripped from their frames and discarded like scrap. The entire fortress trembled violently. The Grand Commander, paralyzed with terror, turned to flee, only to find a black shadow already materialized before him. Lu Yuan seized the commander's thick neck with one hand, lifting him off the ground like a helpless chick. GHK, let go. The commander thrashed wildly, his greatsword hacked at Lu Yuan's forearm, but failed even to mark the skin. This Class C dungeon cleared. Lu Yuan spoke flatly without inflection. Then his fingers tightened. Snap. A crisp, unmistakable snap of cervical vertebrae. The commander's eyes bulged, limbs went slack. Thus perished the supreme commander of the demonic vanguard, snuffed out with casual, chilling ease. Lu Yuan tossed the corpse aside. Standing atop the towering rampart, he surveyed the empty camp below. Beneath the bronze mask, his lips curved, just slightly, in profound, quiet satisfaction. Monsters eradicated. Now, time to collect the spoils. With a crisp crack, the sound of a neck breaking echoed. The massive head of the demon clan's chief hung limply, the terror in its eyes forever frozen. Lu Yuan casually tossed the corpse comparable to a half-step martial sovereign onto the ground, as if discarding trash precisely at the moment the chief breathed his last. A surge of golden light, denser than all the demon soldiers combined, erupted from the corpse. In a flash, it directly entered Lu Yuan's brow. Buzz. In Lu Yuan's mind, it felt as if a great bell had been struck heavily. The system's virtual panel automatically popped up, flashing dazzling gold light. Ding. Killed the Clevel Rift Ultimate Chief, perfectly cleared this area. Gained premium drop origin points, 5 million. Ding. The host's accumulated origin points have surpassed 10 million. 10 million. Lu Yuan stared at the long string of zeros, his breath quickening. Previously, 300,000 origin points had allowed the divine realm to evolve into a spiritual vein and ecological prototype. With this 10 million, wouldn't it soar directly? Without hesitation, he found a secluded corner and sat cross-legged, completely immersing his consciousness into his body. System, invest all 10 million origin points into the divine. Lu Yuan floated beneath the gray dome of the divine realm, waving his hand grandly. Maximize the time flow rate and expand to the utmost. Boom. With the infusion of 10 million origin points, the entire divine realm space experienced an unprecedented cataclysm. The dark purple ground beneath Lu Yuan's feet rolled and roared violently, like boiling water originally only the size of a small city. Supported by the immense origin, it crazily expanded outward at an unreasonable speed. Tenfold, hundredfold, thousandfold. The earth stretched madly toward the endless void. Mountains rose, canyons tore, and plains spread. In the blink of an eye, this space transformed from a cramped village into a vast and boundless continent. Crack. Above the heavens, a sound of cracking that made one cringe echoed. Lu Yuan looked up, his eyes filled with shock. The world tree at the center of the divine. After absorbing this immense origin, it seemed to have taken fertilizer, growing wildly tall. The trunk was as stout as a towering pillar. Dense branches and leaves spread in all directions, blocking out the sun. It even forcefully broke through the gray, chaotic mist. On the highest branches of the world tree, several clusters of faintly glowing orbs began to form. Those were the embryonic forms of the sun, moon, and stars. The divine realm finally began to possess its own celestial cycle with the expansion of the world and the evolution of the world tree. The concentration of spiritual energy inside the divine realm reached a terrifying threshold. The spiritual energy in the air was no longer misty. It had become so dense that it directly liquefied into droplets. Dripping onto the ground, pooling in low areas, it ultimately formed a vast lake of spiritual liquid. A woo, accompanied by an excited wolf howl. A giant wolf the size of an elephant and enveloped in ghostly black flames dashed into the lake like a fool. The huang splashed joyfully in the lake of spiritual liquid. From time to time, it would open its massive mouth and gulp down several mouthfuls of spiritual liquid. The black flames on its body burned more fiercely under the nourishment of the spiritual liquid, hinting at a trend towards higher transformation. At the outermost edge of the divine realm, atop the black ant nest, the god-slaying mother insect, as large as an armored vehicle, let out a greedy screech. It devoured the rich spiritual energy in the air in large gulps. A blinding red light illuminated its abdomen, entering another frenzied stage of explosive offspring production. Dense black eggs were expelled like rain. In a few days, this army of insects capable of devouring the void would multiply by several times. Lu Yuan stood on the cloud, taking a deep breath of the life-infused spiritual energy. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing. As the master of the divine realm, each evolution of the divine realm would bring him an enormous return of power. He casually clenched his fist. The air instantly exploded into a white sonic boom cloud. Now, even without adding points, relying solely on my physical strength, crushing a master outside is as easy as squashing an ant, right? Lu Yuan's lips curled into a satisfied smile as he slowly descended to the ground. During the previous time acceleration, he had casually moved all the items from the Demon Clan's treasury into the divine realm. At this moment, on this newly expanded continent, piles of abyssal magic gold, high-grade alien bones, and various crystal cores radiating eerie energies were stacked like mountains. These items were all top strategic resources that were priceless on the Human Alliance side, usually used to forge high-grade battle armor or spiritual energy cannons. Lu Yuan circled around this pile of resources twice. In his mind, an extremely bold, even somewhat crazy idea gradually took shape. He stroked his chin, his gaze becoming somewhat fiery. Although De Huang is impressive, it is still a living creature, making it easy to attract attention when taken out. The god-slaying insect swarm is suitable for group battles and breaking formations, but using them as bodyguards is a bit of a waste, since the spiritual energy in the divine realm is so dense and the materials are so abundant. Lu Yuan glanced at the striking 9-leaf sword grass nearby. He then looked at a massive piece of impenetrable abyssal obsidian on the ground. Why not create a few absolutely loyal top-notch bodyguards myself? This idea took root in his heart like wild grass, as he was the creator god of the divine realm, omniscient and omnipotent here. Creating life from clay and turning stone into soldiers was incredibly simple for him now. Lu Yuan concentrated his thoughts, and a vast mental power instantly enveloped the several-ton abyssal obsidian. Under the crushing force of the divine realm's absolute laws, that magic gold, which couldn't even be cut by laser cutters in the outside world, surprisingly softened and deformed like clay. This bodyguard not only needs to withstand blows, but also needs to be able to fight. Since the core is the sword intent of the 9-leaf sword grass, then, as for the appearance, Lu Yuan's mind conjured classic forms from the fantasy novels he had read in his past life. Let's create a more imposing swordsman. He pressed and kneaded in the void with both hands. The obsidian quickly elongated and took shape under his mental control. Soon a towering figure 3 meters tall, entirely black, and clad in heavy armor appeared before Lu Yuan, just one final touch away from completion. Lu Yuan approached the 9-leaf sword grass and unceremoniously broke off a small section of its sharply gleaming leaf tip. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. This is a good thing. He walked to the black humanoid statue and forcefully inserted the sword leaf into its chest. Boom. A torrent of overwhelming divine realm spiritual energy, accompanied by the sword intent of the 9-leaf sword grass that could sever the void, surged into the statue. Lu Yuan bit his fingertip, flicked it, and a drop of blood containing his origin aura seeped into the statue's brow. Awaken. Crack. Crack. Accompanied by a sound of friction that made one cringe, the surface of the pitch-black statue suddenly cracked with fissures. A pair of eyes without pupils, only flickering with dark golden sword light, suddenly opened wide. A terrifying sword intent unique to a human grandmaster surged into the sky. It knelt on one knee and spoke in a hoarse, obedient voice like metal scraping. Subordinate. Jian Yi pays respects to the master. Although I am currently invincible in flesh, it feels too degrading to always take matters into my own hands. Lu Yuan stood atop the clouds of the divine realm, overlooking the mountain of spoils from the abyss below. He stroked his chin, muttering to himself. Moreover, the alias War Titan can easily be exposed if overused. It's time to create a few top-notch bodyguards who are obedient and not too chatty. With a thought, Lu Yuan's vast spiritual force swept across the entire pile of spoils. The abyssal demon gold, which was incredibly hard in the outside world and could only be cut by high-energy lasers. Under the absolute laws of the divine realm, it was like a lump of soft clay. Rised. Tons of black demon gold floated in midair. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers, and a ball of ethereal black flame appeared out of nowhere, completely enveloping the demon gold. With a sizzling sound, the impurities were instantly burned away. Only a pool of pure black metallic liquid radiating an unsettling vibe remained. Shape it. Lu Yuan squinted slightly, his hands swiftly sketching in the air. The black metallic liquid seemed to come alive, violently rolling and stretching. Soon a 3-meter knight in fearsome heavy armor took shape in midair. But at this moment, it was merely a soulless object. It still lacks a core. Lu Yuan turned his head, his gaze falling upon the 9-leaf sword grass nearby, emanating a soaring sword intent. Without hesitation, he walked over. He'll borrow a leaf from you, don't be stingy. Lu Yuan extended his hand, bracing against the piercing sharpness. With a crack, he forcibly snapped off a nail-sized dark golden leaf tip. Even a tiny piece of it had enough sword intent to cut through the void, causing Lu Yuan's fingertip to ache slightly. Holding the sword leaf, he approached the black armor. He suddenly thrust it into the heart of the armor. Boom. A violent sword intent exploded within the armor. System activate local 10,000 times time acceleration. Consume the source and refine it for me. Lu Yuan's low shout echoed. The vast pure spiritual energy within the divine realm seemed to find an outlet. It transformed into a gigantic funnel frantically pouring into the black armor. Outside it was merely a fleeting moment. But within the accelerated time zone the armor had already undergone hundreds of years of spiritual energy baptism and soared into crack. The dead metal surface suddenly fractured with fine cracks. Immediately after a pair of eyes devoid of pupils shimmering with dark golden sword light suddenly opened in the shadows of the helmet. Clang. A sound that could tear through gold and shatter stone resonated throughout the divine realm. The towering 3-meter Black Knight slowly drew the massive sword on its back forged from demon gold. A terrifying sword intent unique to a pinnacle grandmaster surged like a tangible storm sweeping through the area. Even the big yellow dog paddling in the spiritual liquid lake shivered at this sword intent nearly choking on the water. Thud. This terrifying creation radiating an endless aura of slaughter knelt heavily on one knee the moment it saw Lu Yuan, its massive sword planted beside it. Subordinate. Pays respects to the master. Its voice sounded like two rusted metals grinding together, hoarse and devoid of emotion, embodying absolute obedience, and with the power of a pinnacle grandmaster combined with the void sword intent of the 9-leaf sword grass. Lu Yuan circled around it, tapping on the indestructible demon gold armor. This level of defense would probably make it difficult even for a god of war to kill it in one blow. It was truly a perfect killing machine requiring no food or rest. As long as the divine realm remained, its energy would never run dry. From now on your name will be Sword One. Lu Yuan patted its shoulder, his smile growing more pronounced. As the #1 experimental subject of the Azura Sword Guard, your appearance will definitely scare the so-called prodigies of the aristocratic families out of their wits. Sword One deeply lowered its head without a word. As you command, Master. Its massive body transformed into a swirl of black mist, instantly vanishing into the shadows behind like a venomous snake ready to strike. Lu Yuan stretched lazily, feeling refreshed. He glanced around. The once mountain-high spoils from the Demon Clan's base had been mostly consumed after creating Sword One. He couldn't be bothered to sift through the remaining scraps of junk. With a thought, he fed them all to the earth of the divine realm as fertilizer. This clever dungeon run was truly worth it. Lu Yuan glanced at the time. The night outside was already. It's time to head back. Tomorrow is the highlight of the new students' orientation, the military supply exchange day. I just made a purchase. I have to go join the fun and earn some credits. With a thought, his figure vanished from the divine realm, reappearing in the dark red wasteland ruins. At this moment, the Blackstone Abyss was eerily silent. The once boisterous Demon Clan base now couldn't even produce a living mouse. Lu Yuan stepped across the purple spatial rift, breathing in the slightly polluted air outside the demon. He tore off the bronze mask from his face, removed his black robe, and casually tossed them into the space. He transformed back into an Flevel Logistics freshman dressed in worn-out school uniform, appearing harmless. With his terrifying agility, Lu Yuan left a residual shadow in the night, moving before dawn. Unnoticed, he slipped over the walls of the Demon City War Academy, silently sliding back into dormitory 301 through the window. In the dormitory, Wang Fatty was still snoring loudly. Meanwhile, his technical roommate Taiju was sitting under the desk lamp, reading sketching mecha blueprints. This determination made Lu Yuan glance at him twice. He did not disturb them. He quietly lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Though his body had become powerful enough to not need sleep, mental relaxation was still quite necessary. Tomorrow I will dump that sack of clever exotic beast materials at the military supply office. I wonder how the student council president Yi Xingchen and those lofty aristocratic offspring will react. How splendid will their expressions be? With this thought, a playful smile crept across Lu Yuan's lips as he drifted into a deep sleep. The next morning the sun was shining brightly. In the military supply exchange hall of the Demon City Academy, this was the place all first-year students eagerly anticipated. As long as enough first-level exotic beast materials were hunted during yesterday's field training, they could exchange them here for precious credits. Credits were hard currency within the academy. Techniques, pills, and even guidance from renowned masters all depended on it. The hall was bustling with activity, lively and vibrant. Most new students held a few pitiful first-level crystal cores lining up in long queues. On the other hand, the aristocratic offspring carried large bags of spoils, chatting boisterously in the VIP passage, basking in the envious gazes of those around them. Have you heard? Student Council President Yi Xingchen is also here to exchange supplies today. Is that true? He's an S-level genius, the top student in his second. I heard he led a team to clear a level rift a few days ago. Look, he's coming. A wave of exclamations erupted from the crowd. Lu Yuan dragged a gigantic woven bag made of snake skin, which was twice his height. The moment he stepped through the entrance of the hall, he heard an extremely piercing sound of ridicule. Oh, isn't this our logistics department's top student, Lu? A well-dressed aristocrat pointed at the shabby woven bag in Lu Yuan's hand, laughing uncontrollably. What? Did you pick up trash from some dump? The supply office doesn't accept water bottles and scrap iron. Hurry up and get out of here, don't dirty the floor. The next morning, the military supply exchange hall at the Magic City War Academy was bustling, even more so than a vegetable market. The first-year students had just finished their outdoor assessment looking dusty and disheveled. In their hands, they clutched several bloody low-tier crystal cores, forming a long line waiting to exchange them for the hard currency necessary for survival in this academy. Credits. In a corner of the hall, the VIP passage was crowded with people. Look at Senior Yi Xingchen. No wonder he has S-level starlight talent. Just look at his aura and presence, it's incredible. A wave of admiration erupted from the crowd. A handsome young man dressed in a fitted silver combat uniform was being surrounded by several sycophants. His name was Yi Xingchen, the president of the student council, in his second year, a prominent figure at the Magic City Academy. President, I heard you led a team to clear the perimeter of a Clevel Rift. A sycophant handed him a bottle of energy drink with a beaming smile. Yi Xingchen accepted the drink, smiling faintly, his eyes revealing a hint of arrogance. I was lucky and killed a peak second-tier shadow demon leopard. He tossed a crystal core emanating a ghostly glow to his subordinates behind him. Take it for exchange. Let's treat the brothers to some extra meals tonight. Immediately, gasps of astonishment and sycophantic flattery erupted around him. A peak second-tier beast. This was a tough opponent that could only be barely taken down by a well-coordinated elite team. While Yi Xingchen enjoyed the worship of the crowd, suddenly a heavy and eerie dragging sound came from the entrance of the hall. Scrape, scrape. The sound was excruciating, like some coarse fabric scraping against. Everyone instinctively turned their heads. They saw a young man wearing a faded old-school uniform dragging a gigantic snakeskin woven bag that was twice his height. Step by step, he sluggishly walked into the hall. The bag was bulging, covered in dark red dirt, and even dripped a black liquid that emitted a foul odor. What the hell, who is this? Treating the supply department like a garbage recycling station. Isn't this the grade top student from our logistics department, Lu Yuan? Huh. This is hilarious. Where did this guy go dumpster diving? And he's using a sack. Laughter erupted in the hall. Several scions laughed so hard they couldn't stand up, pointing fingers and mocking Lu Yuan. Lu, the supply department doesn't accept scrap and water bottles. If you're really starving, just kneel down and beg Senior Yi. Maybe he'll be happy and reward you with some credits to buy buns. Yi Xingchen watched this scene with a smirk of derision. He didn't even have the interest to glance at Lu Yuan again. Just a common waste elevated to the pedestal by a system loophole, not even worthy of. Lu Yuan ignored the surrounding laughter. Dragging the gigantic woven bag, he directly passed through the long line. Then, in the bewildered gaze of everyone, he dragged the bag straight to the highest level appraisal counter of the supply department. The person in charge of the appraisal was an elderly mentor with gray hair and thick glasses. This student, please join the back of the line. The old mentor didn't even look up, focusing intently on examining a first-tier crystal core with a magnifying glass. Also, hurry up and take this bag of trash outside. Don't dirty my instruments. Teacher, I want line up. Lu Yuan effortlessly lifted the several hundred-pound bag with one hand, as if holding a plastic bag. I'm here to submit task items in exchange for some credits. The old mentor was startled by his strength and finally raised his head. Task items. As a freshman, even if you killed a few first-tier beasts, you wouldn't need such a big bag, would you? He impatiently adjusted his glasses. Open it and take a look. All right. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. He grabbed the bottom of the woven bag, and with a sudden force of his arm, whoosh, accompanied by a deafening crash. It was as if a small mountain had collapsed onto the counter. Countless crystal cores, bone spurs, and height-year spiritual plants radiating terrifying energy fluctuations cascaded onto the appraisal platform, made of clink, bang. Several fist-sized crystal cores glowing with piercing purple light rolled to the feet of the old mentor. A tumterlong claw covered in black demonic patterns smashed a pit into the edge of the appraisal table. This is... The old mentor's previously impatient expression froze. His magnifying glass fell to the ground with a bang, shattering into pieces. His murky eyes widened as if they were the size of copper bells fixated on the treasure mountain before him. Even his breathing stopped. The laughter throughout the exchange hall was abruptly cut off, as if someone had sliced through it with a knife. The scions who had just mocked him stared, mouths agape, at the pile of premium materials on the ground. A deathly silence enveloped the hall, leaving only the crisp sound of rolling crystal cores. Yi Xingchen's mocking smile also froze. He fixed his gaze on the claw that had made a pit, his pupils contracting violently. That was a bone spur from an Abyss Demon Clan leader. It was 3 major realms higher than the second-tier leopard crystal core he prided himself on. This was something not even students could touch. Even mentors would only meet their doom. Gulp. The old mentor struggled to swallow a mouthful of saliva, trembling as he picked up a purple crystal core from the ground. Clevel magic core, and it's a high-purity Abyss variant. His voice trembled so much he couldn't even finish a complete sentence. He picked up a nearby herb that glowed faintly, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. A 100-year-old crying blood demon lotus. Isn't this supposed to grow only in the deepest part of a Clevel Rift? Teacher, please hurry and calculate how many credits these can be exchanged for. Lu Yuan yawned, leaning against the counter. I'm in a hurry to go back and catch up on sleep. The old mentor looked at Lu Yuan as if he were a monster. He couldn't care less to ask more, hurriedly activating the super appraisal device, typically reserved for elite seniors. Beep. 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 The device scanned the mountain of materials frantically. The red indicator light flickered as if it might explode. The credit number on the screen began to roll up at a 10,000, 100,000, 500,000. The hearts of everyone in the hall throbbed wildly in sync with that number. Yi Xingqian's face turned ashen, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging deep into his flesh. He had barely accumulated less than 50,000 credits throughout the entire semester yet this grade waste before him with a bag of trash had already surpassed 50,000. Beep. Finally, after a long beep, the appraisal device stopped scanning. The red numbers froze firmly in the center of the screen. Total credits, 350,000. 3,500,000. When this number appeared, it felt as if the entire hall had the air sucked out of it. Everyone felt their scalps tingle, a suffocating sensation gripping. This was not just shocking, this was horrifying. It broke the record. The old mentor slumped into his chair, drenched in sweat. In the 300 years since the Academy was established, the highest record for a single person's daily exchange has been broken. And it was a staggering gap. It surpassed the combined total of the top 10. Lu Yuan looked at that number, satisfied, nodding. This trip to the Clevel Rift was not in vain. With these 3 million credits, he could basically strut around the Academy. Those special materials usually treasured and hidden in underground vaults were now his to casually fill sacks with. Lu Yuan, student. The old mentor's voice trembled as he respectfully handed over a purple gold privilege card. This is your 350,000 credits. According to the rules, you have automatically upgraded to S-level privileges in the Academy. All resource repositories except for the Forbidden Zones are fully open to you. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the surrounding Saiyans turned red with jealousy, nearly going mad. S-level privileges. That was a privilege not even mentors could necessarily obtain. Lu Yuan casually took the purple gold card and slipped it into his pocket. He turned his head and his gaze met the ashen-faced Yi Xingqian. Senior Yi. He pointed at the second-tier demon leopard crystal core that Yi Xingqian had treated as a treasure on the ground. His tone was full of undisguised disdain. Who was it that said they'd reward me with some credits to buy buns? You can keep this broken stone to buy candy instead. Ding. Lu Yuan, this time the exchange of credits is 3 million points, automatically promoting you to S-level privilege status. The emotionless mechanical announcement echoed through every corner of the hall via the loudspeaker. This sentence was like a solid slap to the face, striking hard against the faces of all those who had mocked Lu Yuan earlier. A fiery pain enveloped the room. Apart from the faint sound of the machines operating, there was not a single other noise to be heard. Those self-proclaimed elite offspring of noble families looked like ducks with their necks grasped, their faces turning a shade resembling liver. The loudest among them had quietly shrunk back into the crowd, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide in. 3 million credits. What the hell does this even mean? The SS-level ultimate cultivation techniques of the Magic City Academy only cost 500,000 credits each. The old mentor responsible for the assessment trembled like a sieve. He pushed up the thick glasses that had slid down to his nose, forcing himself to avert his gaze from the dazzling pile of Crade magic cores. He swallowed hard, his voice trembled. Lu, where did you get these things? Although the old mentor was shocked, he found it even more absurd. A freshman in the grade space department, even if he had been practicing martial arts since the womb, it was impossible for him to solo a Crade Rift. That was a perilous territory where even mentors risked their lives. Lu Yuan leaned against the counter, scratching his ear that had been tickled by the broadcast. He faced the old mentor's gaze filled with skepticism and inquiry. He didn't even blink, naturally fabricating a lie. Oh, you mean this? Lu Yuan pointed at the pile of spoils, his tone as flat, as if discussing the weather. I couldn't sleep last night, so I thought about going for a morning jog outside the city to exercise. He continued. While running, I accidentally got lost near a large pit in the suburbs. As luck would have it, I stumbled upon 2 unusually large high-level exotic beasts fighting fiercely over a glowing herb. Lu Yuan shrugged, spreading his hands with an expression of utter. The 2 beasts fought to their demise, brains splattered everywhere. I felt sorry for them, so I gathered the materials to give them a proper burial. The hall fell into a dead silence once again. Everyone's expression was as if they had swallowed a dead rat. Morning jogs and getting lost. What a joke to say they died together, and you picked up the pieces. Do you think the leader-level monsters of a Crade Rift are stray dogs fighting over a cabbage in a market? Even a proper burial. You clearly dug up their ancestral graves. The old mentor's mouth twitched violently. Having lived for over half his life, he had taught countless geniuses and heard all sorts of absurd reasons. But to see someone like Lu Yuan treat others as fools and speak so confidently, this was a first for him. Yet the old mentor understood very well. No matter how ridiculous Lu Yuan's words were, according to the military supply office's rules, as long as he could present the materials and there were no residual traces of other human warriors' blood on them, they would count as his spoils. Moreover, this kid was personally accepted as a disciple by Dean Situ, a freak of nature. Even if he really picked up the pieces, that was still his skill. All right, consider yourself lucky. The old mentor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and quickly handed the purple gold card, symbolizing S-level privilege, to Lu Yuan. He feared that this kid would pull out something astonishing again. The credits have been credited to your campus card. You can exchange materials from the resource vault at will. Thanks, teacher. Lu Yuan casually tucked the card into his pocket, nodding in satisfaction. With these 3 million credits, the mutated creatures in the Divine Kingdom that were eagerly awaiting sustenance, and the newly hatched god-slaying insects would soon experience a frenzy of recruitment. He turned around, not glancing at the pale-faced offspring of noble families. He walked straight toward the resource vault's exchange terminal. Now let me see what good items your academy has in stock. I want 10 tons of the lowest grade red iron or 50 tons of discarded spirit energy battery remnants. And also give me 1,000 pounds of the cheapest mutated herb seeds. Any variety will do as long as they are alive. Lu Yuan stood in front of the exchange terminal, his slender fingers tapping rapidly on the screen. The robot responsible for resource allocation was on the verge of crashing. Its AI-controlled electronic eye flashed wildly, seemingly unable to comprehend why this distinguished S-level authority figure was exchanging a pile of junk instead of premium divine weapons. But this was precisely Lu Yuan's intention. The area of the Divine Kingdom has grown absurdly large, and what he needed was not several pieces of top-tier equipment, but a vast amount of basic materials to fill the gaps in the ecological chain. As for those high-level resources, he had already gathered a wealth of them from the Crate Rift. As Lu Yuan's frenzied exchanges continued, his credits flowed down like water. But what he received in return were basic materials filling dozens of space storage bags. Looking at those storage bags stuffed to the brim, a hint of an expectant smile crept onto Lu Yuan's. Tonight when I return, let's give the Divine Kingdom a 10,000-fold acceleration. Those god-slaying insects could use some fresh air too. And at this moment, on the second floor of the military supply hall, a figure in a silver combat uniform was looking down at everything. Yi Xingchen gripped the railing tightly. His once handsome face was now twisted with extreme jealousy and anger. Crack! The railing, made of high-grade alloy, was actually crushed by his hand, leaving 5 deep fingerprints. A commoner. Yi Xingchen's eyes flashed with a cold, venomous gleam like a poisonous snake lurking in the grass. A worthless waste with no background. Why does he get to stand above me? All his efforts in the past year as a sophomore turned into a complete joke in front of Lu Yuan's, especially just now when Lu Yuan looked at him with that disdainful gaze. Yi Xingchen felt as though his self-esteem was trampled upon and tossed to the ground. How could he, the grandson of a high-ranking Alliance member, the proud child of S-level Starlight talent, tolerate a muddy-footed logistics student being so arrogant in the Magic City Academy? Chairman, this kid is too arrogant. A sycophant approached, lowering his voice to incite. With so many credits, he surely has more resources than he can use. Moreover, he's about to participate in the competition for a spot in the resource secret realm. If he manages to gain more benefits there, what place will we have to speak in the academy? Resource secret realm. Yi Xingchen scoffed coldly, his tone chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Doesn't he like picking up the scraps? Resource secret realm. Yi Xingchen scoffed coldly, his tone chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Doesn't he like picking up the scraps? They'll let him pick to his heart's content in the secret realm. He turned to the sycophant, his voice low, like he was issuing a death sentence. Go contact the Poison King. Just tell them I have a big deal to hand over to them. In the secret realm, I want this Lu Yuan to become a true corpse without him realizing it. Yi Xingchen gripped the railing of the second floor tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain. If looks could kill, Lu Yuan below would have been sliced to pieces by now. His murderous intent towards this ordinary civilian student was not merely because Lu Yuan had harshly slapped his face at the military supply office today, stealing his limelight. What drove him nearly insane with jealousy was another person. Su Qinghan, the recognized first Ice Queen of the Magic City Academy and the heiress of the richest family in Jiangnan City. Yi Xingchen had been madly pursuing her since his freshman year. He offered countless invaluable cultivation resources, romantic starry dinners, and even leveraged his family's power to resolve. But Su Qinghan always treated him with an air of cold indifference, as if he were 1,000 miles away. Yet in recent days, a rumor circulating in the academy made him spit blood. That lofty ice goddess had for several consecutive days lowered herself to the dirtiest and most exhausting logistics department. Not for any other reason, but to have a few words with that grade waste named Lu Yuan. Why? Yi Xingchen's breath became heavy, bloodshot, veins coursing across his eyes. I, the grandson of a high-ranking Alliance official, a proud son with S-grade Starlight talent, what do I lack compared to that dirt-legged man? Does he deserve Su Qinghan? He isn't even worthy to carry her shoes. He took a few deep breaths, suppressing the raging jealousy within him. He turned and strode out of the military supply hall, heading straight for the student council headquarters in the core area of the academy. In the luxurious office of the president, several close subordinates had been waiting anxiously for a long time. Bang! Yi Xingchen kicked open the mahogany door and sat down in the large boss chair with a gloomy face. Everyone come here. His voice was as cold as ice shards. Several lackeys hurriedly gathered around, not daring to breathe. Chairman, please calm down. It's not worth getting upset over a logistics soldier. A boy with a middle part cautiously handed over a cup of hot tea. Bang! Yi Xingchen flipped the teacup over, scalding tea splashing all over the boy. Not worth it. He shat on my head, and you dare tell me it's not worth it. Bang! Yi Xingchen slammed the table, his gaze sweeping across everyone like a venomous snake. The Freshman's Resource Mystery Realm competition is about to start right. Yes, Chairman. The boy with the middle part nodded vigorously, ignoring the burn on his skin. This mystery realm is a small folding space specially prepared by the Academy for the new students. Inside there are not only a large number of rare treasures, but also a high-grade spiritual spring in the core area that can wash marrow and refine bones. That is a top-tier resource that can enhance talent purity, and the spots are very limited. Very good. A cruel smile curled at the corner of Yi Xingchen's mouth. Utilize the Student Council's authority to put that Lu Yuan into the competition list. But Chairman, he is from the logistics department according to the rules. I said put him in, so put him in. The rules are set by me. Yi Xingchen rudely interrupted his subordinate. Not only should he be included, but he must also be assigned to a special team. He pointed at a few grim-faced scions standing in the corner. Tang Shan Shuixiener. You all lead the team and group with him. I want you to take good care of this national champion in this death squad. Yi Xingchen emphasized the word take care heavily. The boy named Tang Shan played with a few poisoned hidden weapons in his hands, a sinister smile creeping across his face. Rest assured, Chairman, once we enter the mystery realm, even if he has 3 heads and 6 arms, he will have to behave. I will make him experience what true despair is, ensuring that no one will know a thing. The delicate-looking Shuixiener beside him also covered her mouth and giggled, her eyes glinting like a snake's. Exactly, I guarantee he won't even leave a bone fragment behind. Yi Xingchen nodded in satisfaction. He took out a delicate lead box from his drawer and pushed it to the center of the table. This is Wagujuan personally concocted by the Black Market's Poison King. Colorless and tasteless, once ingested, a warrior's dantian and meridians will completely dissolve within half an hour, turning him into a waste. You all find an opportunity to make him drink it. He leaned back in his chair, a glimmer of pleasure flashing in his eyes as he anticipated his revenge. I want him to watch helplessly as he becomes a waste inside the mystery realm, only to be bitten to death by the strange beasts inside. At that time, I want to see if Su Qinghan will even glance at him. The evening before departing for the Resource Mystery Realm, there was a knock on Lu Yuan's dormitory door. Who? Lu Yuan, sitting cross-legged on the bed and digesting the energy of divine land, slowly opened his eyes. Is Lu Yuan there? I'm a staff member from the Student Council. A courteous voice, even with a hint of flattery, came from outside the door. Lu Yuan got off the bed and opened the door. Standing outside was the boy with the middle part, wearing a bright smile and holding a small transparent glass bottle. The bottle contained a light blue liquid resembling some kind of potion. What is it? Lu Yuan leaned against the doorframe, calmly looking at him. It's like this, Lu Yuan. The boy with the middle part sincerely handed over the glass bottle. Tomorrow is the competition for the Resource Mystery Realm. Chairman Yi specifically instructed that the miasma in the Mystery Realm is very heavy, especially for students from your logistics department, making it extremely dangerous. This bottle is a high-grade Mystery Realm antidote specially approved by the Student Council, and only top-ranking students are qualified to receive it. Chairman Yi said, as the national champion, you cannot be without this. While speaking, he discreetly observed Lu Yuan's expression. As long as this kid drinks it once he enters the Mystery Realm tomorrow, he will be like fish on the chopping block. Lu Yuan took the glass bottle. His immense spiritual power nearly brushed the ingredients inside, even down to the molecular structure, instantly became clear in his mind. Wagujuan. A potent toxin that can dissolve even a martial sex dantian. Lu Yuan sneered coldly in his heart. Yi Xingchen really spared no expense. To deal with an F-grade logistics soldier, he even resorted to this despicable toxin from the black market. Please thank Chairman Yi for his concern on my behalf. Lu Yuan held the glass bottle without exposing anything. I will definitely drink this medicine. That's good. The effect of this medicine takes some time to manifest, so it's best if you drink it before going to bed tonight. Wishing you great success in the mystery realm. After saying that, fearing Lu Yuan would catch on, he quickly turned and left. Watching the boy with the middle part disappear at the end of the corridor, Lu Yuan closed his room door. He walked to his desk, lifting the glass bottle containing the deadly poison and shaking it in the light of. Watching the boy with the middle part disappear at the end of the corridor, Lu Yuan closed his room door. He walked to his desk, lifting the glass bottle containing the deadly poison. His flesh's hardness rivaled that of a master-level magical treasure. Even a grade alloy sword would shatter upon striking it. This worthless thing that could only poison ordinary martial sex was probably less than sugar water to him. Since you all enjoy playing dirty so much. Lu Yuan flicked the cork off the glass bottle with his thumb. Then once inside the mystery realm, don't blame me for being rude. There was a hint of concealed malice in his eyes, yet his tone became increasingly sincere. This is a high-level antidote specially requested by Chairman Yi for you. There was a hint of concealed malice in his eyes, yet his tone became increasingly sincere. This is a high-level antidote specially requested by Chairman Yi for you. You'd better drink it now. With just one drop, it could completely dissolve a martial sex dantian and meridians within half an hour, rendering a person a helpless creature unable to survive or perish. The components of this potion, even the molecular structure, were laid bare in his mind. Bone-dispersing powder, infamous for its lethal toxicity on the black market. With just one drop, it could completely dissolve a martial sex dantian and meridians within half an hour, rendering a person a helpless creature unable to survive or perish. Chairman Yi truly spared no expense to deal with a class logistics soldier like him. Chairman Yi really cares about me. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a meaningful cold smile. The boy with the middle part felt a chill from his smile, awkwardly avoiding his gaze. That's only natural, Chairman. Yi has always valued talent. Hurry and drink it, the effect dissipates quickly. Sure. Lu Yuan showed no hesitation. He couldn't even be bothered to feign refusal directly in front of the boy with the middle part. With a flick of his thumb, he popped off the cork and tilted his head back to drink the entire bottle of bone-dispersing powder, enough to kill 10 elephants. Gulp, gulp, he drank it all in one breath, leaving not a single drop. The boy's pupils suddenly constricted, his heart racing wildly. He drank it. This kid really drank it. He suppressed the wild joy in his heart, trying to keep his expression natural, as Lu Yuan tossed the empty bottle onto the table. He even smacked his lips, as if savoring the taste. Not bad, it tastes a bit like blueberry-flavored energy drink. He looked at the boy with the middle part, and seriously asked, it's a bit sweet, is there more? I want another bottle. The boy's face was dark. This is bone-dispersing powder. Do you think you're buying drinks at a convenience store? Another bottle. You're about to dissolve into nothing, even your bones. No. That's it. This was specially approved, only one bottle per person. The boy wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and forced a laugh. Since you've drunk it, I'll go back and report. Gather at the square tomorrow morning, don't be late. Take care, no need to see me off. Lu Yuan waved his hand at him, casually closing the door. The boy with the middle part smile vanished instantly. What replaced it was sheer venom and malicious glee. He quickly took out his communicator and sent a coded message to Yi Xingchen. The fish has bitten the hook, the poison has all been ingested. In the dormitory, Lu Yuan walked to the sink and turned on the tap to wash his face. With the poison in his system, he could feel a cold, corrosive energy surging down his esophagus towards his dantian, attempting to dissolve his qi and meridians. But Lu Yuan was now a monster with 25 million physical attributes. His physical hardness rivaled that of a master-level magic treasure. This so-called deadly poison couldn't even penetrate the first layer of defense of his stomach lining. It was like a drop of ink falling into the vast Pacific Ocean. Without even causing a splash, it was instantaneously assimilated and absorbed completely by his life essence, which was as deep as the abyss. Ding. Detected trace amounts of toxin invasion. System automatically activates purification absorption physical attributes 1000. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Lu Yuan shook his head in disbelief. Only 1,000 points added. Is this Poison King selling fake medicine? It's even less than what I'd get from killing a second-tier grasshopper. He dried his face and walked to the window, looking at the dark night outside. Since Yi Xingchen wants to play this way tomorrow in the secret realm, I'll accompany him well with these dogs he raised and make it a grand affair. The next morning, in the War Academy of Magic City at the central square, a massive spirit energy teleportation array slowly rose in the center of the square. It emitted a chilling spatial fluctuation. Thousands of first-year students were lined up in front of the teleportation array in their respective teams. This was their first large-scale resource competition since enrolling. The secret realm this time was a small folded space controlled by the academy. Inside, not only were there various high-level spiritual plants hard to find in the outer world, but also many exotic beasts were lurking. Most importantly, there was that spiritual spring for cleansing marrow in the core area of the secret realm. Only the top 50 teams in the points ranking were qualified to enter for soaking. This was a deadly temptation for any genius looking to advance further in martial arts. Lu Yuan, carrying a tattered canvas bag with his hands in his pockets, strolled slowly into the square. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted many gazes from those around. Look, that class top scholar is here. I heard he traded a sack of scrap metal for 300,000 credits at the military supply office yesterday. It's simply bizarre. What's the use of having so many credits? Once inside the secret realm, it's all about real combat. He's from the logistics department. He'll just be courting death. Lu Yuan ignored these discussions and walked straight to the assembly point with his name on it. There 4 people were already standing. 3 boys and 1 girl. They were the death squad arranged by Yi Xingchen. The leader was a young aristocrat named Tang Shan, dressed in a lightweight black outfit with a row of glinting flying knives hanging at his waist. Seeing Lu Yuan approach, Tang Shan curled his lips into a sinister smile, sizing Lu Yuan up as if he were looking at a corpse. "Oh, Lu, the top scholar, finally here." Tang Shan greeted him in a mocking tone. The delicate girl beside him, Shui Xiener, also covered her mouth and giggled. "Lu, once inside the secret realm, make sure to stick with us. It's very dangerous in there." "Sure." Lu Yuan casually nodded, not even glancing at them directly, closing his eyes to rest. He could feel that all 4 of them were radiating an unmistakable aura of killing intent. Moreover, their positions subtly surrounded him, cutting off all his escape routes. What a bunch of fools. Lu Yuan sighed inwardly. They don't even know how to hide their killing intent, and yet want to play assassin. Time's up. The teleportation array is activated. A commanding voice rang out from the high platform. The massive teleportation array erupted in blinding white light. Thousands of students surged into the light gate like a tide, instantly disappearing from the square. Lu Yuan was also swept into this spatial pull. After a brief feeling of weightlessness, his feet landed firmly on somewhat soft and damp soil. As soon as he landed, he couldn't see the surrounding jungle environment. A strong smell of decaying leaves and beast droppings assaulted his nostrils. Just as Lu Yuan was about to open his eyes, he heard several sharp sounds of slicing. Attack! Tang Shan shouted fiercely. The four young aristocrats who had just greeted him with smiles suddenly changed their expressions. They coordinated perfectly, surrounding Lu Yuan tightly in the center. Tang Shan waved his hands continuously. 6 flying knives laced with deadly poison rushed towards Lu Yuan's vital points like venomous snakes. Shui Xian'er drew a long whip covered in barbs, wrapping it around Lu Yuan's neck like a poisonous python. The remaining 2 boys, one on the left and one on the right, swung heavy swords to seal off all his escape routes. The killing intent was palpable, showing no mercy. This was a meticulously planned, perfectly coordinated assassination plot. Kid, remember not to provoke Chairman Yi in your next life. Tang Shan looked at Lu Yuan, who was about to be pierced by the flying knives, his eyes gleaming with cruel delight. The taste of that bone-dispersing powder should have left you with no strength to resist, right? 6 daggers coated with deadly poison arranged in a pin-like formation blocked Lu Yuan's escape route. Shui Xian'er's barbed whip slithered toward him like a venomous python aiming for. Adding to this were the heavy swords attacking from both sides. The 4 young scions unleashed a thunderous lethal strike. The leading Tang Shan grinned maliciously, his gaze akin to that of one examining a corpse long gone cold. Your dantian is corroded and your meridians severed. Now you can't even lift a finger, can you? To die at the hands of the 4 of us is a worthy demise. They had calculated perfectly, striking the moment the teleportation array activated, taking advantage of the brief disorientation caused by spatial transfer. Moreover, the deadly poison of the previously prepared Wagusan had been unleashed. Even if Lu Yuan were a hidden monster, he had no power to retaliate at this moment. However, faced with this unavoidable death trap, Lu Yuan stood still, not a trace of fear or despair showing on his face. He showed no intention of dodging at all. He simply stood there quietly as a series of golden prompts scrolled wildly on the virtual panel before him. Ding! High-level poison Wagusan detected and fully activated. System adaptive defense mechanism activated. Poison resistance attributes automatically maxed out. Immune to all conventional toxin damage. Absorbing residual poisonous energy physique attribute 10000. Hiss. Lu Yuan let out a comfortable sigh. The cold poison that had lurked in his stomach was instantly assimilated by the frenzied life essence after system assessment, transforming into a pure warm current washing over his limbs and bones. With the increase of 100 in physique, he felt as if he were soaking in a hot spring, and his strength subtly surged. The 6 daggers plunged fiercely into Lu Yuan's chest, neck, and temples, yet there was no dull sound of blades piercing flesh. Instead, a series of crisp metallic clinks erupted. Amidst the sparks, those specially made daggers said to pierce the scales of a second-tier exotic beast couldn't even break Lu Yuan. They were directly repelled by the terrifying recoil, their tips even curling. Smack! Shui Xian'er's whip, infused with the martial master's essence, struck hard against Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan didn't even falter. Instead, Shui Xian'er felt her hands go numb, nearly losing her grip on the whip, as if she had struck an unbreakable ancient iron. This is impossible. Tang Shan's malicious grin froze instantly. He looked incredulously at the unscathed Lu Yuan, his eyes nearly bulging out. You clearly took Wagusan. Why hasn't your dantian been destroyed? Shui Xian'er also turned pale with fright, her voice shrill, as if she had seen a ghost. Your body can't be this strong without even breaking through your protective chi. The 2 boys wielding heavy swords trembled in their hands. Their swords struck against Lu Yuan's shoulder, causing their grips to shatter, blood flowing profusely. This was no mere attack. It felt like they were hacking at a substance like Shinjin. Wagusan. Lu Yuan dusted off the non-existent dust on his shoulder and slowly raised his head. He looked at the terrified young scions with a deep sense of helplessness and disdain. And I'm telling you, did you get scammed by someone selling fake medicine? Lu Yuan twisted his neck, the sound of cracking bones echoing. That stuff is sweet, but has no satiety. I thought it was a welcoming drink sent by your chairman Yi. He sighed, his tone filled with disappointment. Yi Xingchen sent you useless fools to their deaths. Even the poison is expired. Isn't he being too stingy for a student council president? The 4 of them felt as though struck by lightning. They thought they could take Wagusan, capable of killing a martial master, like a sweet drink. What kind of monster is this? Fear coiled around their hearts like a cold snake. They finally realized that what they had taken on was not a beautiful job, but a one-way ticket to hell. That bastard Yi Xingchen had led them to their doom. They watched Lu Yuan show no signs of poisoning, while the oppressive aura he emanated became increasing. It was as if a slumbering prehistoric beast was slowly awakening. The few of them were completely panicked. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Tang Shan, his heart torn, was the first to react, and turned to flee into the depths of the jungle. This was far beyond their level to handle. Since you've drawn your blades, do you still wish to leave? Lu Yuan's voice was as cold as if it came from the depths of hell. His dark eyes ignited the murderous intent that exploded through the air around him. Let's fight. If he doesn't die, we will. Shui Xian'er shrieked, her face contorted. Knowing they couldn't escape, the 4 were forced to unleash their ferocity. Together, let's kill him. The 4 young scions of the martial master phase ignited the blood and energy within them. Various colorful martial techniques lit up in this dimly lit secret jungle. The blinding flashes of blades and swords surged madly toward Lu Yuan in a desperate attack. The sky was filled with a flurry of blades and swords accompanied by the sharp sound of slicing air fiercely striking at Lu Yuan's limbs and bones. For martial artists from noble families were desperately fighting for their lives. They were exerting every ounce of strength they had. Die? You a mere commoner, what can you use to fight against us? Tang Shan's face twisted in rage as he sent 6 poisoned flying daggers through the air in deadly arcs. They aimed directly for Lu Yuan's throat and heart. Faced with this seemingly inescapable trap of death, Lu Yuan finally tore away the harmless facade that masked his grade space. His previously lazy eyes became as cold and deep as an abyss in that instant. A terrifying killing intent akin to an ancient beast awakening explosively ignited the surround. Fight against you. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a mocking smile, his voice chillingly cold. Do you even deserve to be called opponents? At most you are just a few noisy grasshoppers. He hadn't even activated his protective vital energy or used any flashy martial techniques. He merely tapped his toes lightly on the soft wet earth. Boom. The ground instantly exploded into a shallow pit the size of a wash basin. Lu Yuan's figure, directly in the sight of the 4, transformed into a blur of lightning that could barely be perceived by the naked eye. Too fast. So fast that even the martial artist's divine senses couldn't react in time. Bang, crack. The male student at the front was wielding a double-handed heavy sword forged from refined steel. Before he could even see how Lu Yuan had arrived, a slender and fair hand like a ghost had already reached out before him. With a palm like a knife, it lightly struck the blade of the heavy sword with the terrifying force of thousands of pounds. That heavy sword, said to be capable of shattering the bones of first-tier exotic beasts, felt as fragile as a toy made of paper under Lu Yuan's hand. It was directly snapped in half. The broken blade flew in a spin and was deeply embedded into the trunk of a towering tree. What a... The male student was horrified just as he wanted to retreat. But Lu Yuan's palm strike continued unabated, following the broken sword like the scythe of death. It casually swept across his neck. With a puff, a perfectly good head still wearing an expression of terror flew into the air. The headless corpse even maintained the pose of raising the sword, spraying a fountain of blood 2 meters high before crashing to the ground. One move. Instant. Second brother. Another male student wielding a heavy sword was terrified to the core. He swung his weapon wildly, trying to force back this monster. But Lu Yuan didn't even glance at him. In the moment he beheaded the first victim, he used the momentum to twist his waist sharply. A powerful high kick accompanied by a sharp explosive crack that tore through the air swung down like a battle axe, mercilessly striking the chest of the second male student. Boom. Accompanied by a nauseating crunch of bones breaking, the male student's chest caved in like a crushed soda can. A terrifying pit was directly caved in. 200,000 pounds of force shattered all his internal organs and meridians in an instant. He didn't even have time to scream. His body flew back like a cannonball, crashing through 3 large trees before collapsing to the ground like a broken rag doll, completely devoid of life. In just 2 seconds, 2 martial artists had died without the chance to struggle. This so-called death squad ambush, meticulously prepared by Yi Xingchen. Before Lu Yuan, it turned into a one-sided, utterly merciless slaughter. Monster, you are not human at all. Seeing his companions die tragically, Tang Shan was terrified beyond belief. He no longer cared about the mission or the quota. He turned and ran wildly into the depths of the jungle, wishing his parents had given him 2 more legs. Shui Xian'er was even more terrified, her face pale, dropping the long whip in her hand. She fell to her knees in the muddy water, her makeup ruined, desperately kowtowing to Lu Yuan. Classmate Lu, young Master Lu, I was wrong. It was all Yi Xingchen who forced us to do this. Please don't kill me. I can do anything for you. I promise to be your servant from now on. Lu Yuan looked at the woman who was so scared she wet herself. Then he glanced at Tang Shan, who had already run dozens of meters away. He sighed somewhat boredly. The lines of the villains haven't changed for hundreds of years. It's making my ears calloused. Lu Yuan raised his hand and flicked his fingers. Whooshed. The half of the refined steel sword that he had just severed flew through the air like a precision-guided missile. It accurately pierced through Tang Shan's heart from behind, pinning him firmly against a moss-covered boulder. Tang Shan's body twitched twice, and the light in his eyes completely dimmed. Shui Xian'er saw this scene and despairingly closed her eyes, sobbing her heart out. But after waiting for a long time, the anticipated death did not come. She cautiously opened her eyes to find that Lu Yuan had completely ignored her. Instead, he walked leisurely to the 3 corpses, skillfully removing the space rings from their fingers. Then he wiped the blood from his hands on Shui Xian'er's clothes, pocketed the rings, and throughout it all, not a single drop of blood had stained his own clothes. His cleanliness was chilling. You want kill me? Shui Xian'er asked with a trembling voice. Lu Yuan toyed with the space ring in his hand, glancing down. Killing you would dirty my hands. I'll keep you around to deliver a message to Yi Xingchen. He turned around and looked into the depths of this perilous yet opportunity-filled resource secret realm. A dangerous hunting-like cold light flickered in his eyes. Since Yi Xingqian enjoys playing dirty so much, Lu Yuan smiled coldly, his voice echoing in the dark forest, sending chills down spines. Then please tell him that today not a single one of the noble heirs in this secret realm will be allowed to leave standing. Lu Yuan completely revealed his fangs and Modu about to embark on the high-octane chapter of conquering the secret realm. Leaving the terrified Shui Xian'er and 3 corpses behind, Lu Yuan, with his worn-out canvas bag slung over his shoulder and hands in his pockets, strolled leisurely toward the direction of the spiritual spring at the core of the secret realm. The area of this resource secret realm was not large. It was primarily a folded space set up by the academy to hone the first-year students by providing some low-tier heavenly materials and The air was filled with a faint white mist which contained spiritual energy, several times denser than that of the outside world. However, in the eyes of Lu Yuan, the Lord of the Divine Kingdom, the density of spiritual energy here was even less than that of a rainstorm in his divine realm. This environment is really poor, no wonder it's only used as a novice village, Lu Yuan complained while closing his eyes. His vast mental power, as immense as the sea, instantly spread out, like an invisible radar, in all directions. Everything within a 10-mile radius was laid bare in his mind. Even the movements of a mutated earthworm underground were vividly clear to him. Not to mention those first-year students who had just been teleported in and were running around in a panic. Lu Yuan quickly sensed the anomalies within the secret realm. This time, not only were there students from well-established families. A small portion of them were ordinary geniuses who had entered the Magic Capital Academy purely based on their solid achievements. His buddy Wang Pengzi was one of them. However, at this moment the situation in the secret realm presented an extremely pathological one-sided suppression. These students from prestigious families were not in a hurry to search for resources. Instead, like hyenas catching the scent of blood, they formed groups to start hunting down the isolated ordinary students. Their objective was very clear: to clear the field. To eliminate all ordinary students, monopolizing all the resources in the secret realm and the quotas for the cleansing spiritual spring. This was the unspoken rule suggested by Yi Xingqian. About 3 kilometers away from Lu Yuan's location, in a low-lying valley filled with bizarre rocks, bang! Wang Pengzi was struck hard in the chest by a heavy punch. His massive body, weighing over 200 pounds, fell heavily into the mud, splashing up a mess of dirty water. His prideful gray body enhancement was now bruised and battered. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth, and gasping for breath, he fiercely protected several terrified, ordinary students behind him. "Brother Pang, don't worry about us, you should leave now." A thin boy with glasses cried out. "There are too many of them, we can't fight back." Around them, there were over 30 students from prestigious families wearing standardized high-level battle armor, surrounding their small group of 5 ordinary students like an iron barrel. Every one of them wore mockery and cruel smirks on their faces. The leader, a young man with yellow hair, held a still dripping, crayed, alloy battle knife in hand. He stepped forward and tapped Wang Pengzi's muddy face with the back of his knife, his gaze extremely arrogant. "Dead fatty, you've got some backbone, huh?" The yellow-haired youth spat, laughing derisively. "What happened to that powerful move you used to knock out the bandit just now? Why don't you use your shabby treasure to smash me instead? Is it out of energy?" The surrounding students from prestigious families burst into laughter. They all acknowledged that Wang Pengzi had simply gotten lucky stumbling upon a disposable high-level treasure. Now that the treasure's energy was depleted, he was merely a living target waiting to be beaten. A bunch of dogs that can only bite when huddled together. Wang Pengzi gritted his teeth, spitting out a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise. "If you have the guts, let's take it, Onion. If I wrinkle my brow, you'll be my grandson." "Onion." The yellow-haired youth laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, laughing until he doubled over. "Are you out of your mind? This is the era of high martial arts. Background, connections, resources. These are all part of strength." He suddenly retracted his smile, his gaze turning sinister. "You poor things who can't even afford high-level chi and blood pills, what right do you have to compete with us for the quota of the spiritual spring?" Chairman Yi has spoken. This year's secret realm is not to leave a single ordinary dog behind. The yellow-haired youth stepped on Wang Pengzi's chest, pushing him back into the mud. He raised his alloy battle knife, the blade shimmering with a bloody gleam under the sunlight. "Hand over your tokens and spatial bags. Then let me neatly sever your tendons and crush the teleportation talismans so you can roll out. Otherwise, I guarantee none of you will leave this valley today." Hearing about the severing of tendons, several ordinary students turned pale with fear, and some even knelt on the ground begging for mercy. In the era of high martial arts, once tendons were severed, a martial artist's career would essentially be over. This was even more brutal than killing them. "Dream on." Wang Pengzi fiercely protected his companions behind him, his eyes turning red. "Even if I die here today, I will never let you bastards have it easy." He roared forcibly, igniting a trace of his chi and blood, preparing for a final desperate struggle. A fat pig unaware of its own demise. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." The yellow-haired youth completely lost his patience. He gripped the battle knife tightly, the violent chi and blood of a beginner martial master instantly flooding into the blade. The blade sliced through the air, producing a piercing sonic boom. Without mercy, it chopped down towards Wang Pengzi's thigh. If that blow had landed, Wang Pengzi's legs would undoubtedly have been severed at the roots. The fat man closed his eyes in despair. The surrounding students from prestigious families had already revealed bloodthirsty grins. However, just as the alloy battle knife, capable of slicing through hair, was less than 10 centimeters away from Wang Pengzi's thigh, whoosh. A sharply piercing sound, even breaking the sound barrier, suddenly erupted from the dense forest in the distance of the valley. The sound came too quickly, too abruptly. It was like the whistle of death. None of them had time to react. A common pebble no larger than a fist carried a visible white shockwave. At a speed so terrifying that even a grandmaster's divine sense could barely catch it, it accurately struck the yellow-haired youth's seemingly unstoppable alloy battle knife. Bang! A deafening metallic explosion echoed in the valley. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The cruel smile on the yellow-haired youth's face froze. He stared in horror as he saw his crayed alloy battle knife, which had cost him a fortune and was said to be indestructible, suddenly shatter into countless pieces like fragile glass upon the impact of that ordinary pebble. The violent backlash and terrifying physical energy surged without losing momentum, crashing into his right arm like a prehistoric beast. Crack! The sickening sound of bones shattering echoed. The yellow-haired youth didn't even have time to scream. His entire right arm, which was holding the knife, was instantly turned into a dazzling mist of blood in midair by this terrifying force. Oh! The boy with yellow hair clutched his blood-soaked, severed arm, writhing and wailing like a fish out of water in the muddy pit. The piercing scream echoed in the valley for a long time, sending chills down everyone's spine. The sudden turn of events left everyone shocked. The expressions of the 30 or so young scions who had been sneering just moments ago froze in an instant. They turned their heads in unison as if they had seen a ghost towards the direction from which in the depths of the dense forest, shrouded in white mist, Lu Yuan emerged, carrying his distinctive tattered canvas bag with his hands in his pockets. He trudged out, stepping on the thick layers of dead branches and leaves. Brother Yuan. Upon seeing Lu Yuan, Wang Fatty's previously despairing eyes burst into ecstatic light. He scrambled to his feet, tears of excitement nearly spilling from his eyes. I knew it. You definitely didn't die at the hands of that so-called death squad. The few civilian students who had been kneeling in fright also hid behind Wang Fatty, as if they had seen a savior. Although they didn't know how Lu Yuan had managed it, that move of flying stones severing arms was simply incredible. Lu Yuan. A bald boy leading the young scions recognized him. This person was also a prominent figure among the freshmen, possessing an A-grade metal talent named Li Gang. Looking at the unscathed Lu Yuan, a glint of disbelief flickered in his eyes. What about Tang Shan and the others? They are 4 early-stage martial masters. How could a mere logistics student like you survive and make it here? Li Gang furrowed his brows, his face dark enough to drip water. Oh, you mean them? Lu Yuan walked over to Wang Fatty, casting a disdainful glance at his filthy appearance, casually tossing him a bottle of hemostatic medicine. Then he lazily lifted his eyelids and glanced at Li Gang. They might be in some mud pit feeding exotic beasts. I have no time to keep track of the whereabouts of the dead. At this statement, the crowd erupted in an uproar. 4 early-stage martial masters from noble families had been eliminated by this grade waste. It was simply more absurd than a bullshit. With you being a trash who lacks even blood energy, you think you can kill Tang Shan and the others? Li Gang laughed in anger, absolutely disbelieving this nonsense. He thought it was just that Tang Shan and the others had let their guard down, allowing this kid to slip away. No matter how you escaped, since you've run into us today, don't blame us for being ruthless. Li Gang drew the alloy-heavy sword from his back, pointing its blade directly at Lu Yuan, his eyes gleaming with unabashed greed. Brothers. Chairman Yi has put out the word. Whoever can kill him in this secret realm and bring back his token will receive a private sponsorship of 10 million alliance coins from Chairman Yi. 10 million. This number was an irresistible and deadly temptation for these newly enrolled noble students who were in dire need of resources to raise their levels. Kill him. We'll split the 10 million among ourselves. He's just a logistics soldier plus a half-dead fatso. With 30 of us, even a spit can drown him. Charge. Let's avenge Chairman Yi. The more than 30 noble youths instantly seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. They abandoned their encirclement of Wang Fatty and others like wolves catching the scent of blood. Wielding various weapons glowing with spiritual energy, they surged towards Lu Yuan in a tidal wave. 30 martial-level ferocious auras erupted at once. The colorful lights of martial techniques even dispersed the white mist above the valley. Given this spectacle, let alone freshmen, even a martial arts master standing here would have to temporarily evade the onslaught. Brother Yuan, be careful. Wang Fatty's face turned pale with fright, instinctively wanting to rush forward to block the blades for Lu Yuan. There are too many of them. We can't take the brunt of this. I'll cover you, Yuan. As he spoke, he prepared to burn his last bit of blood energy to charge forward. Step back. Lu Yuan, however, firmly pressed down on Wang Fatty's shoulder. His voice was light, but carried an unyielding authority. That force pinned Wang Fatty in place, rendering him unable to move. Protect those few, I'll leave the rest to me. Lu Yuan tossed the tattered canvas bag to Wang Fatty. He raised his head, gazing at the pack of noble youths rushing towards him like wolves. In his pitch-black and profound eyes there was not a hint of fear, only a chilling coldness, as if he was looking at a bunch of lifeless objects. A bunch of greenhouse flowers relying on their ancestors' protection, unable to even wield a knife steadily. Lu Yuan sneered, the corners of his mouth curling into a dangerous arc. Relying on numbers, do you think you can do as you please? Since you all like to huddle together. Facing the overwhelming and deadly attack just under 10 meters away, Lu Yuan did not choose to throw a punch. He also did not use his terrifying physical strength to clash He Ding as he usually would. He simply squatted down slowly. He gently pressed his long, fair right hand on the soft, damp earth beneath his feet. Buzz! In the depths of his consciousness, the vast and boundless, endless source divine kingdom roared into operation at that moment. A force more ancient and ferocious by millions of times than this secret realm surged wildly from his palm into the earth of this valley. Lu Yuan raised his head, looking at the young scions with twisted faces mere inches away from him. His eyes flickered with a ruthlessness akin to a god looking down upon ants. He parted his thin lips, uttering a phrase that sent shivers down everyone's spine. Then let you all witness what true group attack really is. Lu Yuan's palm firmly pressed against the damp soil. Boom! This commotion was not caused by his raw physical strength. Instead, it was an extreme surge of vitality pouring forth from the grade disguised space within him, like a primordial flood breaking its dam. This surge of vitality was mixed with the sharpness of nine-leaf sword grass and the wildness of abyssal monsters, instantly infusing the once lifeless ground of this secret realm. The more than 30 young scions from noble families who were howling as they charged forward suddenly felt something wrong beneath their feet. What's going on? An earthquake? The leading Li Gang's face changed. His alloy great sword, which he had just raised above his head, didn't even have time to swing down. He stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face due to the violent. Before they could stabilize their stance, countless jarring sounds of earth being broken erupted beneath their feet. Next, thick, dark, purple, mutated vines covered in barbs surged forth from the ground, like monstrous serpents crawling out of hell. They emerged from the soil at a terrifying speed that the naked eye could scarcely capture. These vines were not ordinary plants. Rather, they were monsters cultivated in Lu Yuan's divine realm, nourished with the blood of tens of thousands of demonized beasts, and evolved through accelerated time. Not only did they possess hardness comparable to high-grade alloys, but they also exhibited a simple, yet bloodthirsty form of intelligence. What the hell is this? Get away! A young noble screamed in terror, swinging his battle knife fiercely at the vine that had coiled around his ankle. Clang! Sparks flew. The battle knife not only failed to sever the vine, but was instead deflected by a thick layer of bark, sending shockwaves through his hands. Oh, help! The dark purple vine, like a living creature, slithered up his thigh. In the blink of an eye, it bound him tightly like a zongzi, lifting him into the air. The barbs on the vine easily pierced through his proud high-grade battle armor, deeply embedding themselves in his flesh. This was just the beginning. The entire valley instantly transformed into a dark purple forest of demonic plants. Those once aggressive noble heroes ready to claim Lu Yuan for a bounty of 10 million. At this moment, they had all become prey for these monstrous vines. Form a formation. Quickly form a defensive formation. Li Gang, having seen a bit of the world, frantically urged the aggrade metal energy within him. A layer of golden shield appeared around his body, attempting to ward off the vines striking from all directions. But the creations of Lu Yuan's divine realm were not so easily resisted. Crack! A thick vine accompanied by a piercing wind struck fiercely against Li Gang's golden shield. That so-called invincible absolute defense. Shattered like fragile glass, not even lasting a tenth of a second, it exploded with a loud crack. Puffed! Li Gang spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. Before he could land, two vines accurately wrapped around his waist, hoisting him upside down to a height of over 10 meters. If the outside masters from the admissions office were to witness the next scene, they would probably gouge their own eyes out. Was this a new student assessment? This was a large-scale whipping scene. More than 30 young masters, usually high and mighty, now hung upside down in the air, caught by the vines. Then, as if the vines had consciousness, they began to whip them madly. Crack! 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 The crisp sounds of whips echoed throughout the valley rhythmically. Lu Yuan stood below, arms crossed, watching the scene like a supervisor. He even clapped along with the rhythm. Yi Xingchen offered you 1 million, right? Lu Yuan sneered, a thought passing through his mind. The vines struck even more vigorously. Then I'll give you a massage package worth 10 million, no thanks required. Oh, stop. I concede. My face. My armor is shattered. Help. Those noble youths spun wildly in midair like tops. Their armor broke, faces bruised, their cries for help blending into a cacophony. How could they still retain any semblance of genius demeanor? They were completely like a group of drowned rats stripped of their fur. Wang Pengzi, standing behind Lu Yuan along with several commoners, were already utterly dumbfounded. The bleeding medicine bottle in the fat boy's hand dropped to the ground unnoticed. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, watching the chaotic human tops flying around his mouth. Brother Yuan, did you create this with your great space? The fat boy stammered, his voice filled with uncontainable shock and joy. I haven't read much, it don't lie to me. This is 100 times more perverse than its grade would affinity talent. Basic operations don't fumble. Lu Yuan patted the fat boy's shoulder, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Of course he hadn't used his full strength. If he had unleashed the full strangling power of these vines, the 30-plus individuals would have long since turned into a pile of minced meat for fertilizer. Killing these wastes would only attract unnecessary trouble from the Academy's higher-ups. It was better to cripple them and plunder some resources instead. Watching the noble youths who were being whipped to the point of rolling their eyes and nearly foaming at the mouth, Lu Yuan felt it was almost time. All right, Net-In. He snapped his fingers. The countless vines instantly stopped whipping, then discarded them like trash. They all fell to the ground with loud thuds resulting in continuous screams of pain, with broken arms and legs everywhere. Lu Yuan walked forward leisurely. He squatted in front of the leading Li Gang, who had now been beaten into a pig's head, his face covered in blood, even struggling to open his eyes. He looked at Lu Yuan with extreme fear in his eyes, as if gazing at a true demon. What? What do you want? Li Gang's voice trembled as he tried desperately to shrink back. Robbery. Lu Yuan naturally reached out and snatched the priceless spatial ring off Li Gang's finger. What? Only you are allowed to rob the tokens of commoners, but am not allowed to retaliate. He weighed the heavy ring in his hand, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Lu Yuan stood up, preparing to clean out the spatial bags of these 30-plus individuals, to add some bricks and tiles to his divine realm. At that moment, the ground of the entire resource secret realm trembled violently, without warning. This tremor was 10 times more terrifying than the commotion caused when Lu Yuan summoned the vines. Crack! A sound that seemed capable of tearing souls apart exploded in the sky above everyone's heads. Lu Yuan suddenly looked up. He saw that the originally blue sky filled with artificial white mist had unexpectedly cracked open like a mirror struck by a giant hammer, revealing a massive black fissure stretching thousands of meters. A force more violent and purer than the abyssal rift he had encountered in the wilderness cascaded like a waterfall from the black fissure. This aura, carrying a suffocating, terrifying pressure, instantly enveloped the entire secret realm. Those noble youths still moaning on the ground were directly overwhelmed, foaming at the mouth and fainting on the spot. Even Wang Pengzi's legs went weak, and he plopped down on the ground. Yuan, brother Yuan. The fat boy pointed at the fissure, so frightened that he could barely speak. It seems like something is about to come out from there. Lu Yuan squinted his eyes, staring intently at the forcibly torn space fissure. His mental power, comparable to radar, had already detected a colossal creature attempting to squeeze through from deep within the fissure. Interesting. Lu Yuan tucked the spatial ring into his pocket, his gaze not only unfazed but flashing with a hint of excitement. I originally thought this was just a low-level beginner village. I didn't expect that this broken secret realm would actually hide such a massive blind box. The massive black fissure in the sky resembled the greedy maw of a monstrous creature, ruthlessly tearing the artificially created azure sky of the secret realm in two. With the expansion of the fissure, a terrifying pressure descended like a tangible force, causing even the soul to tremble in fear. The pressure was overwhelming, surpassing even the combined might of the 30 or so noble youths who had just burned their vitality. Puff! The previously half-dead Li Gang and others who had been whipped by Lu Yuan's vines. Under the impact of this pressure, they couldn't even let out a scream. They spat out a mouthful of blood, their eyes rolling back, collapsing to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Even Wang Fatty, who was hiding behind Lu Yuan, collapsed to his knees in the mud, his grade-enhanced physique feeling weaker than paper in the face of this force. Yuan, brother Yuan, I can't breathe. Wang Fatty's face turned purple, his hands clawing desperately at the ground, feeling as if his insides were being crushed by a giant hand. The few civilian students were even worse off, lying on the ground, unable to muster the strength to move even a finger. Protect yourselves. Lu Yuan remained unperturbed, casually waving his hand. An invisible barrier of spiritual energy instantly expanded, shielding Wang Fatty and the others within. Only then did Wang Fatty gasp for air, feeling as if he had just returned from the gates of hell. Lu Yuan paid no mind to the chaos on the ground. He slightly tilted his head back, his dark eyes fixated on the ever-expanding fissure in the sky. In those eyes there was no fear, but rather a glint of extreme danger and excitement. A level abyss aura. This broken novice village has actually summoned a major boss for me. At this moment, in the central monitoring hall of the Demon City War Academy. Alert. Highest level red alert. Anomalous spatial fluctuations detected in the resource secret realm. Energy peaks have exceeded this level monitoring limit. The jarring mechanical synthetic voice echoed wildly in the hall, red warning lights flashing in a manner that made hearts race. What's happening? Cold Wushuang suddenly stood up from her chair, her face turning pale. She fixed her gaze on the dark purple sky of the secret realm displayed on the big screen, sternly questioning the operator. How can there be such a level of spatial fluctuations in the secret realm? Investigate immediately. The operator was drenched in sweat, his hands leaving ghostly traces on, but a few seconds later he raised his head, his eyes filled with despair. Commander, I've found it. His voice trembled as if reporting the end of the world. It's a high-level abyss creature, forcibly crossing dimensions. Energy fluctuations are assessed as a level. What a... All the high-ranking officials present at the academy, including several passing martial ancestor instructors, gasped in shock. Cold Wushuang felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. and a level abyss creature. That was a terrifying existence equivalent to a human martial saint. Even a single monster of this level could unleash a devastating small-scale beast wave on the outskirts of Demon City. Military heavy armored units and martial god-level powerhouses would be needed to barely suppress it. And now it had descended into a resource secret realm filled with nothing but first-year freshmen. This was akin to putting a flock of lambs into the cage of a starved Trex. Quick, activate the emergency teleportation array immediately to pull all the students out. Cold Wushuang shouted in anger, her eyes turning red with urgency. Among this batch of freshmen she was leading there were many direct bloodlines of Alliance high-ranking officials. If they all perished inside, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. See, Commander. The operator was close to tears, pointing at the areas on the screen that had completely turned into static. The teleportation array has been forcibly cut off by that abyss. The entire space of the secret realm has been completely sealed off. Those inside cannot get out, and those outside cannot get in. Boom. With a thunderous crash, the despair of everyone in the hall reached its peak. The black fissure above the secret realm was finally torn open completely. The sky had turned into a strange, oppressive dark purple. A giant claw as massive as a mountain extended from the fissure. Next came a large head covered in black scales, its face grotesque. Then a second, and a third. A three-headed abyss magic lion larger than a multi-story building. With a terrifying aura capable of destroying the world, it forcibly squeezed out most of its body from the fissure. Its 3 pairs of blood-red eyes larger than searchlights coldly gazed down. The black mane on its body stood upright like steel needles, each one burning with ghostly black flames. Even its breath turned into miniature black tornadoes in the air. This was an 11 abyss creature. The 3-headed infernal lion. It's over. It's all over. The instructors in the monitoring hall slumped helplessly into their chairs as they gazed at the monster blocking out the sun on the big screen. Faced with a monster of this level, let alone those first-year students who were only at the initial stage of martial apprentice, even they as masters would merely be offering themselves as meat for the monster. Inside the secret realm, the 3-headed infernal lion finally squeezed its entire body out of the spatial fissure. It raised its 3 massive heads and let out a roar that shook the roar. The terrifying sound waves turned into a tangible storm sweeping in all directions. Wherever the sound waves passed, towering trees were uprooted and shredded into wood. In the distance, a 100-meter-high mountain was flattened in an instant by this roar. Dust filled the air, obscuring the dark purple sky. This apocalyptic scene plunged those other students who had hidden far away and narrowly escaped into a profound abyss of despair. Help! Someone help us! A girl cried out in despair, only to realize she couldn't even hear her own voice. More people simply collapsed to the ground, their courage to escape crushed by the overwhelming pressure. After the infernal lion vented its discomfort from crossing dimensions, it lowered its head. Its 6 crimson eyes on its 3 heads locked onto the group below. Below, dozens of noble youths lay unconscious, and in their midst stood the lone frail figure who was still standing. For the recently crossed, starving infernal lion, these tender human warriors were the perfect appetizer. Drip. A drop of viscous saliva larger than a bucket dripped from the corner of the infernal lion's mouth. It hit the ground, instantly corroding a large pit that emitted black smoke. The infernal lion lifted its paw large enough to crush a building, and with a howling wind it slammed down towards the group of food below. Before the giant paw even landed, the suffocating shadow of death loomed over everyone's hearts. Wang Fatty, hiding behind Lu Yuan, closed his eyes in despair as he watched the rapidly enlarging shadow above. Brother Yuan. In our next life, let's still be brothers. Next life. Faced with this world-destroying paw, Lu Yuan not only did not retreat, but showed no intention of dodging. He slightly tilted his head back, looking at the black, giant paw that loomed like Time Mountain over him, a chilling, fervent smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Recently, De Huang has been clamoring for meat. This massive, a level roasted lion should be enough to satisfy its cravings, right? Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar of the spiritual energy cannons echoed loudly in the central square of the Demon City War Academy. A dozen master-level instructors were sweating profusely as they infused their frenzied blood energy into the main formation, attempting to reopen the teleportation passage to the resource secret realm. No, the spatial barrier has been completely sealed by the abyssal energy. The old professor in charge of the formation was sweating nervously, his beard trembling. The spatial interference from the Agrade magical beast is too strong to forcefully break through. We need at least 5 more minutes. 5 minutes. If we wait 5 minutes to get in, we won't even be able to collect the bodies of those students. Let alone 5 minutes in front of such a monster. The new students inside, who are at most at the early stage of martial arts, wouldn't last even 10 seconds. Report. Vanguard Camp Leader Qin Zhan is leading a team to conduct spatial explosions at the perimeter of the secret realm coordinates. Leader Qin said he will tear open a crack within 2 minutes, even at the cost of his life. 2 minutes. This is already the military's limit. But everyone knew that for the students in the secret realm, these 2 minutes were a chasm between life and death. At this moment within the secret valley, The three-headed infernal demon lion's enormous claw carrying the shadow of destruction was fiercely stomping down towards Lu Yuan's position. The howling wind caused the towering trees around to snap. Yuan go, run, Yuan go, run. Wang Pengzi screamed in despair, tears and snot covering his face. He wanted to rush over and push Lu Yuan away, but the terrifying Agrade pressure felt like an invisible mountain pinning him into the mud, making it a luxury to even move a finger. The nearby civilian students had already fainted from fright. Watching the rapidly enlarging black paw above them, Lu Yuan sighed. He could of course punch this beast's head open right now. With his current strength nearing 30 million in attributes, killing an Agrade monster would be as easy as swatting a fly. However, if he as an Agrade logistics freshman were to do this in front of so many living people, and possibly even in front of a functioning surveillance camera. If he were to tear apart a deep-sea giant beast equivalent to a human martial saint with his bare hands, he would never have a moment of peace at the academy, let alone in the entire alliance. Those crazy scientific madmen and high-ranking officials would definitely swarm around him like sharks smelling blood. He hated trouble. Forget it, I should switch accounts and log in. Lu Yuan's eyes sharpened. He turned around and kicked Wang Pengzi's hefty behind. Yuan go, what are you doing, ow? Ow. The fat boy let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered, his entire body flying out like a meatball precisely kicked by Lu Yuan. He landed perfectly in a hidden cave over 10 meters away, taking the few unconscious students with him. The cave structure was incredibly sturdy, forming a natural windbreak. After doing all this, the gust from the giant claw had already made Lu Yuan's clothes flutter. Without a moment's hesitation, his figure instantly transformed into a blurry afterimage. Utilizing his agility attributes worth millions, he evaded the giant claw just 1/100th of a second before it struck. Like a specter, he slipped into the dense primordial forest behind him. Boom, boom, the earth-shattering sound. The giant claw of the demon lion smashed down at the center of the valley. The ground trembled and dirt flew everywhere. The entire valley was directly turned into a massive impact crater more than 10 meters deep by this single stomp. The violent shockwave swept outward, clearing away hundreds of meters of trees and turning the area into scorched earth. Those 30 or so aristocratic students who had been knocked out by Lu Yuan with vines didn't even have time to scream. Most of them were directly obliterated into a mist of blood, leaving no trace behind. The few remaining at the edge, although not stomped on, were still sent flying by the violent shockwave, their fates unknown. Roar! Roar! The demon lion raised its giant paw, and the 6 eyes on its 3 heads flickered with confusion. It did not feel the sensation of crushing prey. The human ant escaped. Just as the demon lion was about to lower its head to search for Lu Yuan's whereabouts, an extremely terrifying wave suddenly erupted from the depths of the forest. This wave carried no trace of abyssal evil. Instead, it was pure to the extreme, violently charged physical blood energy. Boom, boom, boom. A towering ancient tree that required 10 people to encircle it shattered in half with a thunderous explosion. Wood chips flew everywhere. A towering figure clad in a loose black robe wearing a bronze Azura mask emerged from the shower of wood chips, like a comet colliding with Earth. Soaring into the sky. Who is that? Wang Pengzi, who had just gotten up in the cave covered in dirt, peered through a gap in the cave and witnessed this shocking scene, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. In midair, Lu Yuan transformed into the mysterious titan, had his black robe billowing in the wild wind. Beneath the bronze mask, his eyes shone cold and deep like stars. He hovered in the air less than 50 meters away from the 3 massive heads of the demon lion. Compared to the giant beast that loomed like a mountain, he appeared as small as an ant. Yet the overwhelming ferocity emanating from him managed to overpower the pressure of the Agrade magical beast. Big cat. Lu Yuan's voice was hoarse and deep, a disguised tone that resonated in midair like thunder. He looked at the infernal demon lion below, clearly intimidated by his aura, and slowly raised. I heard you have a talent for stomping. Roar. The 3-headed hellfire lion was completely enraged by the provocation of this minuscule creature before it. As an rank overlord comparable to a human martial saint, its majesty could not be sullied by anyone. The central and largest lion head suddenly lifted. A black giant claw shrouded in terrifying wind pressure blotted out the sun. Like a meteor from Mount Tai crashing down, it slammed down towards Lu Yuan in midair. Before the claw even arrived, the suffocating sense of oppression made the cave below start to tremble. Hiding in the cave, Wang Pengzi covered his head tightly, but his eyes widened in shock. It's over, it's over. This masked giant is going to be turned into a meat pie. In midair, facing this world-destroying strike, Lu Yuan, wearing a bronze mask, did not retreat a single step. He didn't even draw any weapons or summon even the slightest bit of divine. Come at me. Lu Yuan's hoarse voice came from beneath the mask. He stomped hard in the void, actually charging towards that giant claw. 20 million points of terrifying power attributes erupted at this moment without reservation. Boom. The man and beast collided with a thunderous crash in midair. The expected scene of flesh and blood flying did not occur. In the incredulous gazes of all the surviving students, the mysterious figure known as the War Titan actually raised both arms. With pure flesh and blood, he forcefully supported the giant claw of the lion that bore down like Mount Tai. Buzz. A visible circle of violent white air waves erupted from the point of their collision, sweeping wildly in all directions. The towering trees within 1,000 meters were uprooted like fragile weeds. They were pulled up by the roots, shredded into countless wood chips. Blocked it. Wang Pengzi's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. That wasn't a rank magical beast. Even if a military martial saint came, wouldn't they dare to take it heat-in like this? In midair, the 3 pairs of crimson eyes of the lion flashed with a human-like astonishment and fear for the first time. It felt as if it had struck not a human, but an indestructible star-falling iron. No matter how hard it tried, that human's arms did not bend even a little. Not hungry yet, Lu Yuan sneered. With a violent shake of his arms, he directly batted the lion's giant claw away. Immediately after, he did not retreat, but advanced, his figure flashing in midair. Following the lion's thick forelimb, he charged right into its armpit. Get up! Lu Yuan let out a deep battle roar. He stretched out both hands, gripping tightly onto the heavy black scales at the joint of the lion's forelimb. His waist muscles bulged like a coiled dragon. At that moment, 20 million pounds of extreme physical kinetic energy erupted completely. Boom! In the eyes of everyone who looked as if they had seen a ghost, that a rank hellfire lion, which had a body like a mountain and weighed several tons, was actually lifted off the ground by Lu Yuan with pure physical strength. Whoa! The lion let out a terrified roar, its 4 limbs flailing desperately in midair. But it was all in vain. Lu Yuan swung it like a giant meteor hammer. Grasping the lion's foreleg, he swung it around in midair like a huge windmill. The terrifying centrifugal force produced a deafening sonic boom in the surrounding air. Bang! Accompanied by a colossal sound that shook the earth. This once mighty, a rank magical beast was smashed down hard by Lu Yuan onto a solid rocky peak like a dog being thrown to the ground. That 100-meter-high peak was instantly shattered into pieces, rocks flying everywhere. The lion spewed out a mouthful of black blood, its 3 heads dazed from the impact. It struggled to get up, but Lu Yuan offered it no chance to breathe. Boom! Lu Yuan plummeted from midair. Like a black meteor, he accurately struck the neck of the central lion's head. He jumped up and rode on top. Roar! The lion writhed in pain, its remaining 2 heads opening wide to unleash hellfire. Still want to breathe fire? Lu Yuan snorted coldly. He did not dodge at all, and with both hands clenched into fists, he rained down blows on the lion's nape and spine like a torrential storm. Bang! 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 Each punch carried terrifying power, capable of penetrating a battleship's armor. Each blow created a tangible sonic explosion in the air. The explosive force, akin to a nuclear blast, erupted continuously against the lion's body. That layer of a rank protective scales, said to be impervious even to forbidden spells, under Lu Yuan's unreasonable physical assault, became as fragile as paper. The scales shattered and blood splattered. The lion let out a heart-wrenching scream. Its massive body rolled frantically on the ground, yet it could not shake off the grim reaper-like figure on its back. Break for me! Lu Yuan's eyes filled with murderous intent. He gripped tightly onto the base of the lion's central head. Stepping on its back, he forcefully pulled back. Crack! A chilling sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the secret realm. Under the quiet night sky, it was particularly piercing. This, a rank abyssal creature that had just crossed realms intending to feast freely in the secret realm, had not even had the chance to unleash its proud abyssal avatar. Before it was the mysterious black-robed figure wearing a bronze mask. With bare hands, he forcibly tore down the enormous head in the center along with a large portion of its spine. The black hot blood erupted like a fountain, dyeing half the sky red. The massive headless corpse of the lion convulsed violently twice. With a thunderous crash, it collapsed, sending a cloud of dust into the air. There was no more sound. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Wang Pengzi, hiding in the cave, crawled to the entrance using all force. He stared blankly at the headless corpse in the distance that resembled a mountain. Then he looked at the figure standing on the corpse holding a lion's head. His brain completely malfunctioned. Brother Yuan just said this masked giant might be a delivery guy. Wang Pengzi swallowed hard, his voice trembling. What the hell? That's not a delivery guy. That's clearly the living king of hell. Lu Yuan held the giant lion head still dripping with blood. He casually tossed it into the divine kingdom space as a snack for De Huang. He turned his head and looked toward the cave where Wang Pengzi was. After confirming that the fat guy and the few civilian students were safe, Lu Yuan nodded slightly. This trouble is resolved. It's time to retreat. Otherwise, when the military comes in, it will be hard to leave. Lu Yuan secretly calculated in his heart. Just as he was about to leap into the dense forest, ending this titan show-off, his extraordinarily sharp spiritual sense suddenly detected a faint, yet strangely familiar spatial fluctuation. That fluctuation did not come from the abyssal rift in the sky, slowly closing, but rather from the bottom of the giant pit where the lion's corpse had fallen. Lu Yuan halted, his brow furrowing. He turned around, his figure flashing as he instantly arrived at the edge of the giant pit. In the blood-soaked soil at the bottom of the pit, a black stone slab, only half exposed, was radiating an ancient and profound starlight. That is, Lu Yuan's pupils constricted sharply, and his heartbeat involuntarily quickened. This aura he was too familiar with. Fragment of an ancient starry sky coordinate. The black hot blood poured down like a torrential rain, completely staining the already dark red ground of the secret realm into a nauseating abyssal color. In the instant that the massive body of the infernal demon lion was torn in half by Lu Yuan's bare hands, a thunderous boom echoed as the sky at the edge of the secret realm was violently ripped apart by an even more ferocious external force. A blinding white light flashed. Dozens of spirit energy assault boats emblazoned with military insignias howled in like arrows released from bows. Team 1 and Team 2 immediately searched for survivors. Team 3 and Team 4 prepare to engage the A-class magical beast. All personnel activate overload mode and prepare to fight to the death. On the lead assault boat, Qin Zhan, the captain of the vanguard battalion of the Zhenyuan army, wielded a tumter-long blade enveloped in a boiling aura of master-level blood. His weathered face was etched with determination and the will to die. Upon receiving the emergency rescue order, he had already prepared for total annihilation and the exchange of lives. After all, the opponent was an A-class magical beast. However, as he leaped from the assault boat, determined to die, and stepped into the valley shrouded in abyssal aura, the scene before him left him. There was no cataclysmic battle as imagined, nor were there any horrific images of students being slaughtered. Only the debris strewn across the ground and the overwhelming scent of blood in the air, along with the gigantic torn-apart corpse of a demon lion lying amid the ruins of a flattened hill. What is happening? Qin Zhanze behind him was also dumbfounded, stammering a question. How is that A-class demon lion already dead? Could it be that some hidden powerhouse from the academy made a move? Qin Zhan did not answer. His sharp hawk-like eyes were fixed firmly on the corpse of the demon lion. That figure, bathing in the torrential blood rain, wore a loose black robe and a featureless bronze Shura mask. He held a still dripping giant lion's head and casually tossed it aside. Then he unhurriedly reached into the demon lion's shattered chest. He extracted a fist-sized A-class magical core that radiated a blinding light. The action was skilled and effortless, like someone who had just butchered a chicken at the market and was adeptly gulp. Qin Zhan swallowed hard. His throat felt as dry as if it were about to smoke. As a seasoned general guarding the front lines of the abyssal fissure, he recognized that mask at a glance. That was the person who had wiped out the Zhao family in one night in Jiangnan City and later single-handedly rescued all the examination students at Ruins No. 1. He had been secretly designated as the highest-level S-class unknown combatant by military high command. Codename, War Titan. How could he be here? Qin Zhan's heart raced. He couldn't fathom why this mysterious powerhouse, who was as elusive as a dragon, would suddenly appear in a low-level resource secret realm only open to first-year students. Could he have been secretly protecting these students all along? But what made Qin Zhan's scalp tingle and his soul tremble even more was the terrifying power exhibited by this war titan. Qin Zhan had just glanced around the scene. There were no traces of martial skills left behind, nor any fluctuations of magical energy. In other words, could he have been secretly protecting these students all along? But what made Qin Zhan's scalp tingle and his soul tremble even more was the terrifying, is this really a power that humanity can possess? Qin Zhan murmured as he gazed at the figure standing in the blood rain. He felt as if the martial worldview he had built over decades was utterly shattered in that moment. Just then, it seemed that the black-robed man wearing the bronze mask sensed the arrival of the military. He slowly turned around. The cold eyes hidden behind the mask met Qin Zhan's gaze across hundreds of meters. There was no killing intent, no hostility. Only a detached indifference as vast as the abyss looking down upon all living beings. In that instant when that gaze swept over him, there was no killing intent, no hostility. Only a detached indifference as vast as the abyss looking down upon all living beings. He felt like a rabbit being targeted by a prehistoric Tyrannosaurus. The other party only needed a thought to turn him and the entire rescue team behind him into minced meat. Lu Yuan indeed bore no killing intent, but he was annoyed. After finally defeating a major boss and obtaining a pile of excellent materials and experience, before he could even loot the corpse, this bothersome swarm of flies had arrived. He unceremoniously shoved the still warm A-class magical core directly into his bosom in front. In reality, it was thrown into F-class space. Then he cast a cold glance in Qin Zhan's direction, his expression full of warning and impatience. As if to say, don't come to bother me. The next moment, Lu Yuan's figure suddenly became somewhat illusory. Spatial fluctuation. Qin Zhan's pupils contracted as he was about to say something. The black-robed figure had already vanished from the spot, like an ink drop dissolved, not leaving a trace of aura behind. Captain, the person has disappeared. The aide pointed in horror at the empty ruins. He is a spatial talent user. No. Qin Zhan tightened his grip on the blade, his palms drenched in cold sweat. He shook his head, his voice dry to the extreme. That is not a talent, it is a sign of having refined one's physical power to the utmost, forcibly piercing through the spatial barrier. This guy's power has exceeded our imagination. He turned to look at the soldiers who had disembarked from the assault boats and were treating the surviving students. He glanced again at the intact cave that Lu Yuan had kicked into, filled with a sense of relief after a disaster. Transmit my orders. Immediately seal off the scene and take all surviving students back to the academy for psychological intervention. Declare to the outside world that the A-class magical beast was jointly killed by the Academy's hidden guardians. Awe, gratitude, and a hint of deep apprehension. Classify the eyewitness reports as top secret and report directly to the highest command of the Alliance. Awe, gratitude, and a hint of deep apprehension. Classify the eyewitness reports as top secret and report directly to the highest command of the Alliance. Just say that our human race may have given birth to a true god. With the death of the A-class purgatory demon lion, the abyssal energy source sustaining this secret realm space abruptly extinguished akin to an unplugged electric fan. Creak, creak, creak. The enormous black fissure in the sky was slowly closing at a visibly rapid pace. The ground beneath began to violently shake as massive cracks appeared out of thin air. In the sky, large fragments of space tumbled down like glass, crashing to the ground and vanishing into nothingness. This small folded space was on the verge of complete collapse. Not good. The secret realm is going to collapse. Qin Zhan's expression changed at the sight of this apocalyptic scene. He could no longer ponder who the mysterious war titan was. Immediately, he shouted into the intercom, "All rescue units, pay attention. Abandon the search. Immediately bring the surviving students to the temporary teleportation point and prepare for emergency evacuation. Hurry, there are still a few alive over." Medic, someone quickly get that young master from the noble family with the broken leg onto a stretcher. The military rescue team, trained to perfection, was rapidly searching for the students who had been stunned or frightened in the chaos. Amidst this chaos, a figure clad in a worn school uniform leisurely emerged from the dense forest on the other side of the valley. It was Lu Yuan, who had long since changed back into his true identity. He brushed off the grass debris on his clothes, looking as relaxed as if he had just woken from a nap. He approached the cave he had kicked someone into. Inside, Wang Pengzi was covered in dirt, dragging out the several fainted civilian students one by one. "Yuan Gu, you're not dead," Wang Pengzi exclaimed, nearly crying out of excitement upon seeing Lu Yuan. He hugged Lu Yuan tightly, checking him over anxiously. "With the ground shaking like that, I thought you were turned into mush by that big lion. I'm tough, the king of hell won't take me." Lu Yuan disdainfully pushed away Wang Pengzi's mud-streaked face. He glanced at the military rescue team that was urgently evacuating in the distance and raised an eyebrow. "Let's go. If we don't get out now, we'll be buried alive in this wretched place." Lu Yuan pulled along the still dazed Wang Pengzi and a few half-conscious civilian students. They naturally blended into the fleeing crowd and successfully boarded the makeshift teleportation array set up by the military. With a flash of white light, they disappeared from the collapsing secret realm. At the War Academy of Magic City in the central square, the atmosphere was stifling. Lung Wushuang and a few high-ranking officials of the academy were anxiously waiting at the exit of the teleport. With a flash of light, one by one bloodied and disheveled students were teleported out. Some had broken arms or legs, some were crying in emotional collapse, and a few had even been frightened into it. The entire square instantly transformed into a battlefield hospital filled with wails of despair. The student council president Yi Xingchen stood at the edge of the crowd with his His expression was somewhat grim. Although he was surprised by the enormous turmoil in the secret realm, he was more concerned about whether that class useless person named Lu Yuan was dead. Chairman Tang Shan and Shui Xianer haven't come out yet, whispered a subordinate with a center-parted hairstyle. They probably got turned into meat paste by that A-class monster alongside that Lu guy. No bones left, which saves us the trouble of handling the aftermath. Let him die quickly. Yi Xingchen sneered, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He could not wait to see the heart-wrenching expression on Su Qinghan's face when she learned of Lu Yuan. Just then the teleportation array lit up again. Wang Pengzi's massive figure stumbled out, followed by Lu Yuan, who was leisurely supporting a few injured civilian students. His worn school uniform had only a bit of dust on it, not even a wrinkle. It was as if the catastrophic disaster that had just occurred had nothing to do with him. Yi Xingchen's smile instantly froze. How is he still alive? He stared incredulously at the unscathed figure, his eyes nearly popping out. Where were Tang Shan and Shui Xianer? What about that bottle of bone-dissolving poison that could kill a master? This script doesn't match. Not only Yi Xingchen, but Lung Wushuang on the high platform also froze for a moment upon seeing Lu Yuan emerge completely unscathed. She quickly walked forward and grabbed Lu Yuan's arm, inspecting him up and down. "You're not injured. How did you survive under the claws of that A-class monster?" Lu Yuan blinked, innocently displaying an extremely naive expression. "Report, teacher, I don't know either." He pointed to Wang Pengzi beside him. "I was so scared that I got kicked into a cave by him and passed out. When I woke up, the outside was already over." Wang Pengzi, used as a shield, exclaimed. Lung Wushuang shot him a suspicious glance. But the scene was too chaotic for her to question further. "Forget it as long as you're fine." She breathed a sigh of relief and turned to give a loud command. "Where are the people from the Academic Affairs Office? Immediately start tallying the survivors' gains and counting points." Upon hearing that points were to be counted, Yi Xingchen's expression improved slightly. Although he failed to kill Lu Yuan, the greatest benefit from this secret realm, the Shisui spiritual spring, must not be allowed to fall into the hands of this civilian waste. Chairman, your gains are 5 second-tier tokens plus a dozen high-grade spiritual herbs, securing your position in the top 3 for total points. A subordinate with a center-parted hairstyle reported obsequiously. That Lu guy probably didn't even touch a first-tier beast, for his points must be 0. Sure enough, when the academic affairs office teachers began to tally up, most civilian students had dismal points, with many even having negative scores. Meanwhile, the noble children had at least some gains, albeit varying. Yi Xingchen temporarily ranked first on the survivor leaderboard with a score of 5,000 points. A victorious smile once again appeared on his face. Now it was Lu Yuan's turn. The mentor responsible for the tally glanced at him and impatiently waved his hand. Next, Lu Yuan, Logistics Department. What did you gain? That tone was clearly just going through the motions. Oh, let me see. Lu Yuan pulled open the tattered canvas backpack on his back. In the eyes of everyone who regarded it as trash, he slowly began to pull things out. Clatter, clatter. He first dumped out a pile of space rings stained with blood and dirt. There were over 30 of them. All had been conveniently taken from those noble children earlier. Are these Tangshan space bags? Yi Xingchen's pupils constricted, a jolt running through his heart. Before he could react, Lu Yuan began pulling out more items from his glass space. An A-class demon lion crystal core emitting terrifying pressure. A pile of ancient cosmic coordinate fragments shimmering with the light of laws. And a dozen high-grade divine medicines at least 1,000 years old that were priceless in the outside world. As soon as these items appeared, the spiritual energy concentration in the entire square surged explosively by more than 10 times. The fragrance of medicines wafted through the air and light radiated everywhere. The device in the hands of the mentor responsible for the tally began to beep wildly, directly overloading and burning out. A-class crystal core. What is that? I feel like my soul is going to be sucked in just by looking at it. Divine medicine. Oh my god. Isn't that something that only exists in legends? The entire place fell silent. Everyone stared blankly at the pile of loot at Lu Yuan's feet, comparable to a divine kingdom's treasury. Cough, cough. Lu Yuan pulled out the last piece of loot and brushed off the dust on his hands. Teacher, could you please calculate how many points these might be worth? He looked at Yi Xingchen, whose face was already as green as if he had just been pulled from a cesspool, and revealed an extremely innocent smile. With this little junk of mine, I should be qualified to take a bath in that spiritual spring, right? The event in the resource secret realm was akin to a super earthquake of magnitude 12. Not only did it shake the entire Magic City War Academy, but it even startled the higher-ups of the Alliance. This seemingly ordinary freshman assessment revealed far too many shocking and terrifying details. Class A abyssal monsters crossed over, the secret realm collapsed, and nearly half of the aristocratic disciples suffered heavy casualties. The mysterious powerhouse known as the War Titan reappeared, tearing apart Class A monsters with bare hands, leaving the entire Alliance in shock. And furthermore, a freshman logistics student awakened and class spatial talent. Not only did he remain unscathed in the disaster, but he also brought back spoils comparable to a divine treasury, taking the top spot on the leaderboard with an incredibly outrageous show of each of these incidents, if highlighted individually, could dominate the Academy Forum for an entire month. Now they all converged at once. The entire Magic City Academy exploded in chaos. In the highest conference room of the Academy, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like it could be wrung out for water, as several high-ranking officials shouted at each other, their faces red and necks strained. A thorough investigation is necessary. A board member from a faction well connected to the Yi family slammed his hand on the table. How could an F-class logistics soldier have access to Class A monster cores and divine-grade spiritual herb? And those spatial rings, they all belong to our family's disciples. This is not merely a stroke of luck. This is robbery, and the chaos, it's murder. Nonsense. The cold and unyielding Lung Wushuang kicked his chair, his eyes icy. At that time, your group of useless disciples was the one who banded together to attack the civilians. Lu Yuan was merely acting in self-defense. As for those resources, he was just lucky to find them before the secret realm collapsed. What's the problem with that? Lucky. You think tearing apart a Class A monster with bare hands is just luck? Lung Wushuang, don't forget that the War Titan also appeared in the secret realm. I seriously suspect that this Lu Yuan is in cahoots with the Titan, perhaps even his illegitimate son. They conspired together, killed our disciples, and stole our resources. This is simply absurd. The conference room erupted into chaos. The aristocratic factions insisted on capturing Lu Yuan for severe interrogation to investigate the source of his. Meanwhile, Lung Wushuang and several instructors from common backgrounds fought desperately to protect him. Neither side could persuade the other, and the situation fell into a deadlock. At this moment, a resounding hum filled the air. A terrifying pressure, vast as the sea and seemingly capable of collapsing the entire sky, suddenly enveloped the conference room. Under this pressure, all the master-level powerhouses present felt like small boats in a storm. They couldn't even muster a single thought of resistance, being crushed to the point of gasping for breath. It's the Dean. Someone managed to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth, their eyes filled with utmost reverence and fear. The door to the conference room opened silently. An old man dressed in coarse linen and with hair and beard as white as snow, resembling a rural farmer, walked in. With hands clasped behind his back, he strolled in leisurely. He appeared utterly unremarkable, yet with each step the surrounding space rippled visibly. He was the supreme authority of the Magic City War Academy, one of the three-peak powerhouses of humanity, a half-step martial god. Situ Kong. He had been in closed-door cultivation for. Today he unexpectedly broke through for the sake of a freshman. Have you all had enough noise? Situ Kong's voice was calm, devoid of any anger. Yet to the ears of the crowd, it was like thunderclaps. The conference room, which had been in uproar just moments before, fell silent instantly, as if a pin could be heard dropping. Situ Kong ignored the pale faces of the directors. He walked straight to the main screen and called up the top-secret battle footage regarding War Titan, transmitted back from the secret realm by Qin Zhan. Along with that, he pulled up the surveillance footage of Lu Yuan at the supply department, effortlessly lifting hundreds of pounds of woven bags. Two brilliant lights erupted from his murky old eyes. He stared intently at the figure on the screen, clad in an old-school uniform, as if he wanted to see through him entirely. Interesting, truly interesting. Situ Kong murmured to himself, displaying an extremely peculiar smile. He turned around and waved at the trembling, high-ranking officials in the room. This matter ends here. That kid named Lu Yuan is off-limits to anyone. If anyone dares to pull any tricks behind his back, don't blame me for coming personally to break his bones. Having said that, Situ Kong disregarded the shocked gazes of everyone. With a single step, he vanished from sight, as if he had never existed. In dormitory 301 of Building 3 in the inner district, Lu Yuan was holding a steaming bowl of instant noodles, sweating profusely as he ate. After a whole day and night of labor, he hadn't had a drop to drink. Now he was so hungry he felt he could swallow a cow. Wang Pengzi boisterously bragged beside him. You should have seen it, brother Yuan. That masked guy tore that big lion apart with his bare hands. The scene was bloody and exciting, far more thrilling than a Hollywood blockbuster. His tech-savvy roommate Tai Zhu remained engrossed in his drawings, deaf to everything happening around him. Just then the door to the dormitory creaked open. Lu Yuan instinctively looked up while holding the bowl of noodles. There stood an old man dressed in coarse linen, white-haired and bearded, looking like a janitor who had wandered into the wrong room. He was grinning widely at the door, his seemingly murky old eyes sharp as surgical knives, staring intently at Lu Yuan as if to dissect his very soul. Lu Yuan's heart raced. He could feel that this seemingly ordinary old man held a terrifying power capable of destroying the entire Magic City. That power was even 1,000 times more horrifying than all the powerful beings he had encountered combined. Little brat, your noodles look good and smell nice. Situ Kong, with his hands clasped behind his back, ambled in. He circled Lu Yuan twice, marveling. His eyes seemed to regard him as a rare treasure. Oh, old man, who are you looking for? Wang Pengzi felt a chill run down his spine under the old man's gaze, mustering the courage to ask. Situ Kong ignored him. His gaze was fixated on Lu Yuan, who was slurping his noodles, his eyes flashing with fervent intensity. Suddenly he extended his hand toward Lu Yuan, grasping at the air. Buzz. An invisible and immense gravitational field instantly enveloped Lu Yuan. The air around him seemed to turn solid at that moment. Even the light became distorted. The tin kettle on the table was crushed into a flat disc. Yet Lu Yuan, at the center of the gravitational field, remained firmly seated. Not even the hand holding the bowl of noodles shook. He merely frowned slightly, blowing on the scalding noodles. Old man, let's talk nicely, don't disturb me while I'm eating. Situ Kong's excitement peaked at that moment. He slapped his thigh, erupting into earth-shattering laughter. Huh, as expected. I knew it would be as I guessed. He pointed at Lu Yuan, his voice trembling with excitement. Kid, what you have is not some class garbage storage space. What you awakened is an extremely rare class. Gravitational space, a combat-type spatial talent that exists only in ancient legends. Situ Kong wore a triumphant expression, as if he had seen through everything. Stop pretending. Your bizarre load-bearing ability during training, and now this defiance of my gravitational field. All of it proves that you are a natural gravitational controller. I have completely seen through you. Slurp. Lu Yuan slurped his instant noodles, his actions momentarily pausing. He was taken aback, raising his head to look at the thin old man in front of him, who was dancing with glee, wearing a proud expression that screamed, I know everything. He almost laughed out loud in his heart. A gravitational space. And Scrade talent. This old man had quite the imagination. However, his embellishments saved Lu Yuan the effort of making up excuses. The matter of the SS Scrade Eternal Origin Divine Kingdom was too astonishing to be revealed, since someone had proactively helped him find a seemingly reasonable excuse. Have you seen through it? Lu Yuan set down the bowl of noodles, wiping his mouth. He looked at Situ Kong, a playful smirk tugging at the corner of it. Have you seen through it? Lu Yuan set down the bowl of noodles, wiping his mouth. He looked at Situ Kong, a playful smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Old man, you have a good eye. He neither confirmed nor denied it. This ambiguous attitude was taken as acceptance by Situ Kong. Huh, I knew it. Situ Kong's excitement made his beard tremble. Heaven bless our human race. Heaven bless our Magic City Academy. I never expected that after 10 years of seclusion I would encounter such an unparalleled prodigy among millions. He was eager to further confirm his suspicion. Lu Yuan decided to add some fuel to the fire. With a thought, he activated a trace of the gravitational field of his divine kingdom. Buzz. A sense of spatial pressure 100 times heavier and more solid than the gravitational domain previously released by Situ Kong enveloped the room. Centered around Lu Yuan, it erupted with a deafening force. Bang! Wang Pengzi, who weighed over 200 pounds, was instantly pressed to the ground by this sudden gravity. His face smashed against the floor like a flattened frog. Even the tech enthusiast Tai Zhu, who had been lost in his own world, struggled to hold onto his blueprints, looking up in shock. What is this? The smile on Situ Kong's face froze in an instant. He felt the terrifying gravity that seemed capable of collapsing space, and even made him, a half-step martial god, feel a sense of dread. The fervor in his eyes instantly transformed into utter shock and disbelief. This was far beyond the strength achievable by enscraved gravitational space. The source of this power was ancient, vast, and even carried a hint of the flavor of creation. What kind of monster was this kid? Cough, cough. Lu Yuan saw that the timing was right and immediately retracted the gravitational pull of his divine kingdom. He looked at Situ Kong, who was in shock and self-doubt, and "Old man, you suddenly barged into my dorm and started laying your hands on me. Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" Situ Kong was jolted back to reality. The look in his eyes had completely changed. From initial admiration and curiosity, it transformed into a fervent obsession and protective instinct, as if he were gazing at a national. No matter what talent this kid possessed today, he absolutely could not let him slip away. Explanation. Today I will give you a grand statement. From this day forth, you Lu Yuan will be my only closed-door disciple. Anyone who dares to touch a hair on you is an enemy of me, Situ Kong, and an enemy of the entire Magic City War Academy. What the hell? Wang Pengzi, who was lying on the ground, suddenly lifted his head, his mouth agape, as if he could fit a light bulb in it. The dean wants to take Brother Yuan as a disciple. This news detonated like a deep-sea bomb, instantly igniting the Academy's forum. Breaking. After 10 years of seclusion, the dean personally visits the freshman dormitory to accept national champion Lu Yuan as his disciple. What the hell? Stepping into the skies. Being the dean's disciple is a status more formidable than the student council president, right? What about those aristocratic young masters who were clamoring to investigate Lu Yuan before? Come out and walk a few steps. Yi Xingchen is probably crying in the toilet right now, ha. At the student council headquarters. Smash. Yi Xingchen looked at the news that popped up on his wrist device, furiously crushing the energy crystal cup in his hand into powder. His face twisted in extreme jealousy and anger, making him look extremely grotesque. Situ Kong, you old fossil. How dare you ruin my good deeds? He had originally planned to use family influence to continue tripping Lu Yuan up in the academy. But now Lu Yuan had become the dean's personal disciple. This was equivalent to having an invincible shield above his head. Who would dare to touch him? Yi Xingchen slumped back into his chair, his eyes filled with despair and unwillingness. He knew that from today onward, in the territory of the Magic City Academy, he could no longer suppress the one surnamed Lu. In the dormitory, faced with Situ Kong's undeniable, forced apprenticeship, Lu Yuan stroked his chin. Getting a half-step martial god as a backing for free and being able to openly plunder resources under the Academy's name seemed like a good deal. All right then. Lu Yuan reluctantly nodded. Since you are so sincere, I will accept this apprenticeship. But I must say in advance, don't expect me to greet you with tea every day. I'm a lazy person. Huh. Good. You have personality. I like your laziness. Situ Kong laughed instead of getting angry, finding Lu Yuan more and more agreeable. He took out a purple gold token engraved with ancient runes from his bosom and stuffed it into Lu Yuan's hand. This is the token of the dean's personal disciple. With it you can go wherever you want within the academy except for a few restricted areas and take whatever you want. If anyone dares to stop you, just break their legs. I will cover for you. This was practically a pass that allowed him to walk freely within the academy. Then I won't be polite. Lu Yuan toyed with the heavy token in his hand, a cold smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth. He walked to the window, gazing at the glaring sunlight outside and the hurried figures moving about on campus. His gaze gradually became dangerous. Previously, he had been cautious in his actions, not wanting to reveal too many of his cards. But now, with one of the strongest backers of the human race, the Dean, as his talisman, many things could now be handled with abandon. For instance, those family leeches who wanted to kill him in the secret realms, and the student council president Yi Xingchen, who was lurking behind the scenes jumping around, as well as those heretics lurking in the shadows eyeing humanity. Now that I have the strongest backing of the human race, Lu Yuan felt the terrifying power within him capable of annihilating the world and smiled coldly. Then next it will be my turn to actively seek you rat-like figures out and settle the score thoroughly. Since being accepted as the closed-door disciple of Dean Situ Kong, Lu Yuan's status in the academy has soared as if propelled by a rocket. Those young masters from noble families who used to avoid him now respectfully call him Brother Lu when they meet. Even the cafeteria staff actively adds extra pieces of braised meat for him. However, Lu Yuan is not interested in such superficial matters. What he cares about more is the reward for ranking first in this resource secret realm. An engraved magic core fragments of starry coordinates, and the spatial rings of those 30 unfortunate souls. All these items combined are worth an astronomical sum when converted into credits and cash. This could be used to provide a fresh supply of fuel for his ravenous divine kingdom. The next morning, Lu Yuan swaggered into the logistics department with the purple gold deans. After the shock of the last 300,000 credits, this time the one receiving him at the logistics department was not an ordinary instructor, but the head of the logistics department. A middle-aged fat man with a beer belly and a constantly smiling face. "Oh, student Lu has arrived. Please have a seat." The supervisor personally served Lu Yuan a cup of the finest spiritual tea, his attitude obsequious, as if he were a eunuch. "You have done a remarkable job in the secret realm, not only coming in first, but also saving so many classmates. You are truly the pride of our academy." "Cut the small talk, supervisor." Lu Yuan crossed his legs, took a sip of tea, and got straight to the point. "Bring out my reward list. I'm in a hurry." "All right, just a moment." The supervisor scampered to the terminal, pulling up Lu Yuan's account information. But when he saw the numbers on the screen, the smile on his face suddenly froze. A hint of barely perceptible panic flashed in his eyes. Student Lu." The supervisor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and awkwardly returned. "Your rewards have all been calculated." He projected a virtual list into the air. A total of 500,000 credits, plus a cash reward of 10 million alliance coins. Lu Yuan glanced at the number with a slight frown. 500,000. 10 million. He put down his teacup, his tone cooling. "Are you sure there's no mistake? What kind of international joke is this? Just an Grade magic core alone is worth over 100 million in the black market. Let alone those 1,000-year-old divine herbs, and the entire fortunes of over 30 young nobles. Even if calculated with one's toes, it couldn't possibly be this little. This has shrunk at least tenfold." "No, that's correct." The supervisor's gaze darted, not daring to meet Lu Yuan's eyes. He pointed at a line of small print on the list, stammering, "Last night the Academy's reward settlement system experienced a malfunction, and there was a massive rollback of data. Many of your spoils have been classified as unowned by the system and cannot be redeemed. But don't worry. Our technical department is urgently repairing it, and once fixed we will definitely make up the remaining rewards for you." System malfunction. Data rollback. Do they dare to use such childish lies to fool him? Lu Yuan looked at the supervisor's face, which was filled with guilt, and sneered inwardly. He did not explode on the spot. Instead, he closed his eyes, and an immense spiritual force enveloped the entire logistics department like invisible tentacles. Easily, he detected the encrypted communicator trembling slightly beneath the supervisor's desk. His spiritual force penetrated the encryption barrier, directly invading the other party's communication channel. A conversation deliberately lowered in volume echoed clearly in his mind. "How is the matter going?" It was Yi Xingqian's cold voice. "Chairman, everything has been done as you said." It was the supervisor's voice, dripping with sycophancy. "I used the system malfunction as an excuse and only credited him with less than 1/10. The remaining Grade magic core and divine herbs have been secretly transferred to your family's private vault outside the city." "Well done." Yi Xingqian's voice carried a sense of satisfaction from revenge. As a commoner, even with Situ Kong backing him, he wouldn't dare to publicly investigate our Yi family's accounts in the Alliance's upper echelons over a system error at such a critical moment. He's definitely going to take this silent loss. Hearing this, Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. In his pitch-black gaze there was not a shred of anger. Only a chilling sense of dread, as if he were looking at a group of dead men. So it was Yi Xingqian pulling the strings behind the scenes. Relying on his grandfather's position in the Alliance, he had secretly intercepted Lu Yuan's spoils. What a clever scheme indeed. Student Lu. The supervisor, seeing Lu Yuan suddenly fall silent, thought he was stunned by the injustice. Feeling a surge of hidden delight. "If there are no issues, please sign this list to confirm." He handed over an electronic signature pad, urging him. "All right." To the supervisor's surprise, Lu Yuan not only did not make a scene, but didn't even utter a single question. He picked up the pen and calmly signed his name on the signature pad. "Is that it? No noise, no fuss. Just accepting it." He watched Lu Yuan's departing figure and felt a tinge of disappointment. "Is that it? No noise, no fuss. Just accepting it." He watched Lu Yuan's departing figure and felt a tinge of disappointment. He had expected to see a spectacle of this new genius causing a ruckus in the logistics department. It seems he is ultimately just a softy who has no background and can only endure humiliation. Lu Yuan stepped out of the logistics department. The sun outside was bright, causing him to squint slightly. He looked up towards the center of the demon city. There stood a luxurious building hundreds of meters tall, constructed entirely of black crystal. That is the headquarters of the Yi family conglomerate, a symbol of the Yi family's power, and Lu Yuan took out his phone and pulled up the structural diagram of that building. His gaze precisely landed on the deepest underground section marked as SS level top secret family treasury. "Withholding my resources." Lu Yuan's lips curled into a cruel smile, his voice so soft that only he could hear. "Very well. Then let your entire family's centuries of foundation slowly repay it." The night was as dark as ink. In the heart of the demon city, the headquarters of the Yi Corporation shone brightly. This towering structure, over 300 meters high and constructed entirely from abyssal black crystal, was itself an indestructible fortress of war. Surrounding the building, both visible and hidden sentries were densely packed. The 360-degree surveillance cameras monitored every angle, leaving no room for even a fly to escape the AI scanning. Not to mention the 9-layered defensive arrays personally set up by grandmasters boasting that even a war god would find it difficult to breach. The entire Yi Manor was heavily fortified like an iron barrel. However, in the face of absolute power, these so-called walls of copper and iron were as fragile as a layer of window paper. Buzz, a figure clad in a loose black robe and wearing a bronze Azura mask, suddenly appeared in the shadows 100 meters from the Yi building. Lu Yuan raised his head and glanced at the ominous black building glowing in the night. His gaze was icy. This time he did not summon De Huang, nor did he resort to violent means capable of uprooting the ground like the war titan. To deal with a rat like the Yi family hidden in the gutters, one must use the methods of a rat. To kill one must also strike at the heart. Lu Yuan's mind stirred. An extremely subtle, yet profoundly mysterious spatial fluctuation rippled outwards from him. His figure gradually became transparent and ethereal in place. Like a droplet of water merging into the ocean, he completely vanished into the night. This was his spatial talent disguised as glass, equipped with the passive ability, spatial phasing. It allowed him to temporarily particleize his body and penetrate all non-living entities. Ignoring physical defenses, he moved freely. Invisibility activated. Lu Yuan chuckled softly in his heart. He strolled casually towards the black building protected by countless high-tech devices and formations. Beep, beep, beep. The infrared thermal scanner at the entrance showed no response. Several patrolling masters walked past him, yet did not notice the living person right by them. Lu Yuan was like a ghost walking in another dimension, easily passing through the first line of defense. Next came the high-pressure spiritual energy net capable of instantly reducing a martial sect expert to ashes. There were spatial cutting traps that could strangle any intruder, and a massive door made of vibranium alloy weighing hundreds of tons. Lu Yuan navigated through as if it were uninhabited. He even had the leisure to give a middle finger to a security guard in the surveillance room, who was dozing off. With unimpeded progress, he directly arrived at the lowest level of the Yi building. 500 meters underground. The true core of the Yi family, the location of the family treasury. The defenses here were 10 times more terrifying than those above ground. The air was suffused with a stifling pressure from the formations. The door to the treasury was made from an entire block of stellar mystic iron refined from extraterrestrial meteorites. It was said that even the latest model of the Alliance's battleship main cannon couldn't leave a mark on it after bombarding it for 3 days and nights. The defense is indeed impressive, but unfortunately it is useless against me. Lu Yuan stood before the massive iron door shimmering with ghostly blue runes. He did not attempt to force it open. Instead, he walked through as if passing through a curtain of water. Buzz. Spatial transition. A rich and nearly tangible aura of spiritual energy rushed toward him, almost causing Lu Yuan to moan in pleasure. He looked around, and despite being mentally prepared, was dazzled by the extravagant scene before him. This was a space as large as several football fields. There were no windows, and the dome was embedded with tens of thousands of fist-sized premium luminous pearls, illuminating the entire treasury as if it were daylight. On the ground lay mountains of premium spirit stones, emitting a kaleidoscope of colors. Along the walls stood rows of weapons and armor forged from rare stellar alloys, neatly arranged. In the corners were dozens of large crystal cabinets. Inside, various precious spiritual herbs invaluable in the outside world were preserved in ancient ice. There were even a few beast eggs that looked quite valuable. No wonder it's a financial conglomerate that has lasted for 300 years. Lu Yuan whistled, his eyes glowing with eagerness. This foundation is at least 10 times richer than what I plundered from the Zhao family and the 10,000 races sect combined. He stepped onto a pile of spirit stones, producing a clear and pleasant sound. Lu Yuan even discovered a dark red crystal core the size of a basin, exuding a terrifying pressure in an inconspicuous corner, along with several divine-grade spiritual herbs, each at least 1,000 years old, preserved in special jade boxes. These were precisely the loot that Yi Xingchen had taken from him. How dare you take my things? Lu Yuan chuckled coldly, a glint of unabashed greed flashing in his eyes. He walked to the center of the treasury and took a deep breath. Since I'm here, I can't leave empty-handed. Lu Yuan grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. They say not to take what isn't yours, but everything here will soon belong to me. He suddenly spread his arms wide. The infinite mark on his forehead erupted with dazzling golden light. System, collect for me. Don't just pluck a feather from a passing goose today. I'm even going to scrape off a layer of ground beneath your feet. Gather for me. With a low shout from Lu Yuan, the air in the Yi family's treasure vault began to twist frantically. A massive, swirling golden vortex roared into existence behind him. The terrifying suction, like the arrival of a black hole, instantly enveloped this enormous space, comparable to several football fields in size. Whoosh! Piles of premium spirit stones like gravel caught in a tornado continuously flew into the vortex. Those rare treasures that could cause bloodshed in the outside world were currently being swept away like cabbages on clearance. Keep it down, don't collapse the building. Lu Yuan crossed his arms, directing the divine space to conduct a precise harvest. Those top-grade spirit herbs preserved with ancient ice along with the ice blocks were completely taken away. The A-grade and even S-grade alloy weapons on the weapon rack like iron filings attracted by a magnet lined up to fly in. The constant temperature boxes in the corner containing beast eggs were also packed away. Lu Yuan's principle was to leave no blade of grass behind wherever he passed. He even didn't spare those jade bottles containing miraculous pills or the gold bricks supporting the weapon boxes. The jade bottles can be recycled and the gold bricks can be used as building materials in the divine realm. He was calculating earnestly in his mind. Finally, when the entire treasure vault was left with only 4 bare walls, Lu Yuan's gaze fell upon the massive vault door made of starry black iron, and in the center of the door the premium luminous pearl as large as a basketball, which served as the eye of the entire defense formation. This door is too big hard to dismantle. Lu Yuan stroked his chin. But this luminous pearl, leaving it here is a waste of energy. He reached out, ignoring the lethal currents of the prohibitive electricity above. With a crack, he forcibly pried the invaluable luminous pearl off. The moment the luminous pearl was removed, the entire defense formation of the Yi family building dimmed for a moment. Perfect. Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction, looking at the vault that was cleaner than a dog's lick, and let out a whistle. His figure once again became ethereal, silently passing through the wall. He swaggered out of the Yi family building right under the noses of the loyal masters guarding it. Arriving empty-handed, he left as rich as a nation. Returning to the dormitory, Wang Fati and Tai Zhu were already asleep. Lu Yuan quietly climbed into bed sitting cross-legged, and his consciousness instantly sank into the divine. Inside the divine realm, it was now a chaotic mess. The vast resources just absorbed were like colorful mountains piled high on the newly opened continent. The richness of the spiritual energy was so intense that it even congealed into colorful rays in the air. Da Huang and the group of mutated beasts were rolling around excitedly around this treasure mountain. Get out of here, don't touch my fertilizer. Lu Yuan's divine sense transformed into a towering giant, kicking away the unworldly natives. With a thought, he transferred the mountain-like piles of premium spirit stones and rare treasures to the core area of the divine realm. Under the sapling of the world tree that had already grown to 100 meters tall, he said, "Dinner time, little guy." He patted the thick trunk of the world tree. "After this meal, you better give me a good fruit." Boom. The world tree seemed to understand his words. Countless thick roots emerged from the ground like hungry pythons. They crazily burrowed into the pile of resources comparable to the Yi family's 300 years of heritage, starting to greedily absorb. The massive spiritual energy surged in like a flood after a dam break, swallowed by the world tree. Those divine-level spirit herbs that could extend a master's life for 100 years in the outside world were treated like snacks, crushed and swallowed in a few bites. Even that A-grade demon core that Lu Yuan casually acquired was entangled by the roots, and with a crunch it was crushed, draining the energy inside. Before one's eyes, the sapling of the world tree was growing at an extraordinarily exaggerated speed. 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Its crown continuously rose, even breaking through the clouds of the divine realm, probing into the gray, chaotic void. Mysterious golden patterns began to emerge on the emerald leaves, as if containing the profound truths of heaven and earth. Finally, after absorbing all the resources, the growth of the world tree gradually came to a halt. On the highest branch, a tender green leaf slowly fell. In its place was a golden fruit only the size of a thumb, crystal clear and emitting a faint fragrance. The surface of the fruit radiated an extremely pure aura of life and the essence of the great path. This was the first creation fruit, nurtured by the world tree after absorbing a massive amount of resources. Ding! The world tree of the divine realm has initially matured and begins to repay its master. Accompanied by the system prompt sound, a life source aura more massive and pure than any previous time surged forth. It was instantly infused into Lu Yuan's limbs and bones. Hiss! Lu Yuan shivered in comfort, almost letting out a cry. He felt every cell in his body rejoicing under the washing of this energy. The subtle hidden dangers left from his frenzied enhancements were completely repaired. His spiritual sea expanded again, and his physical strength showed signs of a potential breakthrough. The next morning, a piercing scream like that of a slaughtered pig shattered the tranquility of the Yi family estate. The head of the Yi family, a master with exceptionally high chi cultivation, was at this moment kneeling in the empty vault like a madman, disheveled and weeping. "My treasure vault, my spirit stones, my divine herbs. Who did this? Who on earth did this?" He looked at the walls that were cleaner than his face and the black hole left after the luminous pearl was pried away. With blood rushing to his head, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood with a puff. His eyes rolled back and he fainted from anger. At this moment, at the Magic City War Academy Dormitory 301, Lu Yuan was sitting cross-legged on his bed, enjoying the enormous benefits brought by the repayment of the world tree. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air tinged with faint golden light. The sunlight poured through the window, illuminating his chiseled face, making him look as handsome. He glanced at the students downstairs who were hurriedly gossiping about the news of the Yi family's vault being robbed. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. This is just the beginning. Lu Yuan stretched lazily, the joints of his body cracking. Yi Xingchen, I hope you enjoy this opening gift I sent you. He jumped off the bed, feeling invigorated. Just then his personal communicator suddenly vibrated violently. On the screen, an unfamiliar number, marked Murong Yaoyue, was flashing incessantly. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line, Murong Yaoyu's soft and urgent voice immediately came through. Junior, something big has happened. News from the black market says that Poison King and Thousand Faces were killed at their base last night. The method was extremely strange. There were no signs of a struggle at the scene, as if they were killed by a ghost. As the golden fruit of the world tree fully took shape, a pure and profound aura seemingly containing the mysteries of the cosmos at its inception surged forth from the depths of it. This energy did not wash over Lu Yuan's physical body, but transformed into a beam of golden light rushing directly towards his third eye. Lu Yuan felt his soul tremble violently, as if enveloped by a warm and vast torrent. The dormitory before him vanished in an instant. In its place was an endless star-studded cosmos. His consciousness seemed to break free from the shackles of his physical form, becoming the sole sovereign of this universe. A thought blossomed, another caused the stars to fade. Ding! The world tree of the divine kingdom nourishes the host's soul origin. The mental attribute undergoes a golden virtual panel unfolded before him. The value in the mental column skyrocketed like a rocket after experiencing a brief glitch. 30 million, 50 million, 80 million. Ultimately, it gradually came to a halt at the terrifying number of 100 million. Boom. Lu Yuan's sea of consciousness underwent a complete qualitative change. What was once a mere lake of mental energy had now expanded into an immeasurable. It even began to exert substantial influence in the real world. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He glanced at the unfinished instant noodle cup on the table. With a slight thought, he commanded, rise. The plastic noodle cup actually defied gravity, slowly floating up from the table. Then under his mental control, it gracefully spun in midair before steadily returning to its original position. Mental force telekinesis. Lu Yuan's lips curled into an excited smile. This was far more impressive than the Magneto in movies. And this was merely the most rudimentary application. He could even feel that should he wish to, he could condense his mental force into invisible blades, to kill from 1,000 miles away without breaking a sweat. Just as he was immersed in this newfound power, a call from Murong Yaoyue came in. Junior, something big has happened. The Poison King and Chameleon from the black market were killed last night at their base. Oh, is that so? Lu Yuan's tone remained unperturbed, as if he were hearing an inconsequential. Those two assassins were merely unfortunate souls he had casually dispatched with a mental strike. He didn't expect this woman to be so well informed. You don't seem surprised at all. Murong Yaoyue's voice on the other end carried a hint of suspicion. I heard that Yi Xingchen spent a lot of money hiring those two to kill you in the secret realm. Now that they suddenly dropped dead, could it be related to you? Senior One can eat without restraint, but words should not be spoken carelessly. Lu Yuan interrupted her late. I'm just an grade logistics soldier who hasn't even left the school gate. How could I possibly kill two master-level experts? Maybe they had a falling out and turned on each other. Oh really? Murong Yaoyue's voice was laced with clear amusement. Alright, since Junior says so, we'll believe it. However, you should still be careful. That Yi Xingchen is the type who holds grudges. He certainly won't let this go. Got it. Lu Yuan casually replied and hung up the phone. Of course he knew Yi Xingchen wouldn't let it slide. But now it wasn't him who should be worried. In the following days, Lu Yuan's life returned to the tranquil routine of classes, sleep, and pretending to study at the library. In reality, he spent most of his time in the Divine Kingdom studying the new resources he had acquired. He fed the A-grade magic core to the big yellow dog. He planted a pile of divine-grade herbs at the base of the world tree. The ecosystem of the Divine Kingdom was rapidly improving at an astonishing pace. That afternoon, Lu Yuan strolled to the top restricted area of the Starlight Library as usual. Finding a window-side seat, he casually picked up a book titled Engravings and Applications of Advanced Runes, pretending to flip through it. Sunlight poured through the huge floor-to-ceiling window, warm and drowsy. Just as Lu Yuan was about to doze off, his vast mental force suddenly sensed a faint tremor. It was as if an invisible thread lightly brushed against his nerves. Lu Yuan's body remained still, but his peripheral vision discreetly scanned to the diagonal rear. There was a huge bookshelf. From the shadow of the bookshelf, an old man dressed in a gray janitorial uniform, pushing a cleaning cart, was slowly wiping the floor. He appeared perfectly normal. Yet Lu Yuan detected a chilling killing intent deliberately suppressed to the extreme, akin to a venomous snake emanating from him. Additionally, there was a faint distortion in the space. This was a top assassin utilizing secret techniques to blend his form and aura into the environment, achieving a pseudo-optical camouflage effect. Such tactics could often go unnoticed even in front of master-level experts. Unfortunately, he was up against Lu Yuan, a monster with mental force exceeding 100 million. Another assassin sent by Yi Xingchen. Lu Yuan sneered inwardly. This time they've really invested. They even hired a master-level veteran killer. Another assassin sent by Yi Xingchen. Lu Yuan sneered inwardly. This time they've really invested. They even hired a master-level veteran killer, immersed in the sea of knowledge. The old assassin disguised as a janitor, seeing Lu Yuan unguarded, had a glint of triumphant coldness flash in his eyes. He pushed the cleaning cart, quietly inching closer to Lu Yuan's 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. The distance had already entered his absolute kill range. The old assassin's eyes sparkled with murderous intent. His right hand, which held a rag and seemed dried and withered, suddenly revealed a pitch-black poison spike only about an inch long from his sleeve. The poison spike was coated with a lethal abyss toxin that could kill even a martial master instantly. He made no sound. Like a ghost, he closed in. The poison spike tore through the air, heading straight for Lu Yuan's unguarded carotid artery. It was quick, ruthless, and precise. 10 billion for the head, it's mine. The old assassin let out a greedy laugh in his heart. He could almost envision the wonderful scene of Lu Yuan bleeding out on the spot, his body convulsing as he fell. However, just as the pitch-black poison spike was less than half an inch away from Lu, ding! A crisp sound like a strike on ancient iron abruptly echoed in the silent top floor of the library. The old assassin felt as if he had struck an invisible wall of size. An immense, irresistible recoil surged from the poison spike. Crack! The poison spike forged from abyss iron shattered into pieces on the spot. What? The old assassin was horrified just as he wanted to retreat. He found that the air around him seemed to solidify at that moment. An invisible and vast mental force field like millions of tons of seawater tightly confined him from all sides. He couldn't even move a single finger. Lu Yuan slowly lowered the book in his hand, turning around at a leisurely pace. He looked at the old man in front of him, who was still in a killing posture, his face filled with terror. There was no anger in his eyes, only a chilling indifference. Old man, at your age, why are you still out here doing such violent work? Lu Yuan sighed and shook his head. He lifted his eyelids, and his deep dark eyes were filled with immense mental force exploding like a tangible river of stars. How much did Yi Xingchen pay you? He'll give you double. You go back, bring me his head, what do you say? Ding. The crisp sound of an explosion echoed harshly in the silent library's top floor. The abyssal poison dart, infused with deadly venom, was capable of easily piercing through the protective barrier of a martial sovereign. Before even touching Lu Yuan's skin at the nape of his neck, it was as if it had collided with an invisible wall of size. A thin, gossamer-like, yet indestructible barrier of spiritual power firmly held it suspended in midair. What? The old assassin, disguised as a janitor, felt his pupils constrict in shock and horror. He sensed that what he had stabbed was not flesh and blood, but a rapidly spinning neutron star. The violent backlash surged through the dart, numbing his entire arm. Crack! That top-grade assassination weapon forged from abyssal iron shattered into pieces on the spot. A spiritual power barrier. The old assassin's heart sank as his first thought was to escape. A master of martial arts capable of materializing spiritual power to such an extent must at least be a grandmaster specializing in spiritual power. The intelligence was wrong. This kid was not some luck-driven waste, but a prehistoric crocodile pretending to be harmless. However, as he attempted to withdraw, he was horrified to discover that he could not move an inch. An invisible vast field of spiritual power, as overwhelming as 1 billion tons of seawater, completely confined him from all directions. Let alone escape, he couldn't even blink. Lu Yuan slowly put down the book in his hands and turned around slowly. He didn't even stand up from his chair. He merely lifted his eyelids, his deep dark eyes calmly observing the old man before him, who maintained a posture of assassination, his face filled. How much did Yi Xingchen pay you? Lu Yuan's voice was very calm, as if making small talk. 1 billion. The old assassin struggled to squeeze out a few words, his eyes filled with pleading. Please spare me. It was my mistake not to recognize a true master. I don't want to do this job anymore. I am willing to triple your losses. Having traversed the black market for decades, he had never felt such terrifying spiritual pressure. In the face of this power, his pride as a master felt like a flickering candle in a raging wind about to extinguish at any moment. Triple. Lu Yuan chuckled and shook his head. That's too little. He regarded the old assassin as if observing a negotiable item. He'll give you 2 billion. You go back and bring me Yi Xingchen's head, how about that? The old assassin's body trembled, a flicker of intense struggle flashing in his eyes. 2 billion, this amount of money was enough for him to retire comfortably on a small island overseas. But thinking of Yi Xingchen's formidable background, he shook his head with difficulty. Sir, the Yi family's power is beyond my reach. Oh, is that so? A hint of disappointment flashed in Lu Yuan's eyes. Since you don't appreciate my kindness. He picked up the cold tea on the table and took a gentle sip. Then you have no value to me. Before the words had left his mouth, Lu Yuan's deep dark eyes revealed his overwhelming spiritual power, which had surpassed the terrifying threshold of 100 million, no longer holding back. Like a dazzling galaxy materialized into existence, carrying the power to annihilate worlds, it erupted with a thunderous roar. No fancy martial techniques, no complex spiritual secret arts. It was merely a glance. An invisible blade formed purely from spiritual power penetrated the barriers of space directly. It fiercely struck into the old assassin's mind. Ugh! The expression of terror on the old assassin's face instantly froze. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. He felt as if his brain had been struck heated by a ground-penetrating missile. His entire sea of consciousness along with his soul was churned into a mush by the torrent of violent spiritual power. Bang! A muffled sound. This master-level assassin who had dominated the black market for over a decade and instilled fear in countless powerful individuals instantly lost focus in his eyes, becoming hollow and lifeless. Crimson blood flowed from all 7 orifices. His body fell backward like a wooden post stripped of its spine, crashing down and knocking over the cleaning cart behind him. Dead beyond resurrection. Ding. Level up kill of a martial arts grandmaster, gain 800 free attribute points. Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit, gain 800 attribute points. Dropped premium item origin, 0.150000. Listening to the crisp notification in his mind, Lu Yuan didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground. He stretched lazily and stood up from his chair. Honestly, just when I wanted to quietly read for a while, there are always flies to disturb me. With a thought, his vast spiritual power acted like an invisible eraser, instantly covering the entire top floor of the library. It erased all traces of what had just occurred, including the surveillance footage from several key positions. With a thought, his vast spiritual power acted like an invisible eraser, instantly covering the entire top floor of the library. It erased all traces of what had just occurred, including the... Just as he turned to prepare to go downstairs, the special military-grade, encrypted communicator in his pocket suddenly began to flash frantically, without warning. The red warning light shone glaringly, accompanied by a series of urgent vibrations. This was a forced call mode that only activated during the highest-level emergency events. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and answered the call. As soon as the phone connected, a panicked, sobbing voice from his best friend, Wang Pengzi, immediately burst through. Yuan, go. It's bad. Something big has happened. Pengzi's voice cracked with excitement, sounding as if the sky was falling. Hurry back to Jiangnan City. Sister-in-law, Su Qinghan is about to die. Su Qinghan is about to perish. Wang Fat's tearful scream struck Lu Yuan's heart like a heavy hammer. His pupils instantly contracted to the size of pinpricks. Su Qinghan. This name was certainly familiar to Lu Yuan. He not only knew she was the school beauty, but also the daughter of the... Moreover, he was aware that she suffered from an extremely rare congenital disease within her body, the Taiyin Xianbing absolute vein. This absolute vein was both a curse and a gift. It awakened a powerful level ice talent in Su Qinghan, but was also like a time bomb that could take her life at any moment. Once the extreme cold energy within her could no longer be suppressed, a complete eruption would occur. Not only would she instantly be frozen into an ice sculpture, her soul would be destroyed. The uncontrolled cold air could even freeze everything within several dozen miles, turning it into a forbidden zone for life. Damn it, why did it have to explode now of all times? Lu Yuan cursed under his breath. The laziness and calmness on his face completely vanished. He didn't even have time to ask his mentor for leave. After all, with the old man Situ Kong backing him, it didn't matter even if he turned the academy upside down. Fatsi, hold on. I'll be there soon. Lu Yuan shouted into the communicator before abruptly hanging up. He vanished from the top floor of the library in an instant. He arrived at an empty training ground. System lock onto the coordinates of Jiangnan City. Consume origin points to forcibly initiate spatial teleportation. Buzz. The infinite mark on Lu Yuan's forehead erupted with dazzling golden light. A wave of profound spatial law fluctuations erupted explosively, centered around him. The void before him was violently torn apart, as if by an invisible giant hand. A spatial rift flickering with golden lightning formed out of thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yuan stepped forward, his figure vanishing from the Magic City Academy. Meanwhile, Jiangnan City had descended into utter chaos. It was clearly midsummer, yet heavy snowflakes fell from the sky. The biting cold wind howled by, covering half the city's buildings with a thick layer of frost. Countless citizens hid in their homes, too terrified to venture outside. The center of the cold was the Su family villa located in the affluent area. However, at this moment, the once luxurious estate had completely turned into a snow-covered tomb. A towering glacier over 100 meters high rose from the ground, with the villa at its center, freezing everything within several kilometers. The perimeter of the glacier had already been cordoned off with the highest level alert. The mayor of Jiangnan City and the military commander were frantically coordinating rescue operations. What's the situation inside? Can we detect anything? The mayor rubbed his hands, which had turned purple from the cold, anxiously asking. No, the cold is too intense. All the spiritual energy detection devices malfunction as soon as they're inside. A technical officer shook his head in despair. We've dispatched 3 grandmasters invited by the military to forcibly break through the ice layer. But they didn't even reach the front door. As soon as they got close, they were frozen into 3 ice sculptures. Even the grandmasters can't withstand it. The mayor felt darkness clouding his vision, nearly losing his balance. The Su family was the economic backbone of Jiangnan City, and Su Qinghan was a genius closely monitored by the Alliance. If anything happened to them, the mayor wouldn't be able to keep his job. Just when everyone felt helpless and trapped in despair, a vast pressure suddenly descended from the sky. A majestic phantom towering 1,000 feet high and composed purely of energy slowly descended above the glacier. This was the guardian deity of Jiangnan City, a true martial. He extended a colossal energy hand attempting to probe into the core of the glacier. But as soon as he made contact with the martial god phantom merely looked down at the center of the glacier. A glint of seriousness and sorrow flashed in his eyes made of energy. He extended a colossal energy hand attempting to probe into the core of the glacier. But as soon as he made contact with the extreme cold energy, the surface of his giant hand began to freeze. The martial god phantom fell silent for a moment. Ultimately, he shook his head helplessly. A voice both dignified and filled with regret echoed throughout the skies of Jiangnan City. The Taiyin Xianbing absolute vein has completely erupted. The cold poison has infiltrated the bones, merging with the soul. No deity can save her. Prepare for the... After saying this, the martial god phantom slowly dissipated into the wind and snow. These words shattered everyone's hopes like a final judgment. The head of the Su family, a formidable figure who dominated the business world, now resembled a helpless child kneeling in the snow with a heart-wrenching wail. It's over. Everything is over. Just as the head of the Su family was in utter despair, and all rescue personnel prepared to give up. Sizzle, a sudden and jarring sound of space tearing echoed in the clearing before the glacier. Golden light flickered. A slender figure in thin casual, or not even wearing a coat, leisurely stepped out from the spatial rift. It's snowing. Lu Yuan looked up at the gray sky and then at the massive glacier that rivaled Mount Everest before him. His brow furrowed slightly. This commotion is even greater than I imagined. Who are you? The surrounding soldiers on alert raised their spiritual energy rifles at the suddenly appeared. This is a military restricted area. Oh, leave immediately. Lu Yuan ignored them. His immense mental powers swept across the entire glacier, precisely locking onto the core area of the glacier, the familiar aura of life about to extinguish. He took a deep breath, wasting no more time. Under the gazes of everyone who looked at him as if he were a madman, Lu Yuan, dressed in thin casual, walked toward the absolute zero that could freeze grandmasters into ice sculptures. Strolling casually, he approached the towering glacier. Stop! If you take another step, we will open fire. The soldiers screamed in terror. However, what happened next left everyone present, including the head of the Su family, who was just about to give up with their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. As Lu Yuan's body made contact with the glacier's impenetrable barrier, he was neither repelled nor frozen. The Taiyin Xianbing barrier, which even the martial god could not handle, surprisingly melted away, silently creating a passage tall enough for a person. Lu Yuan simply kept his hands in his pockets, as if taking a leisurely stroll. Effortlessly and casually, he penetrated the thick glacier barrier over 100 meters and walked straight into the ice palace, shrouded in death and despair. Only a group of rescue personnel stood frozen in the snowstorm, their worldview completely shattered. Who was that just now? The mayor gaped, muttering to himself. Is he a deity? Crossing through the thick ice barrier that spanned 100 meters, the scene inside the Su family villa made Lu Yuan furrow his brow slightly. This place had completely turned into a tomb of ice. The luxurious crystal chandelier, the expensive genuine leather sofas, even the famous paintings hanging on the walls, all were covered by a thick layer of solid ice, exuding an aura of absolute zero. Lu Yuan's spiritual sense swept through the entire villa in an instant. He found no signs of life. The servants and guards of the Su family had clearly been frozen into ice sculptures at the first moment, without any chance to escape. Without pausing, Lu Yuan directly ascended to the second floor. He pushed open the master bedroom door, which had been completely sealed by ice crystals. The cold in the room was 10 times more intense than outside. Fine ice crystals floated in the air. In the center of the room, on a bed made of ancient ice, Su Qinghan lay quietly dressed in a thin white nightgown. Like a sleeping beauty who had slumbered for 1,000 years, her breath had become so weak it was almost undetectable. Her originally fair skin was now covered with eerie gray ice. Her long, lustrous black hair had also turned into a lifeless pale. The flame of life within her was rapidly extinguishing, visibly fading before his eyes. In no more than 5 minutes, it would be completely extinguished. You really know how to trouble me, Lu Yuan said as he walked to the side of the ice bed, looking at the once stunningly beautiful face that was now devoid of color. A twinge of inexplicable irritation flashed through his mind. Although he wasn't familiar with Su Qinghan, they were at least high school classmates. Moreover, during the outdoor assessment, this woman had even advised him. Out of both emotion and reason, he couldn't just stand by and watch her perish. The Taiyin Xianbing absolute meridians. Even the war god is helpless against it. Lu Yuan stroked his chin. It's a pity they encountered me. Without a moment's hesitation, he extended his right hand and gently swept through the air. When his hand returned, a fruit the size of a thumb, radiating a soft golden light, lay quietly in his palm. This was the first creation fruit birthed by the world tree of the divine kingdom after absorbing the heritage of the Yi family for 300 years and undergoing accelerated time 1,000. This thing, let alone just the mere tiny absolute meridians, could even resurrect the dead as long as their souls had not dispersed. Consuming it would allow them to rise again. Lu Yuan squeezed this fruit capable of inciting a divine war in the outside world, as if it were a grape, applying gentle pressure with 2 fingers. With a pop, the golden fruit was instantly crushed, transforming into a stream of golden liquid filled with immense life essence, warm as the sun. Lu Yuan reached out and gently pried open Su Qinghan's already cold lips, slowly feeding her the drop of golden divine liquid that could reverse fate. The divine liquid melted upon entering. Like a parched desert that had not seen rain for billions of years, it suddenly welcomed a life-giving downpour. An overwhelming surge of life energy erupted within her. Buzz! Su Qinghan's previously frozen dantian and meridians let out a joyful hum under the wash of this warm and domineering energy. The Tian Xianbing absolute meridians, which had troubled her for 18 years, and had even left the war god at a loss, faced the drop of creation liquid from the world tree of the divine kingdom. It was as fragile as snow encountering the midday sun. Crack! Crack crack! The gray ice crystals covering her skin began to shatter and peel away inch by inch. Her once pale hair began to regain its lustrous black sheen at a visible rate. The flame of life that had been weak to the point of extinction erupted like a mighty inferno after being doused, with a whole barrel of aviation fuel bursting forth with a vitality 100 times stronger than her prime. A miracle occurred, but this was far from over. The massive medicinal power did not dissipate after completely eradicating the extreme, cold meridian. Instead, it seemed to have found a new outlet. It began to recklessly reshape Su Qinghan's roots, bloodlines, and even her awakened ice talent in an extremely overbearing and unreasonable manner. Boom! A breath of ice law, purer and more sacred than the previous extreme cold energy, erupted from Su Qinghan's body. This breath was no longer the kind of cold that could destroy everything. Rather, it carried the supreme law's majesty that governed life and death, bringing all to silence. Lu Yuan stood beside her, watching the dramatic changes occurring to Su Qinghan, nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, my fruit was not wasted. He could sense that Su Qinghan not only survived, but even benefited from the misfortune, directly breaking through the level shackles of her talent and entering a whole new terrifying level that even Lu Yuan found somewhat astonishing. At that moment on the ice bed, Su Qinghan's long eyelashes suddenly trembled slightly. Her cold, beautiful eyes, which had been shut for several hours, began to slowly open. The first thing she saw was not the frozen room, nor her despairing family, but a familiar figure in casual clothes, hands in pockets, watching her with keen interest. Lu Yuan. Su Qinghan's lips moved, uttering an extremely weak, yet incredulous voice. I am still alive. She struggled to sit up. Don't move. Lu Yuan extended a finger, gently pressing it against her forehead. A gentle energy flowed through, allowing her to lie back down. You just crawled out from the gates of hell? Ooh, just lie still. He looked at Su Qinghan's still somewhat dazed face, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. What's wrong, Su, the school beauty? Seeing your surprised expression, do you wish you were dead, oi? Should I put you back in the fridge for a while longer? With the domineering medicinal power of that drop of golden divine liquid, the Tian cold poison within Su Qinghan was completely eradicated. Outside, the terrifying glacier that had frozen half of Jiangnan City began to tremble violently. Boom! Huge ice blocks peeled off the mountainside and crashed to the ground with a deafening roar. The once indestructible surface of the glacier revealed spiderweb-like cracks. Immediately, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the entire ice mountain collapsed, as if it had been detonated from within, transforming into a sky filled with ice crystals and thick white vapor. Boom! Huge ice blocks peeled off the mountainside and crashed to the ground with a deafening roar. The once indestructible surface of the glacier revealed spider. They stared intently at the dissipating mist, their hearts racing. At that moment, a buzzing sound resonated. A breath of pure and sacred ice law energy, even more so than the previous extreme cold, surged up from the center of the villa's ruins. This aura was no longer the kind of cold that could destroy everything. Instead, it carried the supreme law's majesty that controlled life and death and brought all things to silence. The air, which had become humid and hot due to the melting of the ice mountain, instantaneously cooled down again. However, this time it was not a heavy snowfall. Instead, beautiful snowflakes, crystal clear and resembling hexagonal stars, began to fall. Each snowflake contained a heart-pounding power of law. This is the phenomenon of talent advancement. The military commander trembled with excitement as he gazed at the spectacle. Moreover, it is a talent leap beyond level. Inside the room, Su Qinghan felt an unprecedented surge of power within her body, leaving her utterly dazed. Not only was she not dead, but she had also turned misfortune into fortune. Under the catalysis of that unknown divine fruit, her previously ordinary level extreme ice talent had broken through the genetic lock of humanity. It skyrocketed, directly advancing to the extremely rare S level in the entire alliance, Absolute Zero. This was a top-tier combat talent capable of controlling the laws of her. Su Qinghan slowly raised her hand, looking at her pale, jade-like fingertips. A crystal lotus formed from pure law power was slowly blooming. She could feel that with just a single thought, she could freeze the entire Jiangnan city once again. Moreover, it would be an eternal freeze that even a martial god could not melt. All these changes stemmed from the boy in front of her dressed in an old-school uniform, lazily leaning against the bedside. It was he who descended like a god when everyone had given up. He pulled her back from the brink of death when even the martial god had pronounced her sentence. Lu Yuan. Su Qinghan gazed at Lu Yuan's face, which bore a hint of playful amusement. In his eyes, which were usually as cold as a millennia-old glacier, the ice melted away in an instant, replaced by an intense and complex emotion. Shock, gratitude, dependence, and a hint of excitement that even she herself had not noticed. What are you staring at? Don't you recognize me? Lu Yuan felt a bit uncomfortable under her gaze and couldn't help but tease her. Hurry up and get dressed, your father is about to cry outside. If you don't come out soon, they'll think I killed you after having my way with you. This extremely inappropriate joke would have prompted Su Qinghan to shoot an ice spear at him in the past. Yet at this moment, she not only didn't get angry. Instead, she burst into laughter. This laughter melted the ice mountain and revived all things. Even the ice crystals in the room seemed to shine a little brighter. Then this ice-cold school belle, who was usually aloof and somewhat unapproachable, made a move that caught Lu Yuan completely off guard. She suddenly sat up from the ice bed, regardless of the fact that she was only wearing a thin nightgown, and tightly embraced Lu Yuan around the waist. Her slightly pale, delicate face was deeply buried in his embrace, and the hot tears instantly soaked the front of Lu Yuan's shirt. Thank you. Su Qinghan's voice was thick with sobs, and fear, her body trembling slightly. I thought I would never see you again. Lu Yuan was completely stiffened by this sudden hug. The scent of the girl mingled with a faint fragrance, and the smell of ice and snow reached his nose. He awkwardly raised his hand, wanting to push her away, but didn't know how. He could only stiffly pat her back. All right, how old are you to still be crying? Hurry and let go, don't you understand that men and women should keep their distance? Just as the two were tugging at each other, a loud bang. The frozen door of the room was blasted open by a tremendous force from outside. The head of the Su family rushed in, accompanied by a large group of military experts, all with anxious expressions. Then they beheld an extremely fragrant yet bizarre scene in the room. Their precious daughter, who had been pronounced dead by the martial god, was not only alive and well, but was even clinging to an unfamiliar man in disarray. And that man was the same mysterious youth who had just been casually dressed and treated the glacier as if it were nothing. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. Everyone's expression was frozen in shock, as if they had seen a ghost. Half an hour later, the astonishing news of this resurrection and gain from disaster was transmitted back to the War Academy in Modu through the military's encrypted channels. At the Student Union headquarters, Yi Xingchen was opening a bottle of top-quality red wine, worth $1 million, celebrating in advance with a few loyal followers. Haha, that bitch Su Qinghan is finally dead. Yi Xingchen's face was filled with delight as he downed the wine in his glass. When Lu Yuan, that useless one, comes out of the secret realm and hears this bad news, his expression will surely... At that moment, while he was reveling in his triumph, a minion responsible for intelligence rushed in, rolling and crawling, his face as pale as a sheet. Chairman, not good. There's breaking news from Jiangnan City. Su Qinghan. She's not dead. What? Yi Xingchen's wine glass fell to the ground with a crash, shattering into pieces. Not dead. Even the martial god said she was beyond saving. How could she possibly not be dead? No. Not only is she not dead. The minion trembled as he raised the intelligence terminal, his voice shaking. She has turned misfortune into fortune, and her talent has directly advanced from a level to S level. Boom. Yi Xingchen was struck as if by lightning, collapsing into his chair. However, what the minion said next was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Moreover, according to the secret photos transmitted from the scene, after waking up, Su Qinghan took the initiative to hug the man who saved her in front of everyone. That man is Lu Yuan. It is said that the two of them have already established a relationship. Puffed. Yi Xingchen could no longer suppress the jealousy and anger in his heart. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed out, staining the expensive desk in front of him red. His eyes turned crimson, his face twisted like a beast driven to fury. Lu Yuan. Yi Xingchen let out a heart-wrenching roar, sweeping everything off the desk to the ground. You think you deserve to have what I, Yi Xingchen, cannot obtain. He suddenly stood up, his eyes glinting with a madness that suggested he would destroy everything. If you won't let me have peace, then I'll make sure you disappear from this world completely. Go. Contact the two top assassins in the black market. Tell them I want them to kill Lu Yuan at all costs. With a loud crash, a $1 million antique vase was violently smashed against the wall, shattering into countless fragments. The luxurious office of the Student Union headquarters was in utter... Yi Xingchen, like a frenzied beast, smashed everything in sight to pieces. Lu Yuan, you damn scoundrel. Yi Xingchen's bloodshot eyes twisted his handsome face into a ghastly visage resembling a vengeful spirit. He, the grandson of a high-ranking member of the Alliance and a prodigy with S-level starlight talent. At the War Academy in Modu, he had always been able to summon the winds and reign at will. But now he had been thoroughly humiliated by that country bumpkin at the logistics department. Now even the ice-cold school beauty he had desperately pursued for a year had fallen into the arms of that waste. This was more painful than death for him. Why does he get to do this? As an level logistics soldier, how can he save someone whose life even a martial god can't save? Why does Su Qinghan hold him as soon as she wakes up? She won't even say a word to me. Yi Xingqian trembled with rage, his nails digging deep into his palm, blood dripping onto the luxurious carpet. He absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. The woman he set his sights on, even if ruined, could not be given to someone else. Chairman, please calm down. The middle-parted lackey responsible for intelligence cowered in a corner, trembling in fear of being caught in the crossfire. Lu Yuan is now the direct disciple of Dean Situ with a golden ticket for immunity. If we lay a hand on him at the academy, Dean's explosive rage, being a half-step martial god, would surely tear us apart. Who said I was going to act at the academy? Yi Xingqian suddenly turned his head, his gaze as cold as a venomous snake. He took a few deep breaths, forcing himself to calm down, and walked to the He entered a password and retrieved a black briefcase. Doesn't he like to roam around? Yi Xingqian patted the briefcase, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. When he next leaves the city out of Modus' protective circle, I will make him disappear without a trace. He opened the case to reveal rows of anonymous star coin crystal cards radiating high-level spiritual energy fluctuations. This was the most secret overseas fund of the Yi family. Go! Yi Xingqian pushed the case in front of the middle-parted man, his voice lowered. Through the dark web, contact the two most notorious assassin organizations in the black market. The master of mental control, Qian Mian, and the Poison King, who is unparalleled in poison use. The middle-parted man gasped in shock, nearly dropping the case. Chairman, those two are the kings of assassins who even the military finds troublesome. Asking them to take action the cost. Money is not an issue. What I want is certainty. Yi Xingqian impatiently interrupted him, his eyes revealing murderous intent. Tell them that upon completion the reward will be doubled. But I want Lu Yuan to completely evaporate from this world. Meanwhile, at the War Academy in Modu, beneath the logistics department dormitory, Lu Yuan stood with his hands in his pockets, looking somewhat helplessly at Su Qinghan walking beside him. Since the upheaval in Jiangnan City, this woman seemed to have become a different person. Once cold as ice and repelling others, the school beauty. Now she almost visited the logistics department every day. It was as if she had Lu Yuan's little tale written on her face. The sight of them together had long become the focal point of heated discussion across the school, shattering the hearts of countless boys. Actually, you don't need to come find me every day. Your absolute vein has been completely eradicated. Lu Yuan stopped looking at Su Qinghan's flawless profile and said, you are now an S-level talent with absolute zero. You should spend more time on cultivation and strive to raise your realm as soon as possible. Su Qinghan slightly tilted her head, a faint blush appearing on her fair cheeks. But the cold beauty in her eyes radiated an unusually firm resolve. Cultivation isn't something to rush. Moreover, you saved my life. She looked into Lu Yuan's eyes, her voice soft yet clear. I said wherever you go in the future, I will follow you. Lu Yuan felt a bit uneasy under her gaze and looked away. It's up to you. But I might be a little busy recently and won't have time to play house with you. He waved his hand and turned to enter the dormitory building. Watching Lu Yuan's somewhat hasty retreat, Su Qinghan's lips curved into a slight smile, revealing an absolutely beautiful smile that could melt even glaciers. Back in dorm 301, as Lu Yuan pushed the door open, he saw a woman with an alluring figure dressed in a tight black leather outfit sitting casually at his desk. She was leisurely sipping tea from his usual water mug. Murong Yaiyue. Lu Yuan frowned, a hint of vigilance rising in his heart. Is the academy's security system just for show? The head of the intelligence pavilion can just waltz into a male dormitory. Murong Yaiyue set down her teacup and giggled. Junior, don't be so cold. I took the risk of being expelled to come warn you. She pulled out a tiny storage card from the holster on her thigh, playing with it at her fingertips. Her charming peach blossom eyes sparkled with a mischievous light. You've been the center of attention lately. Even the ice beauty has been pursuing you. However, the wood that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Someone is so jealous they are going crazy, preparing to pay a hefty price for your life. Lu Xingqian. Lu Yuan sat down by the bed, his expression calm, without a hint of fluctuation. He didn't need to guess, he knew exactly who it was. Smart. Murong Yaiyue snapped her fingers and tossed the storage card to Lu Yuan. This is the dark web transaction record recently intercepted by the Xingqian Pavilion. Lu Xingqian has utilized his family's secret funds to hire Qian Mian and Poison King from the black market. These two rats specialize in mental control and masterful poison use respectively. She leaned slightly forward, drawing closer to Lu Yuan, lowering her voice. They are preparing to set a trap for you the next time you leave Modu, ensuring a certain death. Murong Yaiyue looked at him with a smile, her eyes filled with curiosity. What do you think, Junior? Do you need my help? As long as you ask, the intelligence network of Xingqian Pavilion can provide you with the safest escape route. Lu Yuan held the thin storage card, not even glancing at it. Qian Mian. Poison King. A mocking cold smile crept to his lips as he crushed the card into powder. Just two rats that can't see the light. He raised his head to look at Murong Yaiyue, his dark eyes flickering with chilling murderous intent. No need to retreat. Since they are so eager to seek death, then I will reluctantly send them on their way. Looking at the confidential assassination list handed over by Morong Yue, Lu Yuan did not even lift his eyelids, merely saying casually, "Are these 2 rats really worth 10 million star coin?" He took the delicate jade slip as thin as a cicada's wing, and with a gentle touch of his fingertip, the detailed information of the 2 assassins surged into his mind like flowing light. Poison King, a black market poison master with 30 years of fame, whose poison is said to make even martial sovereigns retreat in fear. Qian Mian, a grandmaster of the mental arts, proficient in illusions and soul assassinations, a targets who died at his hands believed until the end that they were merely dreaming. These 2 individuals, either one alone, could keep a top-tier family awake all night. Morong Yue leaned against Lu Yuan's desk, her peach blossom eyes curiously scrutinizing him, her red lips slightly curled. "Junior brother, these are not ordinary rats. They are man-eating rats that leave no bones behind." She paused, her tone laced with a hint of teasing. 10 million buys not only their lives, but also the information that will ruin that fool Yi Xingchen. This deal ensures your profit without loss. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, casually tossing the jade slip onto the table, producing a crisp sound. He poured himself a cup of hot tea, leisurely blowing away the steam. "The information is acceptable. However, they shouldn't target me." Morong Yue looked at his nonchalant demeanor, as if discussing the weather, a hint of intrigue flashing in her eyes. What depth of confidence does this kid hide? She straightened up, smiling charmingly. "All right, the information is delivered, and the payment is settled. Sister wishes you good luck. If you can't handle it, feel free to pay me for assistance. Oh, I'll give you a 20% discount for being a loyal customer." With that, she flickered, transforming into a fleeting shadow, silently disappearing from the dormitory. Inside the room, only Lu Yuan remained along with the cup of steaming tea. Meanwhile, outside the city of magic capital, in a heavily guarded underground black market base, in a lavishly decorated secret chamber, the scent of sandalwood wafted. A gaunt old man with pitch-black nails was sitting across from a man whose form was elusive, his face seemingly shrouded in mist, sharing a drink. These 2 were none other than the Poison King and Qian Mian, who consistently ranked high on the black market's bounty list. Brother Qian Mian, that young man from the Yi family, has truly spared no expense this time. The Poison King chuckled sinisterly, his voice raspy like 2 pieces of sandpaper rubbing together. "A mere freshman in college has actually made us team up. He must think highly of himself." Qian Mian's voice, in contrast, sounded like a multitude of voices overlapping, ethereal and elusive. "Even when hunting a rabbit, one must use full strength. That kid managed to incapacitate Xiao Patian and withstand the mutations of Enstrength's secret realm. He is not to be underestimated," the Poison King scoffed, curling his lip. "No matter how extraordinary, he is still a young pup who hasn't left the nest. Can he possibly withstand my cry of the abyss?" As he spoke, he took out a small dark green jade bottle from his chest. The moment the cork was removed, a barely perceptible black gas wafted out, causing the surrounding air to emit a corrosive. "This poison, a single drop, can kill an entire city. Even a martial sovereign who comes into contact with it will have their soul withered within 3 breaths. I have diluted it 10,000 times and applied it to the flying needles. As long as he is still breathing, his death is guaranteed." Qian Mian nodded, a hint of approval seemingly appearing on his mist-covered face. "A wise sailor avoids the storm. To be safe, I will also set up my eternal nightmare formation at the trading location. As long as he steps into the formation's range, even if he is a man of iron, his spirit will be instantly drawn into an endless illusion. At that time, whether to kill or to butcher will be entire." Hearing this, the Poison King let out a laugh that resembled a night owl's cry. "Ha ha ha, poisoning the body and enchanting the soul, double the insurance. It seems this time victory is assured for us." The 2 raised their gilded goblets filled with crimson liquid, lightly clinking them in the air. "Cheers to a pleasant cooperation. Cheers to a pleasant cooperation." Just as the 2 toasted to their successful partnership, several hundred kilometers away in the dormitory, Lu Yuan set down his. Deep within his pupils, an intricate web of causality woven from countless golden threads had unknowingly reflected. On this web, each point of light represented a person or object that intersected with him. At this moment, 2 extremely faint, yet malicious black lines extended from the point of light, representing Yi Xingchen, pointing towards 2 locations outside the city. With the domineering medicinal power of that drop of golden divine liquid, the Taiyin cold poison within Su Qinghan was completely eradicated. Outside the terrifying glacier, that a cold arc formed at the corner of his mouth. "Since you enjoy playing underhanded, since you all enjoy playing dirty, then you shouldn't even get to see my face." The over 1 billion mental forces had long transcended mere perception and pressure. At this moment, they were highly condensed under Lu Yuan's will, transforming into an invisible sword of light seemingly woven from starlight. The sword's body was suffused with the profound aura of causal laws. This was a new technique that Lu Yuan had comprehended after receiving a massive influx of spiritual energy from the world tree of the Divine Kingdom. Cutting through causality, annihilating souls. He could kill from 1,000 miles away without a trace of dust touching him. For these 2 mice that had come willingly, Lu Yuan had no interest in even stepping outside. Outside the city, at the black market stronghold, The atmosphere in the secret chamber reached its peak after the Poison King clinked glasses with Thousand Faces. Both wore smug smiles as if they could already envision Lu Yuan's gruesome demise. To ensure absolute certainty, I've also bribed an insider from the academy. He will find a way to make that kid drink a dose of softening powder before Lu Yuan leaves the city. Although it won't cost him his life, it will be enough to slow his reaction time by a tenth of a second. On Thousand Faces' mist-like face, a hint of appreciation seemed to form. A tenth of a second is a chasm for our assassination efforts. Brother Poison King, you are as meticulous as ever. Once we kill Lu Yuan and claim the bounty from the Yi family, the two of us can enjoy some carefree times. At that point, where can't we go? That's right. As Thousand Faces' voice trailed off, an imperceptible chill swept through the secret chamber. The cup that Thousand Faces was about to bring to his lips also hung eerily in midair. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. Oh man. The Poison King mid-drink suddenly froze. The cup that Thousand Faces was about to bring to his lips also hung eerily in midair. Time seemed to have been paused at that moment. In the next second, the eyes of these two top assassins capable of instilling fear in countless powerful figures within the black market lost their luster, as if the tide had receded. Their pupils instantly lost focus, becoming dull and hollow like two lifeless fish eyes devoid of sheen. In the moment the breeze passed, their souls were utterly severed by an invisible sword from hundreds of kilometers away. Clang! The gilded wine cup slipped from Thousand Faces' limp hand, crashing onto the precious carpet with a muffled thud. The crimson liquid spread like blood. Moments later, the two men slumped down from their seats, collapsing to the ground. Their bodies bore no wounds. Even their expressions remained frozen in the moment of raising their glasses in a toast to success. Yet life had completely left them. The two black market guards stationed outside, hearing the commotion within, cautiously pushed the door open. My lords, what has happened? Their only response was a profound silence, along with the two bodies on the floor, which were beginning to grow cold. At the War Academy in the Magic City, in the boys' dormitory, Lu Yuan blew on the steam rising from the teacup, finishing the last sip of warm tea with a comfortable sigh. Throughout the process, he hadn't even changed his posture. Dealing with two flies felt as simple as brushing off dust from his clothes. He stood up, preparing to head to the library to browse through more ancient texts on the Abyssal Rift, studying the upcoming monster-slaying routes. Just then, whoa! Without warning, the loudest alarm was triggered over the academy. The sound was sharp and urgent, piercing everyone's eardrums like daggers, carrying a sense of despair akin to impending doom. This alarm was only sounded in times of crisis for the Alliance, when all forces needed to be summoned for a final struggle. The supreme summons of the Jinyuan army. The alarm echoed through the sky, and everyone looked up at the heavens in terror. Inside the Magic Capital War Academy, whether it was the new students sweating profusely on the training grounds or the seniors engrossed in research at the library, all paused their activity. The piercing buzz was like the scythe of death scraping across everyone's heart. Immediately after, the citywide broadcast system activated, and the heavy, iron-blooded voice of General Long Qianshan resounded in every corner of the Magic Capital. Emergency. On the southwestern front, a major upheaval has occurred in the A-class Abyssal Rift numbered K7. The 3rd, 7th, and 9th main forces of the Jinyuan army are surrounded by millions of beast tides, and communication has been cut off. According to the last images transmitted from the front lines, at least 3 Abyssal Lord-level monsters have crossed into our realm during this upheaval. Repeat, at least 3. The highest conscription order for the Jinyuan army is now issued. The Alliance is entering a state of level 1 war. All elite students with A-class talents and above and martial artist rank or higher from the 3 major war academies are to immediately gather at the central square of the academy to form a volunteer army and set off for support. The news detonated like a heavy bomb, stirring the previously calm campus. My God, an A-class rift upheaval. Isn't that akin to piercing a hole in the sky? 3 lords? Are you insane? Last year 1 lord nearly flattened a B-class city. This isn't reinforcement, this is clearly a death wish. Panic and despair spread through the crowd like a plague. The door to Lu Yuan's dormitory was slammed open, and Wang Pengzi rushed in, panting, his chubby face pale as a ghost. Yuan-Go, did you hear? Something big has happened. He was so nervous that he could barely speak, his palms slick with cold sweat. I heard. Lu Yuan's reaction was surprisingly calm. He showed no panic, no fear, not even a hint of seriousness. I heard. Lu Yuan's reaction was surprisingly calm. He showed no panic, no fear, not even a hint of seriousness. Like a starving glutton seeing a banquet spread across the entire continent. A massive influx of exotic beasts. Endless attribute points. Abyssal lords. A walking treasure trove of origin points. This is not a crisis, it's clearly a super welfare program falling from the heavens. Yuan-Go, you can't be thinking of going right. Wang Pengzi asked, stuttering as he noticed the fleeting excitement on Lu Yuan's face. Why not go? Lu Yuan stood up, patting Wang Pengzi's shoulder, his tone as relaxed as if he were about to attend an outing. Let's go sign up. If we wait any longer, the experience packs will be snatched up by others. Half an hour later, at the academy's central square, thousands of elite students who had been conscripted had gathered. Most had expressions filled with solemnity and tension, and some were even having last video calls with their families to say their goodbyes. Meanwhile, some aristocratic scions were in the corners trying to contact their families, attempting to evade this conscription with all sorts of excuses. In this oppressive atmosphere, Lu Yuan, along with Wang Pengzi and a few commoner students who had resolutely followed him since the secret realm incident, walked straight to the registration. The instructor in charge of registration glanced at him and sighed. Lu Yuan, while your strength is remarkable, you are ultimately a support type. The battlefield is fraught with danger. Teacher, I understand. Lu Yuan smiled, picked up a pen, and boldly signed his name on the volunteer army roster. Seeing this, Wang Pengzi gritted his teeth and shivered as he wrote, "Damn it, if I die, I die. Wherever Yuan Gu goes, I go." The few commoner students followed suit without hesitation. They had an almost blind trust in Lu Yuan. Observing this strange little team, a few disdainful chuckles sounded from around them. A logistics support leading a few freshly advanced martial artists to the front lines. They won't even see the lords before being drowned by the beast tides. Lu Yuan ignored these comments. He led his small team and was the first to board the heavy armored train heading to the southwestern front. The train started moving slowly, the heavy carriage isolating them from the chaos outside. Inside, the carriage filled with young, passionate faces that could not hide their tension and fear. As the train accelerated, the cityscape outside rapidly receded, replaced by desolate Gobi and ruins. The closer they got to the southwest, the more oppressive the atmosphere became. After an unknown period, someone in the carriage let out a suppressed gasp. "Look outside." Everyone instinctively turned to look. In the distance on the horizon, the sky was no longer blue, but shrouded in a vast expanse of dark red miasma. The miasma rolled and writhed like a living monster, connecting heaven and earth, exuding an aura of ominousness and destruction. A cruel war capable of grinding even steel to dust was about to unfold there. Wang Pengzi gulped hard, his voice trembling. "Yuan Gu is that the front line? It looks like hell has opened a mouth." As the armored train arrived at the outpost of the southwestern defense line, the heavy door opened just a crack. A potent and inescapable stench of blood mixed with the scent of scorched earth and gunpowder surged into the carriage like a tangible wave. Inside the carriage, a chorus of retching sounds erupted. Many of the arrogant young scions who considered themselves geniuses in school were clutching the walls and vomiting uncontrollably, their faces pale as paper. The knowledge from books and the data from the simulation chamber seemed utterly pale at this moment. This was the true essence of war. Wang Pengzi felt his stomach churning, but he gritted his teeth and swallowed back the bile that surged to his throat. He didn't want to embarrass himself in front of Yuan Gu. A military officer clad in heavy armor with a gruesome scar across his face strode forward with determination. His cold gaze swept over the group of novice students, showing not a hint of emotion, as if he were observing a flock of lambs awaiting slaughter. "All students, listen to my command. Your task is to clear the solitary alien beasts that break through the fire net outside the third defense line." He pointed to a relatively intact steel barrier in the distance. "That is the safe zone, the place with the lowest casualty rate. Remember, you are here to assist in defense, not to seek death. Do not act heroically, do not stray from the main force. Is that clear?" "Understood." The students responded in a scattered manner, their voices betraying an unmistakable fear. Lu Yuan led his team to a position behind a dilapidated street barricade. Around them, a few first and second-tier mutated hyenas rushed in, only to be swiftly turned into a sieve by the automatic cannons on the city wall. This place was less a battlefield and more a beginner's safe zone. "Yuan Gu, is it really starting?" Wang Pengzi, holding the standard long knife issued by the military, felt his palms sweating with anxiety. Lu Yuan glanced around at the scattered small monsters, his brow slightly furrowing. He was clearly unsatisfied. This level of experience was barely enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. "Pengzi, take this." Lu Yuan flipped his wrist as if performing magic, pulling out a giant axe the size of a door glowing with earthy yellow runes from his unremarkable canvas bag, which was actually in great space, and tossed it to Wang Pengzi. Wang Pengzi fumbled to catch it, and as soon as the giant axe was in his hands, a steady and immense force coursed through his body. "Wow, Yuan Gu, this thing feels 100 times better than the junk iron issued by the military." Lu Yuan ignored his astonishment, continuing to pull out several different styles of rune weapons, each shimmering with spiritual light, distributing them to the other team members. "These are just small gadgets, you can practice with them for now." All of these were defective products crafted by the mechanical genius Taiju in his divine kingdom using scrap materials. Yet in the outside world, each one was enough to make masters envious. "Yuan Gu is amazing. Thank you, Yuan Gu." The team members were so excited that their faces flushed, suddenly feeling a surge of security. "All right, you stay here and grind the monsters, get familiar with the weapons." Lu Yuan clapped his hands and gestured towards the vast battlefield outside the barricade. "Do not run around, these stragglers are just enough for you to warm up." After settling his team, Lu Yuan turned to find the scar-faced officer who was directing the defense. "Sir, I request to leave the team to scout the situation ahead." The scar-faced officer, busy and overwhelmed, glanced at him impatiently. "Scout? Just you alone as a support type?" He waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. "If you want to die, go ahead, but don't cause trouble here." "Thank you, sir." This was exactly what Lu Yuan wanted to hear. A barely perceptible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he flickered, vanishing from the sight of the main force before anyone. He did not pause for a moment, charging straight towards the first defense line, where the artillery fire was most concentrated and the roars were deafening. That was the true core of the meat grinder battlefield. In just a few minutes, Lu Yuan reached the edge of the frontline position. The sight before him made even him take a deep breath. Black. An endless expanse of black. The alien beast armies surged like a tide, forming a dark ocean capable of swallowing all light. They crashed against the steel defense line forged from the blood and flesh of countless soldiers, each impact accompanied by earth-shattering roars and explosions. The air was thick with despair and madness. Watching this terrifying scene as if the apocalypse had arrived, Lu Yuan felt not a shred of fear. On the contrary, every cell in his body trembled with excitement at that moment. He slowly raised his right hand, watching the frantically pulsating system panel in his view. My panel can finally soar again. On the front lines of battle, human lives are as insignificant as grass. For the Alliance. For humanity. A veteran of the Jinyuan army with his right arm severed roared as he clung to the massive leg of a third-tier iron-armored demon rhinoceros. The warrior core within him was detonated in an instant, and the violent blood energy transformed into a small mushroom cloud engulfing him and the demon rhinoceros together. Boom. Flesh and blood flew everywhere. Such suicidal attacks were happening every second on this vast battlefield. The situation had become tragically severe. Here lies the cruelest law of the high martial world. Within the meat grinder of survival, individual emotions and lives seem utterly trivial. Captain, we can hardly hold on. The Western Front has been breached. We need artillery support. We need artillery support. The communication channel was filled with desperate screams, mixed with crackling static. In this hell interwoven with blood and fire, a black figure like a bolt of lightning, not belonging to this world, suddenly cut into the most chaotic core of the battlefield. It was Lu Yuan. He did not employ any flashy martial techniques, nor did he unleash any dazzling blood energy. Facing a fourth-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf charging at him with its gaping maw, he simply threw a straight punch forward. Unadorned and returning to simplicity. Bang! A dull roar like that of a drum. The demon wolf, which could easily tear through alloy armor, was struck by Lu Yuan's fist, its entire body exploding like a watermelon hit by a high-speed train. From head to toe, including its hard bones, it burst into a cloud of blood mist. Ding! Killed a fourth-tier bloodthirsty demon wolf, gained 8,000 attribute points. Lu Yuan remained expressionless, not even glancing at the results of his kill. His figure did not stop, his left leg sweeping out like a steel whip. Whoosh! A sharp sound of slicing through the air rang out as his legs swept through, severing 7 or 8 low-tier demonized creatures in half, their entrails splattering everywhere. Ding! Strength 1,000. Ding! Constitution 5,000. Ding! Triggered 10,000-fold critical hit, spirit 1000. The system's notification sounded like a torrential rain composing the most melodious symphony of slaughter. He alone resembled an unyielding, terrifyingly efficient human meat grinder. Straight punches, whip kicks, elbow strikes, knee slams. Each movement was stripped down to its essence, yet contained the pure violence capable of splitting mountains. He did not need to aim, for wherever his gaze fell there were enemies. He did not need to defend, as the claws and fangs of those low-tier abnormal beasts could not even scratch his skin. What? What is that? Not far away, a struggling squad of the Jinyuan army, the captain's mouth agape in horror, stared at the figure leisurely walking amidst the tide of beasts. No fluctuations of blood energy. Pure physical body. What a joke. He single-handedly carved a bloody path through the tide of beasts. In everyone's sight, wherever that black figure passed, the abnormal beasts fell like wheat being cut down. He single-handedly surrounded thousands of troops in reverse. Lu Yuan was completely immersed in the ecstasy of rapidly rising attribute points. Each punch represented a leap in the numbers on his panel. Each act of slaughter made him stronger than the previous second. This abnormal, nearly bug-level speed of killing soon disrupted the balance of the battlefield. Like a calm lake surface being struck by a deep-water bomb, it finally drew the attention of high-tier abyssal demonic creatures. Roar! A terrifying roar capable of shattering the heavens suddenly echoed from the rear of the tide of beasts. The resulting shockwave was even visible to the naked eye, scattering the smoke of war. Immediately after, the ground began to tremble violently. A colossal creature over 30 meters tall, engulfed in hellfire, parted the obstructing tide of beasts and lumbered towards Lu Yuan. In its hand, it wielded a giant warhammer proportionate to its size, engulfed in blazing flames. The Inferno Demon Leader. A terrifying existence at the pinnacle of the martial sect. The Inferno Demon's crimson eyes fixed intently on the slaughtering Lu Yuan, its deep, booming roar resonating throughout the battlefield. Insignificant insect, your slaughter. The Flame Demon Commander emanated a terrifying pressure at the peak of the martial master realm, like a malevolent deity rising from hell. With each step it took, the earth trembled violently. Its massive body, over 30 meters tall, was engulfed in dark red lava. The surrounding air was severely distorted from the searing heat, emitting a pungent smell of sulfur. The alien beast blocking its path didn't even have time to dodge before being turned to ashes by the black flames spilling from its body. Its crimson eyes scanned the chaotic battlefield, locking onto Lu Yuan, who was slaughtering everything in sight. Run! It's a martial master-level flame demon. An old veteran of the Jinyuan army, missing an arm, shouted hoarsely from a nearby trench. Who brought that kid's troops? Why is he just standing there? He hasn't even activated his blood shield. Oh, does he want to die? A few bloodied warriors were jumping anxiously, wanting to rush over to rescue him, but were firmly held back by the surrounding tide of beasts. Against such a high-level commander, ordinary warriors would just be sending themselves to death, barely enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Lu Yuan twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound of cracking bones. Retreat. That word didn't exist in his dictionary. Looking at the hulking figure that resembled a moving volcano, there was no fear in Lu Yuan's eyes. Instead, they sparkled with excitement. This was no mere monster. It was clearly a supercharged gift pack of attributes. Human bug, do you find killing easy? The flame demon commander grinned, its rocky mouth opening wide, sending mental waves crashing into Lu Yuan's mind. The voice was deep and resonant, filled with condescension. It raised the gigantic lava warhammer in its hand, which was as large as a truck, flames roiling atop the hammerhead. Lu Yuan brushed off the dust from his hands, speaking casually. It's not bad, but the monster is too fragile. Ooh, not enough fun in killing. Perfect, you look pretty tough. Arrogant. The flame demon commander was utterly enraged. Its massive body leaped up, blocking out the sun. The lava warhammer, carrying temperatures capable of melting steel, created a deafening sonic boom as it smashed down towards Lu Yuan. A violent wave of air swept across, cracking the ground within 100 meters. The veterans of the Jinyuan army closed their eyes in despair. It was over. This young man was doomed. Just as the warhammer was about to strike down upon him, Lu Yuan moved. Instead of retreating, he charged forward, slightly bending his legs as he rushed towards the crushing weight above him. Taking a deep breath, the muscles in Lu Yuan's right arm bulged, straining against the fabric of his casual attire. No martial techniques, no tricks. 50 million points of strength attributes were unleashed without reservation at this moment. He didn't even bend at the waist, simply launching a straight right fist. Bang! A sound that shook the heavens, louder than heavy artillery fire. A visible white shockwave erupted from the point of contact between the two, exploding outward. There was no stalemate of equal strength and no carnage of flesh and blood. The so-called indestructible lava warhammer, one that even martial masters dared not confront heat-in, was as fragile as an overnight dried tofu in front of Lu Yuan's fist. With a crisp crack, the warhammer shattered from the middle, scattering fragments and sparks across the sky. What? The flame demon commander's crimson pupils suddenly contracted, its expression frozen in shock. But Lu Yuan's fist showed no sign of abating. Carrying immense physical energy, that punch penetrated the shattered warhammer and slammed directly into the flame demon's chest. Puff! The hardened lava armor was instantly crushed. Lu Yuan's entire right arm sank deep into the flame demon's body, scalding lava splattering out along his arm. His fingers spread wide, precisely gripping the massive, still-throbbing lava heart. In your next life, don't take so long to make your entrance. Lu Yuan sneered, tightening his grip. Bang! A muffled explosion rang out within the flame demon's body. That heart, comparable to a super engine, was crushed to pieces by his bare hand. Ding! Level up by killing the flame demon commander, gaining 300 attribute points. Critical hit triggered, luck maxed out. The system's notification sounded as melodious as celestial music. The massive body of the flame demon commander froze in place, the red light in its eyes extinguished like a candle flickering in the wind. Boom! This 30-meter-tall mobile volcano crashed to the ground like a landslide, kicking up a cloud of dust. The entire place fell silent. Whether it was the rampaging alien beasts or the struggling Jinyuan army, all were left dumbfounded. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Everyone's jaws dropped, almost hitting the ground. I can't be seeing this wrong. One punch. That was the peak martial master flame demon. Did he just punch through it? Lu Yuan withdrew his hand from the flame demon's chest cavity, shaking off the scalding lava with a look of disdain. The intense heat capable of vaporizing steel left no mark on his fair skin. He stood unharmed, casually adjusting his collar as if nothing had happened. This astonishing punch terrified the surrounding alien beasts, sending several fourth-tier bloodthirsty demon wolves whimpering, tucking their tails between their legs, losing all courage to show their teeth. However, as the area was shaken by Lu Yuan's terrifying combat power, several pairs of hidden eyes on a nearby high ground were intently watching his back. Dressed in the standard military uniforms of the Jinyuan army, their eyes lacked the steadfastness of soldiers, replaced instead with a strange fanaticism. Did you see that clearly? He didn't use spiritual power, just pure physical strength. A one-eyed man leading them spoke in a low voice, his eyes glinting with malice. This kid should be the legendary Lu Yuan from the Demon City. A tall, skinny man beside him swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Boss, this kid is a bit sinister, one punch to kill a peak martial master. Should we report this to higher? Report what nonsense? The one-eyed man slapped the back of the skinny man's head, his face twisted in rage. No matter how strong the body, he's ultimately just a brainless brute. He reached for a black array plate, exuding a strong smell of blood hanging at his waist. No matter how high his martial talent, once he falls into our 10,000 races sex kill formation, he will turn into a puddle of blood. A cruel smile crept onto the one-eyed man's lips. Notify the guardians in the other 3 directions to prepare to net him. Today I will take the head of this exceptional genius to honor the arrival of the great divine being. After slaying the flame demon commander, Lu Yuan had not yet dried the lava on his hands. Before him, the system panel suddenly trembled violently, revealing a dazzling golden notification box. Ding. Successfully defeating stronger enemies. Consecutively hidden attributes have been activated. Luck 999. Exceeded the current dimensional limit, now at maximum value. Lu Yuan was momentarily stunned. Max level luck. He rubbed his chin, casually surveying his surroundings. Can this thing be useful in this meat grinder of a battlefield? Meanwhile, on a high ground several hundred meters away, a one-eyed man stared intently at Lu Yuan's back, suddenly raising the black array disc in his hand. Array activated. Eliminate this brat, he ordered fiercely. The 3 companions beside him immediately bit their tongues, preparing to unleash their blood to activate the grand formation. But just then a strange whirlwind suddenly swept across the battlefield. The tall, skinny man had just spat out a mouthful of blood, which was blown back onto his own face, causing him to cough. Boss, the wind direction is wrong. The skinny man wiped the blood off his face, his expression flushed with embarrassment. The one-eyed man cursed in anger, ready to kick him. A fist-sized piece of flame demon bone suddenly flew over from somewhere, whistling through the air and accurately striking his wrist. Ouch! The one-eyed man screamed in pain, his fingers loosening. The invaluable array disc fell to the ground, landing precisely on a sharp rock. Crack! The array disc shattered into several pieces. The 4 cultists exchanged glances, wide-eyed. Boss, the array disc is broken. Should we still kill? One of the lackeys asked cautiously. The one-eyed man clutched his swollen wrist, furious. What the hell? I must have walked out without checking the almanac today. Everything's gone wrong. Retreat. Lu Yuan had not noticed this commotion in the distance. He flexed his ankle, preparing to take the initiative and seek his next target. A third-tier shadow leopard sprang out from the ruins to his side, opening its massive mouth to pounce on him. Lu Yuan didn't even turn his head, intending to swat it down with a casual slap. Unexpectedly, the leopard suddenly stumbled in midair, tripping over its own hind leg. Smack! It collided headfirst with Lu Yuan's arm that had just been raised. Bang! The shadow leopard's skull shattered like a watermelon, hitting the ground, its brain matter splattering everywhere. Ding! Kill. A third-tier shadow leopard, strength 3000. Critical hit triggered. Lu Yuan glanced at his elbow, then at the corpse on the ground. Is this even possible? What happened next completely refreshed the worldviews of everyone present. A herd of rampaging demon bulls charged at him, eyes red with rage, about to collide with him. Just as Lu Yuan struck a pose, the ground suddenly caved in, revealing an abandoned air raid shelter dozens of meters deep. The herd of demon bulls could not stop in time, crashing down like dumplings, turning into a pile of flesh. Ding! Terrain kill. Judgment successful. Constitution 8000. In the sky, a 5th-tier abyssal dragon discovered Lu Yuan on the ground. It let out a deafening roar, opening its massive mouth, exhaling a jet of black flame hot enough to melt steel. Watch out from above. A veteran soldier from the Jinyuan army shouted urgently from afar, his voice cracking. Lu Yuan glanced up just as he was about to jump away. Suddenly, a 12th-level convective tornado swept across the ground. The black flame breath that had just been exhaled made a 180-degree turn in midair. Whoosh! It blew back into the face of the dragon, igniting a large swath of the beast army below in flames. Awoo! The dragon was set ablaze by its own breath, smoke billowing from its body as it fell at Lu Yuan's feet, breaking its neck. Ding! Kill. A 5th-tier abyssal dragon. Spirit 200000. Several soldiers in the trench were dumbfounded, their guns dropping to the ground. Squad leader, did you see that? Did that dragon commit suicide? A young rookie rubbed his eyes, asking in a daze. The old squad leader swallowed hard, his hand holding the cigarette trembling. I saw it clearly. That wind was really damn eerie. The old squad leader took a deep breath, muttering to himself. Is this kid the son of heaven? With this kind of luck, he could step on dog poop and find gold bars. Lu Yuan strolled across the battlefield while checking the system panel. The data had gone completely insane. Attribute points surged geometrically with a long string of zeros following the numbers on the panel. Strength, constitution, spirit all soared into terrifying dimensions beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He even felt that if he sneezed now, he could flatten that little hill across from him. This max-level luck is simply more outrageous than cheating. Lu Yuan hummed a tune, kicking aside the corpse of a first-tier mud monster that was blocking his path. But the drop rate hasn't increased after killing so many high-tier monsters. Why haven't I seen any decent loot? Before he finished speaking, as he kicked aside the corpse of the ordinary beast that had been turned into mush, his toe unexpectedly hit something hard. Clink! The sound of a crisp impact echoed. Lu Yuan looked down. Amidst a puddle of foul-smelling blood, he discovered a half-buried diamond shard radiating a gentle glow. The light emanating from it subtly flowed with the aura of ancient and profound laws, clearly not an ordinary item. He bent down and picked it up casually, wiping the blood off with the Several old soldiers peered out, their eyes instantly widening. Heavens, just kicking a dead rat can kick out a treasure of this caliber. The rookie turned to the old squad leader, looking puzzled. Squad leader, what is that thing? It looks pretty shiny. The rookie scratched his helmet. The old squad leader stared intently at the glowing object in Lu Yuan's hand, his lips trembling, not even noticing as his cigarette fell and burned a hole in his pants. If I'm not mistaken, that thing can punch a hole in the sky. Lu Yuan bent down and picked up the hard object. Its surface was caked with foul-smelling viscous slime from a mud monster, slippery and repulsive. He wrinkled his nose in distaste and casually wiped it twice against the hem of his tunic. The pungent bloodstains were scraped away, revealing its true form. A palm-sized translucent gray rhombic crystal. Within its depths, miniature galaxies seemed to swirl with languid grace. A single glance made the surrounding air tremble, as if sliced by invisible infinitesimal fractures. Damn! From a nearby trench, the veteran squad leader, smoke curling lazily from his cigarette, stared dumbfounded. He didn't even flinch when the burning embers seared his lip. Both hands clutched the muddy rim of the trench with white-knuckled intensity. His bloodshot eyes bulged like twin copper bells drenched in crimson. Sergeant, what's wrong? Is that broken glass worth a fortune? A raw recruit hunched his shoulders and followed the sergeant's gaze. The old sergeant slammed a heavy palm onto the recruit's helmet, the sound sharp, his voice cracking with strained urgency. Broken glass? You're blind. That's a legendary artifact. I've seen it sketched in the military's top-tier classified catalog at Supply Command. He swallowed hard, voice dropping to a near whisper, trembling with fear of being overheard. It's a shard of the spatial severance blade. An ancient abyssal divine weapon. The one said to cleave dimensional barriers themselves. A deputy captain, one arm severed, shuffled closer, face ashen with shock. The sergeant nodded frantically, breath ragged as if he were dragging air through a rusted bellows. Yes, for centuries the military has scoured the abyssal periphery, digging 3 meters deep, tearing apart every inch, yet never found so much as a sliver. This kid kicks a corpse of a level 1 mud monster, and this just pops out. The deputy captain felt his entire worldview shatter into irreparable fragments. He glanced at his own standard-issue combat blade, its edge dulled and curled, then at the divine fragment resting in Lu Yuan's hand. What in blazes is this world coming to? Heaven itself must be spoon-feeding him, and even then not this extravagantly. Though standing at a distance, Lu Yuan, possessing spiritual awareness exceeding 100 million, had already absorbed their every word with crystalline clarity. A shard of the spatial severance blade. He raised an eyebrow, turning the fragment thoughtfully in his palm. Sounds prestigious. No wonder that mud monster dragged its feet earlier. Turns out it had a bone lodged in its gut. With casual nonchalance, he slipped the shard into the canvas satchel slung across his back. To onlookers, it appeared he'd secured the treasure close to his body. In truth, the fragment had already vanished, silently drawn into his boundless primordial divine realm within. The moment it entered the frank spatial domain, the once placid lake of spiritual fluid erupted into churning waves. The world tree's colossal root system surged upward, as though intoxicated by an unparalleled delicacy. Several thick, dark purple vines lashed out, coiled tightly around the shard, and dragged it deep into the root sanctum. Ding! Divine realm has absorbed a fragment of spatial law. Evolution underway. Lu Yuan distinctly sensed his inner realm expanding outward, by tens of thousands. His innate spatial ability sharpened in turn, smoother, swifter, lethally precise. Such esoteric max-level luck, yielding rarities like this, was simply intoxicating. Lu Yuan stretched luxuriously, his bones popping like dry beans frying in hot oil. He swept his gaze across the battlefield. The defensive line he'd just cleared now held not a single living trace of aberrant beasts. Low-tier monsters lay slaughtered to the last. High-tier ones had long since fled kilometers into the distance. Not enough. My experience bar barely budged. He stroked his chin, eyes gleaming with the avaricious glint of a landowner hoarding grain. He prepared to pivot, seeking the next dense cluster of targets. At that instant, a sudden pulse flared deep within his consciousness. His oceanic spiritual awareness instantly locked onto an exquisitely concealed, yet profoundly frigid killing intent. This intent did not emanate from mindless abyssal abominations. It belonged to human martial cultivators, and not just one. Like venomous serpents tasting the air, it coiled tightly around his back. Out of the corner of his eye, Lu Yuan flicked his gaze toward a scorched, elevated ridge 500 meters to his right. Riddled with craters and littered with mangled corpses, it appeared utterly lifeless. Yet within his spiritual radar, 4 humanoid silhouettes radiated the aura of martial sovereigns. Clear, unmistakable. They wore the standard-issue uniforms of the Jinyuan military, hearts beating with unnerving slowness, perfectly synchronized with the ambient stench of gore. These were the same heretical cultivators from the Ten Clan sect who'd shattered the Annihilation Formation disc moments before. Behind the ridge, the one-eyed man discarded the pulverized formation disc, his face as black as storm-racked ink. Boss, do we really go in, Hedon? The lanky man swallowed hard, gripping a poison-dipped alloy dagger with trembling fingers. This brat punched an infernal demon into oblivion. How long would our bodies last under one blow from him? The one-eyed man shot him a venomous glare, voiced low and serrated. Afraid of what? Even if his physique is peerless, he's just fought a string of brutal battles. His stamina must be near exhaustion. He sneered coldly, drawing 4 blood-red pills from his inner robe. Besides, we are 4 martial sovereigns. Swallow these blood-kindling pills, then form the 4 absolute sealing spirit formation, and we'll seal his vital energy shut. He distributed the pills, his eyes blazing with manic fervor. The sect master's decree is absolute, spare no cost. Bring back this boy's head. His subordinates eyed the crimson pills warily, but accepted them without hesitation. Within the Tin Clan sect, retreat meant death. Defiance offered only one desperate chance. All 4 swallowed the pills in unison, their auras surging violently. Crimson sigils bloomed across their skin, power multiplying several-fold. The one-eyed man drew his battlesword, gaze piercing through ash and ruin, to lock onto Lu Yuan below. And there Lu Yuan stood, motionless, back turned. Appearing utterly defenseless, he idly kicked aside a pebble. The one-eyed man gave a silent signal. 4 figures, blood-hued wraiths, glided low across the earth, converging from 4 cardinal directions with lethal silence. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Within the annihilation radius, all 4 erupted simultaneously, blades flashing, laced with putrid toxin, cutting off every possible escape route. Just as their blades hovered less than half a meter from Lu Yuan's back, he didn't turn, only sighed, soft and weary. I always assumed the abyssal monsters were the pinnacle of stupidity. His voice, low, clear, laced with detached amusement, carried effortlessly into each heretic's ears. Little did I expect my own kind, lurking in shadows, to surpass them in sheer staggering folly. Lu Yuan slowly turned around. He raised his gaze and saw several martial cultivators clad in the uniforms of the Jinyuan military, yet their eyes burned with fanatic fervor, locked unblinkingly upon him. 4 alloy blades laced with poison hung, suspended in midair, trembling faintly. A pang of dread shot through the one-eyed man's chest. Half a meter was but the blink of an eye to him. This youth had not only sensed their ambush in advance, he'd even dared turn his back and speak with his hands clasped behind him. Too calm. His gaze held the detached, amused disdain of a spectator watching monkeys leap and screech in a zoo. Hocuspicus. The one-eyed man snarled through clenched teeth. If stealth had failed, then open slaughter it would be. He yanked a blood-red orb from his robe and crushed it violently. A semi-transparent crimson-hued barrier snapped into existence. An inverted bowl that sealed the scorched earth within a radius of dozens of meters. The distant thunder of artillery vanished instantly. Silence descended. Unnerving, absolute. So this is how you seal the road. Lu Yuan reached out and tapped the shimmering membrane, twice as casually as testing a watermelon at the market. Not bad craftsmanship, excellent sound insulation. The lanky man swallowed hard, his knuckles whitened around the hilt of his blade. Chief, is he mocking us? Silence. The one-eyed man shot his subordinate a venomous glare before turning back to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, the peerless prodigy of the Modu War Academy. You shattered the fire demon commander with a single fist. Truly magnificent. Lu Yuan stood with both hands buried deep in his pockets, curling his lip in mild disdain. Your Wanzu cult certainly keeps excellent intelligence, even knows my name. He appraised the 4 men up and down, his expression thick with contempt. Though that Jinyuan military uniform sits ill upon you, reeking of sewer rats. At those words, the faces of all 4 heretical cultivators twisted with fury and shame. Their disguise had been pierced at a glance, every last shred of pretense stripped bare, still spouting bravado on the very brink of death. The one-eyed man sneered, his eyes blazing with unhinged zeal. What use is your formidable physique? You exhausted every ounce of strength shattering the fire demon just moments ago. He brandished his battle's word, its edge gleamed with eerie cobalt. This suppression barrier does more than muffle external perception. It stifles all spiritual energy fluctuations. This day next year will mark your funeral anniversary. Offering the flesh and blood of such a transcendent genius in sacred sacrifice, the divine sovereign shall surely bestow boundless power. Lu Yuan's, he loathed nothing more than villains who perished from excessive monologue. His ears were practically calloused. Finished reciting your lines. He dug idly at his ear. Then get on with it. I've got monsters to grind ahead. Arrogant fool. With a shared glance, the 4 blood-kindled martial saints scattered like startled crows. They moved with blinding speed, occupying the cardinal directions, while torrents of crimson chi surged from their bodies, weaving together into a pulsating unified field. 4 absolute spirit-sealing formation. Lock him down. As the quartet roared in unison, 4 serpentine chains, thick as human thighs, erupted from the cracked earth. Like vipers striking from the dark, they coiled instantly around Lu Yuan's limbs. Barbed and grotesque, the chains bit deep into his clothing. Seeing this, the lanky man burst into manic laughter. Ha ha ha. Locked tight. Chief, the brat didn't even flinch. Does he truly believe himself invulnerable? The other two lackeys exhaled in relief, crowding forward with sneering grins. What kind of peerless prodigy is this? Merely meat laid bare upon our chopping block. Quick, sever his tendons. Don't let him escape. The one-eyed man advanced step by step, blade in hand, his face contorted in cruel delight. Boy, where did that swagger vanish? This absolute spirit-sealing formation could even suppress the vital energy of a martial sovereign. Lu Yuan glanced down at the crimson chains binding him. Then his gaze lifted, slow, disinterested, to the approaching one-eyed man. He didn't even feel the urge to struggle. Suppressing vital energy. How unfortunate. He had never cultivated vital energy at all. Every digit stretching endlessly across his status panel represented pure physical attributes. A mere flex of muscle would reduce these brittle chains to glittering shards of frost. Yet he couldn't be bothered to lift a single finger. That drug you just took, it carries rather severe side effects, doesn't it? Lu Yuan asked, abruptly, tone as casual as idle chatter. The one-eyed man froze mid-step, his brows knotting into a deep vertical crease. What do you mean? Look at you. All bloodshot eyes, foreheads shadowed with decay. Lu Yuan shook his head, disgust sharpening in his eyes. Your blood is already tainted. Slaying you myself would soil my boots. The lanky man exploded in rage. Chief, stop wasting breath. Just kill him now. The one-eyed man bellowed, a guttural roar, and brought his poisoned blade down in a lethal arc toward Lu Yuan's throat. Descend into hell and repent. The blade sliced through air with a shrieking metallic wail, until at the very instant its edge grazed the surface of Lu Yuan's skin. The shadow behind Lu Yuan twisted, unnaturally, impossibly. Like a still pond struck by a boulder, it churned and swelled upward, alive, sentient, coalescing with terrifying speed. Its motion blurred beyond even a martial saint's visual tracking. What devilry is this? The one-eyed man's pupils contracted to pinpricks, icy dread surged from his soul straight to his crown. His descending blade halted midair, frozen immovable. For two fingers sheathed in black divine iron armor had appeared, calm, precise, effortless, and gripped the blade's edge. And then from the writhing darkness stepped forth a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, clad in seamless obsidian armor, silent as oblivion itself. None other than the Divine Realm bodyguard, the Azura Sword Sentinel. Beneath its glacial metal mask no trace of life remained. Only a will distilled to absolute, unrelenting slaughter. With its emergence, a crushing, suffocating pressure descended, freezing the very air. Grandmaster-level sword intent. It pressed down like an invisible 10th-centimeter mountain of ice upon the 4 martial saints' skulls. Creak, crack. The crimson chains binding Lu Yuan didn't require his effort to break. They shattered outright under the overflow of sword aura, dissolving into motes of light. The smug grins of those heretics vanished, replaced by raw, paralyzing terror and bottomless despair. GG, Grandmaster. The lanky man collapsed to his knees with a thud. Impossible. You're merely a first-year student. How could you possibly command a Grandmaster as your bodyguard? The other two lackeys dropped their weapons, trembling uncontrollably where they stood. Under that oppressive weight, even flight became unthinkable. The one-eyed man strained to wrench his blade free, but those two armored fingers held fast, unyielding as forged steel. Staring up at the black-armored harbinger of death, his teeth chattered violently. A mistake. He forced the words past a throat choked with sweat, his uniform plastered cold and damp against his spine. Lu Yuan stood calmly behind the sword sentinel, brushing dust from his sleeve with languid indifference. He didn't deign to grant the 4 clowns even a glance. Jianyi, these pests are too loud. Silence them. Lu Yuan yawned, then pointed lazily toward the paralyzed lanky man. But leave him intact. I have questions. The Azura Sword Sentinel knelt on one knee, its voice grated like grinding iron. As you command, my lord. Which limb shall I sever first? A bright metallic note rang out. There was no earth-shattering sword chi, no blinding showers of blood and light. The Shiluo Jianwei simply drew forth the jet-black greatsword on his back and made a single effortless slash toward the front. A hair-thin black line sliced silently through the air. The one-eyed man brandished his blade. The terror that had frozen his features had not even had time to fully bloom. A breeze stirred. He disintegrated as if he had been built of sand, grain by grain. The 2 corrupt cultivators beside him vanished the same instant, each reduced to 3 plumes of ash drifting away on the wind. Not a drop of blood remained. The gaunt tall man dropped to his knees, his crotch was already soaked, yellowish-white fluid seeping across the ground. He watched his comrades evaporate and made a choking, clattering sound in his throat. My lord, have mercy. He pounded his head on the scorched earth until each impact rang. They'll tell you everything. They'll confess the leader's plans. Lu Yuan plucked at his ear without so much as glancing at him. No need for such fuss. A vast mental force sharp as steel needles pierced brutally into the tall man's brain. 2 seconds later, Lu Yuan withdrew his mental pressure with an air of disdain. His head's full of messianic slogans about gods descending. He doesn't even know where the main altar is. A complete waste. Lu Yuan snapped his fingers. The Shiluo Jianwei clapped his palm, and the tall man didn't even manage a scream before exploding into a sanguine mist. Go back and stay there. Lu Yuan waved his hand. The Jianwei melted into shadow, and flowed back beneath his feet. He stomped and crushed the remaining array plate on the ground. The dark red shielding barrier burst like a soap bubble. The sounds of artillery and slaughter outside rushed back into his ears. Lu Yuan stretched, preparing to return to the front to earn his essence points. At that moment, a tremendous roar split the air, an explosion from the heart of the southwest defensive line. The blast was so fierce the earth bucked, as if someone had kicked a great ball, tossing countless low-grade aberrant beasts engaged in battle into the sky. Lu Yuan steadied himself and looked up. On the horizon, the great abyssal rift that had seemed stable now hung like a rag torn apart. The breach widened tenfold in an instant. Dark, purple miasma from the abyss surged down like a tidal wave. Then 3 torrents of pressure, each beyond comprehension, thundered forth through the rift. Boom, boom, boom. 3 colossal black shapes like mountains sheared through the barrier of space and slammed down onto the center of the battlefield. One was an apocalyptic demon ape with 8 thick arms and a body bristling with bony spikes. Another was a twin-headed abyssal jiao winged on its back and exhaling a poisonous green vapor from its mouths. The third was a skeletal necromancer draped in black robes wielding a titanic scythe. Even a faint trace of any one of these creatures outmatched the earlier flame demon commander by 100-fold. They exceeded the rank of martial god. These were true abyssal overlords. Retreat. The entire army pulled back at once. Came the ragged split roar of Commander Long Qianshan over the command channel. This is not something human forces can stop. Abandon the first and second lines. Fall back into the main city. The battlefield devolved into chaos in an instant. The human artillery that once filled them with pride barely even tickled these monsters. The 8-armed demon ape casually swept a limb, and hundreds of Jinyuan army elites flew like kites, with cut strings, bones snapping and sinews tearing. Despair spread across the southwest defenses like a plague. No one is permitted to retreat. At this tipping point of rout and ruin, an ancient resonant bellow detonated at the foremost edge of the battlefield. An old general, hair snow-white and armor tattered, planted himself like a nail at the rear of the withdrawing ranks, gripping a bright silver spear named Long Dan like a stake. He was one of humanity's supreme commanders, hailed as a war god, General Huotsubing. Blood stained him from head to foot. His left eye was swollen shut. Yet his spine stood so straight it seemed capable of supporting the very heavens. I, Huotsubing, stand here. Who dares order a retreat? The old general's tiger-like eyes flared as his spear tip pointed at the 3 imperious overlords. You would slaughter my sons. First step over my corpse. The 8-armed ape lowered its massive head and peered at Huotsubing as one looks at an ant. A feeble blood-drained human insect dares block the abyss steps, it rumbled in contempt. Then we shall grant you your end. The demon ape raised a gigantic bony arm, the air screaming with the sound of an oncoming shockwave as it smashed down. Ignite the blood. Break the formation. Huotsubing roared, burning the last of his martial god essence without hesitation. He became a blinding silver streak, charging into the oncoming hand. Clang. The deafening clash of metal rang through the skies. The silver spear held fast against the demon ape's bony limbs, sparks showering, but 2 fists could not match 4 arms, and these were no ordinary foes, but abyssal overlords beyond. Beside them, the twin-headed Jiao sneered and spat a gout of sickly green venom. Sizzle. The poison instantly corroded Huotsubing's protective aura. The old general's face drained of color as he coughed up a mouthful of blood and fell like a meteor toward the earth. General. Old general. Those Jinyuan soldiers in retreat turned and watched, eyes reddening as they screamed in heartrending anguish. Many veteran fighters wheeled about, drawing blades, determined to rush back and perish beside their commander. Huotsubing knelt on one knee in the crater, using his bent spear to support his body. Blood dripped from his armor. His life flame was but a guttering candle ready to be extinguished. Don't come. Go quickly. The old general rasped through blood, waving his hand with his final strength toward the soldiers behind him. Several kilometers away atop a ruined outcrop, Lu Yuan watched the scene in silence, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. The old man has some backbone, he murmured, stroking his chin as his gaze returned to the 3 domineering overlords. A fanatical curve crept across his lips. Monsters beyond martial god. If I dismantle them all, won't my power attributes ascend directly to the heavens? With a flip of his wrist, a wide black robe materialized and draped itself across him. A bronze Shiluan mask exuding ancient murderous intent slowly closed over his face. War Titan activated. Beside the distant crater, the skeletal necromancer chuckled and hoisted its colossal bone scythe, hundreds of meters long, its blade wreathed in ghostly, stubborn bone dye. The scythe tore the void and, bearing the shadow of death, came down in a devastating arc toward Huotsubing's neck. The gust whipped the old general's white hair into a furious dance. Huotsubing did not close his eyes. He stared up at the descending blade with nothing but unwillingness. The human race must not be shamed. When the razor edge was less than half an inch from his throat, and all had fallen into a funeral hush. The space before Huotsubing warped as if a curtain had been torn open by an unseen hand. A towering figure in a black robe and bronze mask stepped abruptly from the rent in the void. He did not even glance at the scythe that was about to strike. He casually raised his right hand and spread his fingers. Clang! A metallic symphony tore through the air sharp enough to pierce every eardrum. The enormous bone scythe, the very instrument of an over-martial god strike, was caught midair by that black-gloved hand and frozen, as if anchored to nothing. It could not move. Even the ghost fire that burned along its edge was snuffed by the sheer terrifying force of that physical grip. Silence fell over the field. Everyone, wailing soldiers and snarling overlords alike, stood dumbstruck. The man in black tilted his head slightly and glanced at the prostrate Huotsubing. A young voice laced with jest came from beneath the mask. Old man, security in this rear area is really lax. Does your army issue commendation banners? The crisp sound of metal clashing echoed through the battlefield's communication device, clearly relaying back to the highest command center of the Southwest Front. The entire hall was enveloped in a deathly silence. Even the sound of breathing had ceased. On the large screen, a figure draped in a black cloak and wearing a bronze mask was gripping a massive bone scythe capable of cleaving mountains with one hand. This scene became a breathless tableau. Clatter! A tactical tablet in the hands of a senior officer fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. That is. Long Qianshan stared intently at the screen, his pupils contracting sharply as he pressed both hands onto the command platform. The heavy alloy surface was marked by 2 clear impressions of his palms due to his excessive force. The War Titan! Long Qianshan exclaimed in shock, his voice cracking. The command center erupted into chaos. It really is him. The same as the mysterious powerhouse from Magic City who annihilated the A-class demon. How could he appear on the Southwest Front? Magic City is thousands of kilometers away. A spatial adept. It must be a hidden spatial adept among humanity. High-ranking military officials trembled with excitement, their eyes instantly reddening. They originally thought General Huo was doomed, and the human front was on the verge of collapse. Who would have imagined that from the abyss of despair a divine weapon would descend? At the center of the battlefield, beside a gaping pit filled with devastation, Huotsubing knelt on one knee, propping his shattered body with the gun barrel. He gasped for breath, blood obscure. Looking at the not-so-tall figure standing in front of him, the old general was taken aback. Who are you? Just passing by to buy some soy sauce. From beneath the mask, Lu Yuan's casual and lazy voice emerged. I also came to collect some interest. The skeletal bone demon finally regained its senses. Its ghostly fire flickered violently in its eye sockets as its hands grasped the scythe's handle, desperately pulling back. Creak, creak. The sound of bones grinding was ear-piercing. It couldn't pull it free. No matter how hard it tried, the bone scythe remained unmoving, as if cemented in steel. Wretched insect. Let go. The bone demon roared in frustration, opening its skeletal mouth wide to spew forth a thick miasma of death. What a foul stench! How many years has it been since you brushed your teeth? Lu Yuan disdainfully tilted his head. He exerted force with his 5 fingers. Crack! Accompanied by a sound that would make anyone's teeth ache, the top-tier artifact crafted from the spine of an abyssal dragon was directly crushed into a shower of bone dust by his bare hands. The bone demon was struck by the backlash of the artifact, letting out a muffled groan as its massive body stumbled back several steps. Roar! The nearby 8-armed demon ape and abyssal 2-headed flood dragon finally reacted. Although they were not highly intelligent, they recognized that this sudden human was not to be trifled with. Let's go all out. Tear him apart. The 8-armed demon ape pounded its chest, emitting an earth-shattering roar. Its 8 massive arms simultaneously radiated blinding bloodlight, with terrifying abyssal laws swirling around them, resembling 8 towering pillars. The 2-headed flood dragon was equally unyielding. Its 2 gigantic heads spewed forth icy frost and corrosive poison. The 3 overlords transcending the martial god realm were fully engaged. They sealed off all escape routes for Lu Yuan, vowing to grind this human into paste. A raging energy storm whipped up so violently that Huotsubing could barely open his eyes. Senior, be careful. Do not confront them, Hedon. The old general shouted anxiously, his heart racing. This was a combined strike from 3 great overlords. Even if a true god came, they would likely have to avoid the brunt of the attack. However, Lu Yuan not only did not dodge, but emitted an extremely excited snort from his throat. Come on. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes. Boom. The scorched earth within 100 meters collapsed, instantly forming a massive meteorite crater. Utilizing this reactive force, Lu Yuan transformed into a bolt of black lightning, not retreating, but advancing, crashing straight into the charging 8-armed. He did not utilize any defensive shields. He also did not employ any flashy martial skills. He simply drew back his right arm, taut as a world-class bow, with 50 million points of strength attributes wildly compressing and boiling within his muscle fibers. Die for me. The 8-armed demon ape roared, its 8 massive fists raining down upon Lu Yuan like a storm. Lu Yuan neither dodged nor avoided, meeting the torrent of fists. Boom! What kind of punch was this? No one could describe the scene at that moment, when Lu Yuan's fist, clad in a black glove, collided with the central fist of the demon ape. Time seemed to freeze for an instant. Then the demon ape's arm, thicker than a building, shattered like a fragile piece of dry noodle. From the finger bones, wrist, forearm, elbow to shoulder, each segment exploded. The overwhelming physical energy directly ignored the abyssal laws that the demon ape prided itself on. Lu Yuan's fist, still carrying momentum, smashed down onto the demon ape's colossal head. It sounded like a 10th Santon hammer smashing a ripe watermelon. Red and white brain matter mixed with black abyssal blood erupted into the sky, like a torrential rain subsequently pouring down onto the scorched earth. The demon ape didn't even have time to scream in agony. Its massive body, now headless, stood stiff for 2 full seconds before crashing down, stirring up a cloud of dust. Ding! You have achieved an over-level kill on the Abyssal Overlord. You have gained 5 million attribute points, triggering max level luck, gaining 1000 origin points. The system's prompt echoed cheerfully in Lu Yuan's mind. The entire area fell into silence. Whether they were flying in the sky or running on the ground, all the otherworldly beasts seemed as if someone had grabbed them by the throat, unable to make a sound. In the military command center, a group of old men whose ages summed to hundreds gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets at the screen. One punch. He used just one punch to smash the head of a great overlord. What kind of absurd violent aesthetics is this? The two-headed flood dragon and the bone demon, who had been charging halfway, abruptly hit the brakes. They gazed at the headless corpse of the demon ape on the ground, the murderous intent in their eyes evaporating in an instant, replaced by undeniable terror. Run! The two abyssal overlords were left with only this thought in their minds. They didn't even dare look back, turning to tear through space and escape back to the abyss. Now that you're here, why rush to leave? Lu Yuan shook the blood off his fist, his light voice ringing behind them. Centering around his leg, the void ahead collapsed into a pitch-black fissure over a kilometer long. This pure mass capable of annihilating heaven and earth struck. With a swift turn, he executed a whip kick. Buzz! There was no sound of breaking air. Because Lu Yuan's kick had already surpassed the speed of sound, even exceeding the threshold of this space's tolerance. Centering around his leg, the void ahead collapsed into a pitch-black fissure over a kilometer long. This pure mass capable of annihilating heaven and earth struck the recently turned two-headed flood dragon at its waist. Bang! The side of the two-headed flood dragon, covered in ancient dragon scales and said to be defenseless, couldn't withstand even a second upon contact with Lu Yuan's kick. The hard scales turned to dust, and its sturdy bones instantly shattered. Accompanied by a scream of utmost agony, the lower half of the two-headed flood dragon exploded into a brilliant mist of blood. Only the upper half of its body remained, dragging a mass of colorful intestines and entrails, rolling and howling in pain on the ground. Ding! Severely injuring the abyssal overlord, you have gained 2 million attribute points. In less than 10 seconds, 3 once mighty overlords saw one dead and one severely injured. The remaining skeletal bone demon was utterly terrified. It frantically waved its half-broken scythe, trying to tear open a gap to escape back to the abyss. You? Don't come over. The bone demon's voice trembled, devoid of the arrogance it had just displayed. Lu Yuan retracted his leg, brushed off the dust from his pants, and leisurely, don't be nervous. Beneath the bronze mask, Lu Yuan's mouth curled into a benign smile. I have a good temper, usually just using my fists to reason things out. Madman, you are not human at all. The jaw of the undead bone demon trembled violently, letting out a wind-whistling scream. It no longer cared about the dignity of the abyssal lord. It used the half-bone scythe in its hand as a hidden weapon, smashing it fiercely towards Lu Yuan. Then it recklessly ignited its original soul fire. With a tearing sound, the bone demon forcefully ripped a crack in the void and tumbled back into the abyss, running faster than a rabbit. Lu Yuan tilted his head to avoid the flying half-bone scythe. He didn't chase after it, finding it cumbersome. He looked down at the two-headed Zhao that was still struggling for survival. That creature dragged its half-dismembered body, its remaining head hissing out its tongue, attempting to beg for mercy. Noisy. Lu Yuan raised his right foot and casually stomped down. With a sound of puff, the massive head of the Zhao instantly deflated, green brain matter splattering across the ground mixed with dirt. In just a few seconds, of the 3 abyssal overlords that had plunged humanity into despair, 2 were dead and 1 fled. The entire southwestern defense line fell into an eerie silence. The wind blew across the scorched earth, leaving only the sound of lingering gunpowder. In the next moment, we won. We survived. It was unclear who shouted first, the voice carrying a sob of survival after calamity. Immediately after, a roaring cheer erupted, echoing through the sky like a volcanic eruption. Titan, War Titan. Countless bloodied soldiers of the Jinyuan army tossed aside their broken weapon. They embraced and wept fervently, shouting the code name. Lu Yuan dug at his ears, utterly uninterested in the deafening cheers. He turned around and strode towards the ruins where a deep pit had been created. General Hua Xiubing still maintained a kneeling posture on one knee. His silver armor was shattered and his white hair was stained with blood. His chest rose and fell violently, each breath bringing forth a large amount of blood foam. His vital energy had been exhausted, and the flame of life was about to extinguish. Looking at the bronze-masked figure before him, the old general struggled to lift the corners of his mouth. Thank you, esteemed guest, for your rescue. He wanted to clasp his hands in greeting, but lacked the strength to lift his arms. Don't speak, you're leaking. Lu Yuan squatted down, observing the old man's pitiful state, and clicked his tongue. 17 bones are broken and half of your internal organs are shattered. You have quite a strong life force. He flipped his wrist. Using the cover of his black robe, he retrieved a small piece of 9-leaf sword grass root covered in spiritual liquid from the Divine Kingdom space. He then casually kneaded it into a grayish little pill. Lu Yuan pried open Huiqubing's jaw and rudely stuffed the pill inside. Cough cough. Senior, what did you give me to eat? Huiqubing choked a bit, his eyes widening. Don't ask, just swallow it. Lu Yuan brushed the dust off his hands. As soon as he finished speaking, a miracle occurred. A vast vitality erupted within Huiqubing's body. The gray pill transformed into an essence of pure life, frantically repairing his shattered meridians. Visible to the naked eye, the deep wounds on the old general began to scab. The originally exhausted vital energy surged like a dry riverbed welcoming a torrential rain. It flowed violently, even more vigorous than before his injury. Huiqubing was stunned. He had lived for over 100 years and had never seen such an outrageous divine medicine. Even the top-tier Scrade recovery potions in the Alliance's pharmacy could not achieve such a miraculous effect. This kind of treasure that defies the natural order is far too precious. The old general trembled with excitement, suddenly standing up. He even felt a slight loosening in his long-stagnant warrior realm. All right, no need to be polite, consider it my treat. Lu Yuan brushed the dirt off his robe, straightening his posture. The high-level monsters at the front line were cleared, and he needed to quickly find another place to continue gathering attributes. I will never forget your great kindness, Senior. Huiqubing lifted his tattered battle robe, kneeling on one knee, and performed the most solemn military salute. May I ask for your esteemed name, Senior? The Jinyuan army will surely repay you generously in the future. Lu Yuan waved his hand, not even turning back. Just passing by, don't look for me. After saying this, the space behind him rippled. As the black robe fluttered, Lu Yuan turned into a blurry afterimage, instantly disappearing from the ravaged battlefield, leaving not a trace. Only Huiqubing was left, raising his hands, staring blankly at the air. Meanwhile, within the highest command post of the southwestern defense line, the atmosphere had reached a boiling point. The large screen repeatedly played the scenes of Lu Yuan smashing the demon ape with a punch and shattering the two-headed Zhao with a kick. So strong. This is simply a dimensional strike. A senior advisor, flushed with excitement, slammed the table loudly. Not only did he save General Hua, but he single-handedly flattened the front line. Long Qinshan stood at the command platform, his hands clenched into fists, his eyes moist. He took a deep breath, suppressing the overwhelming joy in his heart. Relay my orders. Long Qinshan turned sharply, his gaze piercing through all the military high-ranking officials present. The southwestern crisis is resolved. Immediately organize a counterattack to eradicate the remaining beast tide. Yes, everyone shouted in unison, their morale soaring. And there's one more important thing. Long Qianshan's expression grew extremely serious, his tone resolute. The War Titan Senior is undoubtedly the guardian deity of our human race. He slammed his hand on the tactical map. Initiate the highest level red search order. At all costs, no matter the method, we must uncover the true identity of the Titan Senior. A lieutenant general next to him hesitated for a moment. Commander, it seems the Titan Senior intends to hide his identity. If we make a big show of searching, could it anger him? What the hell do you know? Long Qinshan glared at him. If such a powerful being is targeted first by the myriad tribes or those parasites within the alliance, the consequences would be unimaginable. We must find him before everyone else, using all military resources to befriend and protect him. Just as the high-ranking officials were passionately preparing to issue the order, the heavy metal door of the command post was suddenly rudely burst open from the outside. A senior military officer from the intelligence department rushed in, covered in sweat. He tightly clutched a blood-stained piece of a black array disc. Report, Commander. Something big has happened. The intelligence officer was panting heavily, his voice trembling. Long Qinshan frowned. What's the hurry? The beast tide has been repelled. What could possibly be so catastrophic? We intercepted this damaged communicator at the edge of the battlefield where the Titan Senior killed the cultists. Long Qinshan took the remains and we intercepted this damaged communicator at the edge of the battlefield where the Titan Senior killed the cultists. Long Qinshan took the remains and glanced at it. This is the highly confidential communication frequency of the myriad tribes. Yes. The intelligence officer's face turned pale, lowering his voice as if fearing eavesdroppers. The tech department has just decrypted a residual encrypted message inside. He took a deep breath, gnashing his teeth as he spoke. This is a detailed defense map of the southwestern front, and the coordinates of the receiving party are in the demon capital. Long Qianshan's pupils constricted sharply. Who in the demon capital? The high-ranking officials of the alliance, the Yi family from the capital, Yixingchen. The intelligence officer's voice echoed in the hall, carrying a chilling coldness. Long Qianshan's hand gripping the array disc suddenly bulged with veins. The alloy shell was forcefully crushed, creating several cracks. He looked at the battlefield scenes still replaying on the screen, laughing in anger. Well, we're fighting for our lives on the front line while these parasitic aristocrats are selling out the country from behind. The news of the great victory at the front line spread across the entire southwestern defense line like wings. The previously oppressive atmosphere was swept away, replaced by a celebration of Lu Yuan completed his mission and quietly took off his black robe and mask. He tossed them into the frayed space and changed back into a dusty casual outfit, blending back into the student crowd. At this moment, Wang Fadi was surrounded by several team members, all looking at him with admiration. Yuan Go, where did you run off to just now? We were all scared to death. The commotion at the front line was too loud. I heard a High Lord was involved and was smashed by a mysterious expert. Lu Yuan yawned, casually brushing them off. Well, there were too many people earlier, so I found a pit to hide and took a nap. What mysterious expert? I didn't see anyone. Wang Fadi looked at him with disbelief, but dared not ask further. He knew that his brother's secrets ran deeper than the abyssal rift. Just as the students finished counting heads and prepared to board the train back, suddenly a series of urgent engine roars echoed from the sky in the distance. Vroom, vroom, vroom. A dozen armed hover vehicles adorned with the Alliance law enforcement badge came roaring in formation. They arrogantly landed in the center of the Academy's temporary camp, kicking up clouds of dust. What's going on? Why is the law enforcement team here? Judging by their stance, they don't seem friendly. The students murmured, looking bewildered. The vehicle doors swung open with a whoosh. A burly middle-aged man with a cold, iron-like face strode down. He wore a specially made black trench coat and bore a sword badge symbolizing iron blood on his chest. It was none other than Captain Lei of the military's law enforcement department, known for his strictness and lack of favoritism. Lei. Captain Lei. Why did he personally come to the front line? Recognizing this fearsome figure, some members of noble households felt their legs turn to jelly. This man was notorious for publicly executing even the sons of a lion. Captain Lei's cold gaze swept across all the students present like a hawk. He spared no time on idle chatter and walked straight up to the student council president Yi Xingchen. At that moment, Yi Xingchen was surrounded by a group of sycophants basking in their attention. When he saw Captain Lei approaching, he was momentarily taken aback, but quickly donned a flattering smile. Uncle Lei, what brings you here? Are you here to comfort us? As he spoke, he moved forward to ingratiate himself. Snap. In response, he was met with a pair of cold handcuffs. Captain Lei's expression remained unchanged as he firmly grasped Yi Xingchen's wrist and twisted it forcefully. The special alloy spirit-locking cuffs designed to suppress a warrior's vitality were tightly locked onto him. The crowd erupted. Yi Xingchen's smile froze instantly, transforming into a look of disbelief and fury. Captain Lei, what are you doing? Are you out of your mind? He struggled frantically, but the spirit-locking cuffs suppressed his vitality so thoroughly that he couldn't muster any strength. I am the legitimate heir of the Yi family. You dare to cuff me? Yi family. Captain Lei sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. Don't think that even if the King of Heaven himself came today, he could save you. He pulled out an arrest warrant stamped with the Alliance's highest red seal and slapped it directly onto Yi Xingchen's face. Yi Xingchen, you are suspected of colluding with the 10,000 Races cult and betraying the Alliance's military secrets, leading to the sacrifice of tens of thousands of soldiers on the southwestern front. The evidence is irrefutable and your crimes are unforgivable. Come with us. I didn't. You're slandering me. Yi Xingchen's face turned pale as he screamed in denial. This is a smear. A frame-up. A frame-up. Captain Lei took an evidence bag from one of the law enforcement team members. Inside was a spatial ring found among the ashes of the one-eyed man crushed by the Shura Sword Guardian. We discovered this from the belongings of the 10,000 Races cult's enforcer. Captain Lei projected the contents of the ring into the air using a tactical tablet. Clear encrypted communication screenshots, frontline defensive maps stamped with the Yi family's private seal, and records of large star coin transactions. Irrefutable evidence. Yi Xingchen looked at the intelligence he had personally sent out, his mind going blank, as if all his strength had been drained from his body. He collapsed to the ground, his lips trembling, unable to utter a coherent word. No, it wasn't me. I didn't. The surrounding students, after a brief shock, erupted in a storm of anger. Traitor, scum of humanity, so it's you. You've caused the deaths of so many soldiers. Several hot-headed students charged forward, and had they not been stopped by the law enforcement officers, they might have beaten Yi Xingchen to death on the spot. Captain Lei waved his hand. Take him away. Two law enforcement officers hoisted the limp Yi Xingchen, dragging him like a dead dog and stuffing him into the hover vehicle. Watching Yi Xingchen being dragged away like a dead dog, Lu Yuan stood in a corner of the crowd, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. This was certainly no coincidence. Both the damaged communicator and the evidence in the spatial ring that just happened to remain undestroyed were all part of his previous mental control, compelling the evil cultivators to voluntarily leave them behind. What he wanted was not merely Yi Xingchen's life. He aimed to uproot the Yi family, a malignant tumor entrenched in the Alliance's upper echelons, exposing them completely to the light of day and subjecting them to the judgment of all. Yuan Ge, did you do this? Wang Fadi approached, lowering his voice, his face filled with adoration. Though he didn't know the specifics, his intuition told him that this matter was definitely related to Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan dusted off his hands, acting as if nothing had happened, and turned to walk towards the returning train. What do you mean I did it? I don't know anything. He paused, his voice low but carrying a chilling coldness. I just think that if you do something wrong, you should pay the price. don't you think? Bang! The exquisite blue and white porcelain teacup was smashed onto the ground, shards scattering throughout the room. In the conference hall of the Yi family manor in the capital, the atmosphere was so oppressive it was suffocating. Yi Tianan, the head of the Yi family, had bloodshot eyes resembling a wolf driven to the edge of a cliff, his chest heaving violently. Waste! What are you all doing? The news from the front lines was like a death warrant firmly affixed to the Yi family's door. Eldest grandson Yi Xingchen was publicly shackled with soul-locking cuffs by the military enforcement team led by Lei Zhan. The charge was treason for colluding with the Wan clan cult. Head of the family, please calm down. You know how hot-headed Lei Zhan is, he won't listen to reason. If the charge of treason goes to the highest court according to the alliance's laws, our Yi family will face extermination. The butler knelt on the ground, trembling like a sieve. Shut up. I'm not dead yet. Yi Tianan kicked over the mahogany tea table in front of him. He loosened his tie, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Prepare the car. We are going to the manor of Deputy Speaker Sikong. As long as the sky hasn't fallen, I will push back against this. Half an hour later. Prepare the car. We are going to the manor of Deputy Speaker Sikong. As long as the sky hasn't fallen, I will push back against this. Half an hour. Sikong Jin, dressed in a silk bathrobe, lounged in a large leather chair, leisurely fiddling with two high-grade beast crystal cores. He looked at Yi Tianan, who stood hunched over and drenched in sweat at the desk, raising an eyebrow slightly. Brother Yi visiting late at night without a greeting is rather impolite, isn't it? Sikong Jin's voice was calm and measured with a hint of official tone. Yi Tianan, not bothering with pleasantries, directly handed over a nameless supreme black card with both hands. Honorable Speaker, this child Xingchen has grown up under your watch. You must help him. Sikong Jin glanced at the black card, but did not take it. Lei Zhan personally captured him. The evidence is as solid as a rock. This muddy water is not easy to wade through. Yi Tianan gritted his teeth. He knew that this old fox wouldn't act unless he saw the rabbit. He simply pulled out a thick document from his pocket and pressed it down under the black. This is the 100 controlling contract for the large spirit crystal mine in the East Sea, fully transferred to your name. Looking at the seal on the contract, Sikong Jin finally stopped fiddling with the walnut. Yi Tianan fixed his gaze on Sikong Jin's eyes, lowering his voice. Honorable Speaker, the Yi family has been your black glove for years. We have no merits, but surely some hard work. If the Yi family falls those shady accounts you have down south, I fear Lei Zhan, being inflexible, will eventually expose them. This statement was both a plea and a threat. The air in the study dropped to freezing point. Sikong Jin stared intently at Yi Tianan, and after a long pause he suddenly smiled. The Yi family, this cash cow indeed cannot fall. His proposed plan of compromise with the Abyss still required substantial funding from the Yi family to pave the way. Sikong Jin picked up the documents on the desk and casually tossed them into the drawer. Then he pressed the red confidential hotline on the table. Connect me to the enforcement team, find Lei Zhan. The phone beeped twice and was quickly connected. Deputy Speaker, what is your command? Lei Zhan's gruff voice came through the speaker, carrying a hint of gunpowder. Sikong Jin switched to a serious and authoritative tone. Captain Lei, I've heard about Yi Xingchen's case. The young man lacks experience on the front lines, losing the deployment map at most counts as negligence. How can he be casually accused of treason? On the other end of the line, Lei Zhan slammed. Deputy Speaker, the evidence is conclusive. That spatial ring contained all his transaction records with the Wan clan cult. Sikong Jin scoffed, interrupting him. In the chaos of the battlefield, it's not impossible to fabricate evidence to frame a colleague right. You. Lei Zhan was speechless with anger. Lei Zhan, what the alliance needs now is stability, not internal purges. Sikong Jin's tone suddenly turned cold, carrying an oppressive air. I do not wish to see baseless accusations against meritocratic families. Before handing the evidence to the highest court, it would be best to recheck its safety and authenticity. Do you understand what I mean? After saying this, without waiting for Lei Zhan's response, Sikong Jin hung up the phone directly. He lifted the teacup on the table and gestured to Yi Tianan. Brother Yi, go back and wait for good news. The War Academy in the Magic City was deep in the night. Lu Yuan had just finished showering and walked out of the bathroom, drying his damp hair. On the desk by the window in the dormitory, an alluring figure had appeared at some point. Mu Rong Yao, dressed in a tight-fitting black outfit, was casually tossing a dark silver dagger, her long legs crossed. Senior, sneaking into the boys' dormitory in the middle of the night, be careful not to get a needle in your eye. Lu Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, casually opening a can of ice-cold cola with a hit. Mu Rong Yao rolled her eyes and sheathed the dagger back into the scabbard on her thigh. Little heartless one, I risked my neck to bring you top-secret information. The Yi family has made a move seeking out that old fox Sikong Jin. Lu Yuan took a sip of cola, raising an eyebrow. With Lei Zhan's tough character, can he swallow this? Mu Rong Yao sighed, appearing somewhat helpless as she shrugged. The higher the rank, the more pressure it brings. Moreover, Sikong Jin is the deputy speaker. She lowered her voice, her expression serious. Half an hour ago, the Shadow Pavilion intercepted a mess. The transport vehicle carrying core evidence encountered an unexpected fire on the way. No one was hurt, but the spatial ring containing the communication records and deployment map was burnt to ashes. Lu Yuan paused, slightly gripping the cola can. Mu Rong Yao looked at him with a tone of reluctance. Without the core evidence, the highest court cannot convict him of. At most, it would just count as a work mistake resulting in a few months of confinement. The Yi family might just throw some money to smooth things over, and by tomorrow night, that little bastard will swagger out of. This time he's lucky someone is protecting him from above. Oh, is that so? Lu Yuan's tone was flat, as if discussing what to have for breakfast tomorrow. However, the aluminum can of cola in his hand suddenly emitted a sharp, twisting sound. Crack. The entire can of cola was crushed into a metal disc by his The cold liquid had not even dripped down before it was instantly evaporated into wisps of white mist by the terrifying killing intent radiating from him. Mu Rongyao heart trembled violently. She had never felt such a chilling aura from this junior. Even when facing an shrank anomaly, his gaze had never been this cold. Since the Alliance's legal system cannot judge them, then so be it. Lu Yuan pulled out a tissue, leisurely wiping the moisture from his fingertips. Mu Rongyao was stunned, her face filled with disbelief. Let it go. This doesn't seem like your style of seeking revenge for the slightest grievance. Right, let it go. Lu Yuan stood up and walked to the wardrobe. He yanked the door open wide. In the depths of the wardrobe hung a large, heavy black robe. Next to the hood of the robe lay an ancient bronze Azura mask exuding a chilling aura. Lu Yuan reached out, pulled the black robe down, and expertly draped it over his shoulders. The wide brim of the hood fell down, covering most of his face, leaving only his sharply defined jaw visible. He picked up the Azura mask, his fingertips gently tracing the chilly patterns on it. The living require evidence and must follow procedures, but the dead do not need such things. Mu Rongyao watched as Lu Yuan's aura instantly transformed into that of a hellish Azura, her heartbeat inexplicably skipping a beat. She swallowed hard. What are you planning to do tonight? Lu Yuan slowly brought the mask to his face. Going to the prison. In my way, sending him to hell. The highest security prison of the Alliance. Located 3 levels underground in a special cell. This place holds the most heinous martial law offenders with walls constructed from explosion-proof superalloy. At this moment, Yi Xingchen reclined on a genuine leather sofa like a lord. In front of him was a small square table upon which lay freshly grilled M9 beef and half a bottle of precious red wine that had been aerated. Although he still wore heavy spirit-locking handcuffs, this did not diminish his enthusiasm for cutting the steak. Young master, are you satisfied with the doneness of the steak? A chubby prison guard stood outside the door, nodding and bowing with a smile through the iron bars. This was arranged with a hefty sum of money from the Yi family. It's passable, but there's too little black pepper. Yi Xingchen forked a piece of beef into his mouth, mumbling in dissatisfaction. In this wretched place, I truly don't wish to stay a moment longer. The chubby guard quickly rubbed his hands together and leaned in closer. You have been wrong. I just received confirmation from above the core evidence was accidentally destroyed on the way. Tomorrow morning, the special pardon order from Vice Chairman Seekong will be issued, and you will be able to leave in style. Hearing this, a flicker of uncontrollable joy flashed in Yi Xingchen. He raised his goblet, shaking it with pride. That blockhead Lei Zhan still thinks he can catch me. He should take a good look at himself. In the face of absolute power and backing, what is his sense of justice worth? Indeed, the Yi family has deep roots. They are not something they can touch. The chubby guard nodded repeatedly, his flattery echoing loudly. Yi Xingchen snorted coldly and downed the red wine in his glass. And that Lu Yuan, that mud-legged fool who doesn't know it. Once I get out, the first thing I will do is kill him. I want him to know that commoners can only be trampled underfoot by our noble families for a lifetime. All right, you can leave now. Come back to fetch me tomorrow morning. Yi Xingchen waved his hand dismissively, like shooing away a fly. The chubby guard nodded, eagerly scampering out. The cell fell quiet again. Yi Xingchen leaned back on the sofa, closed his eyes, and began humming a tune in a great mood. Just then, Zila, the incandescent light on the ceiling of the cell, suddenly flickered violently, without warning. What's going on? This wretched prison's power supply needs fixing. Yi Xingchen opened his eyes impatiently. The next second, the 4 all-weather surveillance cameras in the corner popped and exploded simultaneously. All the red lights instantly extinguished, plunging the entire underground level into utter darkness. A chilling cold rushed up through the floor drain. The temperature in the cell dropped to freezing point within 2 seconds. Even the plate of unfinished steak on the table was covered with a thick layer of frost. Someone, prison guard, where are you, dead? Yi Xingchen finally sensed something was amiss and jumped up in a panic. He shouted frantically, his voice echoing in the empty corridor. No one answered him. The silence was eerie. It was as if all the living souls in the prison had vanished into thin air at that moment. Suddenly, ripples began to form on the superalloy wall directly in front of Yi Xingchen. This wall was not something even a martial god could easily penetrate. At that moment, it resembled a thin layer of water. A tall figure draped in a wide black cloak glided through the wall like a specter. The figure quietly stood before Yi Xingchen. In the darkness, the bronze Shura mask emitted a faint cold glimmer. The eyes behind the mask were deep, cold, and devoid of any human. It was as if it were looking at an ant that could be crushed at any moment. Why you? Who are you? Yi Xingchen stumbled back in fear, falling onto the sofa. Do you know where this is? I am the young master of the Yi family. Someone, help. He strained his throat, desperately trying to call for help. But as soon as he cried out half a word, his voice seemed to be abruptly choked in his throat. Yi Xingqian's feet left the ground, trapped by an invisible, terrifying force squeezing. His entire body was suspended in midair, his legs flailing helplessly. He desperately tried to pry the air around his neck, but grasped nothing. That mental force was like a steel clamp, tightening more and more. Yi Xingqian's face instantly turned a deep purple, his eyes nearly bulging out. Hypoxia and fear plunged his mind into extreme chaos. This attire, this terrifying pressure, he had seen it in the battle reports from the front lines. It was that invincible being who had exploded the Abyss Lord with a single punch. War Titan. Yi Xingqian's mind exploded with this revelation. How could this legendary guardian of humanity appear in his cell in the dead of night? Moreover, it seemed as if he was about to kill him. Well, Senior. He struggled to squeeze out a few words between his teeth, tears and snot covering his face. Misunderstanding. My Yi family is willing to pay any amount. Lu Yuan stood still, too lazy to even raise a hand. From beneath the bronze mask came a voice filled with extreme disdain. Money. Save it for buying paper money for yourself. Lu Yuan's voice, distorted by the mask, was deep and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of hell. Isn't your Yi family fond of destroying evidence? Yi Xingqian's pupils constricted sharply. How could he know about the destruction of the evidence? Unless this mysterious titan was in cahoots with Lu Yuan. But Lu Yuan didn't give him a chance to think further. He hated wasting time talking to the dead. Since the Alliance can't convict you based on evidence, then I can kill you without needing evidence. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Yuan's terrifying mental power worth over 1 billion surged violently like a tsunami through the invisible hand, crashing directly into Yi Xingqian's forehead. There was no blood splattering, nor any bones breaking. This was a pure dimensional crushing. Buzz! Yi Xingqian's body convulsed violently. The light in his eyes extinguished instantly, his soul being twisted into nothingness by this mental force in a millisecond. He was left with no chance to be reincarnated. Bang! The invisible hand released, and Yi Xingqian's corpse fell to the floor like a pile of mud. Lu Yuan stepped forward, coldly observing the body on the ground. Killing him directly was too cheap. It would only cause trouble for Lei Zhan later. It needed to be a flawless setup. With a thought, he communicated with the divine realm within him. A wisp of pure abyss miasma and the venomous blood chi of the myriad races flowed out from his fingertips. These were two things he had casually collected on the battlefield a few days ago. The blood chi entered Yi Xingqian's corpse. In the blink of an eye, the originally fair skin of Yi Xingqian was covered with strange black-purple curse patterns. From his 7 orifices, foul black blood flowed slowly. His facial muscles twisted into an extremely terrified shape, as if he had witnessed some great horror. This was the most typical scene of alien curse backlash, causing sudden death. Flawless. Anyone who came to investigate would conclude that Yi Xingqian colluded with heretics and was cursed to some. It had nothing to do with any human martial artist. After doing all this, Lu Yuan clapped his hands in satisfaction. All right, time to finish and sleep. He turned around, and the alloy wall before him rippled again. The black cloak swept by without stirring a single breeze. Lu Yuan vanished into the thick darkness as silently as he had come, as if he had never appeared. The next morning, the first rays of sunlight shone into the prison through its high walls. The chubby guard hummed a tune, carrying a lavish breakfast, scampering down to the underground level. Young Master Yi, it's time to wake up. The pardon order is about to arrive, and I've prepared a welcoming feast for you. He said this while smiling broadly as he pressed the electronic lock of the cell door. The heavy metal bars slowly slid open. The next second, the breakfast tray in the chubby guard's hands fell to the ground with a crash, milk spilling everywhere. He stared in horror at the corpse on the ground, bleeding from all 7 orifices and covered in black spots, his legs turning to jelly as he collapsed to the floor. In the corridor, his heart-wrenching screams of terror echoed. Dead. There's a dead person. Quick, someone. Young Master Yi has been cursed and backfired by a monster. The harsh blare of a police siren shattered the tranquility of the morning in the maximum security prison. The corridor was lined with yellow and black caution tape. Several top forensic experts from the Alliance, clad in the highest grade protective gear, were frantically scanning the body of Yi Xingqian. The prison warden stood outside the cell door, his legs trembling like leaves in an autumn breeze. Just an hour ago, he had been preparing to welcome this young master. Now he could only prepare for an urn. Have you determined the cause of death? The warden wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice trembling. The forensic team leader rose, looking at the device in his hand that was flashing red lights, uncontrollably swallowing hard. Sir, there are no signs of poisoning, nor any external injuries from an attack. He pointed to the dense, twisted, dark purple markings on Yi Xingqian's face, resembling a centipede. It's the Abyssal Curse. An extremely malicious blood sacrifice backlash from an alien race, which directly strangled his soul. The warden's vision darkened, nearly losing his balance. Alien backlash. This is the 3rd underground level. Not even a mosquito can enter here. The forensic expert spread his hands helplessly. The data does not lie. There is not even a trace of blood or energy from any other human warriors at the scene. It can only be classified as a silencing tactic by the 10,000 Races cult. This news, like it had sprouted wings, flew to the Alliance headquarters in less than half an hour. Bang! Inside the office of the Alliance's vice-chairman, a fine purple sandalwood desk was smashed with a single palm. Sikong Jun's face turned ashen, the two high-level crystal cores he had been holding for years crushed to powder. Useless. All of you are useless. To have someone die right under your noses from an abyssal curse is your prison's formation, made of paper. A few subordinates knelt among the shattered wood, not daring to breathe. Vice-chairman the forensics department insists it was the work of an alien race. A trusted confidant reported, forcing himself to remain calm. Now everyone is saying that Yi Xingshan met his end due to unequal distribution of spoils with the 10,000 races cult. Sikong Jun was furious, his rage nearly causing his lungs to explode. In order to protect the Yi family, he had sacrificed his own face, forcibly suppressing Lei Zhan's investigation. And what was the result? The man is dead, and the connection to the Yi family is completely severed. Meanwhile, in the grand courtyard of the Yi family in the capital, a piercing scream echoed. My grandson. Yi Tian and the head of the Yi family had just received the news, and his muddied old eyes widened in shock. He pointed to the air, his finger trembling violently, making a strange clucking sound from his throat. Head, what happened to you? The steward rushed over only to see Yi Tian, then spitting a mouthful of black blood and collapsing backward. A cerebral hemorrhage had struck, leaving him completely paralyzed. Once invincible, the Yi family in that moment had turned into a pile of sand. Meanwhile, at the temporary encampment of the War Academy on the southwestern front, Yuan Ge. Big news. Shocking news. Wang Pengzi like a meatball burst into Lu Yuan's tent. He held up a tactical tablet, his chubby face flushed, jumping up with excitement. Lu Yuan was sitting on a military cot, cleaning a dagger, not even lifting his eyelids. Slow down, the sky isn't falling. That bastard Yi Xingshan died suddenly in prison. Wang Pengzi gasped, grinning to the point where even his back molars were visible. The official report says it was an alien curse backlash. That grandson has done so much wrong that even the heavens couldn't stand it. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's hand paused slightly. A barely perceptible smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Yes, evil begets evil. Lu Yuan casually tossed the dagger into his backpack and picked up a bottle of mineral water to open. Now the air in Magic City should be much fresher. Watching Wang Pengzi run out to gossip with other classmates, Lu Yuan's smile gradually faded. With the removal of Yi Xingshan, an annoying fly, he suddenly felt a long-pressured stone in his chest shatter at once. With clarity of thought and an unblemished state of mind, at that moment the golden system panel before him began to flash uncontrollably. Ding. Detection of host, eliminating inner demon's mind clarity. Endless origin system deeply activated. Attribute barriers have been broken. Welcoming a full leap. Lu Yuan abruptly closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into the level space within his body. Inside the divine realm, a tremendous change was occurring. The once vast continental edge, the spatial barrier, emitted a crackling roar, expanding outward at a visible speed. Mountains rose, rivers surged. The spiritual energy was so dense that it nearly turned into liquid, pouring down in a torrential golden spiritual rain. The branches and leaves of the world tree joyfully stretched in the rain, rising several thousand feet higher. And Lu Yuan's body was undergoing an indescribable baptism. Over 1 billion units of spiritual strength broke through the limits of quantity, at that moment triggering a qualitative change. His sea of consciousness transformed into a dazzling galaxy. Every drop of spiritual strength weighed like 1,000 pounds. His flesh shed an old layer, and the new skin radiated a dark golden divine light, resembling an indestructible deity. He stepped into a brand new level of life, a realm that had never been touched in the history of Blue Star. Lu Yuan slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air. That breath, when expelled, even created a slight sonic boom in the air. This feeling isn't bad at all. He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him that seemed capable of shattering stars, and smiled with satisfaction. 3 days later, with the fall of the Abyssal Lord, the remaining beast tide was completely eradicated by the Jinyuan army. The frontline volunteer training for the freshmen officially came to a close. On the vast helipad of the Southwestern Defense Line, military starships emanating blue flames were arranged in perfect order. These were dispatched by the military to escort these gifted individuals who had been tempered by blood and fire back to school. Lei Zhan personally led the team to see them off at the gangway. Upon seeing Lu Yuan approach, the stern and unyielding enforcer captain revealed a hint of profound respect in his eyes and nodded slightly. Lu Yuan returned a subtle glance and followed the group into the spaceship's door. The spacecraft slowly ascended, breaking through the clouds. Inside the spacious first-class cabin, students chattered excitedly about their recent experiences, their exhilaration still palpable. Wang Pengzi slumped into a comfortable airline seat, stuffing a handful of snacks into his mouth. He leaned closer to Lu Yuan, lowering his voice. Yuan Ge, this time returning to school, Yi Xingshan's lackeys will probably have to act like humble dogs. Wang Pengzi chuckled. Are we finally going to have a few peaceful days? Lu Yuan gazed out at the rapidly retreating sea of clouds, pulling a crumpled sheepskin blueprint from his pocket. It was an ancient energy mecha blueprint that he had casually taken while raiding the Yi family's treasury. He tossed the blueprint in his hand, turning to Wang Pengzi. Peaceful days. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, a playful smile tugging at his lips. My roommate in the dorm, that gloomy guy, has been itching for something to do lately. With this thing, I'm afraid the sky at Magic City Academy is about to turn upside down again. Wang Pengzi's eyes lit up, fixated on the blueprint, his curiosity ignited. What good thing is this? Yuan Gu, what big move are you planning this time? A massive interstellar spaceship sliced through the clouds, its deep blue tail flames trailing a long wake in the sky. At the central square of the War Academy in the Demon City, it was already a sea of people. Boom. The spaceship landed smoothly, and the heavy metallic hatch slowly opened. A red carpet was laid all the way from the gangway to the entrance of the teaching building. The white-haired Dean Situ stood at the forefront with his hands clasped behind his back, smiling. Behind him were all the mentors and students of the academy. The once noisy square fell silent the moment the hatch opened. The first to step out was Lu Yuan, wearing a faded school uniform. With one hand in his pocket and the other holding a tattered canvas bag, he let out a huge yawn. He looked just like an ordinary high school student heading to the cafeteria after class. However, this seemingly frail figure rendered the tens of thousands of talented individuals present breathless with awe. Those class berserkers and a class elementalist, usually arrogant, now looked at Lu Yuan with deep respect. The reports from the front lines had long circulated throughout the academy via internal networks. While the true identity of the War Titan remained a mystery, Lu Yuan's achievements had undeniably shattered the worldview of these sheltered flowers. And class logistics student, he wielded a runic iron sword issued by the military and cut a bloody path through the defenses of low-tier beasts, creating a vacuum of flesh that extended over 10 kilometers. He treated 3-tiered demonic rhinos like pigs and 4-eared shadow leopards like dogs. Is this what you call logistical support? This is nothing short of a beast in human skin. Brother Yuan, this scene is absolutely incredible. Wang Fatty followed Lu Yuan down the gangway, his face flushed with excitement as he watched the welcoming crowd. He puffed out his chubby chest and waved his hand authoritatively, resembling a leader on an inspection tour. Lu Yuan rubbed his ears, which were buzzing from the cheers, and frowned slightly. It's so noisy. I should have just teleported back to my dormitory. At this moment, a swarm of eager media reporters with cameras surged forward. Dozens of microphones were thrust right in front of Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, we heard that you single-handedly killed over 1,000 high-tier beasts at the front lines. As a spatial support, why is your physical strength so terrifying? Do you have any special techniques? A prestigious family is willing to offer you 100 billion annual salary to recruit you as a chief guest. Have you considered it? The flashes of cameras kept going off, dazzling everyone. Dean Situ initially wanted to step forward to shield his prized disciple, but before he could take a step, Lu Yuan casually pushed aside a microphone that was almost poking his nose. How did I manage it? Lu Yuan gazed at the fervent reporter, his tone relaxed. Perhaps it's because I enjoy moving bricks in my spare time, which has made me a bit stronger. The entire venue fell into an eerie silence. Moving bricks. Your family's brick moving can develop such strength to slice through a street. As for the guest from the prestigious family, Lu Yuan curled his lips, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. Let them save their money for their own graves. I'm not interested. With that, he lost interest in further conversation. He gently tapped his toes on the ground, and his figure transformed into a fleeting shadow, leaping over the heads of the reporters. Hey, Lu Yuan. Don't go, let's chat a bit more. By the time the reporters regained their senses, Lu Yuan had already vanished, leaving only a gust of wind. Wang Fatty found himself surrounded by the frenzied reporters, sweating profusely as he played the role of a temporary spokesperson. Don't crowd. Our brother Yuan, pay the interview fee first. After avoiding the commotion outside, Lu Yuan skillfully returned to his dorm. He pushed open the door. The room was drawn with thick curtains, the light dim, and the air thick with the strong odors of machine oil and metal welding. Back already. A muffled voice came from the workbench in the corner. A skinny young man with messy hair and large dark circles under his eyes was bent over the table without looking up. He held a precise laser engraving tool and was carefully carving a miniature array core. This was Lu Yuan's roommate Taizhu, a mechanical enthusiast who rarely saw sunlight and suffered from severe social anxiety. While others fought desperately outside for resources, he could spend half a month in the dormitory gnawing on dry bread with a pile of scrap parts. Lu Yuan walked over and pulled out a chair to sit down. It's been a few days, and the smell of machine oil in your room is almost rivaling a chemical factory. I've seen the data on the beast from the front lines. He pushed up the heavy black-rimmed glasses on his nose and put down the engraving tool. Your runic circuits on that broken iron sword are too rough, wasting your immense strength. They'll help you modify it next time. Lu Yuan smiled. Talking to smart people was indeed effortless. Taizhu didn't care about how many monsters he had killed. He was solely concerned about the wear and tear on the runes of Lu Yuan's weapon in actual combat. Let's not worry about the weapon for now. Lu Yuan tossed the old canvas bag onto the table. He unzipped it and reached inside. Then he casually slapped the somewhat yellowed sheepskin blueprint which he had swiped from the Yi family treasury onto Taizhu's workbench. Take a look at this. Taizhu picked up the blueprint with some confusion. At first he just glanced at it absent-mindedly, but in the next second his dead fish-like eyes went wide. Clang! The laser engraving tool fell to the ground, and even when it hit his toe, he didn't react. Taiju jumped up from his chair as if electrocuted. He held the sheepskin paper tightly in both hands, his face almost pressed against it, breathing heavily like a broken bellows. This energy conduction circuit. The design of this joint's spiritual power hub. Taiju's hands began to tremble violently, causing the entire blueprint to rustle. He suddenly looked up at Lu Yuan, his voice sharp and breaking. Brother Yuan, where did you get this blueprint? This is the obsidian destroyer that has been lost for 300 years. The prototype blueprint of the ancient spiritual energy mech. He was so excited that he was incoherent, pacing back and forth in the narrow dormitory like a mad scientist. As long as there are enough rare alloys and high-tier crystal cores for power. If this thing is produced, it can definitely rival the martial sect. It could even withstand a full-force strike from the martial sovereign. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, watching Taiju's frenzied expression, nodding with satisfaction. Those fools from the Yi family who fail to recognize valuable things let this blueprint, which could change the course of the war, gather dust in the corner of their treasury. It truly worked out in his favor. Don't mind where I got it from. Lu Yuan tapped the table, interrupting Taiju's rambling. He stared into Taiju's eyes, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable authority. I only ask you one thing. If I provide you with unlimited top-grade alloys, endless abyss crystal cores, and a top-secret laboratory with a time flow 1,000 times faster than how many of these can you mass-produce for me? Taiju stood frozen in place. Unlimited materials. 1,000 times more time. This is a paradise that every mechanic dreams of, but dares not imagine. He swallowed hard, his eyes reddening, tightly clutching the blueprint. As long as the materials are sufficient, I can set up a production line until it smokes. I want to create an army of mechs that will crush the entire abyss. Yuan, brother Yuan, where did you get this blueprint? Taiju pounced forward suddenly. His hands gripped Lu Yuan's arm tightly like a pair of tiger claws. The pale cheeks, long deprived of sunlight, were now flushed crimson, and the veins on his forehead bulged. With this, I can create a super mech capable of rivaling even a martial sovereign. Taiju exclaimed, his words tumbling out in excitement, nearly spitting on Lu Yuan's face. His thick black frame glasses slid down to the tip of his nose with a mad fire burning in his eyes. Lu Yuan, somewhat disgusted, pulled his arm back. He casually grabbed a tissue from the table and wiped the sweat-soaked cuffs that had been dampened by Taiju's palms. Calm down, it's just a piece of scrap paper. Look at how worked up you are. Lu Yuan sat down on a chair, crossing his legs. Scrap paper. Taiju's voice shot up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. This is an ancient technology thought to be lost. If it hits the black market, those wealthy tycoons would fight over it. He cradled the blueprint carefully, as if it were an extraordinary. He was so cautious with his breathing, fearing that a heavy breath might blow the parchment away. Lu Yuan looked at this naive tech geek, a satisfied smile curling at the corners of his mouth. What he wanted was this kind of pure madness. The blueprint is indeed impressive. Lu Yuan lightly tapped his fingers on the table, producing a crisp sound. But as far as I know, to create the mech depicted here, just the skeleton alone would require dozens of tons of high-grade rare alloys, right? Taiju's enthusiasm was instantly doused with cold water. He hung his head in despair like a deflated balloon. Yes. He let out a bitter laugh, ruffling his already disheveled hair. Even if we emptied the entire military supply depot of the Magic Capital Academy, we couldn't gather enough materials for a single, not to mention the power source. He added, this thing needs a top-grade abyss crystal core as its heart, and such a thing cannot be bought with money. Taiju sighed reluctantly, stroking the blueprint. A skilled craftsman cannot cook without rice. This was the most despairing plight of a mechanic. What if I said there are plenty of materials? Lu Yuan's voice was soft, yet it sounded like thunder in Taiju's ears. Taiju suddenly looked up, his face filled with disbelief. Brother Yuan, don't joke around. He exclaimed, that's dozens of tons of rare alloys, not just cabbages. Lu Yuan did not explain. He simply snapped his fingers. Clap. The crisp sound echoed in the cramped dormitory. In the next moment, Taiju felt everything around him shift violently, as if the scenery was twisting like water. The sensation of weightlessness enveloped him instantly. Before he could scream, his feet were already planted on solid ground. Where is this? Taiju adjusted his glasses, and after seeing the scene before him, he felt as if struck by lightning. There were no cramped dormitories, no moldy walls. Above him stretched a vast, boundless sky of laws, and in the distance stood a towering giant tree emitting an aura of the Tao. The air was saturated with spiritual energy to the point that even a single breath made his pores feel like they were unblocking. But none of this was what shocked him the most. What truly made his eyes nearly pop out was the land beneath his feet. To be precise, it was a mountain range formed from countless treasures. Look at that glowing peak on the left. Lu Yuan casually walked over to Taiju, hands in his pockets, and pointed. That's 2,000 tons of top-grade starry mystic iron pilfered from the Seacone family's treasury. Taiju gasped, his legs beginning to tremble. Now look at the pit on the right. Lu Yuan pointed again. That's several tens of thousands of 6th-grade or above abyss crystal cores scavenged from the alliance of 10,000 clans. Take your pick. Taiju followed the direction of Lu Yuan's finger, and the colorful glow of the crystals nearly blinded his eyes. And what you're stepping on? Lu Yuan glanced down. That's a vertebra of a great abyss lord, 10 times harder than vibranium. It should be suitable for making the main beam of the mech. Gulp. Taiju swallowed hard. He fell to his knees with a thud, hands reverently caressing the massive bone. His fingers trembled as if playing the piano. Really? Really? It's all real. This severely socially anxious tech fanatic suddenly began to cry like a child. That was the utmost joy of one who would rather die after hearing the Tao in the morning. He turned around, rolling and crawling to Lu Yuan's feet and hugged Lu Yuan's thigh tightly. Boss. Taiju lifted his face, smeared with snot, and tears, his eyes burning with fervor. From today onward, I, Taiju, will sell you all my meat and my soul. You point, I'll hit. Just let me handle these materials, and I'll do anything you ask. He didn't hesitate at all, nor did he question Lu Yuan about the origin of this space. For a pure tech geek, someone who could provide unlimited research resources was a god. Lu Yuan disdainfully pulled his leg away, brushing off his pants. Why would I want your meat? I only want results. With a thought, a rumbling sound came from deep within the divine kingdom. Immediately, the plains spanning tens of thousands of miles were cut and leveled by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, a vast metallic base rose from the ground, forming the prototype of a perfect large industrial zone. This is your exclusive laboratory. Lu Yuan looked at the dumbfounded Taiju, his tone calm, yet filled with absolute authority. Feel free to use the materials, draw energy as you like. Most importantly, I've adjusted the time flow in this area to 1/10,000th of that in the outside world. Taiju gasped sharply. 1/10,000 times. This meant that while a day passed outside, he would have nearly 30 years inside to conduct research. This was the ultimate cheat that no researcher dared to dream of. Now do you still think you can't create a super mech? Lu Yuan patted Taiju on the shoulder. Taiju stood up vigorously, wiping his face. He adjusted his black frame glasses, and in that moment his entire demeanor underwent a tremendous transformation. From a timid otaku, he became an absolutely confident research fanatic. As long as the blueprint holds up, even if God came, I could build him a wheelchair. Taiju gritted his teeth, a mad gleam flickering in his eyes. Very good. Lu Yuan nodded in satisfaction. Go all out. I want to see a steel tide that can sweep through the abyss. He turned to leave the divine kingdom, but just as he took a step, Taiju suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute, boss. Taiju ran to a pile of abyss crystal cores, frowning as he picked one up. The hardware and power for the mech are fine, he said, but the spiritual energy circuit on this blueprint requires a biotic extract with extreme heat resistance and self-repair capabilities as a coolant. He looked up at Lu Yuan, licking his dry lips. Ordinary synthetic fluids can't contain the violent energy of the Lord's crystal core. It must be an incredibly resilient, extraordinary plant. He asked, do you have a way to acquire such a level of plant? Lu Yuan stopped, turning his head. He looked at Taiju, a playful smile slowly curling at his lips. Plants. Lu Yuan chuckled, snapping his fingers. You've asked the right person. At Lu Yuan's crisp snap of the fingers upon the dome of the Shunhua Kingdom, a single emerald drop, suffused with a faint green luminescence, slowly descended. It was a droplet of primal sap exuded from the world tree, brimming with a life force potent enough to restore the dead. The liquid hovered steadily before Taiju. Take it and see. Lu Yuan lifted his chin casually. This substance not only endures extreme heat, provoke it, and it will even grow vines to fight for you. Taiju swallowed and carefully caught the droplet in a glass vial. He turned and sprinted to a complex testing apparatus. A few seconds later, a piercing exclamation ripped through the air above the Shunhua Kingdom. Taiju clutched his hair, his eyes nearly glued to the screen. Heat tolerance beyond estimation. Self-repair rate 500%. He spun to glare at Lu Yuan, as if beholding an extraterrestrial. Boss, you even have monstrous plants that defy the law of conservation of energy. Lu Yuan waved a hand, too apathetic to explain. As long as the materials are ready, do the work. I care not for the process, only the result. With that, he faded, withdrawing from that realm. That clandestine chamber, with its 10,000-fold time acceleration, was more than enough for Taiju to tinker alone. Back in the mundane dormitory of Modu Academy in the capital, dawn had only just broken. Lu Yuan stretched and fell back into bed for a second sleep. After slaughtering aberrant beasts on the front for a day and a night, his body felt tireless, yet his spirit needed repose. He slept straight through until the sun sank behind the western hills. Outside, less than half a day had passed, but within the Shunhua Kingdom, where time ran 10,000 times faster, decades had slipped. Lu Yuan got out of bed, washed his face, and plunged his consciousness back into the Shunhua Kingdom. The moment he crossed the invisible spatial threshold, a deafening roar of machinery assaulted him. Rumbles filled the air as Lu Yuan stood on high, looking down with a rare spark of astonishment. The metallic plane that had been barren decades before had been utterly transformed. Massive, heavy industrial plants as vast as hills rose from the ground. Tall chimneys spewed spirit energy smoke that had been purified by formations. Countless fully automated assembly lines methodically pressed abyssal bones and premium alloys into shape. This place had become a steel bastion where cyberpunk machinery and cultivation civilization fused seamlessly. Boss, you're here. A figure riding a flamejet hoverboard zipped over from midair. Lu Yuan peered and almost did not recognize him. Taiju's once unkempt short hair had grown to his shoulders, and his beard was scruffy. He wore a custom protective suit stained with oil, yet his eyes shone with a startling frenetic with 10,000-fold time acceleration and the inexhaustible resources of the Shunghua Kingdom. Taiju's RD progress had been nothing short of miraculous. In all these decades, haven't you thought to take a bath? Lu Yuan recoiled a half-step, avoiding the strong smell of machine oil. A bath is a waste of time. Taiju nonchalantly wiped the black soot from his face, grabbed Lu Yuan's sleeve, and led him toward the largest factory. Boss, come see my labor of love. The torrent of steel you asked for. I forged it for you. As the heavy alloy doors creaked open, Lu Yuan's pupils narrowed slightly. Inside the vast hall, row upon row of three turtle pitch-black iron titans stood in neat formation, well over 10,000 of them. These mecha had been forged from the abyssal overlord's bones combined with star-forged mysterious metal, their absolute blackness seeming to devour light. The streamlined armor bore no conventional weapon barrels. In their place lay dense lattices of martial array sigils that pulsed with a ghostly blue light. This first mass-production model, I call it the Obsidian Destroyer. Taiju stood at the foot of a mecha and patted its stout metal thigh with pride. Don't be fooled by its 3-meter frame, or because it wasn't built like a building. But on a high-intensity battlefield, condensation is the essence. He pressed a remote. The Obsidian Destroyer's eyes flared into twin crimson orbs. A seam split the chest armor, revealing the high-grade abyssal crystal core that served as its heart. Power source, perfectly solved, and I made a small modification. Taiju smiled with mischief. Around the crystal core, I etched a miniature nuclear detonation array. Lu Yuan arched an eyebrow. Suicide infantry. Exactly. Taiju snapped his fingers. If it can win, it slashes. If it cannot, it clings to the enemy and dies together with them. If that thing blows, the force equals 10 great Ivans detonating at once. Anyone below martial god would be flayed. This mad design suited Taiju's technician obsession. Not only was there firepower coverage, but also mutual annihilation. Hardware alone won't do. What about operation? Lu Yuan tapped the empty cockpit. I don't have that many people to serve as pilots. At that, Taiju's grin grew smug. We owe thanks to that black-armored swordsman you left here. He pointed to the Shura sword guard seated cross-legged on a distant hill. For decades I've been dragging it out as a sparring partner every day. I implanted the latest neuronal formation arrays into the mecha's main brain and perfectly copied that Grandmaster's combat data inside. Taiju's fingers danced over a tablet. Initiate live combat drill mode. No sooner had he spoken than the Obsidian Destroyer vanished from its position. It moved so quickly the air cleaved with a piercing sonic crack. In an instant, the mecha reappeared at an abandoned mine a kilometer away. Its right arm ejected an ion warblade that shimmered with high-frequency beams. Using the dash's inertia, it cleaved down with brutal simplicity. It did not fire any energy cannon, relying solely on sheer kinetic force and Grandmaster-level blade technique. The 100-meter-high hard or ridge was bisected cleanly by that single stroke. The cut shone like a mirror as rock shards flew and dust billowed. Lu Yuan watched and nodded in satisfaction. Speed, power, combat instinct. All reflected the pinnacle standard of a Grandmaster. Paired with armor so abnormally resilient that even an overlord could not bite through it, these machines could annihilate ordinary Wuzong outright on the battlefield. Against a Wuzuan, they could still, through their self-destruct arrays, bite off a chunk by brute force. Most crucially, they felt no pain and knew no fatigue. Well done. Lu Yuan clapped, surveying the tens of thousands of black mecha arrayed like a phalanx. His brute army strategy had finally completed the most important technological peak. With this army of 10,000, one could swagger across launching without even bothering with disguises. Taiju rubbed his hands and chuckled giddily. Boss, this is only the first batch. As long as the production lines run, I can roll out hundreds of mecha of this caliber each day. However, Taiju's tone shifted, his face clouding. The main materials are sufficient, but inscribing the arrays needs vast quantities of low-grade Spiriturb sap to bind the pigments. That drop of sap you gave is far too precious for array painting. It would be sacrilege, and it's nearly exhausted. Lu Yuan stroked his chin. How much low-grade Spiriturb? The more the better. Count it by the ton. Taiju made an exaggerated gesture. Lu Yuan pondered. Purchasing low-grade spirit herbs was not difficult. The hard part was acquiring that astronomical sum without arousing the military's suspicion. Although the Yi family's treasury held many items, most were illicit goods unsuited for direct liquidation on the market. It seemed he would have to find a wealthy, influential sucker to collaborate with. Lu Yuan looked over the Shunghua Kingdom's rolling sea of mutant weeds, some taller than buildings, and smiled. Fine, he'll solve the pigment problem. He patted Taiju on the shoulder and strode toward the spatial gate. Boss, are you planning to rob the Alliance treasury? Taiju called curiously from behind. Robbing money has no technical merit. Lu Yuan waved without turning, his voice drifted back through the spatial channel. They'll sell some local specialties and incidentally extort an academic from the Botanical Institute. Aside from military might, making money is the hard currency needed to sustain the operation of the Divine Kingdom. The cost of materials for building mechas on Taiju's side could bankrupt a medium-sized family in just one day. Thus Lu Yuan arrived at the research center in Magic City, casually carrying a black plastic bag. His goal was very clear: Lin Qingfeng, the top national treasure-level botanist in the... This old man had a terrible temper, yet his reputation was exceedingly high. It was said that last month even Dean Situ was driven away with a broom when he came to ask for a couple of high-level spiritual herbs. Inside the top-level laboratory, the sound of a cup shattering was deafening. What kind of garbage is this cultivating liquid made from? You actually used grade nutrient solution for such an active spiritual medicine. It's simply a waste of resources. Lin Qingfeng, dressed in a white lab coat, pointed at several senior researchers and shouted angrily, spitting saliva all over their faces. Bang! The heavy alloy door of the laboratory was kicked open by someone. Lu Yuan walked in with his hands in his pockets, swaggering confidently. Old man, calm down, watch your blood pressure. Lin Qingfeng was taken aback. He turned to look at the young man in school uniform, his beard shaking in anger. Which class are you from? Who let you in? Is the security system down? Get out quickly, don't dirty my sterile room. Several researchers stared at Lu Yuan as if he were a ghost. Is this kid crazy, daring to confront Lin Qingfeng while he's furious? Lu Yuan ignored them. He walked to an empty sterile table and threw the crumpled black plastic bag on it. I want to discuss a big deal with you. Lu Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, tapping his fingers on the table. Take a look at this thing. What level can you rate it? Lin Qingfeng laughed in anger. A freshman carrying a garbage bag came to ask him, a national treasure-level academician, for appraisal. The world has gone mad. It's unrecognizable to him. Get lost. My time is worth millions in a second. I don't have time to play house with you. Lin Qingfeng grabbed the plastic bag on the table disdainfully, wanting to throw it into the trash can. Just as his fingers pinched the plastic bag, an extremely pure and rich herbal fragrance wafted through the gap in the plastic bag, invading his nostrils. Lin Qingfeng's hand froze midair. Having dealt with various top-level spiritual herbs for years, his nose was more sensitive than a dog's. This scent. After just a whiff, he felt the fatigue from staying up all. Even the stagnant qi and blood within his body, which had been stuck for years, seemed to stir slightly. What? What is this? The disdain in Lin Qingfeng's eyes vanished without a trace. He swallowed hard, trembling hands cautiously opened the ragged plastic bag. Inside were a few pieces of emerald green leaves about the size of a baby's palm. The surface of the leaves shimmered with a divine luster, as if they were breathing with life. Within the veins of the leaves there seemed to be some profound patterns of law. You used a plastic bag to hold such high-level spiritual herbs. Lin Qingfeng's face twisted in pain. It was as if he were watching a priceless treasure being gnawed on by a dog, his heart bleeding. Quick, get titanium alloy tweezers. Get a 0-degree culture dish. Hurry, he yelled frantically at the researchers behind him. The entire laboratory was thrown into chaos. Lin Qingfeng personally put on isolation gloves, picked up a leaf, and placed it into the top-tier spiritual energy scanner. Beep, beep, beep. The moment the scanner started, the red light began flashing wildly. The deafening alarm echoed throughout the laboratory. Alert! Energy threshold overloaded. Alert! Life activity exceeds the detection limit of the instrument. Lin Qingfeng stared intently at the fluctuating data on the screen, his murky old eyes wide open like copper bells. This vitality exceeds that of known plants by more than no, not just 10 times. He suddenly lunged at another gene analyzer, his fingers frantically tapping on the keyboard. Moments later, a complex DNA spiral recombination map appeared on the large screen. Bang! Lin Qingfeng's legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. His white lab coat was covered in dust, but he was completely oblivious. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, falling into a state of extreme madness. Perfect fusion. No rejection reaction at all. Lin Qingfeng's eyes were red, clutching his thinning hair, murmuring to himself. This is not just a divine medicine. It is a miracle that can reshape a warrior's foundation and perfectly heal genetic defects. All high-level warriors among humanity have some degree of genetic damage from years of absorbing violent, abyssal spiritual energy. This has also been the biggest barrier preventing humanity from producing more martial gods. And now this ailment that has plagued humanity for hundreds of years has been solved by a single leaf. Little brother. No Lu Yuan classmate. Ancestor Lu. Lin Qingfeng scrambled to Lu Yuan's front, completely disregarding his status as an academician, and grabbed Lu Yuan's leg. Where did you get this leaf? Do you have more? I want them all. His eyes were as fervent as a beggar who had spotted a mountain of gold. The surrounding researchers were left speechless. Is this really the Lin Qingfeng who was so arrogant he looked down on even the Alliance's higher-ups? Lu Yuan pulled his leg back in disgust and patted his pants. He picked up the thermos on the table and leisurely took a sip of water. I have a whole bunch of these growing in my backyard. Usually, I just feed them to the dogs. Lu Yuan spoke casually, as if discussing cabbages. The Divine Kingdom was filled with this type of mutated weed infected by the aura of the World Tree. The magic wolf King De Huang had become very picky and wouldn't even glance at them. Wait. You feed them to dogs, eh? Lin Qingfeng clutched his heart, nearly passing out. He felt as if decades of his scientific faith were being ground under Lu Yuan's heel. I can supply you with a large quantity regularly. Lu Yuan set down his cup and finally got to the point. However, I need you, academician Lin, to endorse this product officially. Lin Qingfeng nodded without hesitation, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grains. No problem. Absolutely no problem. I will guarantee with my lifetime of academic reputation and my head on the line, if anyone dares to say a word against this medicine, Lin Qingfeng will be the first to tear him apart. As long as he can study this miraculous plant. Don't mention just an endorsement, he'd even be willing to wash Lu Yuan's feet. Lu Yuan smiled slightly. This was the very sentence he had been waiting for. With the endorsement of this scientific giant, the value of this batch of weeds would surely soar like a rocket. All right, I will have someone bring the large shipment to you later for coordination. Lu Yuan stood up, adjusted the collar of his uniform. As for the price, let's calculate it based on the market's top-tier gene medicines. Lin Qingfeng held the plastic bag as if it were a treasure, nodding repeatedly so much so that he didn't even notice when Lu Yuan left the door. Lu Yuan stepped out of the research center building and took a deep breath of fresh air. The sources of funding and official certification had been resolved. Next, he needed to find a reliable black glove to expand and strengthen this cake. He took out a communicator from his pocket and skillfully dialed a hidden encrypted number. The phone rang twice before being answered. Hello, boss. How's business in the black market these days? Lu Yuan looked at the bustling night scene of Magic City, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Stop staying in a small place like Jiangnan City. Come to Magic City. I'll show you a fortune that can buy half the alliance. After hanging up, the underground black market headquarters in Jiangnan City fell silent. Shun Jinlin, seated in the grand chair, sprang up as if a spring had been wound beneath him. Quick! Notify everyone below. His bloated face quivered with excitement as he seized a trusted lieutenant by the collar. Pack through the night. Tonight we move the entire guild, skin and bones, over to Modu. The lieutenant went white-eyed from the grip, utterly bewildered. Boss, we've operated in Jiangnan City for over a decade. We can't just abandon it. You know nothing. Shun Jinlin slapped the back of the man's head, his eyes glittering. Master Lu has spoken. This is a windfall that could buy half the alliance. The next morning, at a highest-grade secret warehouse on the outskirts of Modu, Shun Jinlin stood at the gate, two dark circles under his eyes, but brimming with energy as he waited to greet his visitor. Lu Yuan strolled in, wearing a loose school uniform, hands in his pockets. Master Lu, your speed is impressive. Shun Jinlin hurried forward, smiling like a withered chrysanthemum. Where's the merchandise for this grand deal? Lu Yuan said without preamble and with a casual flick. Bang, bang, bang. Hundreds of shabby burlap sacks stamped agricultural supply fertilizer crashed onto the floor like a hail of stones. A choking dust rose up through the warehouse. Shun Jinlin coughed violently, staring at the piled sacks in stunned disbelief. The goods are all here, sold by the ton. Lu Yuan tossed over a document stamped in red. Read it yourself. Shun Jinlin wiped his hands on his sleeve and took the paper. At a glance at the headline, his eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Lin Qingfeng Academician's hand-signed appraisal. His hands trembled as he opened the report. Cellular activity surpasses known limits. Can flawlessly repair martial gene trauma. Shun Jinlin drew a long breath and lunged at one burlap sack, untying it in haste. A rich, invigorating scent of foliage burst forth and filled the entire warehouse. Inside, earth-stained emerald green spiritual herbs lay packed in heaps. Each leaf glowed with a visible divine radiance. Master Lu, these are peerless herbs that can repair gene defects. Shun Jinlin's heart bled with anger. And you use fertilizer sacks to store them? Lu Yuan dug at his ear, utterly unconcerned. I have plenty in my backyard, and my old mare refuses the big roots anyway. You handle the packaging. I only look at the incoming funds. Shun Jinlin sucked in a breath. What ancient god's garden had this man been spoiling from? Yet Shun Jinlin was a top titan bred by the black market. His commercial instincts were razor sharp. Trust me, Master Lu, leave this to me. He pounded his chest and promised. I will fashion them into the most exquisite luxury the Alliance has ever seen, and make those noble houses empty their fortunes. In the following fortnight, Modu's merchant world endured an unprecedented upheaval. Shun Jinlin established Benyuan Pharmaceuticals. He weighed those so-called weeds by the gram and placed them into top-tier boxes carved from Tenthasandir cold jade. He named them the Zhaohua Divine Elixir. On the day of the launch, academician Lin Qingfeng personally appeared to endorse the product. In front of the Alliance's media, the old man slammed a fist on the table and roared, "If anyone falls ill from this, I will take my head off and let them kick it as a ball." With the absolute backing of a national treasure-level researcher, the high-end market ignited at once. The Alliance's elite went mad. Generals stalled at bottlenecks for years, and clan elders nearing the end of their lives lined up at Shun Jinlin's guild gates, each clutching boxes of cash. They begged for even a single drop of the Zhaohua Divine Elixir. Price? No one asked the price. A single vial was driven to a stratospheric sum of billions of star coins, and one had to queue and draw lots for the chance to buy. Great trees attract winds. Such monstrous profits naturally drew jealous wolves. Several ancient martial families from the capital, greedy for the returns, dispatched over a dozen assassins at the peak of the Wuzong rank to abduct Shun Jinlin overnight and force out. By the next day, those dozen assassins hung like candied haws, neat and orderly from the street lamps outside the guild's gate. Shun Jinlin sipped from a purple clay teapot and sneered in the surveillance room. Behind him stood a towering pitch-black Shura sword guard exuding the aura of a Grandmaster's blade. Lu Yuan had sent it to solidify his hold. With that kind of overwhelming force protecting him, Shen Jinlin, the guild's exclusive white glove, lived lavishly, keeping troubles and prying eyes at bay. Meanwhile, on the rooftop of the highest academic building at Modu War Academy, the night wind was cool. Lu Yuan leaned against the railing, idly toying with a state-of-the-art tactical communicator. On the screen flashed a bank notification. Account ending 9527, I credited star coins 500. So many zeros he could not be bothered to count. 5 trillion. This came faster than robbing a bank, Lu Yuan murmured with a light laugh. Without hesitation, he plunged into the highest-tier trading channel of the darknet. Sweep the market. Tens of trillions were spent in mere minutes. In return, he acquired hundreds of premier star vein mining rights and mountains of 8th-rank abyssal energy cores. Via Shen Jinlin's covert channels, those vast supplies were ferried non-stop to a secret base beyond the city. Lu Yuan stood on the rooftop and willed it so. All the materials at the outer base vanished in an instant, swallowed whole into grade Shenghua space. Inside that realm, the world tree absorbed the colossal energy cores and surged tens of thousands of zhong higher. The mech foundry on the iron pillar side received abundant spiritual herb sap to serve as formation pigments. Tens of thousands of black mechas, eyes lit up in unison with a bloody, ready at any moment to unleash slaughter. Lu Yuan exhaled slowly. The horde-centered force and resource foundation had finally taken shape. Bang! The iron door to the rooftop was kicked open. Wang Pengzi came puffing up, waving several registration forms in his hand. Brother Yuan, what are you hiding up here for, blowing cool air? Instructor Leng Wushuang is nearly frantic in her office. Wang Pengzi wiped the sweat from his brow. The qualifying round for the 10,000 races martial tournament closes tomorrow. Are you going to fill out these forms, or not? Lu Yuan turned off his screen and he looked toward the dazzling lights of Modu's urban sprawl. A cold, insolent curve tugged at the corner of his mouth. Fill it out. How could I not? Lu Yuan stepped up to Pengzi, took the thin registration sheet, and his gaze pierced the heavens, as if he already beheld those alien delegations swaggering beyond the sky. I've been hoarding troops for so long my bones are nearly rusted. It's high time to give those impudent abyssal scum a small blue star shock. Ding dong. The phone screen lit up, displaying a highly encrypted message from the bank. Lu Yuan leaned back in his dorm chair, casually glancing at it. Dear Supreme Black Card user, your account ending in 9527 has received a deposit of 7500 star coins. The zeros were overwhelming. So many that even the latest communicator's screen had to split into 2 lines to barely display it. The phone rang immediately after displaying the caller as Shen Jinlin. As soon as he answered, a pig-like wail came from the other end. Lu Ge, have you seen it? Have you checked the account? Shen Jinlin's excited voice made the phone speaker tremble. I've received it. Why are you making such a fuss? Lu Yuan held the phone slightly away and rubbed his ears. It's just a bit of pocket money. Why are you so excited? This is not pocket money. This is enough to buy half of the Alliance's lifeblood. Shen Jinlin panted, and one could feel his entire body quaking with excitement, even through the screen. At last night's high-end auction, the last drop of Creation Divine Liquid was forcibly bid up to 5 billion by the Kyoto royal family. Now you are undoubtedly the richest person in the entire alliance. Even the bank president personally came to serve me tea this morning. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, his voice cracking. All right, stop acting like you've never seen the world. This amount of money was astronomical for an ordinary person, but to him, it was merely fertilizer for upgrading the divine realm. Money sitting in the account is just a pile of numbers. It needs to be spent to show its worth. Lu Yuan tapped on the table, getting to the point. They'll send you a list. Have everything ready before dark. A few seconds later, Shen Jinlin gasped on the other end. 5 top-tier abyss energy crystal mines. And you want to buy the mining rights as well? He swallowed hard, his voice slightly trembling. Lu Ge, this thing not only costs a fortune, but the approvals from the Alliance military are also very strict. Spend the money. If they want sell at one price, then spend 10 times that amount to shut them up. Lu Yuan's tone was calm, as if he were discussing buying a few pounds of cabbage at the market. And those factories in the Northwest War Zone that are on the verge of bankruptcy, I want all the scrapped assembly lines and high-level forging furnaces packed up for me. Not a single screw should be left behind. Deliver everything directly to Warehouse No. 7 on the outskirts of Magic City. Shen Jinlin was completely out of arguments. Understood. As long as the money is in place, I could buy even the Emperor's underwear for you. Late at night on the outskirts of Magic City. Warehouse No. 7 covers tens of thousands of square meters in a remote location, usually devoid of any presence. Now, however, it was piled high with heavy containers resembling mountains. A dozen military trucks had just finished unloading their cargo and quietly withdrew from the scene. Lu Yuan stood alone in front of the towering mound of materials, dressed in a loose black hoodie. He kicked a specially made alloy box filled with top-notch crystal core. Click! The box popped open and the eerie blue glow of the crystals illuminated the dim warehouse. Taiju, wake up, it's time for business. Lu Yuan knocked on the mental link to the divine realm in his mind. Inside the divine realm, Taiju, who was working on a mecha's thigh with a wrench and sporting dark circles under his eyes, suddenly looked up. Boss, what goods? Is it enough for me to open 2 new production lines? Taiju's voice revealed his craziness from days of not sleeping. Enough for you to vomit. Lu Yuan didn't waste words, slowly raising his right hand and snapping his fingers. Collect. The air behind him warped violently, and a huge black vortex appeared out of nowhere. It was as if an ancient giant beast had opened an invisible abyssal maw. The wind howled. In just a few seconds, the several tons of top-notch crystal cores and thousands of heavy military forging furnaces piled in the warehouse were completely swallowed by this terrifying suction. Not even the dust on the ground was left behind, swept away clean. Inside the divine realm, the ground shook violently. A massive quantity of crystal cores rained down like a meteor shower onto the roots of the world tree. The world tree greedily absorbed this immense energy, causing its crown to swell again, directly breaking through the original canopy of laws. The edges of the divine realm crazily expanded outward, doubling the territory of the continent. The concentration of spiritual energy became so rich that it began to rain golden droplets. What the heck? Is that a super micro spiritual energy stamping machine? Taiju stared at the heavy military equipment descending from the sky, his eyes nearly popping out. Like a dog that hadn't eaten for half a month, he dove straight onto a filthy abandoned machine. Boss, you are amazing. Even the military's top secrets have been brought out. With these heavy industrial mother machines, my obsidian mecha production capacity could increase tenfold. Taiju hugged the machine and kissed it excitedly. Get to work, stop flattering me. Lu Yuan smiled as he cut off the mental link, watching as the system panel experienced another surge in all attributes due to the accumulated resources. He stretched comfortably, the bones of his body cracking like popping beans. This money was worth spending. Just as he turned around to leave the empty warehouse, Lu Yuan's movements suddenly paused. He slightly tilted his head, his ears catching a hint of an unusual breeze. Since you are here, don't just stand outside in the cold. Lu Yuan shoved his hands back into his pockets, calmly gazing at the massive rolling door of the warehouse. Aren't you tired of hiding in a mouse hole? A dead silence filled the air. After a full 5 seconds, bang. The heavy rolling door was violently kicked open from the outside by a powerful surge of vitality. Rusty metal sheets mixed with the howling wind slammed towards Lu Yuan's face. He didn't even blink, too lazy to dodge. Just when the metal sheet was 10 centimeters from his nose, it seemed to collide with an invisible wall. Clang, it fell straight at his feet. Outside, the night was thick. 15 tall figures cloaked in black robes walked in slowly like ghosts. They took up positions with great discipline, instantly sealing off all the exits of the warehouse. Each person exuded powerful waves of vitality on the peak of the martial master realm, or even half a step into the martial sovereign realm. The intense killing intent dropped the temperature in the warehouse to freezing point. Pretty alert, but unfortunately you're just a mindless fat sheep. The leading black-robed figure sneered coldly as he stepped into the moonlight from the shadows. He held a serrated curved blade coated with poison, the edge dripping with unknown viscous fluid. All that cargo from the trucks just disappeared in a matter of seconds. The black-robed man's greedy gaze was fixated on Lu Yuan's empty hands. It seems you possess a space treasure with an extremely terrifying capacity. Lu Yuan looked at the uninvited guests and sighed helplessly. Wealth stirs the heart, the ancients did not deceive me. The commotion he had caused was too great, and the flow of funds was terrifying. Even with Shun Jinlin providing cover, there would always be a few reckless flies that could follow the scent of meat. Kid, do you know who we are? A short black-robed man grinned ominously, shaking a steel spike in his hand. The Bloodskull mercenary group from the black market never leaves behind any survivors. He licked his dry lips, his gaze cruel. It's your fault for being so flashy and bringing so many treasures to the outskirts alone. Isn't that just delivering takeout to us brothers? The leading man waved his hand, interrupting his subordinate. He pointed the tip of the knife at Lu Yuan's nose. Remove the binding from the space treasure and obediently toss it over. Seeing how rich you are, he'll show some mercy and give you a quick death, leaving you with a whole corpse. Lu Yuan glanced down at his shoes. Suddenly he couldn't help but chuckle softly. What are you laughing about? The short assassin got angry and stepped forward, the pressure of a martial master directly crushed down. Are you scared, stupid? Lu Yuan slowly raised his head. In his deep eyes there wasn't an ounce of fear, only a chilling indifference, as if looking at a corpse. He extended a finger and beckoned to the 15 assassins, his lips curling into a sinister arc. Aren't you all after money? Come on, step forward and he'll personally burn it for you. Burn it for us. Ha ha. The leader in the black robe seemed to have heard the most ridiculous joke, laughing uproariously. His laughter echoed through the empty warehouse, sharp and grating like a broken gong. He ripped off the hood from his head and casually tossed it onto the dust-covered floor. Moonlight filtered through the broken rolling shutter, casting mottled shadows, illuminating a face scarred like a centipede, grotesque to the extreme. Blood Skeleton Mercenary Group. Such a lowly banner only fools ghosts. The scarred man glared fiercely at Lu Yuan, his yellow teeth grinding audibly. Lu Yuan, you miserable wretch, your luck is truly extraordinary. We scoured the ruins in Jiangnan City, but never found your corpse. Unexpectedly, you slunk away to Modu to make a fortune. Lu Yuan looked at the somewhat familiar face, trying to recall where he had seen it before raising an eyebrow. Do we know each other? Don't play dumb with me. The short assassin beside him also pulled back his hood, revealing a pair of triangular eyes filled with hatred. If not for you, the jinx-provoking young master Zhao Tianyu, how would the Zhao family have incurred that damned war titan? The patriarch is dead. The villa was razed. The Zhao family's century-old foundation was destroyed in an instant. We the loyalists working outside have become stray dogs hunted by the alliance, unable to even sleep peacefully. The short man grew increasingly agitated, pointing his refined steel spear straight at Lu Yuan's nose. All this is your fault. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan finally understood. It turned out they were remnants kept by that old Zhao Wuji. Back then he had transformed into the war titan and flattened the Zhao family villa with a single slap. Unexpectedly, this group of escaped fish not only survived, but traced the source to him, the so-called main culprit. The logic is rather peculiar. Lu Yuan slipped his hands into the pockets of his hoodie, not intimidated by these fierce fiends, but rather amused. The Zhao family provoked him, he donned a disguise and wiped them out. Now these remnants dare not seek revenge on the war titan, but instead come to squeeze this obvious soft target. And conveniently, they also want to loot some wealth. These people could be bandits who bully the weak. It's truly a waste of talent. Enough talk, boss. Another bald, burly man holding twin axes spat on the ground heavily. He greedily glanced at Lu Yuan's position. That fat bastard Shin Jinlin openly showed his face selling that worthless fortune divine elixir. We've been tracking him for over half a month only to discover the real supplier, and boss, is you a mere freshman? The bald man licked his chapped lips, his eyes shining with unrestrained fanaticism. And Frank's spatial talent useless for combat, but logistics. How could he possess so many top-grade crystal cores? How could he obtain such divine medicine? The scarred man snorted coldly, twirling his serrated curved blade in midair. The reasons no longer matter. An innocent man is condemned for possessing a treasure. Remember this lesson well in your next life. He stepped forward with a burst of martial artist peak realm vitality that felt almost tangible. The 14 loyalists behind him also advanced simultaneously, completely sealing off Lu Yuan's space to maneuver. Over a dozen martial artist auras converged. They stirred the dust on the warehouse floor into a frenzied whirlwind, thickening the air with a clinging heaviness. Kid, don't expect the Modu patrol camp to come to your rescue. The scarred man raised his poisoned curved blade. The eerie blue slime on the blade radiated a disgusting stench under the moonlight. The poison on this blade is abyssal blood poison I bought at great expense from the black market. As soon as it breaks your skin, your vitality will instantly congeal, turning into a pool of pus beyond any divine healing. Hand over your spatial treasure obediently and disclose the formula for the divine medicine. The scarred man sneered, as if already picturing Lu Yuan begging pitifully on his knees. I promise to only sever your limbs and leave you a dog's life begging on the streets. Silence. The warehouse fell into a deathly quiet stillness. Facing this pack of ravenous martial artists, the tension should have been at its peak. Yet Lu Yuan neither drew a weapon nor assumed any defensive stance. He even yawned out of boredom, picking his ear with his pinky. His lazy demeanor was as if he were well fed and was watching a terribly clumsy circus performance. The scarred man's smile froze. In its place was a fury born from being utterly ignored. Are you deaf? Veins bulged on his forehead as his fingers whitened from gripping the hilt too tightly. I'm talking to you. I heard you quite loudly. Lu Yuan flicked the dust off his fingernails, his tone as bland as a bowl of plain water. I was just wondering, do you all go out without brains? He looked up, his gaze coldly sweeping over the 15 self-proclaimed hunters. Since you've found Shin Jinlin and discovered that those supreme crystal cores and divine medicines came from me, did it never occur to your walnut-sized brains to analyze the inconsistency? A cold, mocking smile slowly curved at Lu Yuan's lips. A man who can casually produce tens of thousands of tons of supreme resources. Could he be a feeble, powerless waste? At these words, the scarred man and several subordinates' expressions instantly changed. An inexplicable chill crept up their spines without warning. Indeed, this youth had remained unervingly calm when surrounded by over a dozen martial artists. So calm it unsettled them, his heartbeat steady and unbroken. Yet an arrow once drawn must be released. The temptation of hundreds of billions of star coins was enough to make anyone lose reason at this moment. Bluffing. The short assassin roared, as if bolstering his own courage. He is just a freshman. Even if he had cultivated since the womb, at best he is a martial artist at the early stage. The 15 of us, even spitting could drown him. Close ranks. Chop him to pieces, and the spatial treasure will still be ours. Kill. With a fierce shout, 15 warriors launched their assault, like 15 rabid dogs unleashed simultaneously. Blades flashed, axes swung, and poisonous stingers whistled through the air, encircling Lu Yuan from all directions. No blind spots, no escape routes. They aimed for a fatal strike, leaving no chance for this sinister youth to turn the tide. Yet faced with this overwhelming ambush, Lu Yuan did not even feel the urge to sigh. Too slow. To his eyes, which had transcended mortal life, and whose attributes soared to terrifying levels. These peak martial artist moves were 10 times slower than an old man doing Tai Chi in a park. He could even clearly see the poison on the blade slowly splattering in midair. Weakness is not always the greatest obstacle to survival. Arrogance and ignorance are. Lu Yuan lowered his head, slightly brushing the corner of his hoodie, stained by rust from the shutter. Without even raising his eyelids, he said softly, "I just bought a large batch of high-grade ores and discarded equipment today." The world tree in the divine realm was just lacking some quality organic fertilizer to neutralize metal toxins. Lu Yuan's voice was low but penetrated every loyalist's ears with crystal clarity, as if death itself had tolled the funeral bell. "Since you are so polite as to deliver yourselves, then don't leave. Offering yourself as fertilizer. You must be utterly deranged." The scarred man felt profoundly insulted. He had spent over a decade in the underworld living by the blade. He had never encountered a freshman so audacious, so brazenly arrogant, even as death loomed before him. His eyes burned crimson, thick veins bulged across his forehead, threatening to rupture. "All of you attack together. Chop him into mincemeat, and feed it to the dogs. Kill." 15 martial artists roared in unison, their thunderous cry rattling the corrugated iron roof of the warehouse. The bald giant charged ahead fastest. He heaved 2 colossal mountain-splitting axes high above his head, muscles coiling like steel springs, their blades carving through the air with a fetid gust. "Boy, next life learn to recognize danger before it strikes." The short assassin slithered low like a venomous loach, gliding inches above the floor, his tempered steel stiletto aimed straight for Lu Yuan's tendons. Every angle, high, mid, and low, was sealed off. 15 poison-dipped weapons wove an impenetrable net of death, tightening, closing, and poised to rend Lu Yuan into fragments. Yet Lu Yuan remained motionless, hands buried deep in the pockets of his hooded jacket, not even shifting his toes. He even yawned, languid and unhurried. How irritating. The words had barely left his lips when the space behind him rippled, like water disturbed by a stone dropped into its still surface. Concentric waves of obsidian black spread outward through the air, defying all known laws of physics. Then, a low resonant hum. A warboot clad in pitch black, shin iron armor erupted from the void, descending with crushing finality onto the dust-choked concrete floor. Boom. Around that single boot, the ground collapsed inward, shattering into a spiderweb-like crater half a meter deep, accompanied by the grating shriek of cold metal. A towering Azura sword guardian, over 2 meters tall, gripping a colossal black greatsword, materialized behind Lu Yuan, emerging as if summoned from the deepest abyss. It bore no features, only an ancient stern metallic mask radiating primordial dread. Through the narrow slits where eyes should have been, twin flames of abyssal fire flickered, chilling souls to their core. At that instant, the sword intent of a grandmaster erupted, unrestrained, absolute. Unlike the roaring vitality of mortal martial artists, this was pure death itself, distilled to its utmost essence, sharp beyond comprehension, lethal beyond measure. The bald giant leading the charge felt his scalp explode with terror. An invisible glacier-cold mountain, 10,000 zhang high, slammed down upon his spine. What in blazes is that? His pupils contracted violently, a panic choked his scream mid-throat. He strained desperately to halt his momentum. His massive thighs carved deep furrows into the floor, his soles smoking from friction, yet inertia dragged him forward, unstoppable. The short assassin fared even worse. Crushed beneath the sword intent, his breath seized entirely. His poisoned stiletto grew heavier than a mountain, clattering helplessly to the ground. He flattened himself against the floor like a squashed toad, every limb pinned, every finger paralyzed. "G Grandmaster." The scarred man's eyes bulged from their sockets, his jowls convulsed wildly with raw primal fear. He stared at the black-armored automaton as though witnessing a ghost. His entire understanding of reality shattered. A logistics freshman from entire spatial realm, carrying a Grandmaster-level metallic guardian. This defied all logic. Who compiled this intelligence? Even in death, I'll strangle him myself. Mistake, it's all a mistake. His knees buckled, the serrated curved blade slipped from his trembling grip. He opened his mouth, desperate to beg for mercy, but Lu Yuan had already tuned him out. "Sword 1, clean up." Lu Yuan tilted his head slightly, his tone as casual as instructing "Make it swift, and don't stain my shoes." "As you command, my lord." The Azura sword guardian replied, its voice a rasping, frigid scrape of metal on metal. It didn't assume any stance nor gather energy for a technique. It simply raised its immense black greatsword, wider than a door panel, with deliberate, unhurried grace. Then, as if swinging a mere twig, it swept the blade horizontally, effortless and different. A grandmaster versus martial artists. This wasn't combat. It was annihilation from a higher dimension. Schwa. No deafening explosion. No dazzling light show. Only 100-meter-long crescent of black sword energy, like a reversed new moon, cut silently through the day. It moved too fast, faster than any martial artist's eyes could track. The scarred man caught only a fleeting thread of darkness before a cool breeze brushed across. He glanced down, bewildered, his belt's metal clasp severed cleanly in two. The cut gleamed mirror smooth. Not just him. The bald giant, the short assassin, and the 12 remaining assassins. All froze mid-motion, lunging forward, recoiling backward, suspended in time. 2 seconds passed, silence absolute. Then, puffed, 15 remnants of the Zhao clan fell without a single cry of agony. Their bodies, along with their legendary alloy weapons famed for slicing through steel like butter, split cleanly at the waist as if measured and marked by divine precision. Upper torsos slid downward under gravity's pull, thudding flat onto the dusty concrete floor. Only then did scalding blood erupt from the flawless incisions, spouting like God. In moments crimson flooded half the warehouse. That 100-meter black sword energy undiminished after cleaving 15 bodies struck the warehouse's reinforced load-bearing wall. Crack, crack, crack. Half a meter of steel-reinforced concrete crumbled like soft tofu, bisected with contemptuous ease. The upper section of the roof, suddenly unsupported, collapsed inward, raising a storm of dust and debris. One strike erased 15 martial artists, obliterated half a fortress-grade warehouse. Night wind poured through the ruined structure, scattering the coppery stench of blood. Lu Yuan stood rooted, never once withdrawing his hands from his pockets. Not a single drop stained his pristine school uniform. Well done, though perhaps a touch excessive. He surveyed the carnage, wrinkling his nose in mild distaste. Cut so finely. I wonder if the world tree will deem it worthy. With a thought, he opened the boundless primordial divine realm within his being. Whoosh! A fierce spatial suction emanated from his feet, lifting severed limbs, broken weapons, and pools of acrid venomous blood alike. They were swept away, like refuse tossed into a cosmic bin, vanishing into the divine realm. Instantly, roots of the world tree burst forth greedily, converting the elite martial artist's flesh and blood into pure organic nourishment. In the blink of an eye, the warehouse floor, once drenched in rivers of gore, became cleaner than a dog's tongue had licked it. Not a trace of blood, not a whisper of iron-scented decay. As if the brutal ambush had never occurred. All right, cleanup complete. Lu Yuan brushed dust from his palms and turned away. The Azura Sword Guardian dissolved soundlessly into shadow, reabsorbing seamlessly into the darkness beneath Lu Yuan's feet. Gazing up at the star-strewn sky, Lu Yuan stretched luxuriously. Today's outing had yielded not only several million tons of premium ore veins and fully automated mech assembly lines, but also eradicated the Zhao clan's last remnants while fertilizing his divine realm. Truly a flawless day. He strode lightly across the rubble toward downtown Mo City. Night wind billowed his school uniform's hem. Just as Lu Yuan prepared to teleport back to his dorm for a second nap, his soul shuddered violently. This tremor did not stem from external peril, but from his own divine realm. Lu Yuan halted mid-step, a faint intrigued arch lifting his brow. At the heart of the divine realm, beside the forbidden lake of spirit fluid, lay the massive dark red cocoon that had long enshrouded the heaven-rending demon wolf king. Now it pulsed wildly, thunderous, rhythmic like a primordial drumbeat, radiating an aura of ancient savage dread that surged unfiltered along his spiritual link, scouring his consciousness. Boom, boom, boom. A sly, knowing smile curled Lu Yuan's lips. He didn't teleport, not yet. Instead, he pulled out his communicator and dialed Wang Fatso's number. After 2 rings, a groggy mumble answered. Brother Yuan. What's up this late? Lu Yuan gazed at the moon, his voice thrumming with barely concealed exhilaration. Fatso, wake up. Pack your things. At dawn tomorrow, I'm taking you for a ride. We'll ride the most flamboyant hounds and blow up the wildest streets. After hanging up the phone with the chubby man, Lu Yuan casually stuffed his phone into his pocket. The night breeze blew by as he took a step forward, his figure seamlessly merging into the deep void. When he reappeared, he was already on the balcony of the dormitory at Magic City Academy. The room was dark, and the air still carried the faint scent of lingering machine oil. That scientific madman Taizhu was still hammering away at his steel mech day and night in the divine realm. Lu Yuan walked to the edge of the bed and sat down cross-legged. He took a deep breath, his mind slightly stirred, and his entire being transformed into a streak of flowing light, completely sinking into the glass space within him. As soon as he entered the divine realm, an overwhelmingly rich spiritual energy surged toward him like a tidal wave. With hundreds of billions spent and a time acceleration of 10,000 times, the divine realm had undergone a tremendous leap in the level of life. The celestial dome of laws above was vast and boundless, with the illusions of the sun, moon, and stars flickering in and out among the clouds. The world tree towering above had extended its canopy to the very edge of his vision. Every time the branches swayed, a shower of golden spiritual liquid rained down. In the distance, massive mech factories emitted a deep rumbling sound. Sparks flew along the assembly line, filled with a strange beauty that blended cyberpunk and cultivation. Yet at this moment, Lu Yuan's attention was not on these beautiful scenes. His gaze was firmly locked onto the forbidden zone by the spiritual liquid lake. There, a massive dark red blood cocoon, as large as a small mountain, lay. It was emitting an extremely dangerous energy fluctuation. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the blood cocoon pulsing resembled a war drum beaten by an ancient behemoth. The vibrations shook the divine realm's land for dozens of miles around. Inside the cocoon was the stray dog De Huang that he had carelessly tossed in earlier. Having absorbed the essence of an entire class abyssal magic lion along with so many divine herbs aged over 100,000 years, Lu Yuan stroked his chin, his eyes glimmering with anticipation. If you don't hatch soon, I might just dig you out and roast you over a fire. As soon as he finished speaking, it seemed the cocoon understood his threat. The enormous dark red blood cocoon suddenly convulsed violently, following that its surface was covered with dazzling cracks resembling lava. Blinding red light shone through the gaps. Crack! A crisp breaking sound echoed sharply in the quiet lakeside. In the next moment, a terrifying pressure, ancient and primordial, filled with an aura of endless destruction, erupted like a long-suppressed volcano. The pressure was overwhelmingly strong. So strong that even Taiju, who was hammering iron in the distant factory, was forced to sit down on the ground. The core formation of over 10,000 obsidian mechs emitted a buzzing sound under the unbearable strain. It was a wolf howl that shook the divine realm, tore through the blood cocoon, shooting straight to the heavens. The sound waves transformed into a tangible whirlwind, bending the mutated weeds along the lake's edge, which were dozens of meters tall in half. As the wind subsided amidst the blood mist, a terrifying beast towering like a mountain suddenly appeared in Lu Yuan's line of sight. Its body was pitch black like ink, with fur resembling spiky steel needles that shimmered with a cold metallic luster. For massive claws pressed against the ground, and beneath them bill-sowing flames of ghostly black fire rose. The surrounding space twisted and deformed under the scorch. This was a true ancient primordial aberration, the king of the Rift Sky magic wolves. The aura emanating from it had completely broken the genetic shackles of the original stray dog. Its power surged dramatically, directly surpassing the thresholds of both the martial sect and martial sovereign. It was approaching the pinnacle realm of human martial artists, the martial saint level. A martial saint level battle pet. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, unable to resist letting out a loud whistle. The resources invested this time have definitely paid off abundantly. The king of the magic wolves lowered its massive head, its enormous crimson eyes scanning the surroundings. Those eyes were cold and brutal. It seemed ready to tear apart and devour all living beings in the world. Suddenly, its gaze fell upon Lu Yuan hovering in midair. Man and wolf exchanged glances across a distance of several hundred meters. It seemed ready to tear apart and devour all living beings in the world. Suddenly, its gaze fell upon Lu Yuan hovering in midair. Man and wolf exchanged glances across it. In its place was an extremely human-like fawning and excitement. Whoosh! The massive mountain-like body rapidly shrank in midair. By the time it reached Lu Yuan, it had transformed into a big black dog taller than a human. Woof! Woof! Da Huang barked excitedly, its two front paws landing directly on Lu Yuan's shoulders. Its thick tail wagged like a helicopter rotor. The fierce wind nearly blew away the dirt beside them. It extended its pink tongue bigger than a palm and attempted to lick Lu Yuan's face wildly. Stop, stop, stop. Take your slobber back. Lu Yuan turned his head in disgust, pinching Da Huang's mouth and firmly pushing it back to the ground. Da Huang let out a whimper of grievance. It simply lay down on the ground, exposing its fluffy belly and wriggling its four legs in a frenzy. Looking up at Lu Yuan with a face full of pleading for affection. This silly appearance bore no resemblance to the terrifying aura of the king of the Rift Sky magic wolves. Just a moment. Lu Yuan couldn't help but chuckle. He squatted down and rubbed Da Huang's large head vigorously. You must have been cooped up in that cocoon for too long, huh? As he felt the terrifying vitality emanating from his palm, his gaze softened a bit. Although this little guy looked a bit ordinary, it was undoubtedly a capable guardian. A battle pet nearing the martial saint realm was probably one of a kind across the entire blue planet. Alright, stop rolling around here, don't embarrass your wolf clan. Lu Yuan patted its rear and stood up. Let's go, I'll take you out for a breeze, get some fresh air. Hearing that they could go out to play, Da Huang instantly leaped up from the ground. It excitedly spun in place 3 times and barked joyfully into the air. Woof! The next morning on the tree-lined avenue of Magic City Academy. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the leaves, casting shadows on the flat stone path. Lu Yuan, dressed in clean sportswear, strolled leisurely forward. In his hand, he held a piece of hemp rope that he had found from somewhere, the other end tied to the imposing Da Huang. Although Da Huang had shrunk in size, it still contained a near 2-meter shoulder height and a coat that shone like black satin. It was still eye-catching, looking like an oddity. Students passing by glanced over, keeping their distance. They feared that this black wolf, which looked fierce, might suddenly attack. Yuan, go. Over here, over here. In the distance at the entrance of the cafeteria, Fat Wong was waving his hands with 2 big meat buns, his mouth dripping with grease. He had received a call last night and was so excited that he couldn't sleep, rushing out early to wait. But when he clearly saw the thing Lu Yuan was holding, the bun he had just bitten, fell to the ground with a plop. What the hell? Fat Wong rubbed his eyes, his legs going weak, nearly collapsing to the ground. He could clearly feel that the big black dog, although it looked docile, the faint pressure from its primordial bloodline was like an invisible mountain, making it hard for him to breathe, his legs shaking uncontrollably. Yuan, you called me last night saying you wanted to take me to ride the coolest dog. Fat Wong stuttered, pointing at Da Huang, his teeth chattering. The dog you mentioned. It wouldn't be this living ancestor, would it? Upon hearing someone point at it, Da Huang turned its head, baring its 2 rows of white fangs at Fat Wong. A low rumbling sound emitted from its throat. Don't scare him. Lu Yuan casually tugged on the hemp rope in his hand. De Huang immediately closed its mouth, obediently sitting aside, sticking out its tongue, and playing dead. This is a purebred farm dog that I raised at great expense with an excellent temperament. Lu Yuan walked over and kicked Fat Wang's soft calf. Get it together, pick up the bun, and eat it before we get to work. Fat Wang tremblingly picked up the bun from the ground, swallowing hard. What? Work? Lu Yuan glanced toward the academy's main gate, the rising sun, casting a long shadow behind him. My dog has been cooped up at home for too long, its bones are a bit stiff, and need some exercise. Lu Yuan's lips curled into a slightly mischievous smile. After its wealth, we'll take it for a walk around campus, and find a few blind sandbags for it to practice its bite. The morning sunlight bathed the broad, tree-lined avenue of the Modu Academy. The spiritual energy street lamps on both sides of the road had yet to extinguish, while the air was filled with a fresh fragrance of grass and wood. Lu Yuan yawned, grasping with one hand a coarse hemp rope found from somewhere. At the other end of the rope was a pure black colossal beast, nearly 2 meters tall at the shoulder. Although De Huang had restrained its terrifying netherworld black flame and deliberately shrunk its size considerably, its coat shone like black steel, and its powerful strides exuded. No matter how one looked at it, it bore no resemblance whatsoever to the word dog. Lu Yuan, too lazy to walk, simply stretched his long legs and swung himself onto De Huang's broad back. Yuan, brother Yuan. Wang Pengzi followed beside him, his legs trembling as if he were stepping on a sewing machine. Clutching a half-cold meat bun, he dared not swallow a single bite. Is your mutt here munching on fertilizer, or what? Pengzi swallowed hard, sticking close to the roadside, wishing to keep at least dozens of feet away from De Huang. Why do I feel like it's even more terrifying than those lords at the front line yesterday? Lu Yuan relaxed against De Huang's soft neck fur and casually stroked one of its wolf ears. Nonsense, this is a purebred Chinese rural dog. Just has a bigger appetite and a larger frame. He patted De Huang's back and raised an eyebrow at Pengzi. The back is spacious enough, come up and squeeze in. Saves you the trouble of huffing and puffing while walking. No. Wang Pengzi shook his head like a rattle, stepping back 3 times in quick succession. I'd rather crawl to class than ride this living ancestor. I want to live a few more years yet. De Huang seemed to understand Pengzi's timidity, disdainfully exhaling a blast of scorching air. It split open its jaws, revealing 2 rows of dagger-like fangs, casting a kingly, contemptuous glare at Pengzi. Pengzi shuddered in fright and hastily tossed the half-eaten meat. De Huang couldn't be bothered to even sniff at, pawing the meat bun into a pile of mush before continuing forward with an utterly indifferent gait. At this moment, it was peak time for morning classes, and the tree-lined avenue was bustling with people. As the Alliance's top academy, most students came from affluent or noble backgrounds, each usually accompanied by a high-grade battle pet. Fierce wind eagles soared in the sky, rampage rhinos thundered on the ground, a dazzling variety. Walking along the road, they all exuded an imposing aura. But today the situation had completely changed. A sophomore senior rode his proud A-grade battle beast, the Crimson Flame Golden Tiger, showing off to several junior female students. Don't be afraid, junior sisters, this Golden Flame Tiger cost tens of millions for its pure blood. Before he could finish, Lu Yuan riding De Huang leisurely passed by them. De Huang didn't even glance back, merely sneezing casually. A faint, ancient, and primeval bloodline aura of a millennia-old wild species seeped out along with the sneeze. Thud! The so-called ferocious Golden Flame Tiger suddenly weakened in its front legs and knelt down in the street. Its crimson fur bristled on end, and its large tiger eyes were filled with terror. Immediately a pungent stench filled the air. This A-grade battle beast was so frightened it urinated on itself on the spot. Both excrement and urine flowed as it lay trembling helplessly on the ground. The senior who was showing off was caught off guard, tumbling off the tiger's back and landing face first into the mud. What the hell? What's wrong with my tiger? The senior scrambled up painfully, trying to grab the leash. Yet the Golden Flame Tiger pressed tightly against the ground, not daring to make a sound. This was only the beginning. As Lu Yuan and De Huang continued forward, the entire tree-lined avenue seemed to be under a petrifying spell. Chirp! Several thundercloud cranes circling overhead fell straight into the roadside artificial lake like kites with broken strings, splashing water everywhere. Crack! A massive armored giant bear plunged its head directly into a soil pit in a flower bed, trembling its large rear as if pretending to be an ostrich. Chaos ensued all along the way. Those usually arrogant high-grade battle pets, once they sensed De Huang's scent regardless of circumstances, immediately chose to feign death or collapse. Students on the road all stopped in their tracks, their gasps of astonishment rising in waves. Is that Lu Yuan from the logistics department? Didn't he just return from the front line yesterday? What kind of monster is he riding? My 6th-rank shadow leopard can't even stand up. Bullshit, dog. Have you ever seen a dog with glowing green eyes and black footprints beneath its paws? This has got to be an ancestor escape. The crowd spontaneously parted, forming a vacuum belt several meters wide with no one daring to approach. At this moment, a middle-aged man clad in a high-level instructor's robe rode and Scrade Frost Subdragon approaching from the opposite direction. Known for his strictness, this instructor's Frost Subdragon was his symbol of dominance within the academy. Such noise and disorder, what a disgrace. The instructor frowned and scolded, preparing to demonstrate his authority as the teaching director. Lu Yuan riding Da Huang happened to brush past him. Da Huang tilted its head, curiously glancing at the winged giant lizard. It opened its mouth and softly let out a single woof. Just that one sound. The arrogant Scrayed Frost subdragon's huge eyes suddenly rolled back. Thud. The massive dragon's body collapsed onto the stone pavement like a heap of rotten meat. Foam spilled from its mouth as it fainted from sheer fright. The instructor fell face first onto the ground, his glasses flying far away. Lying on the ground watching the once majestic subdragon playing dead with its belly exposed, the instructor was utterly dumbfounded. At this moment the entire campus fell into an even the sound of leaves falling onto the concrete was distinctly audible. Everyone looked at Lu Yuan's retreating figure as if he were a monster, their scalps tingling. A creature resembling a black dog let out a roar that felled the instructor's scrayed, contracted beast. What on earth had happened to this world? Brother Yuan, isn't this a bit too conspicuous? Wang Pengzi wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his heart racing as he followed closely. I feel like the entire school wants to dissect us. What's there to fear? I'm merely taking my dog for a stroll to class. Lu Yuan stretched lazily, breathing in the fresh morning air, his spirits high. Having been confined in the divine realm for so long, he deserved a breath of fresh air. Occasionally observing the comical reactions of these greenhouse flowers was a fine. One man, one dog, and one chubby companion swaggered through more than half the campus, heading toward the main teaching building for class. Screech. A piercing sound of tire friction suddenly shattered the campus tranquility. At a wide crossroads ahead, three heavily modified, ostentatiously painted heavy spiritual energy war vehicles burst out without warning. These three war vehicles executed synchronized drifts, blocking the road dead center, sealing off Lu Yuan's path completely. Their doors flipped open uniformly. Over a dozen bodyguards clad in matching black suits and sunglasses leapt out with precise coordination. Each radiated a powerful mid-level martial master aura as they formed a human wall on the road. Then from the longest and flashiest golden war vehicle stepped a young man. He wore an expensive dark gold light armor, hair slicked back flawlessly without a single stray strand. His entire demeanor screamed, I am wealthy and formidable. Is that someone from the Long family? Nearby students watching the commotion recognized the scene, their faces turning pale as they... His entire demeanor screamed, I am wealthy and formidable. Is that someone from the Long family? Nearby students watching the commotion recognized the scene, their faces turning pale as they quickly backed away. It's Long Aoyan, eldest young master of the Long family, one of the four ancient martial clans of the capital. This is bad that Calamity always bullies others on campus. Is this showdown directed at Lu Yuan? Surrounded by his bodyguards, Long Aoyan swaggered forward with a pronounced gait, stopping less than 5 meters from Da Huang. He first appraised Lu Yuan's somewhat faded school uniform, up and down, a sneer of undisguised contempt curling the corner of his mouth. Then his gaze fell upon Da Huang. His eyes instantly gleamed with fanatic greed. What a pure black, mutated, ferocious beast. Long Aoyan snapped his folding fan shut with a sharp clap, his eyes shining brightly. He completely ignored Da Huang's feat of scaring the Scrayed Frost subdragon into unconsciousness, his mind consumed with thoughts of claiming this flashy mount for himself. Hey, you civilian riding that black dog over there. Long Aoyan lifted his chin, pointing his fan toward Lu Yuan with a tone dripping with condescending charity. I have my eyes on this beast under your seat. Name your price. How much do you want to sell it for? This young master has taken a liking to this beast. Long Aoyan stood in front of the flashy golden war chariot, pointing with his folding fan, his tone arrogantly haughty. The row of black-clad bodyguards behind him immediately stepped forward in unison. The sound of their leather shoes scraping against the stone pavement was grating to the teeth. The atmosphere on the tree-lined avenue instantly dropped to freezing point. The surrounding students watching the spectacle scattered in a panic like a receding tide. It's over, it's over. How did this scourge set his sights on Lu Yuan? He's a direct descendant of the Long family in the capital. I heard that the Long family controls a third of the Alliance's spiritual energy mines, and even the military's procurement of supplies at the front line has to consider their family's face. Lu Yuan is definitely in over his head this time. Killing a few exotic beasts at the front line is nothing compared to facing an ancient martial arts family. Whispers filled the crowd, each person casting sympathetic glances at Lu Yuan. Fat Wang clung desperately to a roadside ornamental tree, his short legs shaking like a sieve. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shouted at Lu Yuan in a low voice. Brother Yuan, a real hero doesn't suffer losses in front of his eyes. The Long family from the capital is something we can't afford to provoke. Lu Yuan sat lazily on the broad back of Da Huang, yawning. He didn't even glance at Long Aoyan reaching up to scratch his ear. The Long family. Lu Yuan mumbled casually, his voice neither loud nor soft, just enough for the other party to hear. Never heard of it. Is it a seafood market? The entire venue fell silent. Everyone gasped, their jaws nearly dropping to the ground in shock. Had this kid gone mad? Daring to mock the ancient martial arts family of the capital as a seafood vendor. The high and mighty smile on Long Aoyan's face instantly froze. A trace of intense malice flashed in his eyes. You insolent fool. A bodyguard captain beside him suddenly stepped forward. The overwhelming pressure of a martial sect initial stage expert surged forth like a gale rustling the leaves of the trees by the roadside. A mere commoner newly rich dares to insult the Long family seeking death. The bodyguard captain shouted angrily, half drawing his alloy combat knife with a chilling gleam. Lu Yuan sat on the wolf's back unaffected by the oppressive aura. He frowned, visibly annoyed. This early in the morning, whose dog is loose and barking? You. The bodyguard captain's face turned crimson with rage, about to charge forward. Stand down. Long Outyin snapped his folding fan shut, blocking his subordinate. He considered himself a cultured and prestigious noble, relishing the act of shattering others' dignity with money. He stepped forward and scrutinized Lu Yuan, his gaze as if appraising a cheap commodity. I know you, Lu Yuan, right? Long Outyin chuckled coldly, his tone filled with disdain. I heard you had good luck on the southwestern front picking up a few bargains, and suddenly the school is calling you the so-called uncrowned king. As he spoke, he leisurely took out a checkbook adorned with gold trim from his pocket. An astute lackey immediately approached, offering a golden fountain pen. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Long Outyin uncapped the pen, not even looking as he signed a long string of numbers on the check with flamboyant strokes. Tear. He casually ripped off the check and tossed it towards Lu Yuan like feeding a stray dog. Hey Race, 10 million star coins, enough for a commoner like you to buy a decent house in the magic. Long Outyin raised his chin, looking at Lu Yuan as if he were bestowing a great favor. Sell me this black dog under you, and then scram. From now on, follow behind this young master carrying my bags, and I'll ensure you walk through the alliance unimpeded. The light check danced in the wind, slowly descending at Lu Yuan's feet. The surrounding students' eyes reddened, their breathing growing heavy. 10 million. Young Master Long is too extravagant. To be a follower of young Master Long, that's a fortune accumulated over 8 generations. Oh, Lu Yuan has struck it rich this time. If he doesn't agree, he's a complete fool. Everyone felt that in the face of such a fortune and the Long family's invitation, Lu Yuan had no reason to refuse. However, Lu Yuan didn't even spare a glance at the check on the ground. He merely lowered his head slightly, watching the piece of fluttering scrap paper in the wind, nearly unable to. 10 million. He had spent hundreds of billions last night on the dark web. Even a discarded broken furnace cost him more than that. The 50 trillion star coins that had just arrived in his account were. This idiot actually thought 10 million was a sum for flaunting wealth. 10 million. Lu Yuan looked at Long Outyin with a half-smile, his eyes filled with a kind of patronizing. This small amount of loose change, how dare you bring it out to embarrass yourself? As soon as this was said, the air around seemed to freeze. Even the wind stopped. Long Outyin was stunned. He had imagined Lu Yuan would be grateful to the point of tears, or even feign modesty. But he never dreamed that a poor student in a shabby white uniform would actually find 10 million too little. Too little. Long Outyin laughed in anger, the muscles on his face twitching slightly. Kid, don't be too greedy. If greed can cost you your life. He struck his palm with the folding fan, completely tearing off the mask of hypocrisy. Everything I, Long Outyin, set my sights on has never been unattainable. The money I give you is charity, a reward. Don't push your luck. Long Outyin suddenly waved his hand, his gaze turning venomous. Since you refuse to accept this toast, and instead seek punishment, then don't blame me for being ruthless. In this magic city, no one dares to defy the Long family's authority. The dozen or so black-clad bodyguards behind him heard the command and advanced in unison. A dozen alloy combat knives were instantly drawn, and a chilling, murderous intent spread across the avenue. Today, whether you sell this dog or not, I will seize it. Long Outyin pointed at Lu Yuan, roaring arrogantly. At that time, not only will you get not a single coin, but I will also have someone break your limbs, making you crawl out of the school like a real dog. The tense atmosphere frightened the onlooking students into retreating again and again. Fat Wong had completely given up hope, closing his eyes and beginning to chant a reincarnation chant. In the face of the wolf-like bodyguards, Lu Yuan remained as steady as a mountain. He not only didn't rise to defend himself, but didn't even change his sitting posture. He slowly lowered his head, looking at Da Huang beneath him. Da Huang had been very quiet since earlier. Although it had deliberately restrained the overwhelming aura of the sky-splitting demon wolf king, its dignity as an ancient species of 10,000 years still remained. The weak human who reeked of perfume just now actually dared to point at its nose and call it a black dog. Not only calling it a dog, but also wanting to buy it with money. It even wanted to break its master's limbs. This was intolerable. Da Huang's scarlet vertical pupils were now firmly locked onto Long Outyin, not far away. Under its black fur, a flicker of ghostly black flames danced. A hot airflow rolled in its throat like an active volcano about to erupt. Lu Yuan sensed the violent emotions that Da Huang was desperately suppressing. A cold and playful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth as he reached out his hand and gently patted Da Huang's neck fur, which was as hard as iron. His voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of everyone present. Da Huang, did you hear that? Someone called you a dog, and even generously wanted to spend 10 million to buy you. Da Huang abruptly lifted its massive head. 2 rows of sharp fangs like daggers gleamed ominously in the morning light. Lu Yuan scratched its chin, smiling carefreely. Do you think he is worthy, eh? Do you think he deserves it, eh? Lu Yuan's seemingly casual remark was like a spark that fell into a barrel of gunpowder. The air seemed to solidify. The students nearby who were watching the excitement all gasped and shocked, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at Lu Yuan. Is this kid out of his mind? How dare he say undeserving to the young master of the Long family, one of the 4 ancient martial families in Kyoto? Long Aoshin's cold smile instantly froze. No one had ever dared to look at him that way throughout his life. Even more so, no one had ever had the audacity to undermine his dignity in front of so many people. You ungrateful mud-legged fool. Long Outyin snapped his folding fan shut and pointed at Lu Yuan's nose, laughing in anger. Since you're so eager to seek death, I shall grant you your wish. He took half a step back, his eyes filled with malice. Air. Bring this kid down and break his limbs. That beast, trap it with the spirit locking net and take it back to the Long family. Yes, young master. The moment the words fell, 2 bodyguards in black standing beside Long Outyin stepped forward violently. The hard concrete ground was forcefully dented beneath. The auras of these 2 surged explosively, unleashing their formidable pressure of early martial sovereign without reserve. A thick layer of dark red chi shield formed around their bodies, emanating intense blood energy. Kid, remember to open your eyes wide in your next life. The bodyguard named it, sneered. His fingers clawed like talons, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle as he lunged for Lu Yuan's throat. The other bodyguard coordinated seamlessly. He pulled out a special alloy net crackling with lightning from his waist, aiming it at De Huang's head. The martial sovereign strike was as fast as lightning. The onlooking students could only see 2 afterimages, unable to react in time. Wang Pengzi was so scared that he fell to the ground, tightly shutting his eyes. However, facing the thunderous onslaught, Lu Yuan didn't even take his hands out of his pockets. He merely yawned lazily, patting the black fur beneath him. There was no need for him to lift a finger. Roar! A deep, rough roar reminiscent of a primal ancient beast suddenly echoed on the main road. In De Huang's scarlet vertical pupils, an unrestrained ferocity erupted. It opened its enormous mouth, capable of swallowing an adult whole. From deep within its throat, a dark flame flickered ominously. Accompanied by this deafening roar, a terrifying bloodline pressure belonging to an ancient beast of millennia swept through the area like a Category 12 hurricane. Buzz. The sound waves transformed into visible ripples, wildly expanding from De Huang's center. The 2 martial sovereign bodyguards at the forefront were the first to bear the brunt. They didn't even see what had happened. They only felt an irresistible force of destruction, like a high-speed maglev train crashing into their chests. Crack! Their proud blood chi barriers shattered before the sound wave, crumbling into pieces in less than half a second. Pooh! Ada and Air simultaneously spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Their eardrums were shattered, blood gushing out of their ears. The 2 high-ranking martial sovereigns were like flies being swatted away, flying backwards at a speed 10 times faster than when they charged forward. Boom! Boom! They crashed heavily into the luxurious golden war chariot behind them. The immense impact dented the armored car doors, which were said to withstand missile strikes, creating 2 deep, human-shaped impressions. They didn't even have time to scream. Their eyes rolled back, and they fainted. But that wasn't the end. The aftermath of the Mad Wolf King's roar continued to wreak havoc. Bang, 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 bang. A series of explosive sounds erupted. All the shatterproof glass of the luxurious spirit-powered vehicles brought by Long Outyin shattered into countless shards at the same time. The scenic trees along the sides of the road were uprooted by this shockwave. Leaves danced wildly in the air. As for the dozen or so martial artists following Long Outyin, they collapsed to the ground like cut wheat, clutching their chests, pale-faced and gasping, unable to get up. The power of that roar was terrifying. The entire tree-lined avenue of the academy fell into a dead silence. Only the sound of the wind rustling through the shattered glass could be heard. The onlooking students all gaped, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Everyone's minds went blank, completely losing their ability to think. What just happened? That battle pet that looked like a black dog let out a roar. Did it just instantly kill 2 martial sovereigns? Did it even cripple the luxurious convoy of the Long family? Is this really a dog? This is simply a moving disaster. In this silence, the once towering young master of the Long family, Long Outyin, now maintained an extremely comical posture. The folding fan in his hand had long since fallen. His once arrogant face was now devoid of color, pale as a sheet of paper. Although De Huang's roar had missed him, the deathly gaze of that primal beast was firmly fixed on him. In that moment, Long Outyin felt as if he had been thrown into an endless abyss, his very soul trembling. Plop! A drop of cold sweat dripped from his nose. Then with a thud, the illustrious young master of Kyoto completely lost sensation in his legs. He collapsed like a pile of mush onto the glass-strewn concrete ground. A warm liquid difficult to describe flowed down his expensive custom pants, creating a glaring stain on the ground. He was actually scared to the point of wetting himself by a dog. Why is the quality of this car so terrible? The glass shattered just like that. In this pin-drop silence, Lu Yuan's lazy voice suddenly rang out. He casually hopped down from De Huang's back. De Huang immediately retracted its fierce demeanor, sitting obediently to the side, wagging its tail on the ground, even rubbing against Lu Yuan's pant leg, as if seeking. Lu Yuan brushed off the dust from his hands and walked over to the collapsed Long Outyin. The sound of his footsteps, tap tap tap, resonated in Long Aoshan's ears like the tolling of. Stopping in front of Long Outyin, Lu Yuan glanced down at the million-yuan check that had just been thrown on the ground. Crack. Lu Yuan lifted his foot, the cheap sneakers worth only a few dozen yuan, mercilessly stomping on the check. He casually ground it down, thoroughly embedding those numbers, symbolizing wealth and arrogance, into the dirt. What do you want to do? Long Outyin looked up at Lu Yuan from below, biting his tongue, so hard it bled, without even realizing it. He shrank back, desperately, his voice trembling uncontrollably. I am from the Long family in Kyoto. My grandfather is a senior member of the alliance. If you dare to touch me, the Long family will ensure you have nowhere to bury your body. Not just you, your family, your friends, they'll all pay the price. Even as he wet himself in fear, his ingrained mindset as a young master led him to instinctively mention his backing, attempting to use his family's influence to suppress this commoner before him. The surrounding students shivered upon hearing this. The Long family's revenge was indeed something ordinary people could not bear. However, upon hearing this threat, Lu Yuan not only showed no fear, but instead smiled, the grin bright, yet chilling to the bone. Long Outyin. Lu Yuan leaned slightly forward, examining the face drenched in cold sweat. This name sounds quite domineering, doesn't it? As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Yuan abruptly raised his right hand and delivered a swift slap. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap echoed along the entire tree-lined avenue. Though Lu Yuan used not even a millionth of his strength, that pure physical energy was more than enough to overwhelm a pampered young master. Long Aoshan's body spun in the air like a top, propelled by the force of that slap, turning 3 times before landing. Pooh! He spewed a mouthful of blood midair, mixed with several shards of his white teeth. Thud! Long Outyin crashed heavily onto the ground, half his face instantly swelling into a purplured mess. His mind buzzed, and he saw stars, unable even to scream. The entire scene was once again frozen in shock. Even the air seemed to forget to move. He actually hit him. He really hit him. In front of the entire school, he turned the young master of the Long family into a pig head. Lu Yuan stood there, pulling out a tissue from his pocket and disdainfully wiping his hands. He looked down at Long Outyin, who was convulsing on the ground, his eyes devoid of only a disdain belonging to the superior looking down on an ant. But before me, Lu Yuan's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable absolute dominance that struck at everyone's hearts. As a dragon you must submit. As an insect you must lie flat. He casually tossed the tissue he had wiped his hands with onto Long Aoshan's face. Take your lackeys and get lost. This command, like a pardon, made those bodyguards who had been lying on the ground pretending to be dead feel as if they had received a great reprieve. They scrambled to their feet, not caring about their injuries, several of them hastily lifting the dazed Long Outyin, not even daring to pick up the fallen folding fan. Like a pack of stray dogs, they fled from the scene in those battered war chariots with dented doors and shattered glass. Watching the convoy flee in disarray, the tree-lined avenue remained silent for a long time. All the students stood against the walls, consciously giving Lu Yuan a wide berth. Let's go to Huang. Lu Yuan tugged at the rope, continuing to walk toward the teaching building as if nothing had happened. Only then did Wang Pengzi get up from the ground, brushing off the dirt from his back. He jogged to catch up with Lu Yuan, his fat face filled with anxiety and concern. Yuan Ge, that slap you just gave was quite satisfying, and you vented your anger. Wang Pengzi swallowed, nervously lowering his voice and glancing around. But I heard that Vice Chairman Si Kongjun has been secretly collaborating with ancient martial families recently. In a few days, the internal selection for the competition of all races will take place. You've offended the Long family severely. They will definitely try to eliminate you in the arena. There will surely be all sorts of foul play and underhanded tactics. We won't be able to defend against it. Lu Yuan, upon hearing this, did not even pause in his steps. He reached out to pet De Huang's slick neck, fur chuckling lightly. Eliminate me. Lu Yuan turned his head, looking at the worried Wang Pengzi. I'm just afraid they won't send enough people to provide enough fertilizer for my divine land. The War Academy in Magic City had yet to begin its first class of the afternoon. The campus forum server had already completely crashed under the pressure. A short video clip, barely a few seconds long, soared like it had sprouted wings. It not only exploded on the students' social media feeds, but also rapidly shot to the top of the entire alliance's trending topics. In the video, the arrogant young master of the Long family, Long Aotian, was spinning through the air like a tattered sack, completing 3.5 smooth rotations. Then, accompanied by a mouthful of flying teeth, he landed with a loud thud on the ground, looking utterly miserable. The one who delivered this slap was none other than Lu Yuan, dressed in a faded school. Brother Yuan, you're trending. This time you've really made it to outer space. In the back row of the classroom, Wang Fatty held his phone, excitedly shaking his ample flesh. The number of likes has already exceeded 100 million. Everyone is asking how that slap was delivered. Lu Yuan rested his chin on his hand, boredly flipping through a thick book titled Anatomy of Abyssal Beasts. He wasn't surprised at all. There had been so many students standing by the roadside that someone was bound to have recorded it. It's trending, so what? What's the big deal? Lu Yuan turned a page without lifting his head. This just shows that the people's eyes are sharp. They enjoy watching bullies get beaten up. But that's the Long family. Wang Fatty lowered his voice, nervously rubbing his hands together. Keyboard warriors online might enjoy the chaos, but once this video reaches the upper echelons, the nature of the incident will completely change. That slap didn't just hit Long Aotion's face, it rubbed the dignity of the entire aristocratic family in the dirt. Lu Yuan chuckled lightly, his eyes filled with indifference. Dignity. If they truly had dignity, they wouldn't hide behind the scenes selling out their country while the frontline soldiers are fighting. So what if it's shattered? Can they really bite me? Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in Kyoto, at the highest level private conference room of the Alliance, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt as if water could drip from it. A huge holographic screen was looping the scene of Long Aotion being slapped for several seconds. The video quality had been magnified tenfold, with each frame crystal clear. At the wide redwood round table, a dozen figures in suits were seated. Each one, if picked out at random, could command storms in the Alliance's business or political circles. At this moment, their expressions were all grim. Seated at the very end was the current head of the Long family, Long Zhantian, whose face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his skin. This is too much. It's simply intolerable. Long Zhantian slammed his palm on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. Head of the Long family, now is not the time to lose your temper. An elderly man seated at the head of the table spoke slowly. He was dressed in an exquisite dark gold robe, playing with two smooth jade walnuts in his hand. He was none other than the Alliance's vice chairman, the leading figure of the surrender faction, Si Kongzhen. His gaze, like a venomous snake, was fixed on Lu Yuan's indifferent face on the screen. Click, click. The sound of the jade walnuts rubbing together echoed harshly in the silent conference room. The Yi family just fell to the military, and Yi Xingchun died under mysterious circumstances. Si Kongzhen's voice was low but carried a chilling coldness. Now even your Long family has become the laughingstock of the entire internet. He scanned the faces of the family heads present, a sarcastic smile creeping onto his lips. A commoner, a freshman, is shitting on us aristocratic families. Gentlemen, do you wish to continue watching this farce? A thin family head wiped the cold sweat from his brow and spoke cautiously. Vice Chairman, it's not that we don't want to deal with him, but this kid is too unpredictable. The frontline reports say he can explode the Fire Demon Commander with a single punch. Moreover, he has that old madman Si Tu-Kong backing him, and the military clearly favors him. With a loud bang, Si Kongzhen slammed his palm on the table. The high-quality Wang Wali tabletop cracked open with a terrifying gap. The two jade walnuts in his hand were crushed into dust, falling through his fingers. The room fell silent, as if frozen. This is the most deadly part. Si Kongzhen suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent, no longer able to pretend to be calm. Do you really think it's as simple as him just being able to punch a few beasts to death? He pointed at Lu Yuan on the screen, gritting his teeth. His rate of growth has completely surpassed our control. He is now a banner raised by the pro-war faction. He is a god in the hearts of all the lowly commoners in the Alliance. Si Kongzhen paced anxiously in front of the conference table, his chest heaving violently. How many years did we spend instilling the idea that compromising with the Abyss is the only way to achieve peace into the populace? As long as we sign the land cession treaty, the Abyss can provide our aristocratic families with a decade of development and privileges. But the moment this kid appeared, he ignited the pro-war sentiment completely. The heads of the families exchanged glances, cold sweat soaking their backs. Only then did they realize that Lu Yuan's existence had shaken the very foundation of their wealth and dignity. This wasn't just a child's fight, it was a struggle for ideology. Then, Vice Chairman, what should we do? Long Zhantian asked grimly, his eyes filled with malice. Hire an assassin. The Poison King and Thousand Faces from the black market just died outside the city a few days ago, not even leaving a complete corpse. You fool. Assassinating a national hero, do you want to incite a rebellion? Si Kongzhen glared at him fiercely. Long Xinshan, that overprotective fool, was just lamenting the lack of excuses to clean up the aristocratic families. Si Kongzhen took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his anger. He returned to his seat, his gaze turning dark and sinister like an abyss. Killing him openly won't work, and assassinating him is too risky. He sneered, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. But what if he dies accidentally in a fair and just arena battle due to his own inadequacies? Everyone was taken aback. Arena? Are you suggesting? The internal selection for the 10,000 Clans martial arts tournament is about to start tomorrow. Si Kongzhen picked up the newly replaced teacup on the table and took a gentle sip. Isn't the pro-war faction always shouting? Don't they think this kid is invincible? Then let him compete in the selection round. Long Zhantian hesitated slightly. But Vice Chairman, with that kid's monstrous physique, even the average aristocratic disciple is just food for. Then who can create this accident? If ordinary people can't do it, well, find extraordinary people. Si Kongzhen heavily set down the teacup, producing a crisp sound. He looked towards the corner of the conference room where the shadows were thick and devoid of light. Something seemed to be subtly writhing there. After raising you for so many years, it's time for you to stretch your limbs. Si Kongzhen's voice carried a chilling aura of death. From the shadows emerged three hunched figures. They lacked breath, heartbeat, and were enveloped in a grayish, deathly aura. Rather than calling them humans, it would be more accurate to say they were 3 killing machines forged through secret methods. I want you to infiltrate the drawing list for tomorrow's selection round. Sikong Jun fixed his gaze on the 3 ghostly figures, delivering the highest order word by word. The 10,000 Clans martial arts tournament is just around the corner. I want you to use all means during the selection round, even if it means detonating the deadly goo within you. You must ensure that this Lu Yuan dies unexpectedly in the arena. The 3 ghostly figures said nothing, simply nodding stiffly. They then melted back into the darkness. Sikong Jun turned his head and gazed at Lu Yuan's frozen smile on the holographic screen, his eyes as if looking at a corpse. Lu Yuan, oh Lu Yuan, it's all your fault for standing in my way. The scene switched back to the War Academy in Magic City. Lu Yuan was sprawled over his desk, boredly twirling a carbon pen in his hand. The instructor at the podium was passionately explaining the defensive formations against abyssal rifts, but not a single word registered in Lu Yuan's mind. Beside him, Wang Fatty was secretly browsing the campus forum when he suddenly let out a strange cry. Holy crap, Brother Yuan, this is insane. Lu Yuan didn't even lift his eyelids, casually asking, what's going on? Is it a zombie rising in broad daylight? No, it's not a zombie, the battle list has been released. Wang Fatty shoved his phone screen into Lu Yuan's face, his complexion pale. Your first opponent tomorrow. He gulped, his voice trembling as if he had seen something extremely absurd. It's a newcomer whose name I've never even heard of, but in his personal information, the noted realm is. Lu Yuan glanced at the screen. Then he casually pushed the phone away, a playful cold smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. A half-step martial sovereign's death warrior. Lu Yuan's fingers spinning the pen came to a halt. Interesting, it seems this bunch of mice really have no memory at all. On the surface, life at the Magic City Academy seemed to have returned to calm. After Long Out Yin was beaten into a pig's head, the Long family surprisingly did not come looking for trouble immediately, not even making a noise. However, Lu Yuan's spiritual power exceeding 1 billion sharply caught a hint of an unusual scent in the air. It was a feeling of oppression, as if a storm was coming. Every day, the military transport ships taking off and landing in the sky increased to 3 times the usual amount. The energy shield above the Magic City silently raised its alert level to the highest. On the dormitory balcony, Lu Yuan leaned back in a rattan chair, holding a can of chilled soda. He gazed at the dimly rolling dark red clouds on the horizon, his eyes narrowing slightly. Those bastards from the abyss seemed unable to sit still. Lu Yuan took a sip of soda, the carbonated bubbles bursting in his throat, bringing a touch of coolness. You're quite leisurely while the outside world is about to turn upside down. A graceful black shadow flipped in from the side of the balcony, bringing with it a familiar fragrance. Morong Yaiwe unceremoniously pulled over another chair to sit down and casually snatched the soda from Lu Yuan's hand for a sip. Senior sister, when are you going to change this habit of sneaking in? Lu Yuan glanced at her, too lazy to snatch the can back. The main entrance isn't thrilling enough. Morong Yaiwe licked her red lips and casually tossed a button-sized mini projector on. This is the top-secret footage just intercepted by the Shadow Pavilion, synchronized live from the Kyoto Alliance headquarters 1 minute ago. Her expression turned unusually serious, devoid of her usual playful demeanor. That 10,000 Races martial arts conference is not simply a youth exchange. It is a slaughterhouse used by the Abyss races to test our human limits. Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow, tapping his fingers on the table. A slaughterhouse? Just based on those oddly shaped freaks. You should first see what these old foxes are arguing about. Morong Yaiwe pressed the button on the projector. A light blue holographic screen instantly unfolded before the two, the image slightly shaking, but the sound was very clear. On the screen was an extremely spacious round conference room, its dome carved with star totems. This was the symbol of the Alliance's highest power, the Supreme Council Chamber. At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room was tense, filled with the strong scent of gunpowder. I firmly oppose letting the core descendants of various families participate in such a deadly competition. In the center of the image, the deputy speaker of the Alliance, Sikong Jun, was banging the table, spitting out words. His well-maintained, old face was filled with righteous indignation. The delegation sent by the Abyss this time is led by the prince of the Gulen tribe. They are all here to kill. Sikong Jun looked around in despair, raising his voice by 8 degrees. Those children are the pillars of our Alliance's future. How can they die in vain on the stage? Sitting opposite him was the highest military commander, Long Qianshan. This iron-blooded veteran had bloodshot eyes resembling an enraged lion. Shut your mouth. Long Qianshan cursed without reservation, smashing his fist heavily on the solid wood conference table. The heavy wooden tabletop was directly smashed into a terrifying dent. The children of aristocratic families are pillars, but the ordinary soldiers fighting on the front line are just weak. The 10,000 Races Conference is a matter for the entire Alliance. While you aristocratic families enjoy the best resources, now you want to be turtles hiding in their shells. Next to Long Qianshan sat the principal of the Magic City Academy, Sidu Kong. Usually cheerful, today the old principal's face was serious as he coldly watched Sikong Jun. Deputy Speaker Sikong, you've gone in circles. What exactly do you want to say? Principal's sight as cold words pierced through the veil of ambiguity. You speak of the Abyss delegation as if they are invincible. Isn't it just to pave the way for your disgusting surrender agreement? Confronted with his ulterior motive, Si Kongjun did not panic. Instead, he proudly puffed out his chest. What do you mean by surrender? This is called strategic compromise. Si Kongjun pulled out a document from his briefcase and slammed it heavily on the table. The Gulen delegation has already made it clear that as long as we agree to cede 3 third-tier cities in the southwest border as their buffer zone, they can guarantee that the Abyss main force will not step into Blue Star for 10 years. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression instantly turned cold. Ceding 3 cities. That meant the lives of millions of people. In the mouths of these high-ranking politicians, it had become a light bargaining chip. On the screen, Long Qianshan was so furious that he drew his sidearm. Bang! Long Qianshan shot and shattered the teacup in front of Si Kongjun, the fragments scattering everywhere. Anyone who dares to sign this treasonous agreement, I will shoot him to death. 3 cities. Millions of civilians live in there. Long Qianshan was furious, his voice resonating in the hall like muffled thunder. Are you planning to pack them up and send them to the beasts as food? Si Kongjun, don't you fear vengeful spirits knocking on your door at night? The other family heads in the conference room shrank their, but there were also a few family heads who were in cahoots with Si Kongjun, daring to chime in. Commander Long, don't be impulsive, we must consider the bigger picture. Sacrificing the small self for the greater good. As long as we can achieve 10 years of peace, we can concentrate resources to cultivate elites, and in the future we will surely be able to reclaim our territory. Nonsense. After kneeling for so long, you won't even remember how to stand. Principal Situ slammed his palm on the table, his imposing presence sweeping across the few family heads who spoke, turned pale, nearly gasping for air. Ceding land for peace can only happen once, not multiple times. The old principal's voice was like a bell, unyielding. If today we give up 3 cities, tomorrow they will want all of Jiangnan City, and the day after they will want the Magic City. Will you give in? Both sides held their ground, refusing to yield. Although the pro-war faction was adamant, the pro-surrender faction controlled most of the alliance's economic lifeline and media voice. The highest meeting had completely fallen into a deadlock. Lu Yuan looked at the projection, shaking his head with a cold smile. These old dogs are calculating quite well. Using the lives of the lower class to trade for the power above them, while conveniently enjoying a decade of blood-soaked benefits. Murong Yaiwe sighed, playing with a strand of long hair hanging in front of her chest. This is the reality, junior brother. The aristocratic families control everything. They don't care about the lives of the commoners as long as their estates are not trampled by the beasts. Just then the image of Si Kongjun suddenly revealed a cold smile. He flicked the teacup fragments off his clothes, not angry at all, but instead showing a hint of sinister calculation. Since Commander Long and Principal Situ are so principled, let's make a bet. Si Kongjun leisurely scanned the pro-war generals, his tone dripping with unabashed mockery. Aren't you always praising those commoner prodigies? He tapped his finger on the table. Don't you think Lu Yuan from the Magic City is the hope of humanity? Hearing his name, Lu Yuan raised an eyebrow. Was this scheme directed at him? Good, since you are pro-war, let your commoner prodigies take the lead. Si Kongjun finally revealed his exceedingly malicious proposal. In tomorrow's selection competition, all the aristocratic descendants will withdraw. The conference room erupted in an uproar. Si Kongjun's voice drowned out all discussions. Let those muddy-legged geniuses fight for the starting spots. If they cannot even secure their spots in the internal selection and die like dogs on the stage, then it will prove that your pro-war faction's so-called hope is merely a joke that can be easily punctured. He fixed his gaze on Long Qianshan and Principal Situ, pressing them with every word. At that time, if you cannot defeat the alien delegation, you must agree to the land ceding agreement. Sign your names in front of the entire alliance. What a cunning plan to undermine them. Long Qianshan was so enraged that he trembled all over, pointing at Si Kongjun. You want to push the commoner geniuses into the fire pit. You deliberately let the aristocratic descendants withdraw from the competition just to see them die. This is called letting the capable bear more burdens. Si Kongjun leaned back in his chair, laughing coldly. What are you afraid to accept? Just now you were shouting about never retreating. The image abruptly cut off at this point. Murong Yaiwe put away the projector, her beautiful face full of seriousness. This old man is too poisonous. This is a desperate plan that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. She turned to Lu Yuan, her tone filled with deep concern. Junior brother, this is clearly a dead end. She took out a screenshot of the combat list from the campus network and handed it over. The aristocratic descendants publicly withdrew from the competition, but they filled the list with black market mercenaries bound by death contracts. Your opponent tomorrow, the one with the freshman's name, is definitely a half-step martial sovereign monster. They plan to use a tactic of overwhelming numbers and forbidden drugs to exhaust you commoners on the stage. Lu Yuan remained silent, quietly looking at that list. He stood up and walked to the edge of the balcony, looking down at the brightly lit campus below. The night wind caused his school uniform to flutter. So that's how it is. He had previously wondered why a simple internal selection would involve a hidden killer with the strength of a half-step martial sovereign. It turned out that behind this was the lives of millions and the cession of a city. Junior brother, don't be stubborn. Murong Yaiwe stepped forward, gently tugging at his sleeve. The selection competition is a matter of life and death. Once on the stage, each will accept their fate. Since they have set this trap, they must be fully confident in killing you. If it comes to it, just pretend to be sick and don't go. As long as you have the Green Mountains, you won't fear the lack of firewood. Pretend to be sick. Lu Yuan turned his head, looking at the anxious Moor. He suddenly smiled, that smile devoid of warmth, only harboring a chilling madness. Senior sister, you might have a misunderstanding of my strength. Lu Yuan extended his finger and gently flicked the alloy railing of the balcony. The solid railing, capable of withstanding tons of impact, instantly turned into a pile of fine iron powder scattering in the wind. Morong Yayu's pupils constricted, shocked into speechlessness. Did they ask for my opinion when they aimed to use commoners' lives to trade for bones to chew on? Lu Yuan turned around, accurately flicking the piece of scrap metal into the trash, 10 meters away, making a crisp sound. Go back and sleep well. He gazed at the gloomy night sky, the murderous intent in his eyes boiling like a tangible substance, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly. Since these old dogs enjoy watching the show tomorrow on the stage, I will let them see what it means to overpower 10 with 1, and what it means for me to sweep the entire arena alone. In the War Academy of Magic City, the logistics department's classroom for first-year students. Although sunlight streamed through the large floor-to-ceiling windows, the temperature in the room felt as cold as a dungeon. A deathly silence. On each new student's desk lay a notification letter covered with the bright red seal of the Alliance's Supreme Council. The stark black and white text emanated a nauseating smell of blood. Wang Pengzi sat beside Lu Yuan, his chubby hands trembling as he held the thin sheet of paper, shaking, as the paper made a crisp rustling sound piercing through the quiet classroom. Yuan Gu. The chubby boy swallowed hard, his voice clearly choked with tears. Is this a selection competition? This is clearly a death warrant. Lu Yuan leaned back in his chair, his legs crossed over the edge of the desk. He was leisurely peeling an orange, not even glancing at the notification letter. What's the rush? If the sky falls, someone tall will hold it up. This time we really can't bear it. A bespectacled commoner in the front row suddenly turned his head, his eyes red and teeth clenched. Look at the second supplementary regulation. This internal selection competition aims to stimulate students' ultimate potential, launching the unlimited life and death arena mode. Sign your name, step onto the stage, and any injuries or deaths are your own responsibility. Mentors are strictly forbidden from intervening. The boy slammed his fist on the desk, his voice. This isn't even the most outrageous part. Do you know what happened at school this morning? Dozens of eyes in the classroom turned to him in unison. All first-year students with A-level talents from noble families collectively called in sick this morning. Some claimed to have severe colds, while others said they were bitten by dogs when they went out. These bastards, usually flaunting their power, have all hidden away in such a deadly situation. The classroom erupted in chaos. Anger, despair, and frustration surged like wild grass in the hearts of these common students. Even a fool could see this was a trap. The envoy from the abyssal multitude hovered above Magic City, clamoring to take the heads of human geniuses as wine goblets. The higher-ups compromised, the noble families retreated. Now it was their turn, the powerless commoners, to fill the gap. This is unfair. Why should we be the cannon fodder? I want to participate. If worst comes to worst, I won't go to school anymore, I want to drop out. Several girls whose mental defenses collapsed lay on the desk, crying in despair. Bang! The wooden door of the classroom was violently kicked open. The tremendous force shook the plaster from the doorframe. Mentor Lung Wushuang entered with a cold expression. Today she wasn't in her usual professional attire, but rather wore a form-fitting dark combat suit. She had 2 gleaming alloy swords hanging at her waist. The classroom fell silent instantly, leaving only the sound of suppressed sobs. Lung Wushuang walked. Instead of chalk, she slammed a stack of top-secret files onto the podium. Dropping out. Lung Wushuang sneered, her gaze slicing through the few students who had just shouted about leaving. Do you think this is child's play? She pointed at the documents on the desk, her chest heaving with anger. According to the first clause of the military management law, those who flee in battle will be treated as traitors. They would be directly conscripted and sent to the Abyssal Rift as a death squad. The students turned pale, with fear covering their mouths tightly. Lung Wushuang took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her rage. In her usually icy eyes, a hint of deep helplessness emerged. I know this is unfair to you all. Lung Wushuang's voice lowered, tinged with bitterness. Xikong Jun, that old bastard, united the 8 great noble families and forcibly passed this resolution in the Supreme Council. Not only did they let the noble students evade battle, but they also secretly stuffed a large number of unknown transfer students into the battle list of you commoners. Lung Wushuang suddenly looked up, her gaze fixed on Lu Yuan, who was still peeling an orange in the last row. Her expression was extremely complicated. Lu Yuan, especially you. All the students' gazes immediately focused on Lu Yuan. Lung Wushuang stepped off the podium and approached Lu Yuan's desk. She snatched the battle list, pointing at the first line. Your first opponent is named Lonely Wolf. Lung Wushuang gritted her teeth, lowering her voice to a volume only a few nearby could hear. This person is not a new student at all. He is a notorious assassin in the black market with a true realm of half-step martial sovereign. Upon hearing this, Wang Pengzi slid off his chair onto the ground. Half-step martial sovereign. To fight a first-year student. Isn't that shameless? Lung Wushuang ignored Pengzi, her eyes fixed intently on Lu Yuan. It's not just him. The top 10 opponents on the list are all hired mercenaries bought by noble families, each has signed a life-and-death contract. She leaned over the desk, her hands resting on it, her tone urgent. This is not a selection competition, it is an open execution aimed at you. They are blatantly telling you that as long as you dare to step onto the stage you will encounter various accidents and be slowly worn down to death up there. Lung Wushuang straightened up, her eyes flashing with determination. Lu Yuan, I know your physical body is strong, but 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands, let alone in this shameless. Listen to me. She pressed down on Lu Yuan's shoulder, her voice heavy. I will take you to Dean Situ right now. As long as the dean speaks on your behalf, even Sikongzhen wouldn't dare to barge into the dean's office to arrest anyone. At worst, we can hide for a while until the military can deal with these toxic elements. Lung Wushuang's words were genuinely heartfelt. She would rather risk disobeying military orders than watch this miracle of the logistics department fall in a dirty political conspiracy. Wang Pengzi hurriedly got up from the ground, desperately tugging at Lu Yuan's sleeve. That's right, Yuan, go. We want fight. As long as we have the Green Hills, we aren't afraid of not having firewood. What rules are there to talk about with these shameless beasts? The surrounding classmates looked at Lu Yuan with eager eyes. In their hearts, Lu Yuan was the spiritual pillar of common students. If even Lu Yuan fell, they would truly be trampled into the mud by the noble families for the rest of their lives. Silence. A pin drop could be heard in the classroom. Lu Yuan stuffed a peeled orange segment into his mouth, slowly chewing. The sweet and sour juice spread through his mouth. He pulled out a tissue and wiped the juice from his fingertip. Then he suddenly laughed. At first it was just a low chuckle with his head down. The laughter grew louder and more unrestrained. In the end, he even threw his head back, laughing arrogantly to the point of tears almost spilling from his eyes. Lu Yuan, what are you laughing at? Lung Wushuang frowned tightly, thinking this kid had gone mad under pressure. I laugh at their stupidity. Lu Yuan stopped laughing and slowly stood up. He did not look at Lung Wushuang's anxious eyes, nor did he pay attention to Wang Pengzi's tugging. Instead, he reached out and picked up the life and death notification letter stamped with the Alliance's red seal from the desk. Lu Yuan lowered his head, his fingers lightly tracing over the dense clauses. The corners of his mouth curled into a chillingly cruel arc. A half-step martial sovereign assassin. To exhaust me in a wheeled battle. Lu Yuan shook his head, his tone filled with disappointment and mockery. Those old dogs sitting in their offices have such a pathetic lack of imagination. Do they think they can stop me with these stinking fish and rotten shrimp? He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over the terrified and despairing faces of the entire class. Lu Yuan took a deep breath. In the next second, sizzle. A crisp tearing sound of fabric suddenly echoed in the quiet classroom. The notification letter representing the highest will of the Alliance was ruthlessly torn in half by Lu Yuan. Go. What are you doing? Pengzi was so scared he nearly lost his mind. Openly tearing up the military order was a crime no lighter than being a deserter. Lu Yuan did not stop. Sizzle. Sizzle. He moved swiftly, shredding the paper into pieces in just a few moments. The glaring red Alliance seal turned into a pile of meaningless this waste paper which is too hard to even wipe with, dares to decide my fate. Lu Yuan casually tossed it up. A flurry of white paper scraps floated down like snowflakes in the sunlight. They landed on his faded school uniform and also fell into Lung Wushuang's shocked gaze. You have gone mad. Lung Wushuang shouted sharply, but there was no rebuke in her tone, only deep shock. I'm not crazy, teacher. Lu Yuan turned around and walked out from his seat. He stepped forward to the front of the classroom and stood still. At the moment he stopped, Lu Yuan no longer suppressed the vast power within him, as endless as a sea of stars. Even if just a tiny fraction of pure physical aura leaked through it. Buzz, a terrifying aura that couldn't be described in words, instantly erupted. There was no frenzy of blood or dazzling spiritual energy. It was the purest sense of physical mass oppression. The air in the classroom seemed to turn into thick mercury in an instant. All the desks and chairs creaked under the unbearable strain. The glass windows buzzed with vibration, covered in fine spiderweb cracks. Lung Wushuang, as a martial sovereign warrior, was forced to take 3 steps back under this aura. She stared at Lu Yuan, her eyes filled with horror. What kind of monstrous power is this? The seated common students struggled to breathe, their hearts gripped tightly by an invisible hand. Yet in their eyes the despair from before had vanished. Instead it was replaced by an ignited, frenzied flame. Lu Yuan stood amidst the falling scraps of paper, his figure tall and straight like a pine. He slowly turned his head. Those ice-cold eyes, as deep as an abyss, pierced through the classroom's glass windows. He looked straight towards the north. There lay the direction of the Alliance headquarters. The place where the high and mighty noble families, those old dogs who thought they could control everything, resided. The corner of Lu Yuan's mouth curled into a bloodthirsty arrogance. His voice was not loud, yet it sounded like thunder reverberating in the classroom and in the hearts of all. You want to use us as cannon fodder? Fine. Lu Yuan raised his hand, pointing at the towering Alliance building outside the window. His tone was icy, domineering to the extreme. Go back and tell that old dog Sikongzhen. I will participate in the selection competition. I will stand on this arena.